Chapter 1. What is seen but not seen is called Xiyi. What is heard but not heard is called Xiyi. Though you were born in this world, unloved by your father and scorned by your mother, and with no one to know you, our meeting today signifies a bond of fate. Henceforth, you shall be named Xiyi. The old man, riding on a blue ox, gently stroked the head of the child in his arms and spoke with a warm smile. The child, in a state of confusion, nodded in a dazed manner. The azure ox, with its watchful eyes, carried the duo slowly away, vanishing into the tempestuous steel jungle of wind and snow. "Master, I am cold," the child murmured. "The cycle of all things is ever-changing, Xiyi. You were born amidst heaven and earth in this world, and must perceive all beings as equals. You must treat them all with impartiality," the old man replied. Oh," the child responded. "Huh." Observing the child with a runny nose, who seemed utterly earnest yet incomprehending, the old man burst into hearty laughter and removed his rough robe, wrapping it tightly around the child. "If you can truly regard all beings as equals, then not even the tempest of snowflakes nor the calamities of heaven shall harm you." "Oh," the child replied. 5 years later, the sun hung high in the sky. Xiyi, now transformed from a child into a youth, poured water into a tank, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and entered the house. At this hour, the old man, who usually meditated indoors, stood by the window with an expression of tranquility. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding suddenly crept into Xiyi's heart. "Xiyi," the old man began, "our bond as master and disciple has come to an end." The moment he spoke, an icy chill coursed through Xiyi's body. "I have lingered here for thousands of years, savoring the myriad experiences of the world, and have achieved fulfillment. It is time for me to depart." Xiyi opened his mouth, yet ultimately remained silent. He knelt heavily, prostrating himself before the old man. When he rose, the old man had vanished, and even the small courtyard where they had lived for 5 years had disappeared. "Master." Snow had begun to fall from the sky, and before long, a fierce wind arose, transforming the delicate flurries into a blizzard. It was reminiscent of that very night. The difference was that the child who once trembled in the cold had now become a fearless youth amidst the storm. On this night, Xiyi left that place and ascended a small hill, constructing a modest abode identical to that of his master. Time flew by, and a decade passed in the blink of an eye. One day, as dawn broke, Xiyi returned from the vegetable garden in the back to find a distressed villager waiting for him. "Little Taoist, I implore you, save my son," the man exclaimed, attempting to kneel before Xiyi. The youth quickly grasped his arm. "Uncle He, do not rush, please tell me slowly." Uncle He was a farmer, a man of the land by lineage. His ancestors had fled warfare to settle in the small Qing mountain, establishing He village at its base. With the cessation of hostilities and the stabilization of society, the younger generation had ventured into the cities for work, leaving behind fewer than 20 elderly villagers. Uncle He had a son who, during his wife's pregnancy, was injured, causing a miscarriage. Though the infant had drawn breath at birth, he became a vegetable, and Uncle He's wife soon passed away, leaving him to weep inconsolably while cradling his helpless child. Perhaps out of divine compassion, Uncle He somehow managed to raise the infant. Although his son could not speak and lay in bed, Uncle He was constantly burdened with worry. He often pondered how his unfortunate son would survive should he himself depart this world. This question had plagued him for decades, unresolved until last night. After decades of lying in bed, his son suddenly rose. Uncle He was initially overjoyed. The plight of every parent is to see their steadfast devotion rewarded with the dawn after the storm. However, he soon noticed that his son's complexion was not only rosy and radiant, but that he appeared robust, having returned from a woodcutting venture with a sizable load and transformed their home into a pristine abode, even preparing a sumptuous feast for him. It was then that Uncle He realized something was amiss. This was not recovery, it was a mere fleeting glimpse of life. He dared not speak further and waited outside Xiyi's abode until his son fell asleep. With no doctors in the village, seeking one in town was too hasty, and even then, it might prove futile. Uncle He sought Xiyi, for although the youth had never showcased any miraculous abilities, He was a Taoist, perhaps possessing some unique method. After listening to Uncle He's tale, Xiyi said little and followed him down the mountain. The rugged path was fraught with danger, and Uncle He, anxious, stumbled several times, nearly plummeting over the precipice, but Xiyi caught him each time. Upon arriving at Uncle He's home and gazing at the shut door, Uncle He was suddenly struck by a sense of dread. He threw open the door and rushed into his son's room. As he stepped inside, he was met with a shocking sight. Where the bed once lay, only a thin coffin remained. Stumbling closer, he saw his son's serene face resting within, and upon touching him, he found the body cold as ice, evidently lifeless for some time. When Xiyi entered, he found Uncle He, hair turned gray, numbly leaning against the coffin, silent tears streaming down his cheeks. He approached and sighed in resignation. The chapter was not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue the captivating tale. Suddenly, he noticed that in his son's icy grasp lay an envelope. After a moment's hesitation, he took the envelope and handed it to Uncle He before slowly departing. As he reached the door, he found himself recalling Uncle He's gray hair. His connection with He village was merely a nodding acquaintance. He rarely descended the mountain, and the villagers seldom ventured up. The mountain was home to wild beasts and numerous solitary graves even on sunny days. The small Qing mountain bore an eerie atmosphere, prompting villagers to avoid it unless absolutely necessary. His relationship with Uncle He was somewhat closer, for when he first arrived, Uncle He had assisted him in managing the vegetable garden. Witnessing the tragedy that had befallen Uncle He's family weighed heavily on his heart. After a moment's contemplation, he withdrew a crumpled stack of small bills from his robe pocket. His savings accrued over 10 years from selling a bit and cultivating vegetables. It amounted to roughly 200 coins, enough to purchase about 200 kilograms of rice at that time. Uncle He had come with hope only to return in despair, leaving Xiyi with a profound sense of discomfort. He considered this a means to express his uncertain remorse. Upon returning to his home, he placed the money on the table and departed. The following day, Uncle He was discovered dead in his home, beside his son's coffin. With no heirs, and the village devoid of youth, a few elderly villagers managed to construct a thin coffin for him, burying him alongside his son on the small Qing mountain. Xiyi stood at the cliff's edge, staring blankly at the departing villagers, rendered speechless for a long while. Xiyi did not comprehend the scriptures of ordinary Taoists, nor did he understand the methods of transference. Strictly speaking, he was not a true Taoist. Over 15 years, his master had imparted to him a single moral teaching, which he had pondered deeply over the years, increasingly finding his master's wisdom to be of towering stature. Each time he recited it in silence, he gleaned some insight. Though he had made some modest progress, he was hesitant to inscribe his reflections upon the sacred text, feeling unworthy to leave a mark upon such a revered work. Witnessing the plight of Uncle He and his son, he often felt a profound emptiness within, akin to a vessel nearing fullness, yet failing to achieve completion, regardless of how much was added. Convinced that this void was a flaw within himself, he ceased descending the mountain, subsisting on the produce from his garden and wild fruits. Unbeknownst to him, his appetite had grown increasingly faint as he nourished himself on the morning sun's purple energy and quenched his thirst with the essence of the moon. Years passed unnoticed, and one day, a stirring within him revealed that the world had transformed into a vibrant tapestry. The sun shone not blindingly, and he could walk through the earth's fiery core without feeling scorched even amidst the heavy snowfall. He remained unperturbed, clad in his coarse robe. He could even perceive the distant cosmos, where countless stars exploded in radiant bursts. Uncertain of what changes had transpired within him, he felt an inexplicable joy. Suppressing his excitement, he cast his gaze downward, only to be momentarily taken aback. The once dilapidated He village had undergone a complete transformation. The old, crumbling tile houses had been replaced with splendid villas, and the cracked earthen paths had been paved with concrete. Once a village filled with the elderly, now the air was alive with the laughter and chatter of villagers. Good. Xiyi nodded in approval. How is it that this old fellow still clings to life? How has he managed to endure for so long? The land certificate is held by that old wretch. I cannot sell it. I must devise a scheme to deceive him. Heh. He'll buy an acre of land for 8,000. It can fetch 100,000 when sold. Rural folk are easily fooled. Xiyin, you've made your father despair. Huh. What profit is there in growing crops? Selling out for factories and houses is the true way. You stubborn old fool, refusing to sign? Let's see who will care for you if you don't. The village earns 150,000. It'll take 15 million. With credentials and wealth, the initial investment was not in vain. The authorities plan to invest in road construction by convention. I shall take half, and the rest is for you to manage. A strange voice resonated within his heart, leaving Xiyi momentarily stunned as he gazed at the harmonious village, struggling to find words. People. He sat on the cliff, staring blankly at the seemingly familiar village below, remaining in silence for 7 days. Perhaps I should descend and truly explore this world. When the sun rose for the 8th time, he departed from this place. True to his name, his arrival went unnoticed, and his departure was equally unremarked, as if no one cared. Following the road into the city, his unique appearance drew little attention. After all, the current societal atmosphere is exceedingly liberal. If one is shameless, one could even run naked down the street, enjoying 15 days of state rations while honing writing and speaking skills. Where did that star come from? Look at his foolish demeanor. What a peculiar outfit. Is he starting a new trend? Heh. No wonder it's e.g. they're so easily deceived. This is the 99th. What's that smelly DS staring at? Xiyin is clearly beneath. What nonsensical drivel. No wonder it's a backward nation. Nothing compares to the West. Heh. Is this SH not a star? What can I find some money? Xiyi arrived with enthusiasm, only to leave the city disheartened. He journeyed far and wide, never ceasing his travels for decades. Eventually, he grew weary of entering cities, spending most of his time in the depths of ancient forests. He had witnessed renowned sights and encountered various creatures. He even lived alongside a massive tiger for 2.5 years. He held a peculiar fondness for this adorable yet majestic beast. Who could resist a charming golden-shaded cat? Golden-shaded cat. Hello? Having appeared in the world numerous times without any deliberate concealment, Xiyi attracted the attention of the nation's special agencies. A person perpetually out of sync with the world, whose appearance had remained unchanged for decades, sparked immense curiosity. Name? Xiyi. Gender? Male. Age? I should be nearing 90 this year. Where's your hometown? I suppose it's an ex-province. Who are your parents? I do not know in my memories. They abandoned me. Do you have any relatives? Relatives? That is to say, I have a master. Who is he? Where is he? I believe his name is Li ere he is no longer in this world. Facing the bewildered expressions of the two burly men, Xiyi remained unfazed, even taking a leisurely sip of tea. After a brief exchange of glances, one of the men remarked meaningfully, "You look no older than 30. Xiyi paused, then solemnly retrieved a book of morals from his pocket and placed it on the table. This action left the two men at a loss. All that I have learned is from this book. My ageless appearance is likewise due to it, he stated. The two men exchanged confused glances. Xiyi stood up. The people of this land are the greatest wealth in this world. I hope you cherish them well, for I have no means to repay. He offered a deep bow towards a particular direction. The expressions of the two men shifted simultaneously, for that direction concealed a hidden camera. This bow lasted long, a full half-hour. The two interrogators were at a loss, with no instructions relayed through their earpieces, merely watching Xiyi bow. Upon completing the gesture, Xiyi straightened and smiled faintly. The ties of this world have concluded. I must take my leave. With that, he opened the door and departed without waiting for a response. It was not until much later that the two interrogators regained their senses, gazing at the door that had mysteriously opened, speechless. A transcendent being, we must treat him with respect henceforth. An instruction from above echoed in their earpieces. Xiyi was not a villain of great malice. Although he had gathered much information, it was quite straightforward. His life journey could be summarized as follows. Wander the world, amuse cats, continue wandering, play, wander again. Essentially, that was it. The nation is indeed capable of embracing individuals. The individuals above misconstrued Xiyi's notion of departure as an intention to retreat into the deep mountains for arduous cultivation. In truth, he sought to leave this world altogether. Yet, before his departure, he paid a visit to the tiger he had previously encountered, for it could be considered his first friend. In the presence of his friend's reluctant expression, he affectionately ruffled the tiger's large head. And then, at a certain point in time, this planet became devoid of a person named Xiyi. Having traversed the world for several decades, he had perused an innumerable array of books, initially sneaking peeks, and subsequently leading the matronly librarian to mistakenly believe him a book thief. Aside from receiving a couple of swats with a broom, everything was rather splendid. Regarding his own circumstances and the path he walked, he found no answers within the vast ocean of literature. Many aspects within the text diverged significantly from his own knowledge. Generally speaking, individuals like him are referred to as cultivators, practitioners of true essence, or immortals. Although their aspirations differ, they ultimately converge toward the same destination. Standing upon the desolate lunar landscape, Xiyi cast a final glance at the azure planet. Time, in essence, is an abstract concept, merely a construct of humanity, not applicable to the boundless universe. Xiyi soared through the cosmos with astonishing swiftness. Devoid of any earthly traces or grand commotion, yet paradoxically swift beyond belief. If one were to observe from the microscopic realm, the light particles emitted by burning stars would be unable to match his velocity, which in a certain sense contradicts the knowledge found in those texts. His eyes were extraordinary. He could accurately perceive black holes and even discern their operational mechanisms. After an indeterminate duration of flight, he finally encountered something intriguing, another intelligent civilization. According to the knowledge of his homeland, he was approximately 450 light years away from it. This civilization was peculiar, built upon ruins. Though humanoid in form, they possessed two heads, their skulls resembling rounded triangles. And in addition to their two hands, they bore an extra arm protruding from their backs, as well as four legs beneath them, their exposed skin exhibiting a unique gray hue, judging by Xiyi's observations. Their physical prowess was roughly 6 times that of an ordinary human. Their technological level matched their bizarre aesthetics. In some areas, they wielded cold weapons such as knives and clubs, while in others, they brandished weapons akin to knives and clubs that could unleash powerful energy blasts. Xiyi even witnessed these sentient beings piloting cylindrical spacecraft of equally strange design, venturing into the cosmos to capture asteroids. After a period of observation, he discerned that the societal structure of this civilization resembled a form of slavery. The enslaved utilized cold weapons, primarily tasked with mining and laboring amidst the ruins. Xiyi held no intentions of altering the civilization. He merely found them fascinating. After observing for a while, he departed from their domain and continued his journey. In due course, he encountered dozens of civilizations. Some formidable, capable of creating miniature black holes and weapons akin to two-dimensional foils, yet none perceived Xiyi as an observer. Others were weaker, still in their primitive stages, their physical forms yet to achieve a fundamental shape. After traversing an extensive expanse of vacuous space, Xiyi detected a faint mist. For the first time, his previously omnipotent eyes met their match. He could not penetrate this mist. After a brief contemplation, he ventured into its depths. Yet, he was thwarted once more. Within the mist, he felt an immense power drawing him in. Each time he exerted greater strength, this force only intensified. At an unknown moment, he beheld a colossal black hole ensnaring dozens of galaxy clusters. Pulled into the mist, disintegrating instantaneously, its matter transforming into something exceedingly elusive. After what felt like an eternity, the mist's movements seemed to establish a certain order, writhing and expelling a black hole. The newly formed black hole swiftly distanced itself from the mist. Akin to a young girl encountering a rogue, this mist must be akin to a cosmic barrier. Xiyi mused, slightly shaking his head as he relinquished his resistance and allowed the mist to guide him. Time passed, and following the mist's pull, he felt as though he were surfacing from water, arriving in another realm. Upon opening his eyes, Xiyi was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated leaving the universe. envisioning a world filled with numerous bubble-like cosmos as depicted in the texts. Yet before him lay only an unfathomable void. This predicament left him somewhat perplexed. Glancing back, he observed the mist hurtling towards him at an unmatched velocity. In truth, it was merely the universe expanding. After pondering, he summoned all his strength and soared forth at full speed towards the horizon. Just how fast was Xiyi when moving at full throttle? The answer to this question remains elusive for now. Before long, the once vast universe behind him shrank to the size of a mere planet in his eyes. In his fervent dash, Xiyi abruptly felt himself collide with something akin to glass. As it shattered, he glimpsed a new universe that turned out that the previous void was not devoid of substance. Each universe possessed a distinct form, and he had merely breached the barrier of one universe. His body still unaccustomed to the transition, which is why he had not perceived the other universes. In his fervent momentum, he inadvertently shattered the barrier of a universe that, of course, such a trivial breach was inconsequential to the vast cosmos. Upon entering the new universe, Xiyi had yet to observe his surroundings when, with a soul-shattering roar, a colossal hand, clenched into a fist, descended upon him. In his view, this fist loomed overwhelmingly, its length potentially exceeding that of the entire Milky Way galaxy. Xiyi furrowed his brow, his form rapidly expanding as he extended his palm, effortlessly grasping the oncoming fist. The assault was effortlessly neutralized by Xiyi. It was at this moment that he beheld the visage of his assailant. This being was a humanoid figure bearing a dragon's head, towering beyond measure, adorned in a radiant garment woven from the fabric of the starry river, its dragon-like eyes shimmering with brilliance. It glared fiercely at Xiyi, its immense wings unfurling behind it, causing the very fabric of space to shatter like glass. Just as Xiyi prepared to observe further, another attack was launched. A dazzling torrent of flames erupted from the creature's mouth. And amidst the inferno, Xiyi discerned a myriad of beings roaring at him. Yet he remained undaunted. With his other hand outstretched, he brought it down upon the flames. The fiery torrent was instantly extinguished. Both of the creature's assaults had been effortlessly deflected by Xiyi. The humanoid entity, realizing that it could not easily subdue Xiyi, exerted force with its scaly arm, withdrawing from Xiyi's grasp. With a mighty roar, boundless light radiated from its hands, illuminating the entire universe. The light coalesced into a staff, atop which a golden ring began to spin languidly. At a glance, Xiyi seemed to perceive the very laws governing the universe. A name inexplicably surfacing in his mind. The staff of creation, he murmured the phrase, a sudden clarity dawning upon him. The being before him was likely a god of creation within this universe. The differences between universes precluded them from being entirely congruent in the prior universe. The intelligent civilizations he encountered were predominantly technological in nature. Thus, they had not discovered divine beings. Yet this universe was likely steeped in cultivation or fantastical elements. His inadvertent breach of this universe's barrier undoubtedly marked him as an intruder, who would grant a thief entering their domain a warm welcome. The dragon-headed god of creation bellowed, raising the staff high. As the golden ring atop it began to spin with increasing speed, Xiyi instantly felt an overwhelming wave of malevolence directed towards him, an entire universe's disdain for this intruder. What does it feel like to be pressed upon by an entire universe? Xiyi is fortunate enough to experience it now. However, the garments bestowed upon him by his master emit a faint luminescence, shielding him from the intangible malice surrounding him. Fellow cultivator, I bear no ill intent on this journey. My previous actions were unintentional, and I hope for your forgiveness, he explained to the Creator God, who glared at him with a raised divine staff. The Creator God, wielding the staff of creation, pointed distantly at him, and an endless torrent of cosmic pathways instantly converged into a resplendent flow, descending upon Xiyi. With no other recourse, Xiyi extended his palm and pressed downward, causing the very fabric of the cosmos to tremble. As celestial bodies reversed their courses and starlit rivers flowed backward, the cosmic deluge gradually dissipating into nothingness. The clash between the two was beyond verbal description if a civilization rooted in technology were to witness this. They would merely observe the altered patterns of celestial movements without comprehension. Conversely, If a civilization steeped in cultivation were present, they could only perceive it as an unpredictable change in the universe. Even those fortunate enough to glimpse the forms of both entities would find their perceptions warped into something monstrous by the wills of the combatants. The battle between the creator god and Xiyi inflicted significant damage upon this universe. Observing that his assault was effortlessly neutralized by Xiyi, the creator god finally spoke. "Who are you?" His language bore no resemblance to any that Xiyi understood, yet Xiyi was able to comprehend it. "I am Xiyi, a visitor from beyond, and I have inadvertently caused offense." Although the other party possessed the staff of creation and was renowned as the creator god, Xiyi perceived their attacks as still somewhat juvenile, merely employing energy without the sophistication of invoking cosmic laws. The means of wielding the universe's rules for attack primarily revolved around the staff of creation. The rules governing the cosmos were not uniform. In his previous universe, Xiyi had not encountered beings akin to the creator god or the staff of creation. Through their hasty exchange, Xiyi had nearly discerned the essence of this creator god and harbored no fear of him. However, he felt a sense of reluctance to initiate an attack after having breached the cosmic barrier. The creator god's staff pointed menacingly at Xiyi. "Intruder, this world does not welcome you. Depart from this realm." Xiyi sighed, offering an apologetic bow before departing from this ravaged universe. Their confrontation, though brief, had shattered countless star systems. With a casual gesture, he mended the breach he had created in the cosmic barrier and continued on his journey. Uncertain of his ultimate destination, he sought merely a universe that did not hold such disdain for him, where he could engage in meaningful discourse with a fellow cultivator. After a brief period of adaptation, he was now capable of perceiving the concealed cosmos. Within this grand expanse, countless universes shimmered like flickering stars. From his perspective, the majority of these realms appeared as gentle orbs of light, while some had dimmed. Succumbing to silence, hesitating momentarily, he surged toward one of the more somber universes. Silence, madness, and distortion. These are the sensations that overwhelmed him upon entering this universe. It had reached the twilight of life. Normally, universes exude a sense of order, rhythm, and structure, yet this one was chaotic, utterly frenzied. The pervasive malice throughout the cosmos, coupled with the twisted and frenzied wills, led him to believe that this universe had descended into complete insanity. He even beheld a planet adorned with countless writhing tentacles, careening through the void and shattering innumerable celestial bodies in its wake, alongside countless other peculiar entities that made him frown. After a moment's contemplation, he directed his course toward a relatively desolate area. It was an indescribable and peculiar existence, shrouded in a gray mist that emanated from its core, punctuated by the occasional unintelligible murmurs. The core of the primordial universe. Such information surfaced in Xiyi's mind. Surrounding this core, he observed a multitude of bizarre entities, seemingly chanting or perhaps celebrating something. Even with Xiyi's remarkable abilities, he could only occasionally decipher a few comprehensible words from the bizarre murmurs surrounding him. This sensation resembled that of a programmer who, amidst billions of lines of code, manages to extract merely one or two functional segments. These peculiar entities had also noticed Xiyi, casting fleeting glances at the outsider before rapidly returning to their strange revelry. Xiyi chose not to disrupt their festivities. After observing for a while, he departed from the scene. As he left, he seemed to hear the distant bark of a dog. After his departure, Xiyi continued his search within this universe. Yet disappointment washed over him as he found no beings capable of engaging in meaningful communication. He even stumbled upon a planet reminiscent of Earth in a secluded corner of the universe. However, he was disheartened to discover that the twisted will of the cosmos had entirely transformed it. While the civilization there felt oddly familiar, he could not interfere, for it was not his universe. Upon leaving, a myriad of shimmering bubbles, radiating endless divine brilliance, suddenly appeared before Xiyi. Issuing a warning, he cast a glance at these bubbles and sighed. Once again, he tore through the cosmic veil and departed from this universe. The bubbles remained, flickering with uncertain luminescence, waiting patiently for an extended period. Xiyi continued his journey. Yet to his dismay, it seemed that every universe regarded him as an intruder, with none welcoming him. Some entities, akin to primordial deities, acted without hesitation to confront him, while others, reminiscent of the core of the primordial universe, ignored his presence entirely. There were even advanced civilizations that, upon discovering him, attempted to capture him. Though they met with failure, in summary, during this prolonged period, he had amassed some modest insights, at the very least the genesis of a universe. Its own radiance is at its zenith, as the cosmos expands. That brilliance gradually wanes. The universe is not eternal. It has a lifespan, albeit a protracted one. Universes can consume one another. The victorious can once again emanate brilliant light, while the defeated dissolve into the other. There are also instances of equivalence, where two or more universes intertwine, and in the absence of a clear advantage for either side, they assimilate into one another, resulting in phenomena akin to parallel universes. To articulate it more professionally, this is the entanglement of information between universes, rather than mere leaves on the same tree. Time passed, and Xiyi, drifting like a specter between various universes, suddenly felt a tinge of fatigue. After a moment's contemplation, he entered a universe radiating resplendent light, jealousy, arrogance, lust, and selfishness. These were the first impressions this universe imparted to him, which bore similarities to the overwhelming majority of other universes he had encountered. Yet, he still sensed a distinct quality in this universe. Firstly, within the brilliance of its civilization, elements of both machinery and the fantastical emerged, setting it apart from all previous universes. Secondly, he perceived a cohort of formidable beings residing within this realm. In certain universes, such beings would be revered as deities. Finally, Xiyi arrived at a unique space within this universe. A remarkable being seated upon a throne glanced his way, continuing to indulge in pleasures without a care. He recognized this being as the creator deity of this universe. Fellow traveler, I am Xiyi, passing through this realm and feeling somewhat weary. I kindly request a moment of respite, he said courteously. Performing a respectful gesture, the creator deity, after sipping the exquisite wine offered by a beautiful companion, did not even acknowledge Xiyi's presence and continued to revel. Xiyi furrowed his brow and repeated his request. As if it were matter of course, the creator deity still ignored him. He raised his voice slightly for emphasis and repeated himself once more. The creator deity, in a sudden rage, thundered, "Impudence! How dare you? A lowly mortal, speak to me in such a manner?" Kneel. Rising from his seat, an immense pressure descended upon Xiyi like an overwhelming tide. Xiyi's expression remained increasingly placid as he regarded the creator deity with indifference. Are you the creator god of this universe? Is it you who speaks to me? Knowing this, how dare you display such rudeness? The creator deity gestured grandly, summoning boundless divine power into a colossal sword aimed at Xiyi. Mortal, kneel! The divine energy surged, lifting his golden hair majestically, exuding an air of grandeur. What a waste of breath, Xiyi remarked, adjusting his sleeves. Approximately half an hour later, Xiyi unceremoniously cast the bruised creator deity into the opulent halls of the divine palace, dusting off his hands as he departed. Your purity is far too low. You must study diligently and strive for improvement. He left behind as his parting words. The creator deity of this universe was not dissimilar to those he had encountered previously, remaining fixated on the mere acquisition and application of energy. In contrast, the first creator deity he had met was significantly more powerful, capable of condensing the cosmic wheel and manipulating the laws of the universe itself. Vile mortal, Xiyi, shall not let this transgression go unpunished, the battered creator deity muttered through a mouth missing several teeth. Subsequently, he sealed off any information regarding Xiyi, unwilling to allow the news of his defeat to circulate, lest it tarnish his reputation. Through this brief but enlightening exchange with the creator deity, Xiyi gleaned a wealth of information about this universe. The name of this universe, bestowed by the creator deity, was the Xiyi world. According to the worldview of his native Earth, this realm leaned towards a more Western fantasy aesthetic. The universe was divided into a primary world and secondary realms in the primary world. Various systems such as steam, martial energy, and magic flourished, with countless races including humans, elves, and beastmen coexisting. The deities resided in the divine realm, led by the god king, Helviel, accompanied by 12 principal deities, each governing aspects such as thunder, oceans, earth, light, the underworld, wisdom, fate, conflict, life, and 3 particularly unique deities of sin, lust, and chaos. Beneath the principal deities, there existed 72 potent divine beings and countless others of lesser power. Naturally, the creator deity was not included in this hierarchy. Due to the length and flamboyance of his divine title, he was simply referred to as the creator deity Xiyi. The deities spread their faith across various worlds, aiding their followers who, in turn, offered worship to their chosen gods in exchange for power. Generally, the extraordinary powers, such as those wielded by warriors and mages, were categorized into 6 levels: apprentice, official, earth, sky, hero, and epic, with certain uniquely distinguished individuals, like demigods, excluded from this classification. The classification of mechanical powers was far too intricate to detail exhaustively. The primary world of the Xiyi realm was easily identifiable. That it was an enormous planet, which Xiyi estimated to have a diameter exceeding 10 billion kilometers, approximately 10,000 times that of the Sun. In the Earth universe, such a planet could not sustain life, as ordinary carbon-based life forms would be unable to withstand the immense gravitational pull. However, perhaps due to differences between universes, this planet's gravity was comparable to that of Earth. Stars such as the Sun and Moon orbited around the primary world, along with smaller worlds existing within its secondary dimensions, collectively forming this realm. Beyond the primary world system, numerous galaxies existed, harboring intelligent civilizations. However, what astonished Xiyi most was that many technological theories from Earth proved equally valid in this universe. Ultimately, this world held little allure for Xiyi and could not assist him in any significant way. As he had articulated, his presence here was merely for a brief respite. His existence did not necessitate his intrusion into the realm of humanity, engaging in the scheming and machinations of mortals. Thus, he retreated to a remote, desolate hillside, where he established a modest abode. With leisure time at his disposal, he cultivated 2 acres of meager land, growing a modest yield of crops, and beside his dwelling, he excavated a small pond, no more than 10 meters in diameter, to nurture the fish fry of this world. Each day was spent tilling the soil and fishing, savoring tea in a state of blissful contentment. Time flowed swiftly, and before one could blink, several centuries had elapsed. Xiyi remained as unhurried as ever, while in the creation god temple, the recently healed deity Xiyi seethed with suppressed rage. He could not forget the grudge of his earlier defeat. He yearned for vengeance. He envisioned devouring that mortal whole. He longed to hang that mortal before the assembly of gods. Yet he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Despite being a creation god capable of plucking stars from the sky and effortlessly stirring the cosmic rivers, even having crafted the primary world itself, he could not prevail against the mortal who called himself Xiyi. The two had once shattered countless stars and obliterated innumerable galaxies in their fierce confrontations. And the mere recollection of these events ignited Xiyi's fury. He felt no remorse. As a creation god, he was entitled to his elevated status, even if his adversary was not of this world. Once I rekindle the stars of the universe, he declared, letting his words hang in the air, before casually scattering countless seeds of stars. As he beheld the twinkling seeds, his inner animosity subsided slightly. After 1,000,000 years of arduous cultivation, I shall exact my revenge. He mused that I end the annals of Xiyi. An unprecedented war erupted. With the rapid advancement of human technology, a faction among them began to cast their gaze upon their extraordinary kin. According to their own theories, humanity should not possess powers akin to magic, which they believe created a hierarchy and division among them. Thus, the seeds of a particular ideology were quietly sown. When technology reached a certain pinnacle, a conflict between science and magic commenced, aptly named the First Industrial War of Xiyi. Erupting without warning, it must be said, Xiyi had a remarkable knack for choosing his sanctuary. The wars of the human world had yet to encroach upon him. Recently, he had discovered a plant reminiscent of sunflower seeds and intended to bring some back to his humble abode. This moment, His countenance had lost its previous weariness, and he resolved to fully regain his vitality before departing. Rising with the sun and resting at dusk. This was the natural rhythm of human life. When weary, one must rest, and how could one rest without a home of their own? In this world where both technology and magic coexisted, humanity had achieved a considerable degree of unification, resulting in the formation of the United Human Federation, a colossal entity composed of the majority of human nations across the globe. The initial purpose was to unite all of humanity to collectively resist the malevolent races that bore ill will towards them. Thus, during the era of the Federation's establishment, various human nations, whether willingly or reluctantly, abolished detrimental systems such as serfdom and first. The objective of resisting other races was indeed realized, and even in a superficial unity, humanity exhibited an astounding force. Though humanity lacked innate strength, they excelled in learning. They outwardly displayed vigilance against those races while covertly engaging in subterfuge, paying unspoken prices to acquire knowledge from other races. They pilfered the sparks of technology from dwarves and gnomes, obtained the seeds of magic from elves, and gleaned the power of combat from observing trolls and giants. Among other races, the arduousness of this process need not be elaborated upon. Yet the outcome was promising. The power of the United Human Federation surged dramatically, establishing it as a formidable dominion in Xiyi. However, in the 60th year of the Federation's ascendance, it naturally welcomed its first emperor. Consequently, a reformed system emerged. This new system could be likened to serfdom, deepening the chasms between various strata of humanity and rendering the United Human Federation a mere shadow of its former self. Humanity appeared to be a race inherently predisposed to intrigue and rivalry. The once formidable leaders of humanity, who had resolutely proclaimed the eternal existence of their kind in the face of other races, gradually seemed to lose their fervor with in just a few decades. Their descendants appear to have forgotten how their ancestors once exhibited unparalleled valor on the battlefield. They squandered their days on revelry and vice. Each convinced of their own superiority, the heroes of yore were gradually fading, and the majority of their progeny seemed to be transforming into that which they had once despised. When societal tensions reached a certain threshold, rather than perishing amidst the turmoil, they were reborn from it. Thus, a scientific measurement system with minimal barriers to entry garnered the support of the lower classes. Unlike the magical domain, which required immense talent and substantial resources. Even within the nobility, the proportion of those who achieved success in magic was far from high. The technological domain, however, was different. In the realm of technology, all that was required was a willingness to learn. While not promising monumental achievements, it assured tangible rewards. The upper echelons of the technological sector proclaimed to the impoverished masses, "Come, and we shall provide. Learn, and we shall teach." IT must be noted that, as a technological domain, they understood the common folk. In contrast, the magical domain, encompassing various powers such as combat energy, magic, holy light, and shadow, was primarily dominated by the noble class, with occasional appearances of exceptionally talented individuals from the lower classes, who would swiftly be claimed by the nobility for their own purposes. In the world of Xiyi, and indeed across most of the universe, it was impossible to compare the superiority of technology versus magic. The technological domain primarily relied on scientific weaponry, while the magical domain depended on the individual prowess of its practitioners. To illustrate, the technological domain possessed weapons akin to mushrooms, albeit cumbersome to deploy and susceptible to destruction by adversaries. Conversely, the epic-level masters of the magical domain were akin to living mushrooms. After the commencement of the First Industrial War in Xiyi, the magical faction inflicted significant losses on the technological side through decapitation operations. In contrast, the technological faction primarily engaged in frontal assaults, utilizing artillery to impose heavy casualties on the noble armies, which merely resulted in the death of a few lowly serfs, benefiting from the technological side support. The nobles might find their lands expanding post-conflict. The decapitation actions of the magical faction, however, were starkly different. They not only instilled fear in the upper echelons of the technological side, but also resulted in the loss of many invaluable talents and irreplaceable information during the war. The retaliatory firepower from the technological side appeared to cause substantial losses to the nobles, prompting them to clutch their purses tightly. Yet for the nobility, the loss of lives was trivial compared to the loss of wealth. Money was of utmost importance. Their so-called armies, composed of serfs, were certainly incapable of withstanding artillery fire. Due to the nobles' treacherous motives and their fear of excessive losses impacting their interests, the faction possessing the vast majority of epic-level combat power astonishingly managed to reach a stalemate against the technological side. Despite their overwhelming might, the technological side found themselves utterly helpless in this scenario. Their foundation paled in comparison to that of the noble class, and the rebels were hardly remarkable individuals. Moreover, their developmental period was too brief to fully showcase the power of technology, with many formidable weapons still in the pipeline. Under such circumstances, the upper echelon of the technological side lacked the courage to organize a counteroffensive, instead resigning themselves to the notion of suffering losses in silence. As the nobles effortlessly suppressed the uprising from the technological side, they inexplicably turned on each other. Today you harm my captain. Tomorrow I shall eliminate your knight commander. Today I assist your wife. Tomorrow you and I shall be comrades. The conflicts among the nobility were far more sordid than the commoners could fathom. Conversely, their lives were imbued with far greater richness than the common folk could imagine. This situation persisted until the ascension of the new federal emperor, who managed to impose some restraint. The newly crowned emperor harbored ambitions that exceeded those of his father, in a bid to unify humanity once more and bolster his own authority. He issued a stern command for the nobles to adhere to military orders. After executing a number of minor nobles, the aristocracy indeed became more compliant. Following this display of power, the emperor ordered a survey of cultivable land within human territory. Distributing it among the populace, he not only articulated this plan, but also followed through with it. In a fleeting moment, the newly appointed emperor garnered unprecedented esteem among the common people, while the prestige of the technological elite suffered a tremendous blow. In a desperate attempt to salvage their reputation, the politically inept leaders of the technological side made a grievously foolish decision. They declared their independence from the Human Federation and consolidated their forces to form an organization known as the Spark. This action irreparably severed their ties with the very foundation of humanity. Consequently, the internal strife among humans showed signs of resolution, as the Spark organization lacked the resources to sustain the conflict. Subsequent historians referred to this abrupt and inconclusive war as the First Industrial War of the Xiyi world. As Xiyi observed the unfolding events, he noted the distinctive qualities of the emperor. Conventionally, in this world where certain ideologies remained rigid, the prospect of land redistribution seemed utterly implausible, especially when decreed by the emperor himself. After all, the nobility in this realm was of a level of corruption beyond imagination, and the emperor was, in essence, the most prominent noble. This piqued his interest in the young sovereign in the year of the gods, the first year of the new era, the first industrial war of Xiyi, concluded under the boundless wisdom of the great emperor, prompting jubilations for the rebirth of humanity. Long live humanity! Long live the emperor! The annals of the sacred empire of Great White. In the new era of humanity, Year 1, Emperor Great White Caesar was formally enthroned in the imperial capital. The coronation ceremony was immensely grand, with impeccably arranged troops, dignitaries inspecting from military vehicles, and melodies played on unconventional instruments such as the suona and eru. Observing this spectacle from afar, Xiyi felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. A transmigrator. This year marked the 13th since the emperor's ascension, and likewise, the 13th year of Xiyi's scrutiny. From the moment the emperor first stepped into the public eye, Xiyi had taken note of him. After all, in this world, nothing could obstruct his gaze if he so desired. The emperor, originally named Aurelian Bloodthorn, omitting several words, had altered his title to Great White Caesar in the 3rd year of his reign. Upon ascending the throne, he cultivated virtuous ministers, distanced himself from petty individuals, and eschewed indulgence and feminine allure. He reallocated land, reformed the existing systems, revised the empire's laws, and significantly curtailed the power of the nobility. To elevate the status of commoners, he even wed a commoner, embodying the principle of loving his subjects as his own children. Moreover, working over 20 hours a day had seemingly become the norm for this emperor. In return, he received the fervent admiration of the citizens gathered in the capital. Anyone daring to show disrespect to the emperor would likely be torn to shreds by the populace. Xiyi observed great-wide Caesar from a distance. The emperor appeared to be in his 30s, exuding an extraordinary presence, with a warm smile adorning his face. Although possessing black hair, dark eyes, and a complexion that was not overly pale, he seemed somewhat out of place among the golden-haired, blue-eyed crowd. Xiyi mused. What a young man. Could he be a physical transmigrator? He planned to seek out this fellow countryman that evening. Standing atop the military vehicle, great-wide Caesar felt a sudden tension. As if being scrutinized by an unseen force. System, are you capable or not? After all these years, why is this entity still observing me? Maintaining a composed demeanor, he waved amiably, though unease began to creep into his heart. He was a transmigrator from Blue Star, and his was a rare case of physical transmigration. The circumstances surrounding his arrival were equally peculiar. During a visit to a foot massage parlor, he was startled by the police conducting a raid. As a novice, he naturally panicked in such a situation and, in a moment of desperation, fled to the restroom, leaped through the window, and inadvertently fell from the 5th floor during his escape, in the process of falling. He unintentionally transmigrated, adding to the workload of the police and providing local media with a sensational story for a time. Upon arriving in this world, he materialized in the palace of the previous emperor. Fortunately, with the aid of his silver tongue, thanks to the system, and years of experience as a keyboard warrior, he successfully deceived the already feeble-minded old emperor and was adopted as a son. Naturally, he possessed the standard issue system common to transmigrators. His system, known as the Unified Emperor System, had a simple function: become emperor, and the larger his territory, the greater the rewards for the acquisition of territory. That's self-evident. It must be seized. Who would willingly cede their land to another? The system did not concern itself with the origin of his territory. As long as it was practically his, he would receive rewards. With the aid of his own growth in the system, great-wide Caesar concluded the industrial war among humanity, emerging as the nominal emperor of the entire human federation. While he reaped the rewards from the system, he also faced certain vexations, such as the inexplicable gaze that occasionally fell upon him. Even as an epic-level powerhouse, capable of defeating a multitude of epic beings, he still felt a shiver down his spine in response to that gaze. Ding! Detection of host ascension. Nominal unification of humanity achieved. Host receives the first stage mainline reward. System update complete. Issuing the second stage mainline task. Unify the main world of Anisis. Reward. Level 1 Universal Technology Tree of Civilization. Analysis of the divine persona of the Anisis world. Host cultivation 5,000 years. Absolute immunity from a portion of the extraction of Stage 1 rewards. After acquiring these rewards, one's strength had at least tripled. Yet Caesar remained unperturbed. Following the conclusion of the coronation ceremony, he returned to his palace, casually dealt with the 160 centimeters tall, 160 kg queen, and then, while smoking, directed his gaze towards the system panel. Host, Caesar's strength, 40 epic power, capable of defeating 40 ordinary epic-level warriors. Wealth, approximately 12 million gold coins items. Guide to cold fusion manufacturing, beginner civilization development, artificial intelligence analysis, industrial development history. Main quest, Stage 1 completed. Stage 2. In progress side quest, system, after the upgrade, will you be able to locate the owner of that gaze? Caesar inquired. Ding, affirmative. Please retrieve the data for me. Caesar exclaimed with delight. This gaze that had troubled him for over a decade would finally be unveiled today. Name? Strength? Wealth? Caesar. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. I see you don't regard me, the mighty Caesar, with any respect. Ding, the opponent's energy level is too high. Please continue. Host. The system suddenly stammered. What is wrong with you? Caesar blinked in confusion. Why had the star system suddenly lagged? Could it be infected with a virus? Surely it couldn't have been discovered. As far as he knew, the system was a conceptual product and should be invincible. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a mysterious invitation. Please prepare to be feasted upon. Caesar was filled with bewilderment. Just as he was about to inquire further, a cold breeze swept by, bringing him back to his senses. Upon closer inspection, he found himself no longer in the palace, but instead in a small courtyard that felt oddly familiar. Caesar, a sense of foreboding suddenly crept into his heart. The courtyard door swung open, and a tall figure emerged. Please have a seat. Xiyi set down a chair, lightly gesturing, and a table appeared, adorned with a pot of hot tea and 2 teacups. Tea this juncture. Caesar felt his tension dissipate. He picked up a teacup and took a sip. It was merely ordinary mountain tea. Fellow villager. He glanced at Xiyi's black hair and black eyes and asked. Perhaps so. Xiyi did not deny. The universe is vast, although we share the same language. We may not be beings of the same universe. Regardless, we possess a common language. Thus we are fellow villagers, Caesar replied earnestly, shaking his head. So, fellow villager, what do you intend to do with me? According to the descriptions in novels, encounters between traversers are typically a matter of life and death. He did not believe this mysterious fellow villager would spare him. Nothing much, merely wishing to engage in conversation. Xiyi gently shook his head. You need not harbor such wariness. Had I wished to kill you, I would have acted the moment you shattered the cosmic barrier. That's not certain, Caesar retorted with a smirk. Xiyi sighed in resignation, hesitating for a moment before asking. When did you traverse? Caesar pondered. It was not something he couldn't disclose. In 2019, why? 2019? Xiyi fell silent for a moment and then asked, How is your homeland? Caesar was taken aback by the question. Quite well. Why do you ask? Quite well. Xiyi smiled in relief. Quite well, indeed. Caesar surveyed Xiyi's courtyard. Although it was night, the darkness could not obstruct the vision of an epic-level warrior. The courtyard was quite simple, with only a few small fish swimming in the nearby pond. How long have you been here? He inquired of Xiyi. Why the time of this world? It has been several hundred years. Several hundred years. Don't you wish to explore this world? Caesar raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. This world is rich in species, such as elves, beastmen, fairies, and mermaids. Xiyi shook his head, stating that this world was merely a temporary resting place for him. For a cultivator, one must remain single-minded. A cultivator. Caesar's eyes sparkled. Are you practicing immortality? Your system seems quite impressive. What realm have you reached? If you can cause my system to lag, you must be at least a great Luo, golden immortal, or even a saint, right? Xiyi was rendered speechless, gazing at the excited Caesar. I am not what you describe as a practitioner of immortality, nor do I possess a system. Before he could finish, he saw Caesar's expression of disbelief, as if saying, I've read extensively. Don't try to deceive me. In resignation, he continued, my master merely introduced me to the path. I do not possess any system. All right, then you must at least tell me what realm you are in, right? Great Luo, golden immortal, or saint. Caesar feigned indifference. Xiyi hesitated for a moment. When I first began, my master did not specify my realm, but later, after perusing various texts and gaining some understanding of myself, if I had to define my realm, I suppose it would be refining essence into Xiyi. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Caesar's face was one of incredulity. Brother, if you don't want to share, that's fine, but you can't insult my intelligence, can you? Caesar remarked, which refining essence into Xiyi could possibly cause a system to lag. Xiyi explained, everything that absorbs energy into the body and relies on energy for cultivation is called refining essence into Xiyi. Those you refer to as great Luo, golden immortals, and saints. If they only rely on absorbing energy into the body, are merely practicing refining essence into Xiyi. Caesar was momentarily taken aback, feeling that Xiyi's reasoning held some merit. Then what about refining Xiyi into spirit? He inquired further. I'm not certain. Xiyi shook his head. Refining essence into Xiyi and refining Xiyi into spirit are not realms, but rather gradual methods of cultivation. Whether it is cultivating truth, immortality, or the Tao, it is merely a means to strengthen oneself. Both refining essence into Qi and refining Qi into spirit follow this principle. However, I have yet to reach the threshold of refining Qi into spirit, so I do not know what it feels like. Caesar nodded thoughtfully before asking again. What about techniques? Do you possess any techniques or the like? In the Onisis world, techniques do exist. There are martial techniques for warriors and meditation methods for mages. A good technique can significantly enhance one's cultivation efficiency. Caesar believed that regardless of Xiyi's realm, since he could cause the system to lag, he must be quite powerful. Hence, he surely possessed formidable techniques. He didn't ask for much, merely hoping that this fellow villager would, in the spirit of common traversers, grant him a copy of some profound technique or the like. Upon hearing Caesar's request, Xiyi asked, "What do you think techniques are? Aren't techniques merely methods of cultivation?" Caesar was momentarily baffled by the question. What kind of inquiry was this? Techniques are the Tao of their creators. The insights gained during their cultivation process inscribed on a paper. That is what techniques are. What techniques exist in this world? Techniques are merely someone else's method of cultivation. If you follow another's method, you can only reach their level at most. If you cannot forge your own path, you can only live as that person. Caesar pondered, reflecting on the notion. For him, as long as he met the system's requirements, the system would impart strength to him in the form of rewards. So his understanding of cultivation was rather vague. This concept was unique to Xiyi, that of course, he was not bound to believe Xiyi's words. System, is what my fellow villager's saying true? Ding, the system has not recorded relevant knowledge. Now that I am so close to my fellow villager, can I scan his strength? Remembering Xiyi's earlier words, he inquired, "How many times stronger do you estimate his energy to be compared to mine?" Since Xiyi stated that absorbing energy into the body falls under refining essence into Qi, then letting the system detect the energy level should be straightforward, right? Ding, the calculations are underway. Caesar inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Upon raising his gaze, he found himself meeting the enigmatic, half-smiling expression of Xiyi. With a dry chuckle, he lifted his teacup and took a sip of the cool tea. Xiyi, unfazed, remarked, "You have ascended to the throne, and thus you ought to remain true to your principles that I am aware of your character. Yet I feel compelled to say that regardless of who they are, as long as they are your subjects, they deserve to be treated with kindness. You too have traversed from that era and should extend equal treatment to all. While others may falter, I am confident that you can achieve this." Caesar nodded in affirmation. "I am well aware of this." Xiyi hesitated for a moment before offering a gentle suggestion, if possible. "I hope you will refrain from unnecessary bloodshed. Do not kill those who do not deserve it." Caesar's pupils constricted as he took another sip of tea, responding with a dry laugh. "What are you implying?" "My compatriot, during your unification efforts," Xiyi stated, drawing a sharp intake of breath. Caesar, rendered speechless, retorted, "Are you prying into my private matters?" The second phase of the system's main quest was to unify the continent. And what means could facilitate such unity? Aside from warfare, what other means could there be? The issue was that he had never disclosed this ambition to anyone. At present, only he and the system were privy to it. Yet one had to wonder, was this compatriot truly so altruistic? They were not kin. If one had to kill, then so be it. Not out of altruism, but if killing is warranted, then so be it, Xiyi remarked while sipping his tea. Caesar gazed at Xiyi in shock. "My friend, if you continue this way, I might just have to resort to legal measures to protect my privacy." Xiyi chuckled and deftly shifted the topic. "So, have you not yet checked what your system has calculated?" No sooner had he spoken than the system prompt chimed in. Ding. "Caesar, I suspect there is an unspeakable secret between you and my system." It seemed that his head was growing a bit greener. Ding. Name. Unknown power. Unknown. "Caesar, does the system believe it is being quite adorable this way?" Xiyi shook his head with a knowing smile. Seemingly already aware of everything, he produced a scroll from his robe and handed it to Caesar. "Do not overly rely on external possessions. I am solitary and may soon depart from here. Our meeting is a matter of fate, so I present this to you." Caesar was momentarily taken aback, his expression slightly embarrassed, yet he readily accepted the scroll. Xiyi waved his hand, and without realizing it, Caesar found himself back in his palace. Unless absolutely necessary, Do not indulge in the wanton slaughter of the innocent. Remember this. As Caesar regained his senses, he discovered himself lying on his bed, the position unchanged. The earlier scene felt like a fleeting dream. Curiosity welled up within him. Upon unrolling the parchment, he found no extraordinary celestial phenomena, as legend suggested, only the ordinary script of his familiar homeland. My surname is Li. My given name is Xiyi. I am but a few years older, shamelessly referring to myself as your brother. In my youth, I faced misfortune, but by the grace of my master, I was spared and kept alive. Graced by my master's kindness, I entered the path at the dawn of day. While my master was present, he often instructed me never to foster a heart of indulgence. All things are born without seeking recompense, so how could humans be greedy? After my master departed, I have been cautious, fearing I may betray his teachings. Now, having met a worthy brother, I am exceedingly joyful. My master once bestowed upon me the Tao Te Ching, intending to give it to you, but here I cannot retrieve it. Thus, I have transcribed a copy for you. I hope you do not take offense. Following this was Li Shi's handwritten copy of the Tao Te Ching. Caesar read through it and, upon reflection, felt the energy within him become even more refined, and the colors of the world around him appeared to come alive. Suddenly, he gasped in astonishment. The Tao Te Ching, Laozi, what in the world? It was rare for a traveler not to know of Laozi, yet he had only heard of Li Xiyi as someone who entered the path through the Tao Te Ching. So my compatriot has taken Laozi as his master. Caesar nodded, realizing he was indeed an ancient figure, explaining his eloquent speech. Upon finishing the Tao Te Ching, he noticed an additional note written in varying ink colors, suggesting that the writer had hesitated for quite some time. I am but a man of the mountains, ignorant of the laws of the realm. Please do not take offense, dear brother. When I crossed over, I was fortunate to perceive this world. However, my desires were too strong, and the deities only pursued their own interests, showing no compassion. You must pay close attention to the faith of the deities. Do not use it recklessly. Though the people of this world may appear peculiar and are not of our kin, you, having ascended to a high position, must not chill their hearts, nor become one who preys upon others. Furthermore, the system that assists you in crossing realms has its utility, yet your own cultivation requires your diligent effort. Do not become complacent. Caesar set down the parchment, reflecting in silence for a moment before asking, System, what do you think of my compatriot? Looking at the system with a teasing gaze, he added, I cannot evaluate such an existence. And his character, a kind-hearted individual, the system stated meaningfully. Caesar fell silent, carefully putting away the parchment. And a subtle smile crossed his face. My compatriot is indeed intriguing. Xiyi stood with hands clasped behind his back, wearing an inexplicable smile. That I am the divine realm, the Lord of Thunder, reigning supreme, presided over the assembly of gods alongside the 12 chief deities, convening for a new divine conference. The agenda was simple. As the human race had nearly completed its unification, the gods gathered to strategize the reallocation of faith regions among the mortals to avoid conflicts of belief. For the deities, humanity was merely a reasonably powerful race within the vast world of Anisis. Although their unification had sparked some surprise, the faith of humanity was but a trivial delicacy to the gods. The world of Anisis was immense. The oceans comprised approximately 3/4 of its surface, leaving only a quarter for land. The territory of humanity accounted for merely 7% of the land area. And within that, less than half was suitable for habitation. With a population of only a few billion, the faith of humanity was negligible to the Lord and the 12 chief deities, even considered unnecessary for those of intermediate divine power or above. Moreover, most deities had already performed miracles among humanity, establishing their faith. Therefore, the focus of this divine meeting lay with the intermediate powers, while those of lesser power would merely receive the scraps. Lord of Commerce. My followers require your followers, declared the god of assassination. I, the god of killers, require. The powerful and great deities occupied their respective seats, observing the chaotic assembly as if watching a gathering of monkeys. Just as the Lord of Thunder grew weary and began to clean his ears with a bolt of lightning, the bronze bell suspended above the assembly suddenly rang out. Realizing the significance of the sound, The deities ceased their bickering and turned their attention to the towering figure of the Lord of Thunder. The Lord of the Sky furrowed his brow and said coolly, "Continue." With that, he transformed into a burst of lightning and vanished from the assembly. The deities exchanged glances, and the once quiet hall erupted into a marketplace once more. The Lord of the Sky then arrived at the creation temple, where the creator god Anisis stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance, revealing a hint of concern. "Father, what has transpired?" inquired the Lord of Thunder. In the world of Anisis, the majority of the powerful and great deities were offspring of the creator god Anisis, including the Lord and the 12 chief deities. After a moment of silence, Anisis replied, "Recently, while traversing the void, I discovered a rift that emanated a sinister aura. You must prepare for battle." The Lord of the Sky hesitated before asking, "Can we not resolve it directly?" Anisis shook his head resolutely. "The entities beyond the rift are no weaker than you, and I must maintain the operation of the entire world. I cannot intervene." He paused, then added, "If the moment of your life and death arrives, you may seek someone in that place. Remember, it must be at the critical juncture of survival, and you must treat them with utmost respect." The Lord of the Sky accepted the matter, yet for reasons unknown, a heavy feeling weighed upon his heart. It was the first time he had witnessed such an expression on the face of his father. The god of creation, the first progeny of Anisis, the Lord of the Sky possessed powers unmatched by other deities. Even the mightiest gods required a combined effort to challenge him. However, having been born into greatness, he had not engaged in battle for many years. Not only him, but also the deities within the realm of the great gods had long since refrained from combat. A year later, Xiyi lifted his fishing rod, and instantly, a small fish, no longer than a finger, was caught. He casually removed it and placed it into his bucket, subsequently releasing all the fish from the bucket into the pond. This habit had been his for many years. Rising to his feet, he stretched lazily and mused to himself, "I feel quite spirited. It is time to depart. In this world." One could not say he had garnered no rewards. Rather, it could be said that he had not gained anything substantial. He now sought a being capable of engaging in discourse with him, someone with whom he could converse meaningfully. Anisis, of course, was not that being. He only knew how to accumulate more divine power. The ability to manipulate the laws of the universe was an authority bestowed upon him as the god of creation. For the nature of these laws, he had never delved into such studies. In his mind, he would understand them when his divine power was sufficient. Glancing up at the sun in the sky, he could discern that it was not the sun at all, but rather the Lord of Radiance. The chief deity, who was smiling joyfully, reminiscent of a wealthy heir reveling in the dead of night, while the true sun had long been cradled in his embrace. "What a foolish sight," he remarked. "What is the definition of a world? For different beings, the space in which they exist constitutes their world. That could be a universe, a planet, a nation, or even a single room. For Xiyi, a world could only be deemed a true world if it functioned independently. To him, only a complete universe could be considered a whole world." Feeling that enough time had passed, he lingered no longer and departed without hesitation from the universe of Anisis. Beyond the cosmos lay a vast expanse, where Xiyi's homeland resided, which, through imagination, was dubbed the infinite space. Countless universes sparkled like flickering candle flames, dotting this infinite expanse. Choosing a direction at random, just as Xiyi was about to set off, he unexpectedly discovered a universe entirely enveloped in purple that had appeared beside the universe of Anisis without his notice. If that were all, it would be acceptable. The intersection of universes could be considered a natural phenomenon. However, Xiyi noticed that the magnitude of this purple universe was rather excessive. Based on his knowledge, while ordinary universes continuously expand, their maximum size is approximately 150 billion light-years in diameter. Even in special circumstances, there would not be significant fluctuations, and should it exceed this range, the luminosity of the universe would gradually diminish. The principle behind this was beyond Xiyi's understanding. Yet the pale purple universe before him boasted a diameter at least 10 times that value. The crucial point was that Xiyi sensed a faint aura of danger emanating from this universe. This thrilled him somewhat. It seemed he had encountered an intriguing counterpart. He smiled slightly and prepared to breach the barrier of the purple universe. However, to his surprise, he found himself unable to penetrate this cosmic wall. It appeared thin, yet remained unyielding. Simultaneously, a message emerged from within the cosmic barrier. Entry initially, it was incomprehensible gibberish, but soon it became clear. Intruder detected. Level. Insufficient privileges. Connecting to Mother System. Xiyi felt a gaze from a great distance within the universe before him. Scrutinizing him, but a luminescent screen materialized, revealing the image of a middle-aged man with a bald head and a deadpan expression. The man's voice was mechanical. Greetings, traveler from afar. The Mother has sent me to convey greetings on behalf of the Voidcrosser civilization. Greetings, fellow traveler, Xiyi replied, bowing slightly. Whether coincidence or not, the image of this middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to humans from the Earth. The man, expressionless, slightly moved his lips. May I inquire why you attempted to breach the world barrier? Attack? Xiyi was taken aback. You have misunderstood, my friend. I merely wished to enter your universe and did not intend any assault. Why do you wish to enter our universe? To seek a companion for discourse. The middle-aged man regarded Xiyi with a blank expression, his eyes flickering with barely perceptible data. Xiyi smiled faintly and met his gaze. After a considerable pause, the man stiffly spoke. You are far too powerful. Our world does not welcome you. Please depart. Xiyi hesitated, casting his gaze toward the universe of his compatriots, which was on the verge of being engulfed by the purple cosmos. What are you doing to your universe? The law of the jungle. The weak are devoured by the strong. There are familiar faces within that universe that I implore you to show mercy. Insufficient privileges. No information available. Is the consumption of their universe a deliberate act on your part? Insufficient privileges. And information available. After a moment of silence, Xiyi stated, since you have no information to provide, I cannot stand idly by while you consume that universe. Are you declaring war against our civilization? I am not your enemy. It is merely a matter of differing stances. Xiyi shook his head that I do not wish to endorse any law of the jungle. I should not interfere in your conflicts, but who could ignore the plight of those I know being consumed? Though our acquaintance is fleeting, I know he is not a heinous villain. He is merely a wanderer. How can I stand by and watch him perish? Xiyi's words seemed to strike a chord with the middle-aged man, whose eyes gleamed with crimson light, as if analyzing the implications within Xiyi's statement. After a long while, he finally spoke. Waging war against our Voidcrosser civilization will yield no benefit to you. Xiyi shook his head. If one were to engage in worldly matters solely for personal gain, then what is the purpose of being human? I am but a mere mortal, acting according to my own volition. Our consumption of this universe is not intended to kill its inhabitants, the middle-aged man explained. His words abruptly transformed into a string of gibberish, and then the previously animated visage became rigid once more. Since that is the case, let us engage in battle. With that, the luminescent screen vanished, and the purple cosmic barrier rippled like water, unleashing an uncountable array of bizarre warships that filled the void. Xiyi was momentarily taken aback by this sudden declaration of war, and before he could respond, an onslaught of attacks commenced. A ceaseless barrage of beams erupted from the warships, flooding Xiyi's field of vision, but a single beam was sufficient to effortlessly pierce a planet, though the speed of the beams was swift. In the vastness beyond the universe, it was inconsequential. Xiyi effortlessly evaded these attacks. As beams collided in the sky, transforming into resplendent fireworks, he had no intention of retaliating. For the Voidcrosser civilization was the first technologically advanced civilization capable of traversing universes that he had encountered, which piqued his curiosity. Down the hull of the warships, a special energy loop activated, unleashing countless black energy rings from the cannons. Xiyi raised an eyebrow. Although this attack was still energy-based, it was significantly more solidified. Yet it left him somewhat disappointed. The attacks remained ineffective, and the purple cosmic barrier began to ripple again, with the warships launching a relentless assault upon Xiyi, uninterested in further observation, waved his hand, effortlessly erasing the overwhelming energy attacks as if they were mere illusions. Just as he had expressed to Caesar, he possessed no particular realm. If one were to impose a realm upon him, It would simply be the refinement of essence into Qi. All realms reliant on energy absorption to enhance combat power fell within the realm of refining essence into Qi, even if one could wield an energy cannon capable of obliterating an entire universe. I understand now. Thus, you shall be unable to harm me. This is the path cultivated by Li S, if aware that mere energy attacks would not inflict harm upon him. The multitude of cosmic warships ceased their aggressive maneuvers, instead parting to create a passage that a colossal cosmic battleship emerged from the cosmic veil, its main cannon capable of accommodating an entire planet, now aimed squarely at Xiyi. An endless radiance coalesced within the barrel of the cannon. Xiyi furrowed his brow. Although the energy was immense, capable of draining the energy of multiple stars in an instant, a mere energy assault held no efficacy against him. Given the technological advancement of the Void Chaser civilization, it was inconceivable that they could fail to recognize this fact, unless they harbored some peculiar intentions that, in truth, Xiyi's suspicions were not unfounded. The Void Chaser civilization was indeed far more formidable than he had anticipated. Due to the unique nature of their universe, the Void Chasers had emerged as the singular hegemon within it, their technological prowess immeasurable. However, even advanced civilizations are not without their drawbacks. The middle-aged man who had previously conversed with Xiyi was not a living being, but rather an artificial intelligence interfaced with the central system. Originally, it had been a dovish official engaging with Xiyi. The overarching strategy of their civilization was to consume other universes, an unshakable tenet. Yet, attitudes toward the beings of the invaded civilizations were divided into three factions. Much like most technological societies, the Dove faction advocated for acceptance, the Hawk faction favored the institution of slavery, while the neutral faction took a more indifferent stance. Naturally, the positions of these factions were not absolute. Prior to this, the Dove faction had dispatched envoys to the Innesis universe in an attempt to persuade them, only to be predictably rebuffed. Although the emissaries returned unscathed, they were humiliated by Innesis, who made derisive comments regarding their unworthiness to face the visage of a creator deity. The news of this incident ignited fury among the upper echelons of the Void Chasers, leading to a surge in support for the Hawk faction, and a prominent general from the military Hawk faction seized an opportunity, leading a special unit to strike Innesis with a high-grade weapon. However, the outcome was merely to leave Innesis somewhat disheveled. Nonetheless, this minor setback incited Innesis' wrath, compelling him to adopt a confrontational stance. One could discern from his initial encounter with Xiyi that he was a creature who valued his pride immensely. Just as the Void Chasers were poised for battle, Xiyi emerged from the realm of Innesis. His arrival caused a moment of hesitation among the high-ranking officials of the Void Chasers. While they would often deride Innesis as a provincial fool in their anger, none would underestimate the supreme combat prowess of an entire universe. Moreover, the fact that Xiyi could breach the cosmic barrier through sheer personal might was at odds with certain aspects of the Void Chaser's scientific principles, leaving no room for carelessness. Thus, they sent a mild-mannered Dove faction official to negotiate with Xiyi. Contrary to their expectations, Xiyi proved to be far more amiable than the vitriolic Innesis. The Dove official was also reasonably agreeable, yet his indecisiveness incited frustration in a hawkish leader, particularly since the Void Chasers had never compromised since their ascension to dominance, coupled with the recent unveiling of a new ultimate weapon. The hawkish leader's ambitions grew, leading to an act of aggression. Presently, both sides found themselves in a frenzied dispute. Rest assured, the power of the meteor cannon is neither excessive nor trivial, and its resource consumption is negligible, perfect for gauging the opponent's capabilities. The military leader restrained the Dove faction head in his chair, observing the unfolding scenario on the screen with a detached demeanor. What if the opponent truly exceeds our comprehension? The Dove faction leader, filled with a blend of resignation and inexplicable hope, gazed intently at the screen. In that case, I shall personally bear the burden of apology, for the intellect analysis deems him a virtuous being. The military leader regarded the swiftly fluctuating data on the luminous screen, a strange smile gracing his features. The cannon, capable of accommodating an entire planet, had completed its charge, and the battlefield seemed to freeze for a moment. With a resounding hum, a robust beam of light surged forth, emanating a terrifying wave of energy directed at Xiyi. Xiyi frowned, fixing his gaze upon the cataclysmic strike, and with a gentle sweep of his hand through the void. The light beam abruptly vanished. It was now confirmed. Energy attacks were ineffective, and the opponent possessed the capability to nullify such assaults. The voice of the superintelligence echoed. The high-ranking officials of the Void Chasers exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their astonishment. For a technological civilization, confronting an adversary capable of nullifying energy was an unsettling prospect. If they were a civilization yet to undergo technological reform, they could simply await their demise. One of the influential leaders pondered, stroking his wrist. Let us test a material attack instead. Orders have been received. The Stellar Core is primed for action on the battlefield. Xiyi refrained from launching an offensive, while the warships of the Void Chasers remained motionless. The only motion was the retraction of the meteor cannon's barrel, rendering the battlefield eerily silent. Until, at a certain moment, the violet cosmic barrier rippled slightly, and a dim, minute point of light hurtled toward Xiyi at astonishing speed, arriving before him in the blink of an Xiyi. Xiyi narrowed his eyes, extending 2 fingers to grasp the droplet-like object. Witnessing this scene, the officials behind the screen were taken aback. The droplet was a material weapon crafted from a certain substance, propelled by a temporal accelerator, which incessantly accelerated until reaching a critical point before being unleashed upon its target. After a period of acceleration, it could even strike at superluminal speeds within this boundless expanse. At such velocities, the droplet's impact was unfathomably potent. Yet the opponent merely pinched it between 2 fingers. Some officials began to question the validity of their prior decisions. As the scanning continued, the superintelligence seemed taken aback, issuing a prompt before falling silent. The military leader, who had previously proclaimed his intention to bear the burden of apology, suddenly brightened, exclaiming, "Activate the Ruins weapon." What? Absolutely not. The activation of the Ruins weapon necessitates a century's worth of accumulation from our civilization. Do not forget our ultimate objective. I object. We should not recklessly engage with such an unknown entity. The hall erupted into chaos at his command. In truth, a civilization like the Void Chasers should not act so rashly. After all, their circumstances were indeed exceptional, but a bald researcher interjected. General Arthur, while the Ruins weapon is formidable, it also carries significant drawbacks. Should we fail, our civilization may suffer catastrophic repercussions. General Arthur hesitated briefly before responding. Since we have constructed this behemoth, we have yet to deploy it even once. Is this not a splendid opportunity? Fear not. I shall bear all consequences. What will you bear? Arthur's rival scoffed. Should we fail, it would spell our doom. Once you are dead, how will you bear anything? General Arthur remained silent for a long moment before asserting, "We have no path of retreat. How much longer can we afford to linger? But we can devise a plan together, rather than offend an unknown entity as we are now." The rival pointed at the image of Xiyi displayed on the screen. Devise a plan together. General Arthur derisively regarded his opponent. What strategy requires 400 years of contemplation? Previously, we could leisurely consume other universes. Now, how much time remains to us? The rival retorted, displeased. Is your intention merely to provoke this unknown entity? He is a virtuous being. General Arthur replied, defiantly, "Not a person." The rival erupted in laughter. Have you ever encountered a being capable of pinching a stellar core between their fingers? Moreover, this stellar core had traversed a segment of time in the boundless expanse. For us, the stellar core is merely an obsolete weapon. You might consider utilizing your brain, cluttered as it is with debris. We still possess several types of material weapons that surpass the stellar core in sheer might. The towering figures around me gazed indifferently at the altercation between the two, not uttering a word to intervene. The dispute between the two seemed entirely disconnected from the lofty beings surrounding them. They merely watched with apathy as General Arthur and his adversary exchanged heated words. As time elapsed, it appeared that the confrontation was on the verge of escalating into physicality. The researcher cleared his throat and remarked, "General Arthur, General Klein, I must remind you both that our enemy, that good man, seems to be growing impatient." The two old rivals exchanged glances, then each huffed dismissively. choosing to ignore one another. An elderly man with graying hair adjusted his spectacles and stated calmly, "In that case, we cannot keep our enemy waiting any longer. Prepare to launch the Oblivion Ray." Surprisingly, not a single soul objected, as if the previous display of vitriol had never transpired. The so-called Oblivion Ray is, in fact, a colossal stream of cosmic information collected by the Voidwalker civilization at the moment the universe extinguishes itself. The method of attack involves a specially devised instrument that concentrates this information and unleashes it, effectively erasing the concept of existence from the enemy. Moreover, due to the astonishing speed at which cosmic information travels, there are virtually no means to evade such an assault. However, gathering such vast amounts of information takes an extensive duration, even for the Voidwalkers, and the resources required for a single use are not something the current Voidwalkers are willing to expend, rendering this method infrequently employed. Theoretically, no entity should be able to withstand such an attack, unless their concept of existence transcends the information generated by the universe's annihilation, yet the Voidwalkers have yet to encounter such an entity. This tactic serves as a dimensional strike against civilizations lacking the technological advancement to escape the universe. Xiyi calmly observed the violet cosmos before him. The opposing force had remained silent for an extended period. They had even retracted their universe-crossing warship, leading him to believe that they might abandon their intentions. As his thoughts meandered, a familiar light screen materialized before him, displaying an elderly man with graying hair. "Greetings, esteemed traveler. I am the chief arbiter of the Voidwalker civilization. You may call me Alfred." The old man politely nodded. Xiyi returned the gesture with a smile. "I am Xiyi. Greetings to you, fellow cultivator." Alfred continued, "If possible, I hope you will not obstruct us. We have prepared for this moment for a long time. While I would prefer to coexist amicably with you, alas," Xiyi replied, "the universe you intend to invade is home to my kin. When one is away from home, there is always a duty to care for one's own." Alfred paused momentarily before responding. "Mr. Xiyi, you may not fully comprehend the nature of our civilization." Xiyi nodded slightly. "I am all ears. Our civilization has existed for 1.35 million years. We have undergone countless technological revolutions." Alfred fixed his gaze upon Xiyi, articulating each word with gravity. "We are relentless in our pursuit of our goals." "Why must you consume other universes? What purpose does this serve?" Xiyi inquired, perplexed. "I can only say that we have our own profound grievances. However, I cannot disclose the details to you at this time." Alfred chuckled. "We do not wish for war. Naturally, we do not fear it either. Your ability to traverse between universes with ease is something countless civilizations aspire to. Your existence is truly remarkable. If possible, I would love to engage in a meaningful conversation with you. Wishing you the best, Mr. Xiyi." Xiyi thought to himself, "This enigmatic individual is infuriating." Just as this thought crossed his mind, an immense yet peculiar wave of energy struck him unexpectedly. Despite Xiyi's considerable strength, darkness enveloped him momentarily, and a droplet of blood trickled from his nose. The blood fell, transforming into a vast sea of crimson that scorched the surrounding space into an abyssal black. An errant cosmic singularity, radiating boundless light, and in the midst of a cataclysmic explosion, disintegrated into ashes within this blood sea. The high-ranking members of the Voidwalkers observed this scene with a mix of horror and sorrow, lamenting that a single drop of such existence, if properly analyzed, could lead to monumental advancements in their civilization's technology. Furthermore, the nascent universe was a precious asset to them. May the Oblivion Ray succeed. They hoped fervently that IT will undoubtedly succeed. The torrent of information from the Oblivion Ray would obliterate the very concept of existence for even the once mighty Lyrit civilization, no matter how powerful an individual may be. They cannot resist it. What if he withstands it? Someone mused. Then let General Arthur take the blame. Did he not claim that Xiyi is a good person? As those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the venue lightened considerably. Only one researcher present bore a troubled expression. "I hope," he sighed, gazing at the luminous interface before him. Xiyi found himself in a precarious situation. The overwhelming and peculiar wave of energy struck with a swiftness he had not anticipated. And even had he foreseen it, he might still have been unable to resist. How immense is the torrent of information released when a universe is extinguished? Even the Voidwalkers could not answer that question. Naturally, Xiyi could not withstand it. In a daze, he felt as if he had transformed into an infinitesimal particle, aimlessly drifting through an expanse of nothingness. There were no emotions, no desires, and no superfluous feelings. He was unable to close his eyes, speak, or even move. He could only go with the flow. Time lost all meaning, and even Xiyi's patience began to fray, as anyone would become disheartened after enduring countless years in a pitch-black environment. In this mindset, a peculiar phenomenon transpired. Strange thoughts began to emerge unbidden in his mind. Life and death. What constitutes life and what constitutes death? Should a person who has achieved nothing continue to exist? What defines good and evil? Who determines it? How is it judged? Decades of unaccomplished endeavors. A burden to my parents. You are but a parasitic leech clinging to your elders, feeding on the flesh of the people. While the horse thrives on the night grass, the lean populace sustains the fat. One must be self-serving, lest heaven's wrath befall them. Misfortune seeks only the wretched. The heavens are unjust, though I hail from humble beginnings. I can still die on the battlefield. Fame and fortune are but sorrow. A corpse wrapped in horsehide shall laugh. I am weary. Let it all be obliterated. I am not mad. In his mind, it was as if countless voices murmured and roared. An endless stream of negative emotions overwhelming Xiyi, rendering him speechless. He could only listen in silence. Time stretched on, and he felt as though he had become the very essence that spoke those words. Passively experiencing their lives, the information generated during the universe's annihilation encompassed everything about all sentient beings within it, as well as the essence of the universe itself. Such a colossal torrent of information was difficult for even Xiyi to bear. After an indeterminate period, the voices faded away, and Xiyi emerged from that strange state, summoning his spirit with great effort. Suddenly, he beheld the particles he had transformed into, upon reaching a certain threshold of mass. They erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! The great sound of silence, the grand form of formlessness, the eternal path. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse something, to comprehend something, yet also felt as though he had lost something. It was at this moment that he discovered his own path. According to his own conclusions, prior to enduring the Oblivion Ray, he existed in a state of refining essence into energy. What does it mean to refine essence into energy? All actions that absorb energy to strengthen oneself are referred to as refining essence into Qi. Undoubtedly, during this process, the physical body undergoes transformation as it absorbs increasing amounts of energy, for the corporeal form is the very foundation of all existence. The subsequent stage following the refinement of essence into Qi is the transformation of Qi into spirit. However, even after this transformation, one can continue to refine essence into Qi. Both are merely means of cultivation. The refinement of essence into Qi serves as a threshold for all endeavors, after which one may commence the transformation of Qi into spirit upon reaching a certain level. Thus, all actions that absorb energy to enhance one's strength belong to the realm of refining essence into Qi. As for the transformation of Qi into spirit, as Xiyi once said to Caesar, there is no absolute truth in the world. Each individual can forge their own path in cultivation, for everyone possesses a unique journey. Cultivation, after all, is a matter of walking one's own path. Each person is a distinct flower, and identical methods of cultivation cannot yield the same individual. Some may refine essence and achieve merely to achieve basic physical fitness, while Xiyi, who also engages in this practice, is capable of traversing the cosmos and breaking through the barriers of the universe. These are not to be compared. Cultivation is inherently a continuous process of transcending one's own life. How does one transcend? By accumulating energy and fortifying oneself. What is the direction of this transcendence? The transformation of Qi into spirit, which naturally culminates in divinity. The essence of refining essence in a Qi lies in absorbing energy, transforming the body and storing energy. Upon reaching a certain level, One can utilize the refined energy to comprehensively elevate their physical form, thoughts, wisdom, and more. This process is what constitutes the refinement of essence into Qi. The next step is the transformation of Qi into spirit. What is divinity? The divine is characterized by clarity and omnipotence. A true deity possesses complete knowledge and power. The false deity, oneself, crossed out. At this stage, the cultivation largely hinges on personal accumulation, encompassing not only energy, but also life experiences and other forms of accumulation. All means of strengthening oneself, derived from the refinement of essence into Qi, serve as the sustenance for the transformation of Qi into spirit. Though Xiyi has accumulated ample energy and undergone a certain degree of bodily transformation, his experiences are still too shallow. Despite having several decades of earthly life experience, this is evidently insufficient. Lacking an understanding of the suffering of all beings, on what grounds could he aspire to be a revered deity? The requisite experiences for the transformation of Qi into spirit demand one to traverse the myriad facets of existence. Honing both body and will, if he were to adhere to his previous lethargic disposition, it would take an indeterminate time to take this step. Fortunately, he is blessed with profound fortune and has encountered a great benefactor, the pursuer of void, who has provided him with the ascension rocket and the returning to ruins ray. Although this temporarily shattered Xiyi's consciousness, it allowed him to compensate for his past deficiencies. His body, consciousness, thoughts, and all that belongs to Xiyi, even the very concept of his existence, began to transcend silently. Of course, all of this is imperceptible to the pursuer of void civilization. They can only observe that Xiyi, struck by the returning to ruins ray, remained frozen ever since. Were it not for their decades of experience in high positions, having cultivated a considerable degree of subtlety, they would likely have begun to sing and dance by now. They must maintain the decorum of their high-ranking status. If they could uncover the secrets of the other party, it would represent yet another technological breakthrough for the pursuer of void. Deploy a Star Capture-class battleship and bring his body back. General Arthur exclaimed with a smile. The purple cosmic barrier quivered slightly, and a massive battleship emerged, its entire body radiating the distinctive purple-black hue of the pursuer of void civilization. After jumping through multiple spatial dimensions, it materialized above Xiyi. In truth, the technology of spatial transition is not particularly remarkable for the pursuer of void civilization. It is merely costly when used outside the universe. However, compared to Xiyi's body, expending a bit of energy is inconsequential. The Star Capture battleship opened a certain storage compartment, emitting a soft light. This was an artificial gravitational wave. The beam struck Xiyi's body. According to logic, he should have been pulled back into the Star Capture battleship, as its configuration was specifically designed to capture planets. Yet, to the incredulous gazes of General Arthur and the high-ranking officials, the gravitational wave capable of attracting stars had no effect on Xiyi, who remained utterly motionless. What is happening? They exclaimed in astonishment. Xiyi suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he appeared unchanged, a common face clad in a tattered garment, with long hair tied atop his head, resembling an ordinary farmer from ancient times. Glancing at the battleship above, he effortlessly perceived its past and future. After the transformation of Qi into spirit, he now possessed omniscience and omnipotence to a certain extent and within a certain realm. Foreseeing the fate of a battleship was a trivial task. Of course, gazing upon the trajectory of an entire universe through the eons remains a formidable challenge. The matter, energy, and information within the cosmos are overwhelmingly vast. At times, the movement of a single particle can influence the entirety of the universe, with the data and causality involved being exceedingly complex, without actively observing the fate of the pursuer of void civilization. Xiyi inquired, "Can we have a proper discussion now?" In the conference hall, the atmosphere became stagnant, and the smiles of the high-ranking officials froze upon their faces. "Researcher, what is the situation?" someone asked. The researcher manipulated the holographic screen, his face filled with disbelief as he responded. "What is happening? I too wish to understand. I have utilized the computational power of the majority of the transcenders, along with nearly all our idle void-level observatories. Yet I cannot detect his presence. In my calculations, he now appears as if he does not exist. No mass, no energy. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, gazing at the enormous holographic screen in the center of the hall, which projected Xiyi's image. You cannot observe him? Then what is happening here? Are we seeing a ghost? General Arthur's eyes flickered. How many returning to ruins rays do we have left? One of the high-ranking officials replied. Only 4 remain. The energy required to artificially create one is excessively vast. My lord, there are still chapters to come. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the latter part is even more thrilling. General Arthur suggested. The conference hall settled into silence. Even Judge Alfred did not voice any opposition. This elderly man with graying hair appeared lost in thought. Why don't we use more powerful and formidable weapons? Someone inquired. The crowd regarded him with knowing expressions. The man's face flushed with embarrassment. We do have options, but the cost is too great. It pales in comparison to the returning to ruins ray. With 4 returning to ruins rays, filled with the hopes of the pursuer of Void's high-ranking officials, they surged towards Xiyi. Xiyi frowned. If the information contained in the previous returning to ruins rays resembled the primordial chaos of the universe, the current rays felt as though someone had crafted 4 oversized firecrackers from the refuse of a toilet. The damage was minimal and purely a mental assault, having already embarked on the process of transforming Xiyi into spirit. If the entire cosmos's information were to flood his mind simultaneously, he would indeed be overwhelmed. However, if it were merely a torrent of information attacking him, it would have little effect at this stage. Furthermore, these 4 returning to ruins rays were nothing more than the refuse of information manufactured by the pursuer of Void civilization, devoid of the will of the entire universe. Their relentless and ineffective assaults began to test Xiyi's patience. Even if you are my great benefactor, you cannot wield your kindness as a form of coercion, can you? He resolved to break through the cosmic barrier and seek an earnest discussion with him. Just then, a pitch-black universe, radiating a cheerful wave, drifted over. Xiyi was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the previously near-silent universe? Why not remain in place to conserve its lifespan, only to drift over here? The high-ranking officials of the pursuer of Void civilization paled as they beheld this dark universe on the holographic screen. Not them again. A general's countenance was clouded with discontent. Perhaps we could divert the misfortune elsewhere. Someone suddenly proposed. For a technologically advanced civilization, comprehensible attacks pose no significant threat. In the realm of scientific progress, as long as one can understand, there exists the potential for countermeasures. The sole fear of such civilizations lies in the assault from the unknown, for the unknown brings forth insurmountable challenges. Conversely, within the realm of the fantastical, as long as one continuously enhances oneself, any form of attack can be faced without trepidation, at the very least ensuring self-preservation. By perpetually elevating one's own tier, one can ultimately confront all adversities. Should one fail to achieve this, it merely indicates a lack of strength. The civilization of the Void Seekers, a highly advanced entity capable of traversing universes and having devoured others, has undoubtedly explored various realms that are in conflicts with other universes. Victories lead to absorption, while defeats result in retreating back to their own domain, where the advantage of home ground renders them unafraid. However, in their explorations, this peculiar universe, imbued with an eerie sense of joy, has become their most loathed domain. The forms of attack from this realm are beyond their comprehension. While fear may not be the predominant sentiment, the war against this universe leaves the Void Seekers feeling repulsed. In direct confrontations, they often emerge victorious. Yet, during battles, certain individuals inexplicably descend into madness, unable to distinguish friend from foe, and some undergo grotesque transformations, becoming inhuman entities. Most disturbingly, such transformations are contagious. Moreover, everything within this universe brims with a certain bizarre essence, rendering even retrieved resources suspicious, as one can never be certain whether they might metamorphose into strange entities adorned with tentacles. At times, soldiers engaged in combat unknowingly take on the forms of their adversaries, leading to an exceedingly high aversion to warfare within this universe. The territories conquered yield resources of no utility. while they must remain vigilant against the bizarre contamination. Fortunately, this strange universe does not exhibit aggressive tendencies. Otherwise, the Void Seekers would have to contemplate abandoning this territory. Xiyi furrowed his brow as he gazed upon this strange universe, its peculiar means of communication lingering in his memory, particularly the so-called core of the primal universe, with its chaotic and frenzied existence, caused him great discomfort. However, considering it is a universe on the brink of extinction, such phenomena seem somewhat understandable. As the bizarre universe entered the battlefield, a colossal blue eye, reminiscent of a cat's, suddenly emerged from the inky blackness of the cosmic wall, blinking rhythmically. In an instant, a torrent of chaotic information surged forth towards Xiyi and the Void Seekers. Greetings! This is the message received by Xiyi, which, after his rudimentary processing, transformed into coherent information. Azathoth sends his regards. Xiyi's brow furrowed deeper. The Void Seekers also received this message, causing chaos within the conference hall. Activate the highest level filtering protocols. Quickly, initiate the first defense procedures. Commence first level combat readiness. Alert! A living planet in the southern domain of the Kardar civilization is undergoing mutations. Stop the chatter. Activate the annihilation cannon and reduce that planet to cosmic dust. After a lengthy period, the conference hall finally quieted, with an array of grim faces. This bizarre universe merely extended a greeting, yet resulted in the loss of over 20 living planets and countless others developing unsettling tentacles. What is wrong with the Research Institute? After all these years, have they not devised any countermeasures? Someone began a question. We have sailed smoothly for years. Expecting anything from those indulged in comfort is futile. It would be more prudent to hope they recruit a few more well-proportioned receptionists. Came a derisive response. Chief Judge Alfred inhaled deeply and stated solemnly, reduce the resource supply to the Research Institute by half each natural year. If no new results are forthcoming, resources will diminish annually. As the dominant civilization of the universe, the Void Seekers place an unimaginable emphasis on technological development. Correspondingly, the privileges of the Research Institute, as the embodiment of the entire civilization, are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. This decision bears both advantages and disadvantages, the most significant drawback being that, without pressure, many within the Institute have lost their ambition. There was no dissent against Chief Judge Alfred's resolution. Cutting the Institute's resources in half merely meant more for other departments, a S for ambition, a jest for who truly possesses much of it. Resources are paramount. Observing the reactions of those present, Chief Judge Alfred let out a slight sigh. He could not alter this situation, nor did he possess the strength to do so. That a civilization evolves from tribal times, to slavery, to feudalism, and finally to its current state. The hardships endured along this journey are not for outsiders to comprehend. Must we regress to the past? At the very least, the Void Seekers seem to be heading in that direction, with external pressures alleviated and the threats to the universe meticulously concealed by the higher-ups. An increasing number of parasites have emerged within the civilization, various conglomerates, waving the banner of civilization, along with the higher-ups who appear loyal, resemble the many tribes of the tribal era. Humanity is not perpetually advancing. At least some refuse to. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue experiencing the captivating content, for advancing further implies the resurgence of certain deliberately marginalized issues, and it entails that some individuals must relinquish their power. Yet, if I enjoy privileges that you cannot attain, why should I relinquish them to be equal to you? Just because you are a commoner? Your weakness justifies your claims? Not everyone is deserving of the title human, nor is everyone clad in human skin truly human. Self-interest is humanity's most primal trait, even surpassing the instinct for reproduction, the notion of universal harmony. How exceedingly difficult! All of this is easily understood by those willing to ponder. Alfred is acutely aware. He was once a passionate youth with noble ideals, yet now, to share the same light and dust, all for civilization, is not shameful. The second wave of greetings from the strange universe of Azathoth arrived, but Xiyi felt as though a gentle breeze had brushed past him. The Void Seekers had prepared adequately. and fortunately, no losses occurred. "Hello, Azathoth." Although Xiyi felt a slight discomfort, he responded politely, "I am Xiyi." Azathoth transmitted a wave of cheerful emotions. Xiyi's expression turned peculiar. After a moment of silence, he advised, "Azathoth, although your life is nearing its end, the Tao encompasses 50, and to evade one is to find a path. The heavens do not forsake anyone. How can you abandon yourself to despair?" Xiyi, exasperated, watched as the entity known as Azathoth swayed and hummed an eerie tune while departing. Through their brief exchange, Xiyi understood that Azathoth had merely come to extend a greeting and see if there was any amusement to be found. Now that the greeting was exchanged and no entertainment was in sight, Azathoth took his leave, mentioning he was off to take an PAS for nearing the end of his life. A jest. For those who seek amusement rarely concern themselves with such matters. Dedicating limited life to boundless joy allows one to experience pleasures beyond the grasp of others. The Void Seekers had no intention of preventing Azathoth's departure, nor did they harbor any desire to attack him. They were eager for this troublemaker to vacate the premises. With the departure of Azathoth, the atmosphere between Xiyi and the Void Seeker civilization suddenly grew somewhat awkward. The conflict between the two stemmed from Xiyi's desire to breach the cosmic barrier in search of philosophical discourse, which led to a confrontation upon being discovered. Naturally, Xiyi refrained from launching an offensive due to his own impolite actions. Subsequently, the opposing side presented him with a magnificent gift, enabling his successful transformation, which momentarily disrupted the ambience created by Azathoth's universe, further dissuading him from taking any action. Meanwhile, the rulers of the Void Seeker civilization found themselves in a state of perplexity. Initially, they believed Xiyi to be a fool for attempting to attack the cosmic barrier, but after a brief exchange, they discerned that he appeared to be a decent individual. After all, in their understanding, no one would willingly antagonize a civilization perched atop the cosmic hierarchy for the sake of a so-called compatriot. They had even entertained the notion of exploiting his character against him, only to realize that the jester was, in fact, themselves. The kindness exhibited by Xiyi was rooted in his godlike capabilities. For Xiyi, he had wronged no one. What harm was there in extending a modicum of goodwill? If he had not shown kindness, how would he have known that the Void Seekers possessed something as magnificent as a promotion rocket? Besides, as an ordinary mortal, could he truly cleave through the cosmos from beginning to end? What difference would that make for madness? No one would consider madness a compliment, would they? It is the possession of the most fundamental virtues of kindness that truly defines a person. Is there anything amiss with being human? Regardless, Xiyi saw nothing wrong with it. General Arthur stroked his beard, casting a tentative glance at the foremost Alfred, and inquired, "Shall we launch an attack?" After a moment of contemplation, Alfred turned his gaze towards the researcher. "Mr. Koval, I would like to hear your opinion." The researcher, now possessing his own name, Koval, hesitated as he stroked his balding head. The abilities we currently know of the opponent include energy erasure, the capacity to communicate with us while disregarding language. And based on our interactions with that peculiar universe, it seems their intellect is exceptionally advanced. Furthermore, given their ability to traverse between universes freely, they likely possess a physique of formidable strength, at least equivalent to the C960 Eternal Alloy. And we cannot dismiss the possibility that they possess other powerful means that we have already revealed some of our own capabilities before them, yet we know virtually nothing about them. Thus, I advise against launching another attack. He added, at least until we comprehend the nature of our opponent, we should refrain from further aggression. His words garnered some support, though others remained expressionless. Alfred nodded and turned to General Arthur. "General Arthur, how much longer can the defense team hold out?" Arthur replied impassively, "If no new resources are found, we can last approximately 42 years. To be precise, that is 42 natural years, in the temporal perception of the Void Seeker civilization. A natural year corresponds to the duration it takes for their home planet to complete one orbit around its star, while rotation of the planet constitutes 1 day, according to the atomic ground state of a certain rare element. The transition occurring between two ultra-fine energy levels generates electromagnetic waves at specific intervals, with 1 second being a particular multiple of that period, amounting to approximately 86,400 seconds in a day. This understanding appears to be universally applicable across all human-dominated universes. A year in the Void Seeker civilization spans 380 days. Long ago, they overexploited their home planet's resources, even extracting vast amounts of geothermal energy, resulting in a deceleration of the planet's orbital velocity. When they unified their planetary time units, the orbital speed had already settled at 380 days, and despite later efforts to replenish resources from other celestial bodies. This situation could not be altered in this era of advanced technology. After the administration of genetic serums, the natural lifespan of an ordinary individual ranges between 300 to 500 years, while the elite, despite enjoying privileges unattainable by the common folk, cannot exceed a lifespan of 800 years. Theoretically, with the injection of genetic serums and certain surgical procedures, immortality could be achieved. Yet theory remains theory, and, as carbon-based life forms, including their brains, organs inevitably succumb to aging. The oldest among the elite is merely over 300 years, theoretically allowing them another 400 years of life. The longer one lives, the more one fears death. They certainly do not wish for their lives to cease in 42 years. Upon Arthur's declaration, a wave of uproar erupted in the assembly. General Arthur, is your military truly this inept? Countless resources are allocated to the military each year. And this is the result. Chairman, I propose a thorough investigation into the military. Agreed, indeed. Do you believe the military is easy to bully? Our soldiers are already tightening their belts to survive. How dare you investigate us? You. Arthur slammed the table forcefully. If you wish to investigate, then let us investigate all together. Everyone present shall be scrutinized. Anyone who violates the law shall be punished to the fullest extent. Upon uttering these words, the assembly fell silent, and the implications were understood by all. Alfred coughed lightly, attempting to defuse the tension. The military has exerted its utmost efforts. We need to be understanding. We are currently facing our most challenging moment and must unite as one. The military and civilian officials exchanged glances, each letting out a disdainful snort. Alfred rubbed his forehead and suggested, I propose we intensify our reconnaissance efforts in the Onnesis universe. This requires careful planning from the military. Arthur gestured towards Xiyi in the holographic display, but he has never sought to oppose us. He merely wishes to prevent us from resorting to force. Alfred waved his hand dismissively. Moreover, we are merely conducting reconnaissance. Simultaneously, Arthur and several military leaders frowned. Alfred continued, perhaps we could attempt to engage with this good individual, based on the powers he has displayed. He might be able to assist us, he may not necessarily help us. Came a dissenting voice. Reaching out is not a bad thing. Alfred, the presiding chairman, made a decisive statement, emphasizing, he is a good person. The others instantly grasped the sentiment. Politicians at times have a remarkably flexible moral compass. We apologize for keeping you waiting, my lord. The holographic projection materialized before Xiyi, revealing Alfred's aged visage. Xiyi, with a bemused smile, inquired, have you come to a consensus? We are merely deliberating on how best to approach your esteemed self. Alfred replied, what is your stance now? Xiyi asked. The reason we have waged war against other universes is also out of necessity. Alfred explained, you may observe our universe below, and you will understand. Previously I was unaware, but now I need not look. Xiyi waved his hand dismissively. All things in existence, including the universe, possess their own destinies. To defy fate may not ensure success. Alfred paused momentarily. Indeed, our universe has long reached the brink of extinction, yet every being has the right to pursue life. It is inconceivable for us to remain idle. We equally believe that our universe shall not willingly succumb to extinction. In the midst of this discourse, Xiyi had inexplicably appeared beneath the universe of the Void Chasers. This realm, tenfold the size of an ordinary universe, was overshadowed by darkness more terrifying than that of a black hole. It was a vast, inky void, ceaselessly expanding at an accelerating pace, as boundless matter around it was transformed into mere specks of dust, gradually dissolving into nothingness. Surrounding this great abyss, countless robots were relentlessly casting immeasurable material into its depths, attempting to decelerate the expansion of the void. Through Xiyi's observations, it was evident that the lifespan of this universe had long reached its terminus. The dissipation of matter had become irreversible. The Void Chaser civilization, persistently engaged in warfare, sought to engulf other universes, hoping to fill the void left by the disappearance of matter in their own universe. To Xiyi, this endeavor resembled a futile struggle against fate, yet it appeared they had not succeeded. As they consumed other universes and acquired boundless resources, they inadvertently increased the size of their own universe, necessitating an ever greater influx of material. One day, the pace at which the Void Chaser civilization could replenish their resources would inevitably fall behind the expansion of the void. In essence, the plight of the Void Chasers was akin to dancing upon a tightrope. A single misstep could lead to a plunge into the boiling oil below. "You are merely drinking poison to quench your thirst," Xiyi remarked, shaking his head. Alfred responded, "Even knowing that we are consuming poison, we have no other choice. Your Excellency Xiyi, you are a good person. Out of respect for you, we can refrain from forcefully conquering the Deities world, but we cannot allow this universe to disintegrate into mere dust. Thus, we hope to transfer all life from this universe to the Deities world, and we implore you not to impede this migration." The idea of migrating all life was not a sudden inspiration for Alfred. It had been a decision made by the Void Chaser civilization upon discovering the vast void. However, regrettably, not all universes were suitable for their migration. Humans are indeed formidable beings, possessing remarkable adaptability, yet in certain respects, they are exceedingly fragile that a hasty relocation could lead to their demise due to an inhospitable environment. Perhaps some could adapt, but certainly not the elderly. The Deities universe was one of the only two realms they had discovered to be suitable for migration. The previous universe they encountered was inhabited by a fiercely tenacious civilization that nearly ignited their entire universe in a desperate attempt to drag the invaders down with them upon realizing they could not withstand the assault. Xiyi shook his head. "I am merely an outsider. Matters of such magnitude as migrating civilizations should not be discussed with me." Alfred was taken aback. "As for the Deities universe, I too am merely a guest." How could a guest presume to make decisions for the host? Xiyi smiled faintly and gestured towards the distant Deities universe. "You ought to confer with the denizens there." For a moment, Alfred found it difficult to grasp Xiyi's intentions. The value of a universe is beyond estimation, representing boundless resources in the eyes of both Alfred and the entire Void Chaser civilization. Everything boiled down to the survival of the fittest. He could hardly believe that an existence like Xiyi could genuinely be a good person. Nor did he trust that Xiyi truly lacked authority. It could only be said that their thoughts were not aligned. Xiyi cast his gaze upon the cosmos, suddenly exclaiming, "You people are not so different after all." Alfred remained silent. Where there are people, there is oppression. The harshest treatment comes from one's own kind. Xiyi's gaze penetrated the violet cosmic barrier, observing the opulent elite, the impeccably dressed so-called gentlemen, the ordinary workers laboring in military factories, and then shifting his focus to the so-called criminals struggling to survive on various desolate planets, and even witnessing the truly nefarious individuals who, despite transgressions, roamed freely on one particular exile planet. The life stories of these so-called criminals unfolded before Xiyi's eyes. That a wife was seized, and the husband was falsely accused and branded a criminal. Wealth was usurped, with no recourse for appeal, leading to criminalization. Some committed heinous acts, truly deserving of the title criminal. Others took lives for pleasure, meriting the death penalty, yet were released after a few years, only to be reinstated. Some indulged in the wives and daughters of others, aided by their families, and were exiled for a year. Others killed 10 innocent civilians, receiving only a 30-day exile. Xiyi observed with a sardonic smile. Of the 10 criminals, 7 were coerced into confessions. One was merely a privileged individual on a leisure trip, and a mere 2 faced minor consequences for their grave offenses, while those truly deserving of punishment were exceedingly rare. Aside from the level of technological advancement, it appeared to pale in comparison to his homeland. Was it the advancement of technology that had diminished human morality, or was it simply the essence of human nature? Xiyi had no desire to ponder this question. For reasons unknown, Alfred suddenly felt his heart race, sensing that something ominous was about to occur. However, this feeling was fleeting, and he dismissed it from his mind. "Are you the supreme leader of the Void Chasers?" Xiyi inquired. "Indeed," Alfred replied. "What significance lies in the term Void Chaser? It bears no special meaning. What is your perspective on human nature?" Alfred, cautious and contemplative, responded, "I believe human nature is fundamentally good. Although mistakes may occur, they are rarely intentional." This response was crafted with Xiyi's character in mind. Xiyi fell silent for a moment, then asked, "What is your view on the common folk?" Alfred was momentarily taken aback. The cornerstone of civilization, Xiyi regarded him with a sigh. Merely superficial words. Alfred was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. After a lengthy pause, Xiyi inquired again, "How does your civilization compare to theirs?" As he spoke, a wave of his hand summoned a luminescent screen that displayed the state of the human race in the Deities world. After observing for a while, Alfred replied, "In terms of the progression of civilization, they remain far behind us, entrenched in a distant past, and thus cannot possibly compare to our advancements." Xiyi remained noncommittal. "Look again, more closely." Alfred furrowed his graying brows and scrutinized the scene once more. "Indeed, they cannot compare to us, for our civilization has embraced a democratic system. According to sociological theories of development, they must endure feudalism and a series of painful reforms before achieving democracy, while we have long traversed this path." This implied that they were unworthy of comparison. Xiyi scrutinized Alfred, the highest leader of the Void Chaser civilization, until the intensity of his gaze induced a sense of unease. With a sigh, Xiyi remarked, "You people are truly uninteresting." Perhaps the prolonged elevation of thought had caused Alfred to overlook certain crucial aspects, or perhaps he simply did not wish to voice them. In any case, Xiyi found himself utterly disinterested in the Void Chaser civilization. "You are all the same," he said cryptically, gesturing towards the direction of Anisis before turning away. Alfred was left in silence for a long while, feeling as though he had engaged in a futile exchange with Xiyi. As he deactivated the luminescent screen, a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes, and he addressed the eager elite below. "Proceed with the plan. If necessary, we may utilize certain resources within." The implications of his words sent a shiver through the ranks of the elite. Xiyi returned to his modest dwelling, gazing at the familiar scenery, rendered speechless for an extended time. Eventually, he found solace in a smile. "As an outsider, why should I ponder so deeply?" He retrieved his fishing rod, baited the hook, and began to fish, meanwhile, within the Genesis temple. Anisis employed divine techniques to observe the peculiar armored individuals from the neighboring realm, suddenly sensing a profound disturbance, his expression darkening. "This is an egregious affront, an intolerable insult. Do they take me for a fool, coming and going as they please?" He drew forth his long sword, shouting, "It is all that scoundrel's fault. No one shall stop me. I shall confront that insolent fool in a battle to the death." He observed the scouts of the Void Chasers swaggering into this universe, leading him to believe that Xiyi had set a poor precedent. Otherwise, such rudeness from the Void Chasers would be inconceivable. The two enchanting maidens remained utterly unfazed, cradling their teacups and savoring their drinks with deliberate grace. Indeed, the creations of that mortal emperor exuded an undeniable charm. Despite Ignacious's prolonged outburst, no one intervened to curtail his antics, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed as he questioned the two maidens. "Why do you not stop me?" The maidens replied, "We cannot." Ignatius, for reasons unknown, found himself unusually restrained, refraining from expressing his ire. Ever since his amicable exchange with Xiyi in front of the two maidens, it seemed that his standing within the Genesis temple had subtly diminished. In Ignatius's world, it was the 30th year of Caesar's reign. The now middle-aged Caesar sat upon his throne, his expression impassive and his demeanor exuding authority as he regarded the bowing minister of internal affairs, Wilson Gauss. After years of governance, he had systematically eliminated the disobedient nobility, akin to harvesting chives, replacing them with compliant ones. In this world, the only thing in surplus was the hope of ascending to nobility. Initially, he had contemplated abolishing the aristocratic system, But alas, it was too deeply entrenched. Such a transformation would require decades, if not centuries, of effort. Compared to the so-called feudal system, he realized that the nobility resembled a grotesque form of slavery. Even with the advantages of being a transmigrator coupled with a system, altering such a world proved to be an arduous task. Nonetheless, he had not been idle. More than half of the current nobility owed their rise to his support, meaning the new aristocrats were, in essence, his allies. Through lucrative dealings with the orc race, he had achieved great success, acquiring 23 cultivation methods for 50,000 tons of meat and various mineral resources, alongside fruitful exchanges with the aquatic and elven races. Suddenly, the Minister of Internal Affairs broke into a cold sweat. Caesar raised an eyebrow. Gauss, who had failed to secure trade agreements with the elven race, trembled as he scrutinized the report in his hands. His eyes bloodshot with rage directed towards those below. The elven court had derided the envoy he sent, uttering scornful remarks. Caesar raised his hand, silencing Gauss. "You are just like these nobles," he scoffed. "Only when your hands and feet are restrained do you truly grasp the essence of reverence. And when they are, you transform into seemingly loyal hounds." Gauss hung his head, drenched in sweat, yet dared not move. The emperor harbored a deep disdain for the nobility, save for those who were dutiful. Yet, in the previous empire, such dutiful nobles were non-existent. The new nobility, supported by the emperor, were hardly paragons of virtue. To expect a rabble of pretenders to act with integrity was sheer folly. Did they not realize that the greatest malice toward humanity emanated from humanity itself? It is human nature to fear the strong and oppress the weak. In this world, no one dared to challenge the powerful. At least, Caesar had yet to encounter anyone with such courage. Once the commoners ascended, they would not become champions of justice. They would merely turn their blades upon their former brethren. Gauss represented the old aristocratic powers that, of course, the emperor's retention of them was not born out of fear of rebellion. After all, Gauss had served as Minister of Internal Affairs for over a decade. The emperor desired nothing more than balance, amassing strength until he could dismantle the aristocratic system, in the realm of ultimate power. The epic-level strength wielded by the emperor surpassed that of all the nobles combined. Such a situation would incite rebellion. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Gauss trembled as he beheld Caesar descending from the throne. Upon reaching him, he heard the emperor's decree: inform the nobles to relocate their private armies to the elven borders. Gauss nearly lost his composure. "Your Majesty, what sustains this noble system? Is it wealth? Is it land? While these may hold significance, the core essence is the private armies of each noble. That a noble without a private army is but a lamb waiting for slaughter. Only those with private armies deserve the title of nobility. If the nobles send their armies to the elven borders, they mustn't even dare to imagine the repercussions. Those proud long ears will undoubtedly perceive it as a provocation and retaliate." How formidable were the elves? Gauss could not say, but he understood that their private armies were merely fodder for the elves' amusement. Should they lose their private armies? Gauss cast a furtive glance at the emperor before him, questioning whether this was a scheme of the emperor. Caesar, hands clasped behind his back, approached the palace entrance, turning his back to Gauss as he spoke nonchalantly. "In these years, if any noble has violated imperial law, let them take the lead. For those commoners guilty of serious crimes, let them follow behind. To die on the battlefield is my greatest mercy. Starting tomorrow, execute the newly amended laws. Nobles who break the law shall be punished alongside commoners. Abolish the entire system of indulgences. Let those in the temples take heed. Abolish slavery and restore the identities of those with clean records to that of normal citizens. Arrest former slave owners and send them into the death squads. All males over the age of 15 and their families shall likewise join the death squads. Females aged 15 to 40 shall be sent to newly established factories. Females under 15 shall be sent to imperial academies to learn proper conduct. Any who break the law shall face legal consequences." Gauss's frail frame trembled more violently with each command issued by Caesar. He understood that this wise and formidable emperor was ultimately preparing to act against them. Yet he felt powerless to intervene, and the nobility was even less capable of resistance. Time slipped away before Caesar completed his decree, turning to face his Minister of Internal Affairs with a smirk that bordered on mockery. I have waited 17 years. He paused, addressing them as vermin. Farewell, insects. In the face of the emperor's almost insulting words, Gauss dared not express any dissatisfaction, bowing his head in reverence as he exited the palace. Upon returning to the harem, the plump and gentle Empress Chris draped a thick cloak over Caesar. Rest well. You are the emperor now. Why toil for such extended hours? She urged. Caesar scrutinized the woman who had been by his side for over 30 years. She was no beauty. Her corpulent form and graying hair were not particularly appealing, and she had not borne him a son or a daughter throughout these years. Yet, did any of this truly matter? Did beauty hold significance for Caesar? As long as he hinted at his desires, the most stunning women of humanity would line up for his selection. With his current prowess, living a millennium posed no challenge. Having 10 beautiful women a day was hardly an impossibility. However, such indulgence would yield no benefits and might hinder his cultivation, especially in a world where deities existed. Without strength, all was but illusion. The real concern lay in the fact that the empress had not provided him with an heir. An emperor without an heir would inevitably affect the mindset of his ministers and the stability of the nation. Yet, with an heir, the possibility of purging the remnants of the past and abolishing the aristocratic system would become unattainable. For once he had a child, he would become the greatest noble of the empire. His existence would lose its significance. Only he could navigate the choices that lay ahead. Most importantly, Empress Chris was a virtuous woman, making her the best choice for a nation and for him. The forest god Xiyi, a deity of immense power, ranked just below the 13 supreme gods in the divine realm. In the realm of gods, there existed no distinction of gender, nor any fixed form. At times, they manifest in human form, while at other times, they take on the guise of beasts. On occasion, even a stone or a blade of grass may serve as the embodiment of a certain deity. In the world of Xiyi, the deities do not possess singular roles. For instance, the god of the forest also embodies the spirit of flora and the god of the wilderness, among others, though the dominion of the forest god occupies a significant portion of their divine essence. In the present eyes of Xiyi, the world of Xiyi holds no secrets, for he is already aware of the impending arrival of this forest god. He even comprehends the myriad thoughts swirling within the heart of this formidable divine entity. Yet such knowledge does not hinder his preparations of sweet and sour carp for the forest goddess. Please take a seat. Xiyi graciously gestured towards the table, presenting the dish. Xiyi smiled faintly, awkwardly grasping the chopsticks to lift a piece of fish in her mouth. After a brief moment of chewing, her expression shifted, and she forced herself to swallow. Oh, delicious. She managed a smile, albeit a strained one. Xiyi returned her smile and remarked, every region nurtures its own people. The nature of the world gives rise to its own creations. The fish from his pond, certainly, was not true carp, even though it bore a resemblance. Utilizing a method for preparing sweet and sour carp on another kind of fish, he was no master chef. After all, how could it possibly taste good? Xiyi's smile faltered further. Heaven nourishes all beings, yet mortals seldom repay the heavens. Xiyi chuckled. This phrase suggests that while the world nurtures all sentient beings, those beings seldom consider how to repay the world. What are your thoughts on this? Xiyi's expression darkened, a flicker of anger igniting within her. Your Excellency, Before she could finish, Xiyi waved his hand, sending her away. When Xiyi regained her senses, she found herself transported to the elven royal court. Right beside the elven mother tree she had once planted herself. Stunned for a moment, she gritted her teeth. Despicable mortal, she thought, believing Xiyi to be feigning profundity, deliberately uttering nonsensical words. That mortal said nothing and simply sent me away. And the dish he prepared was fit for a dog. Did Xiyi truly say nothing? How could that be? His hints had been crystal clear. For the lofty deities, the most pressing issue facing the world of Xiyi was the incursion of the Void Chaser civilization. As the creator god of Xiyi, he was certainly disinclined to cede territory, unwilling to allow the Void Chasers to migrate into this realm. Yet he could not overpower them. Not to mention, The Void Chaser's Ruins ray was enough to give him quite the headache. Of course, the Void Chasers were also facing significant challenges. Their cosmic lifespans had reached their limits, and the most effective solution was to seek a new universe. Traditionally, they would not waste words with Deities. But the current situation was different. With Xiyi standing there, his attitude somewhat ambiguous, they had to tread carefully. Both parties faced considerable dilemmas, each wary of the other. In such circumstances, the creator god Deities' first instinct would undoubtedly be to seek external aid. Naturally, Xiyi, with whom he had previously engaged in amicable discourse, became his chosen ally. After all, through his observations, he had concluded that this fellow was indeed a good person. Thus, he discreetly entrusted the task of courting Xiyi to the forest goddess, for she was his most obedient and trusted daughter. This led to the subsequent events as for Xiyi's claim that Xiyi was pretending to be profound. It was evident that his preparation of a rather unpalatable dish conveyed a clear rejection. Furthermore, his later remarks indicated to Xiyi that this was your world. If you do not contemplate how to aid your own realm, but instead seek external assistance, who, in truth, possesses divinity, yourselves or this outsider? Perhaps this sentiment was the source of Xiyi's wrath. Perhaps she understood, yet chose not to reveal her comprehension. After Xiyi departed, Xiyi reached for the fish on the plate, walking to the edge of the pond, and tossed it in it. The moment the fish hit the water, it sprang back to life, transforming into a lively, complete fish. Xiyi smiled faintly, retracted his fishing rod, and returned indoors, in the divine realm. Upon receiving news of Xiyi's transformation, she frowned and then voluntarily made her way to the creator god's temple. Deities sat upon his throne, exuding an air of authority. "Xiyi, my daughter," he asked sternly, "what news do you bring?" The other party remained silent. "It is of no consequence," Xiyi replied coolly. "Leave," Deities huffed. Xiyi nodded and exited the creator god's temple. The moment she left, Deities' expression soured. "Despicable mortal. You truly have no shame." In truth, he could only grumble a few words. After Xiyi's departure, her brow gradually furrowed. One of the powerful deities directly created by the creator god Deities, her strength may not rival that of the greatest divine powers. Yet her wisdom was certainly not lacking. Thus, she could sense some of her father's emotions. As the day began to dawn, Xiyi rose, retrieving his handwritten copy of the Tao Te Ching for a careful study. The original manuscript, gifted by his master, had become inaccessible upon arriving in this world. Yet even his handwritten version provided him with insights each time he read it. It was only when the sun reached its zenith that he began to meditate. Meticulously sorting through his learnings, that he had long since ceased to require food, nor did he desire it. Since this world was not his birthplace, even consuming a grain of rice here would tie him to its karmic web. Gifting a book to Caesar had already proven troublesome. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from disturbing any aspect of this world, including the very air. He remained in meditation until the sun set, then gradually rose to stretch his limbs before entering the house. That a flash of green light illuminated the doorway, revealing a breathtaking beauty, Xiyi's incarnation, imbued with wisdom. She politely knocked on the door. "Please come in." Upon entering, she found Xiyi seated, engrossed in a book filled with unfamiliar characters. Perhaps due to her enhanced wisdom, she gazed at the book in fascination for a moment before speaking. "I apologize for my abrupt visit." Xiyi nodded in acknowledgement. "I come at the behest of my father," Xiyi stated. The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward. "My father merely instructed me to cultivate a rapport with you." Beyond that, he said little, she admitted, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Was she to inquire if he had dined? Her purpose for coming was merely to gather some information, yet Xiyi offered no engagement. The scene shifts back a few days. Deities, in a fit of rage, glared at the uninvited guests who had stealthily infiltrated his temple. As the creator god, he was well aware of their origins. "You wretched mortals," he roared, sweeping his sword to slay one among them. Just as he prepared to strike again, he suddenly halted. Before him stood a resolute leader clad in distinctive military garb, clutching an object resembling a chip. This item sent a wave of foreboding through him. "Lord Deities, I believe we should have a serious discussion, the leader declared. Despicable mortal, you are unworthy to speak with me. Xiyi pointed a finger, instantly reducing the chip to ashes and even causing one of the leader's arms to disintegrate into dust. The excruciating pain caused veins to bulge on the leader's forehead, yet he endured the agony, maintaining his composure as he replied, "Your destruction of a void chip is futile. We possess countless such devices. Greetings to you. Surely you would not wish for the void chip to detonate within your realm, would you? Ah, you the lowly Xiyi. I am Captain Haigobe of the 1st Legion of the Void Seekers. Under the command of the illustrious Digote Battle Squad, extending my salutations to you." Xiyi's countenance turned a shade of iron. "I in the divine realm. The Lord of the Skies, Helviel, suddenly received an oracle from the Father God, urging the deities to seek opportunities to disseminate divine proclamations in the mortal realm, even to manifest some avatars. This left him somewhat bewildered, yet he relayed the Father's message. Coincidentally, it seemed that the human populace in the lower realm had recently exhibited signs of unrest. Ding! The current world has undergone a shift in its timeline. Please be advised, host. The slumbering Caesar heard the system's alert, quietly rising from his repose and exiting the chamber. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "The current universe is intersecting with others. It would be prudent for you to remain vigilant," the system elucidated. "Intersecting? What is the nature of the opposing force?" "A god-level civilization known as the Void Seekers. Your world does harbor deities, yet it appears that, in certain negotiations, the gods of this realm are at a disadvantage." Caesar's gaze flickered. At such a juncture, this revelation was decidedly unfavorable for him. After all, it was only recently that he had resolved to take action against the elven race, although the presence of deities had significantly restrained many of his methods. In the collision of these two universes, their existence was indispensable. If the deities were to falter, what are our odds of victory?" he inquired. "Approximately 12, though this figure is not entirely reliable," the system replied. "What?" Caesar was taken aback. This outcome astonished him, prompting his mind to race. "System, how many epic-level warriors can a deity contend with?" "Host, I must remind you that the deities of this world are extraordinary. Their power surpasses your imagination." "Speak." Caesar gritted his teeth. "A deity of feeble combat prowess, when exerting their full strength, could potentially contend with around 15 hosts and approximately 4,000 gray. The foremost warrior under Caesar had lived for 350 years and was an epic pinnacle fighter." As soon as the system's words fell, Caesar was left dumbfounded. One weak deity could vanquish 4,000 grays. It seemed that his plan to overwhelm the deity with sheer numbers was futile. What was the point of this endeavor? A single weak deity could annihilate all life in the world of Xiyi. No wonder the system spoke of the deities in this world as being unique. Now, it was clear that even the weaker divine powers, let alone the greater and supreme ones, were beyond his capacity to bear. In summary, he ought to abandon any thoughts of opposing the deities. Please note, my intention is not to suggest that 4,000 grays could defeat a weak deity. It merely indicates that they could exhaust the deity's divine energy. The system delivered a jarring blow, leaving him feeling dazed. If deities were so formidable, how powerful could the so-called Void Seeker civilization be? He mused. Host need not worry. There are indeed avenues available to you. Huh. Caesar was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing. Consider this. Sometimes, seeking the protection of a more powerful ally is a viable strategy. A strategy, after much contemplation, a spark ignited in his eyes. My compatriots still in the vicinity? He departed over a decade ago. Caesar felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. However, he returned not long ago. The system added, "Be why the stars, you wretched star," Caesar cursed vehemently. Unyielding, the system retaliated. "Based on your household registration, I will counterattack using your family tree as a radius." After a considerable interval, Caesar took a sip of tea to soothe his throat. Frowning as he inquired, "Can my compatriot provide adequate protection?" "What is his standing? He can certainly shield you. Do you think he entered this realm by mere chance? How did he manage that? He can slice through the cosmic veil. The creator god of this world is helpless against him. Would you question his capability to shield? Good heavens! Your compatriot must be a marvel. The tale does not end here. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. How dare you speak to me in such a manner, as if I were your half-brother? You insolent star! The church of the god of wealth rejoiced as the statue shimmered with golden light. From this day forth, a substantial accumulation of resources shall commence. In due time, the enlightened hierarchy's eyes transformed into symbols of currency. The church of the Lord of Radiance proclaimed, "My brilliance shall illuminate the earth. The light of my master shall shine forth." The church of the Lord of Thunder declared, "With thunder we shall shatter the darkness." The church of the Lord of Life asserted, "As long as others live, I shall not suffer." The church of the Lord of Struggle proclaimed, "Wherever I tread, victory is assured. In my presence, foes shall surely falter." The Supreme Council of the Void Seekers reminded all, "Remember, our aim is not to instigate large-scale warfare. The weaponry carried by our forces must not exceed the parameters set by the Creator God. Are there any objections?" Chief Justice Alfred surveyed the inattentive higher-ups, awaiting dissent. None opposed. General Arthur, expedite the material transport from the T-20 universe. Certainly. Morgan, the legislator, continued issuing commands in an orderly fashion as the Void Seeker civilization commenced its meticulous operations like a colossal machine. Civilizations from within the Void Seeker universe received the news and began mobilizing their efforts. A beam of green light descended before Xiyi's abode, transforming into a stunning beauty who gazed at the fishing Xiyi with a charming smile. The beauty performed a customary greeting of the human realm. "Greetings, esteemed traveler. I am the forest goddess, Xiyi." Suddenly, Xiyi sprang to his feet, casting aside his fishing rod, leaping into the pond to seize a plump fish that ha-ha. Xiyi. As the ensuing events unfolded, everyone was aware of Xiyi's demeanor. Leaving Xiyi feeling awkward, in the world of Xiyi, deities held an exalted status. Who would dare treat them with such dismissive indifference, save for those more powerful? The so-called epic-level warriors of the mortal realm were merely larger insects in the eyes of the divine. But what was it about this mortal that warranted the Father God's regard? "What is the name of this world?" Xiyi inquired. Xiyi, somewhat perplexed, replied, "The world of Xiyi." "And why name is Xiyi?" He smiled. "This world is not called the world of Xiyi. Rather than seeking to save your own realm, you seek to enlist the aid of an outsider. What are your intentions? If the exalted deities of your world retreat at the first sign of adversity, what purpose do you serve? As you relish the offerings of the mortal realm, you must also shoulder the responsibilities that accompany it. Depart from here. I wish not to see you again, with a heart laden with complexity." Xiyi returned to the divine realm, relaying Xiyi's words verbatim to Oneself. What transpired thereafter bore no relation to Xiyi. His dispute with the Void Chaser civilization was merely out of consideration for that fellow compatriot. With a bond of shared kinship lingering, he found it difficult to accept the demise of this compatriot. In his eyes, this individual had scarcely had the time to develop, rendering him unworthy of participating in such cosmic conflicts. When venturing beyond one's own realm, one should offer assistance whenever possible. After a moment's hesitation, he flicked a wisp of energy from his fingertips, silently merging it into a hidden corner of this world, before departing from it. Meanwhile, upon learning of the Void Chaser civilization, Caesar indeed felt a sense of urgency for a time, but he soon immersed himself in the reforms of the empire to owe him at present. The Void Chaser civilization was an insurmountable entity, and dwelling on it was futile. Seated upon his throne, he maintained an impassive demeanor as he listened to the reports from his subordinates. The servants of Duke Dick had slain 2 citizens, while Count Malinkov, in collusion with the financial officer of Storm City regarding land transactions, had caused the deaths of 13 households. Caesar stifled a yawn and remarked, "Let it be handled according to the empire's new laws. Execute those deserving of death." He then inquired about the recent movements of the ministers in the imperial capital. In the imperial harem, Queen Chris was meticulously weaving garments for Caesar. Her hands, though rough, lacked the delicacy of those belonging to noble ladies. Before her stood an elderly man with a head of white hair, incessantly prattling on. "Last year, our family's iron mine business declined somewhat. You must speak earnestly with Caesar." We suffered a loss of no less than 1,000 gold. This is a significant loss, and you should ask Caesar to take care of our family business. Chris patiently listened to her uncle's words, her hands never ceasing their work, and smiled. A loss is a loss. We can afford it. Consider an accumulation of experience. The old man immediately grew displeased. I tell you, after so many years of marriage to Caesar, you have yet to bear a child. What if Caesar becomes enamored with those vixens? What if he brings them into the harem? That would not bode well for you. However, if our family were powerful, it would be a different story. Caesar would not dare. Uncle, Queen Chris interjected, her tone calm yet firm. I recall that imperial law stipulates that anyone entering the harem, except for His Majesty, must report to the Imperial Guard. Correct? The old man appeared bewildered. But I am your own uncle, Chris. Besides, you are the only one in the harem, are you not? Indeed, after Caesar ascended to power, he abolished the cumbersome customs of the past. And now the harem consisted solely of the queen. All necessities for daily life had to be prepared by Caesar and the queen themselves. Chris cast a detached glance at her uncle and stated, "Tomorrow, at the Imperial Assembly, you shall donate 100,000 gold to the national treasury." What? The old man jumped up in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have done nothing wrong. Why must I donate? Chris, with difficulty, rubbed her aching back, her slightly plump figure rising from her seat. If you refuse to donate, then the family you establish shall be dissolved. She regarded her uncle with indifference. No. Chris, no. You cannot treat me this way. I am your own uncle. And I am Caesar's. Caesar once proclaimed, "Those who oppress citizens shall die. Those who exploit citizens shall die." Uncle, would you like me to recite the imperial laws for you? Upon hearing the words imperial laws, the old man's legs buckled, and he sank to the ground. You are now a duke of the empire. Why can you not temper your greedy disposition? Chris turned away, slightly tilting her head, and coldly remarked, "Tomorrow, at the Imperial Assembly, you will donate half of your so-called family's wealth to the empire, if you wish to enjoy a peaceful retirement." The old man left in a daze, unable to comprehend how his once gentle niece had transformed into such a cold and unfeeling person. After his father's departure, Chris lowered her gaze to the half-finished garment in her hands and murmured, "Though I am your niece, I am also the queen of the empire. More importantly, I am Caesar's wife. I must set an example for the citizens of the empire." This chapter is not yet complete. Please click next page to continue reading the captivating content. Caesar is the only one capable of changing this world. How could people like you possibly comprehend his greatness? I will not allow anyone to tarnish his name. Not even you, my uncle. The following day, during the Imperial Assembly, Emperor Caesar indeed brought up the matter of officials leading by example in donations. Amidst the incredulous gazes of all the officials, the notoriously parsimonious Duke, the Queen's own uncle, donated half of his family fortune to the national treasury. This amounted to a fortune exceeding 1 million gold, nearly equivalent to 20% of the empire's fiscal revenue. As for the actions of this stingy duke, the politically astute officials, especially the old aristocrats who had yet to face Caesar's reckoning, sensed an unusual shift in atmosphere. One by one, they generously opened their coffers, collectively contributing an amount equivalent to the empire's annual revenue. In contrast, the newly supported aristocrats by Caesar scoffed at the situation, responding with indifference. One count even went so far as to pledge a mere 1 gold in donation. To this, Caesar merely smiled in silence, uttering a perplexing statement during the assembly. "If I cannot be a teacher, can I not even become Zhu Yuanzhang?" Yet another day passed, and the imperial guards burst into the homes of many officials known to have violated imperial laws, resulting in a third of the assembly seats being vacant. As news spread, the atmosphere throughout the empire grew significantly tense. Subsequently, His Majesty decreed a new policy, intending for the imperial treasury to assist citizens in constructing new homes and improving their living conditions. In essence, the message was clear. I shall provide welfare for you common folk. Soon, the empire returned to its previous state. Citizens cheered for the emperor, while officials, bleeding internally, cursed for Caesar's early demise. The happiness of the common people was deceptively simple. They merely desired a better life, beyond the realm of Onisis, Xiyi cast a deep glance at the converging universes before departing. He could not linger indefinitely in this place. And perhaps he would never again connect with this world. Swiftly traversing the elusive and oddly joyous cosmos of Azathoth, Xiyi plunged headlong into another luminous universe. This was a realm of absolute technology, reminiscent of his homeland. Most importantly, within this universe, Xiyi discovered a planet akin to his own, known as Blue Star. After a moment of contemplation, he descended upon Blue Star. The entire process went unnoticed. Upon touching the ground, he brushed his long hair, which instantly shortened into a crew cut, and his simple attire transformed into an ordinary short-sleeved shirt and a pair of regular trousers from a distance. He appeared as a migrant worker embarking on a journey for work, that he entered the city and vanished within its confines. In the year 2301 on Blue Star, at a construction site in the city of Xiyi. The call for lunch rang out. "Lunch is ready. Lunch is ready." With the foreman's voice echoing, the workers gradually dispersed, leaving only the foreman and a solitary worker seated in the corner. The foreman turned his gaze towards that worker and, with a sigh of resignation, approached him. "Li Zheng, why aren't you going to eat?" The foreman inquired. Li Zheng scratched his head and replied, "I'm just taking a break." The foreman handed him a cigarette and took a satisfying drag. "You don't seem particularly old or uneducated. Why are you working on a construction site?" He questioned. Li Zheng lit his own cigarette and retorted, "What's wrong with a construction site? There's overtime pay. And the wages are quite high. What's not to like? Get lost." The foreman laughed, scolding, "Where did you learn that smooth talk?" That's not what I meant." Until recently, I had been laboring alongside old son. But alas, he has fallen." Zheng exhaled a puff of smoke, pondering his words. The foreman, stroking his grizzled hair, felt a pang of sympathy that he was acquainted with old son, a seasoned worker well-liked at the surrounding construction sites. It was surprising to learn of his illness. The construction industry relies on youth, and one can only sustain such work while still vigorous. Age takes its toll if one does not possess a specialized skill. It becomes increasingly difficult to earn a living. This year, the foreman is 58. He realizes he cannot continue this line of work for much longer. Yet, thoughts of his own children weigh heavily on him. Sighing at the thought, Li Zheng glanced at the foreman and inquired, "What's wrong? Why the sigh?" "Nothing," the foreman replied, forcing a strained smile as he discarded the cigarette, "but tomorrow, the client will send someone for an inspection. I'll be on duty tonight, so you should head home early." Li Zheng was taken aback and muttered under his breath, "Just what we need." More troubled that he was aware that this client was particularly stingy and overly critical, often imposing last-minute demands that were trivial at best. The most absurd incident was when a woman was sent to check on the project progress. She arrived at the site, feigning knowledge, nitpicking, and causing unnecessary fuss. Fortunately, the workers on site were experienced enough to avoid any major disputes. Li Zheng brushed off the dust from his pants, stood up, and cast a deep gaze at the foreman. "Let us keep the lights on tonight." He hesitated before continuing. After all, who knows if that woman will decide to send someone to stir up trouble. The foreman paused, chuckling as he scolded, "You rascal!" Returning to his modest rental apartment, Li Zheng reflected on the day's events and the foreman sighed. Lost in thought for quite some time. Finally, he sighed in resignation. Why can't they heed advice? He stepped out of his room as night fell to the construction site. The foreman disposed of his finished meal in the trash. Rubbing his aching stomach and muttering curses under his breath as he hurried into the restroom, but a short while later, he emerged, his face pale. Whether it was the meal that caused it, he felt a piercing pain in his abdomen. After some hesitation, he decided against calling for medical assistance. Perhaps it's just too greasy, he consoled himself. And no sooner had he finished speaking than his complexion turned green, prompting him to rush back to the restroom. At Gaocheng High School, Class 4 of the second year, Yichen awoke in the student dormitory. "Damn it," he shouted, eyes ablaze with fury as he struck the wall with his fist. Blood gushed forth, staining the wall. It snapped him back to reality. Have I been reborn? Surveying his surroundings and the startled roommates roused by his outburst, he arrived at an absurd conclusion. What the hell? Xiyi, what on earth is wrong with you at this hour? One of his roommates glared disapprovingly at Yichen. The others also directed their ire at him, as the burden of their high school studies left little room for disturbances at such late hours. "What happened to your hand?" The dorm leader, finally locating his glasses and stifling yawn, noticed the blood streaming from Yi-Chen's hand and grew alarmed. "Goodness, you're bleeding profusely." Yi-Chen snapped back to attention and offered an awkward smile. Sorry, just had a nightmare." The dorm leader, speechless, urged, "Quickly bandage it up before you bleed out in the dorm. I certainly don't want to be on television under such circumstances." With that, he threw on some clothes and addressed the other roommates. "You all go back to sleep. The school infirmary is likely closed at this hour. I'll take Xiyi to the hospital for treatment. All right, let us know if anything comes up." The roommates mumbled as they settled back down. Yi-Chan felt warmth wash over him. Despite the dorm leader's sharp tongue, he had a heart of gold. His roommates, while often foolish, were reliable in times of need. "I end this life. I will surely protect you all," he resolved silently. After some effort, they convinced the dormitory supervisor and the gatekeeper, and soon they arrived at the hospital. Coincidentally, just as they entered the emergency department, the clock on the wall chimed. Yi-Chen's gaze sharpened. January 2 ND, 1 a.m. A heavy weight settled in his heart. In his previous life, the calamity struck at 2:30 a.m. on the 2ND, while most of the nation slept, leading to devastating losses in the early stages. The other side of the ocean had managed to avoid this fate. The timing of his rebirth was too tight, with less than 2 hours before disaster would strike. There was simply not enough time to effect any change. Even if you were to call the police, such a significant event would be hard for anyone to believe. Following the attending nurse into the emergency room, Yi-Chan felt the gravity of the situation deepen. The foreman emerged from the restroom, his complexion ashen that he had taken some anti-inflammatory and antidiarrheal medication, but it had proven ineffective. Fortunately, after such prolonged discomfort, the intense urge had lessened somewhat. Hours slipped by, and utterly exhausted, he returned to his bed. The words of Li Zheng had long since faded from his mind. Pulling up the covers and turning off the light, he fell into a deep slumber within seconds. In the early hours of January 2 ND, 2:29 a.m., Yi-Chan sat gravely in the police station's detention room. The dorm leader glared at him with lifeless eyes, filled with resentment, trying to instill a sense of guilt. After leaving the hospital, Yi-Chan had dragged him to the police station to report that a catastrophic event would occur at 2:30 a.m. The friendly officer had engaged with them for a time. But as Yi-Chan grew increasingly agitated, he found himself detained. "Why, Yi-Chan? I may be a bit sharp-tongued, but I haven't wronged you in any way, have I?" The dorm leader shot him a reproachful look. Yi-Chen's face was grave. "Sun Dasheng, trust me. What good is your trust? You need to convince this officer," Sun Dasheng scoffed. Opposite them, a young officer sipped his coffee, staring at them with bloodshot eyes, nodding. All right, give it a shot." "Convince me. This is ridiculous," he thought. As the year-end approached, all sorts of strange occurrences had come to light. The police force was under immense pressure, having been on duty for 3 consecutive days. Feeling dazed and encountering a kid like Yi-Chan only heightened his frustration. Of course, had Yi-Chan not attempted to storm the police chief's office, he would not have been brought into the detention room. "I haven't slept in 3 days, and this kid is here to entertain me. Today I'll have your homeroom teacher come in." The officer stifled a yawn, forcing himself to focus. "Both of you, write a 3,000-word reflection and recite it loudly at the police station entrance tomorrow." Sun Dasheng's eyes bulged in shock. "Officer, you can't deprive us of our right to choose our partners. If we have to recite our reflections at the police station, that would be social death." The officer shot an annoyed glance at Sun Dasheng. "Do I look like an uncle to you?" Just as he was about to speak, Yi-Chan suddenly spoke with urgency. "It's time." No sooner had he spoken than the ground trembled violently. The officer jolted upright, throwing himself over the 2 boys. "Earthquake! Take cover!" On January 2 ND, at 2:30 a.m., in the time zone of Daxia, an epic-defining moment was inscribed in the annals of Blue Star's history. A violent tremor reverberated throughout Blue Star, and the sky abruptly darkened, rendering visibility to naught. The sudden onset of darkness left ordinary individuals unable to perceive anything even a meter away, in the construction dormitory. The foreman was jolted from his slumber by the intense shaking. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a deafening roar echoed as a colossal insect burst through the dormitory, seizing him in its maw. Startled awake, the foreman's first thought was of the unpaid construction fees from the client. His second thought, surprisingly, was of his advanced age and the occupational hazards that had prevented him from securing workers' insurance. Just as a third thought began to form, he found himself standing on the ground. The creature that had lifted him had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into a mass of mush, revealing a gem radiating a faint crimson glow. Lying quietly nearby, on the roof of the workers' dormitory, Xiyi gazed impassively at the pitch-black sky. The darkness that could blind the average person did not hinder his sight. I could see this moment. The sky appeared like shards of shattered glass, fragile and vulnerable. The fabric of space fractured. Vibrant beams of light streaked across the heavens, descending onto the earth. Thus, the great catastrophe commenced. The beams morphed into nests of monstrous beings, firmly embedding themselves in the ground, from which a multitude of bizarre creatures surged forth, howling in excitement as they charged towards the city. Some nests landed directly within the urban confines, leaving countless humans to meet a grim fate. Xiyi, also known as Xiyi, hesitated for a moment before casting his gaze toward a certain location in the magical metropolis, his raised hand slowly descending. It was futile. He vanished into the night sky. In the detention room, amidst the frantic expressions of the police officers, a centipede measuring at least 10 meters in length erupted from the ground, roaring as it lunged towards the three of them. With a thunderous crash, the centipede monster gnawed through the wall of the detention room. In the critical moment, Xiyi pushed the police officer and Sun dashing aside, using the force to evade the centipede's attack. "Quick, shoot it!" he bellowed, disregarding his bleeding hand. "The duty officer is unarmed," the police officer retorted, hastily retrieving his keys and dashing towards the door of the detention room. "Chow!" Xiyi exclaimed, his face contorted in dismay as he slapped the ground. Seizing the opportunity while the centipede was momentarily disoriented, he pulled the already petrified Sun Dasheng and rushed towards the exit. "Quick, take us to get the guns." Officer Pan Xiao opened the door, shoving the two out, and followed closely behind. The three dashed through the police station. Fortunately, despite the overwhelming pressure on law enforcement, there were still 3 officers on duty at ATA corner. Pan Xiao and his companions encountered 2 others, and together they barreled into the armory. The centipede, regaining its bearings, crashed through the wall, drawn by the scent of humans. Bang! 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 The gunfire erupted, but the officers' faces paled as the bullets struck the centipede, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Enraged, the centipede emitted a furious screech, baring its menacing mandibles as it lunged at the group. The centipede was incredibly swift, yet apart from Sun Dasheng, the others were skilled enough to evade its strikes. Xiyi dragged Sun Dasheng, barely managing to dodge the centipede's onslaught. He set Sun Dasheng down and seized a firearm that had been knocked to the ground, pulling the trigger with fervor. The bullet struck the centipede's abdomen, splattering its ichor. The centipede let out a pained shriek, its massive form crashing into a load-bearing column, causing the room to collapse with a deafening roar, burying everyone beneath the rubble. The police station was reduced to ruins. Time passed, though how long remained unknown. In the darkness, Xiyi opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of a flickering campfire. Pan Xiao and his 2 colleagues sat haphazardly by the flames, looking disheveled. Sun Dasheng stared vacantly into the fire, his body trembling slightly. Upon hearing Xiyi stir, they turned their gazes toward him. Pan Xiao, his face ashen, coughed lightly. "You're awake?" In the light of the fire, Xiyi noticed a smear of blood at the corner of Pan Xiao's mouth, while one of the other officers had his arm in a makeshift splint dangling from his neck. "Now, do you believe what I said?" Xiyi brushed off the dust from his clothes and settled down beside them. Pan Xiao offered a wry smile. "I apologize for my ignorance. However, the most pressing matter is whether you can enlighten us on the origins of this calamity." Having undergone rigorous training, they had managed to take refuge in a corner when the building collapsed, so their injuries were not severe. After dealing with the earlier centipede, they scoured the vicinity, only to be met with grim tidings. The structures within a several-kilometer radius had been utterly obliterated by the monsters, with few survivors remaining, many having fallen prey to the beasts. Among those who survived, many exhibited signs of psychological distress, with only a scant few possessing the resolve to be of any substantial aid. What weighed heavily on their hearts was the realization that, given the police station's armament, their capacity to rescue others was severely limited. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. While firearms proved useful, discharging a weapon would only attract an endless horde of creatures. The Xiyi coughed once, feeling a heaviness in his chest, and after a vigorous bout of coughing, he spat out blood, a searing pain radiating through his abdomen. He understood that he had sustained significant internal injuries. The centipede's collision with the building had rained heavy concrete upon him, yet fortunately, no rebar had pierced his body. Taking a deep breath, Xiyi declared, "Bring me some medicine." Pan Xiao chuckled bitterly. "It's all buried underneath. In our current state, we must conserve our strength as much as possible. We cannot afford to excavate." Xiyi, breathing heavily, inquired, "What the corpse of that centipede?" "The collapse of the building did not claim it. Perhaps your shots frightened it away," Pan Xiao replied. "Damn it!" Xiyi slammed his fist against the ground. Feeling his body temperature rising, the dire conditions, compounded by his internal injuries and excessive blood loss, were causing his wounds to fester. "We must devise a way to slay a monster. Otherwise, I won't last long enough to answer a few questions." He lay back down on the ground, knowing he needed to conserve his energy without any medication. Pan Xiao and the others exchanged glances. "After killing the monster, remember to excavate its brain. If you find a gem-like stone, be sure to bring one back for me," Xiyi instructed. Currently, although these monsters are immense, they possess the typical vulnerabilities of carbon-based life forms. Avoid shooting their hardened areas. Aim for their eyes and mouths instead. After deliberating, Pan Xiao and another officer resolved to leave the injured officer behind to care for Xiyi and the still-shocked Sun Dashan, while they ventured out to hunt a monster. Though uncertain of Yiqi's intentions, they had little choice but to trust his judgment. Fortune smiled upon Xiyi. Just as he began to drift into unconsciousness, Pan Xiao and his companion returned, disheveled and bearing a pale red gem. Struggling to sit upright, Xiyi said, "Hand it over." Pan Xiao readily complied. Passing the gem to Xiyi, he accepted it and placed the gem in his mouth. This object was a monster's core, typically only found in the brains of formidable creatures. It's best for humans to consume the core by holding it in their mouth for the first time and allowing it to dissolve gradually. Once digested, those fortunate enough may gradually enhance their genetics and lay a solid foundation. He explained vaguely that, of course, that's its primary function. The core can also be processed into medicine, but we currently have no medicine. And without this core, I might not last much longer. Pan Xiao, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "I am quite curious about how you acquired this knowledge. Of course, you need not divulge the reasons as the efficacy of the beast core gradually manifested." Yiqi's complexion improved somewhat. "If you can still establish contact with the higher-ups, it would be prudent to inform them to swiftly hunt down the current monsters while our firearms still hold some efficacy and accumulate beast cores," Xiyi suggested, leaning in a little closer. "Moreover, the issue of social order requires urgent resolution. Just as a grain of rice nourishes 100 different individuals in the face of such a calamity, we cannot solely rely on the moral integrity of the populace." Pan Xiao nodded, hesitating momentarily before asking, "Could you elaborate on the disaster you mentioned?" Yiqian shrugged. "The true cause remains unclear to me, but it is plausible that other worlds are invading ours. Due to the disparities between worlds, they can currently only dispatch creatures based on the genetic blueprint of our own species. Insects exhibit remarkable adaptability. Thus, the monsters we are encountering are predominantly insectoid. However, the differences between worlds will not hinder them for long. I estimate that within 3 years, they will launch a large-scale invasion. The situation is far from simple. Even if it is an incursion from another world, it is not limited to just one, and as time progresses, the circumstances will grow increasingly dire." With a heavy heart, Pan Xiao rose to leave. Needing to devise a way to contact the higher-ups and relay Yiqi's information, Xiyi exhaled deeply, gradually closing his eyes. The response from Xia country was exceedingly swift. In the face of such a calamity, the typically low-profile officials of Xia country unleashed an unprecedented vigor. Countless missiles soared into the sky, targeting the various monster nests. Yiqi's assertions were validated, despite the sudden disaster inflicting severe losses upon Xia country. The current monsters could only be reduced to charred remains under the onslaught of human weaponry. in areas distant from human habitation, Xiyi country employed long-range weaponry to eliminate countless monsters while dispatching personnel to collect beast cores. In the regions inhabited by humans, the military was deployed to rescue compatriots. Among them were certainly some societal miscreants. Yet before the ominous gun barrels, they were reduced to mere fodder in just 2 months. The social order of Xiyi country had largely returned to its pre-disaster state. Conversely, abroad, the societal structure in Eagle Sauce had nearly regressed to a state reminiscent of several centuries ago, with various regions achieving nominal independence. Each state fought its own battles, and previously hidden vices had now become bargaining chips, laid bare for all to see. Due to the prevalence of firearms, although their initial population losses were not severe. Within a mere month, a variety of flamboyant gunfights erupted across Eagle Sauce. The freedom of life and the randomness of death had become a stark reality. As for the West, it was no less chaotic than Eagle Sauce. An empire rejoiced, reportedly ready in every aspect, save for the absence of a failed art student from the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts. Meanwhile, the so-called White Elephant, a remarkable nation that boasts a population of 1.5 billion yet only 200 million citizens, witnessed the revelation of a wealthy individual's scandal involving a QJ monster on the very next day following the disaster, the Northern Bear Country. Due to its sparse population and rugged character, sustained relatively fewer losses. However, reports indicated significant changes in the domestic social environment, primarily due to the oligarchs repeatedly provoking the Emperor Bear to slam the table in frustration. As for the Dark Continent near the equator, there's little to say. Regarding the island nation to the east of Xiyi country, surrounded by oceans, it faced invasions not only from terrestrial creatures, but also from marine life. Furthermore, airborne monsters seemed particularly fond of them, a flying creature that had ingested vast quantities of various nuclear materials fortuitously crashed into their national mountains. Now, the occasional eruptions of dust from mountains seemed to convey to this nation that the time for cherry blossoms was drawing near. In a clandestine research facility somewhere in the imperial capital, Xiyi slightly adjusted his posture and unleashed a powerful shout as he struck a specially designed force gauge with his fist. The custom alloy emitted a mournful cry, bending at a 90-degree angle under his overwhelming strength. The force output ranged approximately between 4,500 to 5,000 kilograms. The middle-aged man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with an expression devoid of emotion, diligently recorded observations in a notebook. The sustained norm of strength was approximately 1,000 kilograms, while the peak explosive speed was roughly 4 seconds for 100 meters, but could only be maintained for about 20 seconds. Little Master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. As the series of tests concluded, Xiyi was granted permission to leave, accompanied by a serious-looking middle-aged man. "You did not exert your full strength," the middle-aged man remarked. "This testing is utterly meaningless," Xiyi retorted, but he shook his head. "What was the response from above regarding my last proposal?" "The higher-ups believe it currently lacks practical significance for implementation." The middle-aged man, Li Jun, replied. He was the head of a special operations unit, not of high rank, but wielding considerable power. After Xiyi disclosed information about the disaster, it was only natural for him to be brought to the imperial capital, where he faced no difficulties, merely being asked a few questions before being integrated into the system. His current position was as a special advisor for the Disaster Response and National Resource Security Bureau of Xiyi country, equivalent to a deputy director, possessing only advisory authority without real powered IT. Was not that he was denied a higher position. Rather, he simply lacked the requisite capabilities. His greatest value lay solely in the information regarding the great disaster. The authorities would not engage in the practice of killing the donkey after the millstone is removed, and there was no guarantee that Xiyi had not held back some of his abilities. Thus, integrating him into a more powerful department and granting him a prestigious nominal position was a form of compensation. The Xiyi had previously proposed the construction of several colossal cities within Xiyi country to thwart the invasion of monsters. Such a proposition might have held some feasibility prior to the disaster, but now, despite having purged the land with long-range weapons, no one could ascertain how many monsters still lurked in the wilderness. If monsters attacked during the construction of the cities, not only would all efforts be in vain, but they would also incur significant losses. Most critically, without the deployment of firearms, no one in Xiyi country could currently defend the cities. Monsters possess the potential to generate beast cores within their minds. By consuming beast cores and combining them with certain medications, they can continually enhance their genetic makeup. In the near future, some secret realms will emerge on Blue Star, containing ancient legacies of martial arts that anyone can cultivate, thus earning the title of warrior. Some individuals, while consuming beast cores, activate specific latent genes within their bodies, gaining superhuman abilities. Such individuals are known as awakened in Xiyi country and as ability users or superpowered individuals abroad. In the face of disaster, the primary concern for ordinary people is safety, followed closely by food shortages. Some individuals, in a desperate bid to avoid starvation, resorted to consuming the corpses of fellow humans. Coupled with the current changes in the natural environment, genetic mutations have granted them certain unique powers, leading these individuals to refer to themselves as new humans. Personally, I prefer to call them mongrels. Yi Chun stood upon the stage, speaking eloquently. The audience consisted of prominent figures who, prior to the disaster, could only occasionally glimpse such individuals on television. As for my perspective on the new humans, I hold but one view: extermination, annihilation without mercy. As he spoke, he appeared to recall something and hastily added, "Furthermore, within the borders of Xiyi country, marriage with foreigners must henceforth be strictly prohibited, for the offspring born from such unions cannot cultivate in accordance with our methods. Here in Xiyi, they can only rely on cannibalism to enhance their strength." A notable figure in the audience slightly nodded in acknowledgement, signaling understanding. However, whether this would indeed be implemented remained uncertain, as it entailed numerous complexities. The chief minister seated at the front laid down his pen and subtly flexed his wrist. "Little Yi, do you believe there remains a necessity for technological advancement on Blue Star? This issue is one that has captured the attention of all the prominent figures present. The power of technology has developed vigorously on Blue Star for several centuries. To abandon it suddenly would indeed be a lamentable loss out of course. It is imperative that our weaponry remains capable of threatening the monsters. If we can walk on two legs, why resort to hopping on one? Given our reliance on satellite technology, my recommendation is to temporarily halt its use. Due to the invasion from another realm, we can no longer connect with satellite signals. Furthermore, some flying creatures can breach the atmosphere of Blue Star, and any satellites launched may very well be destroyed by these monsters, rendering the endeavor futile." Upon uttering this statement, the expressions of several military leaders turned grim. The inability to utilize satellites is undoubtedly a severe blow to the military, at the very least. Many missile systems and military facilities can no longer be employed. The power of individual combat weapons must be exponentially increased. If feasible, miniaturizing nuclear weapons should be prioritized as for large mechas. I suggest they are unnecessary. Yi Chun glanced at the document in his hand, which contained suggestions from a certain mecha enthusiast within the Academy of Sciences of Xiyi Nation. With our current level of technology, the energy supply issue for large mechas remains unresolved, and their maneuverability poses a temporary challenge as well. Most critically, with the materials at our disposal, even if we succeed in constructing large mechas, they would be rendered obsolete within a few years. The speed of the otherworldly invasion is alarmingly swift. As the invaders gradually adapt to our environment, the monsters will only grow stronger. Moreover, in some other realms, there exist beings capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas, rendering nuclear weapons nearly ineffective against them. My proposal is to shift our future focus towards enhancing personal combat capabilities while not abandoning technological advancement. One of the dignitaries raised a concern. The vigorous development of individual combat capabilities will inevitably give rise to some prodigies, yet we cannot guarantee the character of these individuals, should any of them turn out to harbor malevolent intentions. He did not continue, but his meaning was clear to all present. In fact, this was a point of skepticism among the dignitaries regarding Yi Chun's proposal, for if such an anti-human prodigy were to emerge, humanity would inevitably revert to an era of warlords and chaos. Every grain of rice nurtures a different kind of person. We have no alternative. Yi Chun shrugged. If Lu's concerns were to materialize, we could only ensure that we remain the strongest as long as we fortify ourselves, those individuals would forever be relegated to the shadows, akin to rats scurrying in the sewers. The Prime Minister pondered for a moment before smiling ruefully. We will carefully consider your proposal, Xiyi. Additionally, if we were to follow your suggestion, our existing laws would require some amendments. Upon leaving the conference room, Yi Chun retrieved a beast core from his pocket and consumed it with the casualness of snacking on beans. Crunching it between his teeth, with the peculiar rhythm of his breathing, he swiftly digested the energy contained within the core. Having been granted a second chance at life, he naturally brought back some unique products from the future, such as the celestial fire breathing technique he was currently employing. Breathing is an instinct that exists within humans even before birth. Certain specialized breathing methods can indeed yield remarkable benefits, such as strengthening internal organs and enhancing physical prowess from within. Prior to the onset of catastrophe, this process was exceedingly slow, yielding little result even after decades. However, the inclusion of beast cores changes everything. The technique can rapidly assimilate the energy from the cores, accelerating human evolution, albeit at a pace that is not particularly swift. In fact, Yi Chun had contemplated utilizing nuclear energy for his training. However, his current physique was too frail to withstand the strain of nuclear energy. The energy from the beast cores, by comparison, is significantly gentler. Yet, even after Yi Chun's rebirth, the beast cores available to humanity bore little difference from those at the onset of the disaster, regardless of how formidable the monsters may be. The energy provided by the cores within their brains remains the same, which is the greatest limitation on individual combat capabilities. In the future, countless scientists will strive to uncover the principles behind the generation of beast cores. Yet their efforts will yield no results. Conversely, those monstrous beings that consume martial artists or awakened individuals' flesh and blood can rapidly enhance their combat prowess. Shaking his head slightly, Yi Chun dismissed the distracting thoughts. Although he had enjoyed a modicum of fame in his past life, he ultimately perished in the beast tide, indicating that his strength was not particularly formidable, which resulted in him possessing little knowledge beyond common sense. Thus, the issue of beast cores was not one he should dwell upon. What he needed to focus on now was swiftly elevating his own strength and, upon reaching a plateau, seeking avenues for breakthrough. After once more crushing a thumb-sized beast core, he returned to the accommodations assigned to him by the authorities. As he approached his door, he encountered a man clad in short sleeves, carrying a large box. This man appeared unremarkable, resembling a common laborer. "Li go. Off to buy something again?" he greeted. His dwelling was a rather ordinary, old-fashioned apartment. He had declined the preferential treatment offered to him and chose to mingle among the common folk. Residing there, aside from the man named Li Zheng, were his roommates, including their parents who had also moved in. Thanks to his foresight, his roommates in this life had not suffered any casualties, and their families remained intact. Previously, the hall leader, Sun Dasheng, had been quite shaken, but he had since recovered considerably. Although experts noted that due to the sudden shock he had experienced, he had temporarily lost the ability to speak, perhaps requiring him to conquer his fears entirely before regaining his voice. Li Zheng, holding the box, replied with a smile. "Indeed, I thought with the world changing, it would be wise to stock up on some food, just in case something significant occurs and we find ourselves without provisions." Yi Chun chuckled. Hoarding food was perhaps a unique form of romance reserved for the people of Xi'an Nation. After exchanging pleasantries, he returned indoors and sat cross-legged. Xiyi arrived at the supermarket, which was bustling with people. However, thanks to the soldiers standing at attention outside, no incidents of reduced decorum had occurred. Being in the imperial capital, there were no issues with food reserves. After waiting in line for a while, Xiyi managed to purchase 2 bags of 50-kilogram rice and some vegetables, as well as a modest quantity of meat. With the food in hand, she made her way back to her residence. The date was June 2, 2301, in the Xi'an Nation. In a certain secret research facility. Explosive power in kilograms, speed of 100 meters in 2 seconds. Bone density, strength, and breathing frequency. Yi Chun descended from the machine, his expression impassive, while Li Jun stood by, having awaited his arrival for some time. Observing Yi Chun's physical test data, Li Jun was filled with astonishment. With explosive power exceeding 100 tons, his speed nearly rivaled that of high-speed trains, and his bone strength far surpassed that of ordinary humans. That Xiyi Chun had undergone this remarkable transformation in just 6 months. As a witness to Yi Chen's metamorphosis, Li Jun's feelings were beyond comprehension. In terms of breathing techniques, Yi Chen had not withheld his knowledge. According to his recollections, he had brought back 5 sets of breathing techniques. Among them was the celestial fire breathing technique he was currently practicing, along with the weak water breathing technique, earth breathing technique, and sun wind breathing technique. These 4 techniques were considered quite advanced even in the era before his rebirth. Additionally, he had a foundational breathing technique. The details of the other techniques had become somewhat hazy in his memory, and to avoid any unforeseen complications, he refrained from documenting them. Naturally, the military was the first to popularize these breathing techniques, allowing individuals to select techniques based on their physical constitution. After practicing the foundational breathing technique, Li Jun opted for the earth breathing technique, which had a heavier connotation. Currently, his explosive power was merely half that of Yi Chun, around 50 tons. However, this was sufficient for him to engage formidable monsters in direct combat, especially since the earth-breathing technique emphasized physical robustness, offering balanced power rather than sheer explosiveness. "Did you come to see me for something?" Yi Chun inquired as he dressed. Jun handed him a thick document containing images of various monsters, based on the information you provided, along with our combat experiences over the past 6 months. We have compiled this monster compendium. Please take a look and see if there's anything you would like to add. Yi Chun perused the document for a time, nodding. "It's quite comprehensive. Are you planning to relax some restrictions?" Li Jun nodded, revealing a bittersweet smile. "There is no choice. The pressure on food reserves is overwhelming that if we continue to squander resources as we are now, it is highly likely that we will not survive until next year." Those who practice the breathing technique possess formidable strength, yet their consumption of resources is equally astonishing. Although some food consumption can be offset by the acquisition of beast cores, the means to obtain these cores remain quite challenging for the time being. Consequently, the authorities intend to make the Monster Handbook and the breathing technique public, delegating them to the populace in order to encourage ordinary citizens to venture out and hunt monsters for resources. Given that most of the current monsters are genetically crafted from blue star organisms, the majority are indeed edible. Yi Chun contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Let us establish a martial arts guild in each major city. Those who venture outside to hunt must undergo a strength assessment. Only those who meet the martial artist standard will be permitted to leave the city, although the proposed city-building plan could not be implemented for various reasons. The authorities still endeavored to facilitate population migration, thereby somewhat achieving the plan's intent. By relocating individuals from rural areas to urban centers, unnecessary population depletion was mitigated." Jun inquired, "What will the standards be?" "The explosive strength must not be less than 10 tons. Stamina must be adequate. But most importantly, speed is crucial. The higher the speed standard, the better. The very least, if one cannot win, they should be able to escape." Yi Chun responded. Soon, an announcement reverberated throughout the entirety of Xiyi country. In every city at the county level and above, a martial arts guild was established, requiring all citizens who had consumed beast cores or practiced the breathing technique to have their strength assessed within the guild. Those who met the martial artist standard could apply to venture out and hunt monsters. Furthermore, each guild maintained a monster hunting leaderboard, updated monthly, with the top 100 hunters receiving special rewards from the authorities. It is well known that as long as there exists a leaderboard, the citizens of Xiyi country will be ignited with fervor. Upon the release of this announcement, the entire Xiyi country erupted in excitement. "Damn it, this should have been done ages ago. My sword has long been restless. Indeed, staying cooped up in the city has made my body rusty. Brothers, with swords in hand, follow me. Where are you leading us?" "Into the belly of a monster. What are the standards like?" "I eagerly await the official rewards." These comments came from those who had trained but were unaware of their own limitations, as well as from individuals lacking training aptitude. "I can comprehend the intent behind the official announcement, but what do we do if we lack training talent?" "Right, I may have consumed a beast core, but I am utterly baffled by the breathing technique. I simply cannot grasp it." "I echo that sentiment. Get lost." In the 3rd month following the disaster, The authorities disclosed the function of beast cores and introduced basic breathing techniques, deploying military personnel to each city. This served to maintain basic social order and facilitate the teaching of the breathing technique. Consequently, everyone in Xiyi country has undergone some level of training. However, a segment of the population indeed possesses little training aptitude, which has been a persistent concern for the authorities. That it is well understood that, in any situation, the issue lies not in scarcity, but in inequality. If this group remains unable to train, who knows what actions they may take? During a meeting, Xiyi expressed his viewpoint. First and foremost, we must ensure the absolute strength of the official forces. Secondly, we must avoid any detrimental customs among our internal personnel. Corruption or inequity must not arise. Lastly, we must guarantee the legal rights of every individual, finding a way to address the social status relationship between martial artists and ordinary citizens. We cannot forsake a single citizen of Xiyi country. He refrained from advocating for absolute equality, as that is inherently a paradox. Human beings are naturally drawn to strength. When an individual becomes powerful enough for others to look up to, even without any special intentions, people will inevitably elevate them. The so-called class distinctions are, in part, created by those who vocally advocate for equality. True equality can only be achieved if every person's strength and resources are identical. Thus, the authorities can only strive to maintain social order and safeguard everyone's fundamental human rights. Naturally, no one opposed this proposal, and the think tank further refined and enhanced it. Ordinary citizens will be able to collect certain resources from the Martial Arts Guild each month, with their contributions being tasks within their capabilities. In summary, those who are capable will take on more work. With this issue resolved, the Prime Minister nodded and stated, "Next on the agenda, the invasion from the other world has also led to instability in our satellite signals. For now, let us set aside the impact on weaponry and focus on resolving the communication issues. The communication problem is a vital bridge for human societal interaction. If communication issues remain unresolved, social problems will inevitably escalate, and over time, the structure of society will regress, rendering previous resolutions null and void. Currently, human communication relies primarily on satellites. The instability of signals and the presence of flying monsters must be addressed. All eyes turn to the military leaders present. There's no way to fight them," one military leader replied bluntly. When flying monsters were detected, the military had dispatched fighter jets in an attempt to eliminate them. Unfortunately, the speed of the flying monsters is astonishing, and their agility surpasses that of fighter jets. Attempting to forcefully eliminate them would incur exorbitant costs. While feasible in the short term, it would be unsustainable in the long run. "Perhaps we could attempt using laser weaponry," someone proposed. The military leader shrugged. "Currently, our laser weaponry relies on satellite coordination for accuracy. Moreover, the farther the distance, the weaker the laser's power becomes. We cannot guarantee how much potency will remain after traversing such vast distances." "Could we deploy multiple fighter jets to intercept the flying monsters?" someone suggested. The military leader rolled his eyes. "You don't honestly believe there is only one flying monster in the sky, do you?" The individual chuckled awkwardly, realizing his oversight. One flying monster poses a threat to even the most advanced fighter jets. With two or more, the jets stand no chance, as the ammunition they carry is limited. Once it is exhausted, the fighter jets become vulnerable. Furthermore, aside from exceptionally powerful monsters, others typically appear in swarms. "I believe you need to take a look at this footage." The military leader placed a USB drive on the table. Someone picked it up and began to play it. While Xiyi glanced at the screen, and his expression shifted slightly. The footage revealed an enormous serpent coiling around a mountain, seemingly aware of being filmed. The serpent opened its mouth wide, unleashing a beam of blue light before the screen abruptly went dark. Gasps of shock filled the room as faces turned grave. "Old Lu, where did you capture this serpent?" Xiyi inquired of the military leader. Old Lu chuckled bitterly. "Based on our terrain analysis, it should be at Yulong Mountain. The invasion from the other world has altered the topography of Blue Star to some extent, rendering previous maps inaccurate." Old Lu's words caused the room to fall silent in shock. Yulong Mountain is situated in the southwest of Xiyi country, with an elevation of approximately 4,000 meters, and the serpent appeared capable of coiling from the mountain's peak to its base. Judging by the video, The serpent's length likely exceeds 20 kilometers that a bespectacled elder adjusted his glasses and sighed. To maintain such a massive size under the gravity of Blue Star, nuclear weapons may not be effective. Prior to the disaster, it was often claimed that no carbon-based life form could escape the ramifications of nuclear weaponry. Today, that assertion seems increasingly tenuous. That why Yi-Chen's expression darkened as he turned to his secretary. Zhang Ge, could you please play that again? Zhang Ge took a deep breath, startled by the recent imagery. The scene replayed as Yi-Chen meticulously scrutinized the brief video that lasted less than 20 seconds. The serpent depicted was predominantly white, and upon closer inspection, one could discern two protrusions on its menacing head, along with what appeared to be a pair of claws on its body. Finally, Zhang Ge instructed. Pause at the 16th second. The secretary promptly adjusted the progress bar to the indicated point and pressed pause. The prominent figures in the room exchanged bewildered glances. Why Yi-Chen fixed his gaze and, with a sudden grimace, slammed his palm against the wooden conference table, which splintered instantly. The esteemed guests jumped in surprise, their expressions filled with confusion. The Prime Minister furrowed his brow and kindly inquired, Xiyi, have you uncovered something? Based on his understanding of Yi-Chen, he was certain that the latter had indeed spotted something significant. This serpent, perhaps it should be referred to as Ajiao, look closely. Aside from its grotesque head, it has developed two bulges and dozen teeth that resemble a pair of claws. The gathered dignitaries examined the footage more closely and found Yi-Chen's observations to be accurate. Yet, the revelations did not end there. Why Yi-Chen continued. Zhang Ge, could you please rewind the progress bar a bit and pause it? He stood up, pointing at a particular spot in the projection. What do you see here? The bespectacled dignitary's expression shifted dramatically. That an egg. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly grew tense. The Xiyi nation had been battling these creatures for half a year and had never encountered a monster capable of reproduction. Though perplexed, this conclusion brought a measure of relief to many. Already exhausted from dealing with the creatures' numbers, the thought of them being able to breed was indeed a catastrophic prospect. Yi-Chen inhaled deeply. In his previous life, he had merely been a moderately well-known martial artist and had never heard of monsters being capable of reproduction. However, in this life, he had stumbled upon this astonishing revelation. Old Liu, is it true that nuclear weapons cannot eliminate this Jiao? Yi-Chen inquired. That Liu's expression was troubled as he looked toward the Prime Minister and the bespectacled dignitary. The Prime Minister spoke. Old He, please share your thoughts. Old He, naturally, referred to the bespectacled gentleman. According to our current theoretical framework, as long as the yield is sufficient, it can kill any carbon-based organism. However, he adjusted his glasses. This Jiao cannot be regarded as an ordinary carbon-based entity. Its ability to lay eggs under the gravitational conditions of Blue Star and to emit lasers capable of destroying satellites indicates that its biological structure defies our theories. Without acquiring data on it, I cannot draw any conclusions. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Moreover, eliminating a creature of such colossal size would require a substantial yield of nuclear weaponry, which would undoubtedly have a tremendous impact on the surrounding environment. Consequently, my recommendation is to refrain from acting recklessly at this time. The Prime Minister found himself in a difficult position. After hesitating for a moment, Yi-Chen stated, This Jiao cannot be treated as an ordinary monster. It is a dragon species. A dragon species? The attendees exchanged peculiar glances. The somewhat irritable old Liu scratched his head and remarked, Xiyi, be straightforward. Everyone here knows you have secrets, yet we haven't pried too deeply into them. I categorize the invading monsters into two types, ordinary and special. Ordinary types are the familiar monsters we have encountered. While they are large, they bear little difference from the creatures of Blue Star. Special types, on the other hand, resemble the legendary beings from mythology. Besides their immense size, they possess various extraordinary abilities, such as summoning clouds and rain. Their power is incalculable. The dragon species I refer to is among the most formidable within the special category. Initially, I believed we would not encounter special types within a short time frame. Yet here we are, just 6 months later. Yi-Chen elaborated. Upon hearing his words, the meeting room fell silent. Old Liu, agitated, lit a cigarette. He was a soldier, unafraid of war, yet faced with those legendary creatures, he felt uncertain. The Prime Minister's expression was grave as he hesitated, seemingly making a decision. While Yichun glanced at the menacing Jiao projected on the screen, forcing himself to regain composure. I was rash earlier, given our current capabilities. We cannot pose any threat to this Jiao, but we should also avoid attempting to destroy those eggs, as it could provoke the Jiao into a frenzy. Once the meeting concluded, the Prime Minister requested Yichun to stay behind. Xiyi, could you elaborate further on the special types? The Prime Minister inquired kindly. That is difficult to ascertain, as the abilities of special types vary widely. Some may summon clouds and rain, while others may appear inconspicuous yet possess a single droplet of bodily fluid capable of killing hundreds of thousands. I cannot delineate all the characteristics of special types, but generally, the more bizarre their appearance, the more likely they are to be special types. The Prime Minister nodded thoughtfully, hesitating before asking, I noticed earlier that your emotional response was quite intense when discussing the Jiao. Because it is a dragon species, Yichun did not conceal that it is more fitting to regard it as the ancient depictions of dragons that summon wind and rain. Not only does it possess immense power, but it also exhibits intelligence surpassing that of humans. If it could assume human form, even the most brilliant scientist would have to bow before it. You truly believe that the invaders are powerful enough to create such beings? The Prime Minister sighed. If beings like the Jiao were indeed manufactured, then I can only say they are playing with fire. Yichun scoffed at Extending the lifespan of biological existence reveals that the genes of living beings are perpetually fraught with variability, particularly those of Blue Star. Their creation of ordinary types is merely a strategy to exhaust our resources. However, they can never fathom the existence of special types. They will ultimately face the consequences of their actions. Yichun declared coldly. Upon returning to his apartment, Yichun encountered Xiyi, who was just about to head out. Brotherly, are you going out so late? He casually inquired just taking a stroll after dinner. One lives to 99 that way. Xiyi replied with a smile. Why Yichun nodded, returning the smile. The area outside the city is quite perilous. Do not neglect your cultivation of the breathing technique. He advised that Xiyi also smiled and nodded, then seemingly casually remarked, Imagine if we could harness the natural powers of the universe like in novels. How wonderful that would be. Now, we rely solely on beast cores for cultivation, which is quite troublesome. Yichun's entire being jolted, suddenly focusing intently on Xiyi, but he only caught a glimpse of his retreating figure. Regaining composure, he did not dwell on it, immediately entering his room. Attempting to emulate Xiyi's suggestion of inhaling and exhaling the natural energies, on his first attempt, he predictably failed. He was uncertain how to absorb the natural forces of the universe, while he could distinctly sense every ounce of power derived from consuming beast cores. He felt no trace of the so-called natural energies, such as the mythical spiritual energy described in novels, and thus could not absorb it. Nevertheless, he did not lose heart. Summarizing his experience, he began his second attempt. After a while, he slowly exhaled a breath, yet had once again failed. After pondering for a moment, he commenced his third and fourth attempts. Time slipped by, and eventually, he opened his eyes in frustration. Is this truly impossible? He muttered to himself. The notion that absorbing spiritual energy was merely a fabrication of novels suddenly crossed his mind. He shook his head vigorously. The energy provided by beast cores is no longer sufficient for any progress. I must seek a new path. I will give it one more week. If it proves fruitless, I should embark on a quest for the secret realm. With that thought, he closed his eyes once more. Xiyi arrived at the park, casually stretching his joints. Before he could sit down, a man of unremarkable appearance approached him, whispering, Mr. Li, the Prime Minister requests your presence. Xiyi nodded with a smile. Mr. Li, I've long admired you. The Prime Minister said as he stood up to shake hands with Xiyi. Xiyi politely inclined his head. In the end, you have indeed found me. Having resided in this world for centuries, he had never deliberately concealed his existence. If not absolutely necessary, we do not wish to disturb Mr. Li's tranquility, the Prime Minister remarked with a smile, personally pouring a cup of tea for Xiyi. The Prime Minister could speak candidly. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. As they took their seats, the Prime Minister inquired, I wonder what Li thinks of the current situation. Xiyi took a sip of tea, smacking his lips. This is a question the Prime Minister should not pose to me. He shook his head and continued. What is your opinion on the decisions you have made? The Prime Minister was taken aback. Let us speak plainly. I will eventually have to leave, Xiyi stated. Even if I assist you in resolving that serpentine creature, what then? No one can guarantee that another one will not appear, or that the dragon seed mentioned by that young Yi-chan will not materialize. Ultimately, you must rely on yourselves. The Prime Minister's pupils constricted slightly as he suddenly realized that he could not treat Xiyi as he would an ordinary person. The information conveyed in Xiyi's words was already substantial, and the other's abilities left him somewhat perplexed. The Prime Minister cautiously asked, Mr. Li, are you human? Xiyi nonchalantly replied, I am but a mere mortal. For some reason, the Prime Minister felt a sense of relief wash over him. After a moment of contemplation, he queried, What is your view on the breathing technique we have made public? This question was cleverly posed. Following Yi Chen's announcement of the technique, the authorities had naturally realized its limitations. If the energy issue could not be resolved, relying solely on beast cores would render further progress impossible after a certain point. The Prime Minister's inquiry also contained a degree of probing towards Xiyi. Xiyi smiled. There is no distinction of high or low in the path. It is merely a method to strengthen oneself. The Prime Minister found himself momentarily perplexed. The breathing technique accelerates the absorption of energy from beast cores by stimulating the internal organs. Your problem is that the energy from beast cores loses its efficacy once the human body reaches a certain strength. If that is the case, why not seek a form of energy that is more suitable for you? The breathing technique proposed by young Yi-chan is a creation of mankind. Thus, why cannot you innovate a method that is more compatible with your needs? Everyone has their own path. There is no absolute strongest, only the one that best suits oneself. Xiyi patiently elucidated tea that moment. The Prime Minister felt as though a veil had been lifted. Yet he still hesitated to ask, Mr. Li, can humanity truly overcome beings like the serpentine creature in the end? The martial artists spoken of by Yi-chan possess astonishing strength, but will a force of several dozen or hundreds of tons truly affect such creatures? Given the current display of power from our martial artists, they fall far short of those colossal weapons. Throughout the thousands of years of Xia's history, we have faced countless adversities. What can we do against a mere serpentine creature, let alone a fearsome dragon? Xiyi did not answer directly. In truth, that serpentine creature was indeed a threshold that Xia must overcome. He was aware of the outcome, but he could not disclose it. The world is inherently full of uncertainties. Why should he predetermine the future of this realm? Only the path one walks oneself can be trodden with assurance. Sometimes it is not that he does not take action, but rather that he cannot. He took a sip of tea. Though slightly bitter at first, it soon revealed a lingering sweetness. Is this not akin to life itself? After Xiyi departed, the Prime Minister gazed at the half-consumed cup of tea. Lost in contemplation as the highest leader of Xia, every word and deed required him to be accountable to his compatriots. Though Xiyi eluded his grasp, there was no need for him to speculate on the other party's intentions, as it was unnecessary. In order to confront the impending calamity, perhaps he should also transform his previously rigid mindset. Yulong Mountain. Early in the onset of the disaster, the authorities had already organized personnel to relocate the nearby residents to the city. Presently, the nearest city lay over 100 kilometers away from Yulong Mountain. Otherwise, the people would undoubtedly witness the massive creature coiling around the mountain. The sudden appearance of such a being in human sight would undoubtedly provoke countless troubles. The serpentine creature extended its tongue, several hundred meters in diameter, licking the egg surrounding its body, its gaze imbued with a human-like tenderness that it possessed exceptionally advanced intelligence, and naturally, it harbored emotions befitting an intelligent being. Xiyi stood atop one of the serpent's eggs, gazing up at the monstrous head that blotted out the sun. This serpentine creature measured over 20 kilometers in length, yet it held no intimidation for him. What a pitiful little snake, Xiyi murmured, shaking his head slightly before turning to leave. Throughout the entire encounter, the serpentine creature remained oblivious to his presence. Across the ocean, in the land of freedom, the Eagle Nation, Comrade Old Deng had recently been in a foul mood, as age had rendered his sleep shallow, and the distant echoes of gunfire each night roused him from slumber. Once awakened, he could not return to sleep. Perhaps I should organize the military to eliminate those unruly mobs, he thought, his bloodshot eyes narrowing. Last month, a group of armed citizens had breached our food storage base multiple times, seizing a significant amount of provisions. Our various resource reserves are currently facing considerable challenges. Additionally, last month, 2 lawmakers were abruptly bitten in half by monsters that emerged from underground while meeting with their lovers. The director of the Intelligence Bureau was reporting to Comrade Old Deng. One dismal piece of news after another spilled from his lips, making Old Deng's head throb with pain. Mr. Wilson, perhaps you should select some particularly important information to share, Old Deng said, suppressing his anger. The Intelligence Bureau director, Whisk, looked bewildered. Which of these is not important information? And by the way, it's Watima, not Whisk. However, to accommodate Old Deng's temperament, Whisk had no choice but to temporarily take on the name Wilson. After reviewing several documents, he fixed his gaze intently. Mr. President, you should perhaps take a serious look at this piece of information. Old Deng impatiently snatched the document. Beast Core, breathing technique? Ha! This world is becoming intriguing. Mr. Willamp, Whisk responded, indeed, in the Northern Bear Empire, Bear Palace. The Bear Emperor rose from the frigid waters, taking a towel to dry himself. Ivan, what brings you here? The head of the Bear Intelligence Bureau, Ivan, produced a document and presented it to the Bear Emperor. The Bear Emperor briefly scanned it, and his expression turned grave. Has the authenticity of this document been verified? He inquired. Ivan replied, this information was provided to us by our ally, Xiyi, and we have also witnessed the strength of those martial artists. He pronounced the term martial artists rather awkwardly. The Bear Emperor understood, his expression hardening. Our allies have already gained a substantial lead over us. We cannot afford to fall behind this time. Your Majesty, I believe this information is not complete. That is of no consequence. We, the Bear Empire, will accept this favor in the White Elephant Nation, Elephant Palace. Old Emo stared intensely with his large eyes at Kieran, the head of the Intelligence Bureau. What happened to that QJ monster's wealthy patron? What an embarrassing affair. Kieran immediately replied seriously, I must remind you, that was a high-ranking individual with the surname Brahmin. You cannot insult him. Old Emo nearly fell over from anger, glaring at Kieran. Your scowl is of no use, for my surname is Kshatriya, and you are but a Vaishya. Kieran retorted, Oh, you misunderstand, noble Kshatriya. I was cursing the creature, not the more esteemed Brahmin. Emo Laosien immediately retaliated, while Kieran widened his eyes in astonishment. Your glare holds no power over me, noble Kshatriya, as a mere lowly Vaishya. How would I ever dare to insult a Brahmin? Emo Laosien's tone dripped with sarcasm. Since the calamity struck, Emo Laosien had become increasingly unrestrained, and the recent passing of his mother only added to his recklessness. Kieran, infuriated, left with a cold huff in the Eastern Island nation. Within the Toilet Palace, Toilet Emperor Ito and his aides were hiding in a basement, frantically shouting into the phone, We can barely hold on. We urgently need Eagle Sauce's support. Ever since the disaster unfolded, various monsters seemed particularly enamored with this relatively small piece of land, and monster invasions had become the norm for the nation. Under such dire circumstances, managing to survive for 6 months was already an extraordinary feat. After all, they were not only facing terrestrial monsters, but also those lurking in the sea and soaring in the sky. You are well aware of the situation at sea. We cannot provide assistance. Eagle Sauce replied tersely, suggesting, perhaps you could seek help from Xiyi country and the Bear Nation. Unable to suppress a laugh, he hung up. Listening to the busy tone after the call ended, Ito slumped to the ground, nearly despondent. Yet he gritted his teeth and dialed the Bear Palace. Oh, you need support? No problem. We can supply weapons but you require 50 million tons of yield, or 100 million tons. Trust us, just throw Big Ivan into your volcano, and no monster will withstand it. Ito nearly exploded with anger. Later, he dialed Xiyi country's number. What did you say? Hello? I can't hear you. My phone has no signal. Hearing the dismissive tone from Xiyi country, Ito ground his teeth and roared. In that case, I will reorganize the nuclear industry and drag you down with me. Oh, now, there's a signal. Mr. Ito, I understand your urgency, but please do not rush. If you overexert yourself and fall ill, what then? After all, you know the state of affairs. All nations have suffered severe blows, with medicine in short supply. If you become ill and there are no medicines, wouldn't that spell your doom? And dying, you still have to. Little Lord, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Ito was infuriated. You starry-eyed fool. A chuckle echoed from the other end of the line. Ito nearly spat blood. All right, Mr. Ito, do you have any further matters to discuss? If not, please hang up. Ito, oh, by the way, Mr. Ito, out of humanitarian concern, I must remind you that according to our predictions, in about half a month, the satellites in the sky will cease to function entirely. When that time comes, if you are fortunate enough to survive, you will need to consider having your soldiers charge into the monster horde with nuclear weapons. Ito, winky face. In the Alliance, ladies and gentlemen, in the face of such calamity, it is time to unite. Let us together make the Alliance great again. Sir, I must remind you that during the joint conference, please exercise some restraint. Although as allies, I should not say this, but perhaps you should tidy up the ladies' lingerie behind you. Aha, I think Charlie's suggestion is splendid. William, I believe you could perform a live demonstration for us. Hey, gentlemen, there are ladies present. No worries, Ms. Jones, I think you look stunning right now. Oh, really? In the equatorial state, the government stated, we can send you weapons, but you must pay. We can also send you food, but you must pay. Similarly, we can send you clothing, but you still have to pay. We can provide you with living supplies, but you must still pay. Sorry, sir, we have no money and no money. Then what about your dear mother? But we do have a little gold and diamonds. Oh, damn it. Dear God, why didn't you say so earlier? All right now. Gentlemen, hand over everything you have. Click. Bullets chambered. Sob, sob, sob in Xiyi country. In an apartment, after 7 days of arduous training, Yichin opened his eyes, frowning deeply to, it seems I have succeeded, yet perhaps I have not. Yi-chun furrowed his brow. After 7 days of hard work, he seemed to have garnered some insights into absorbing the natural energies of the world, and he had made some improvements to the heavenly fire-breathing technique he was practicing. Whether it was due to his rebirth, he felt his mind had become much sharper. In his past life, he would have never dreamed of improving this technique. Yet even so, he had not completed the enhancement of the heavenly fire-breathing technique. He could only claim to have improved a portion of it. Now, as he practiced the new technique, he could indeed sense the so-called natural energy, but how to absorb it remained elusive. The time is too short, he lamented. After hesitating for a moment, he reached for a beast core, only to find his pockets empty. During these 7 days of refining the technique, he had relied entirely on these beast cores to sustain his daily needs. And now the ones obtained from the officials have been consumed completely. Perhaps I should leave the city, he said. Although, given his status, he could easily obtain beast cores from the logistics department. Enough to his heart's content. He felt guilty consuming what soldiers had sacrificed their lives for. A strong individual must possess the dignity of a strong individual. Having power yet cowering behind ordinary people to survive was utterly disgraceful. Advisor Yi, without a superior's order, we cannot allow you to leave. At the city gates, Yi-Chen looked at the obstinate soldier, feeling helpless. Don't get me wrong. I'm not being confined, but rather the higher-ups do not wish for me to venture out recklessly. This can be seen as a form of protection that he did not press the soldier further, nor did he attempt to force his way out of the city. Instead, he sought out Li Jun, who was training fervently in the laboratory. You want to leave the city? Li Jun wiped the sweat from his brow, astonished. What prompted such a sudden decision? I have gained some insights into improving the breathing technique. But I currently lack beast cores, Yi-Chen explained. No beast cores? Didn't the logistics department provide you with any? Li Jun frowned. Yi-Chan shook his head. I do not wish to consume the blood-soaked rations of the soldiers. After all, I am much stronger than they are. Moreover, I possess knowledge of the wilderness that no one else can rival. Rest assured, there is no danger. Li Jun's expression softened as he regarded Yi-Chan with admiration. Yet he sighed. What you're telling me is of no use. The decision to not let you leave the city was made directly by the Chancellor. You must discuss this with him. The Chancellor set down his pen. Looking at Yi-Chan in surprise, it seems you have long harbored such intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Very well. I will have Li Jun lead a special operations team to assist you." "You can't refuse this, can you?" Yi Chun sighed in resignation. "Chancellor, given the current circumstances, ordinary creatures cannot possibly match my strength. Nonetheless, we cannot be careless." The Prime Minister gazed at Yi Chun with profound significance. "After all, you possess little combat experience." Yi Chun managed a wry smile. Combat experience, he indeed had in abundance. It would not be an exaggeration to state that in his previous life, every warrior of even slight renown had emerged from seas of corpses and rivers of blood. However, he could not reveal such truths to the Prime Minister. Since the calamity had struck, the Prime Minister had aged considerably in just 6 months, and it was unwise to distract him with trivialities. Reluctantly, he accepted the Prime Minister's goodwill. After procuring equipment from the logistics department, Yi Chun, along with the Special Forces team, led by Li Jun, ventured out of the city. One must say, the wilderness and the city were two entirely different realms. Yi Chun could even detect the metallic scent of blood in the air, accompanied by an aura of savagery and wildness. Gripping his knife more tightly, he cautiously entered the desolate expanse, the equipment provided by the logistics department. Aside from the requisite firearms, included a cold weapon resembling a saber for each individual. In direct confrontations with monsters, firearms proved far less effective than the cold weapons in hand. Moreover, discharging a weapon would inevitably attract nearby creatures, plunging oneself into even greater peril. Firearms were merely a last resort. As human territories receded, vegetation began to grow unchecked. Towering trees, soaring dozens of meters high, signified the world had indeed transformed. Before long, the group encountered a mass of centipedes, each exceeding 10 meters in length, intertwined with one another. The sight of these centipedes reminded Yi Chun of a harrowing night at the police station 6 months prior. Sun Dashing still could not speak, a testament to the prowess of these monstrous centipedes. Observing the centipedes engaged in mating, Yi Chun stealthily approached with his knife drawn. Li Jun offered no warnings, curious to observe Yi Chun's skills. During mating, animals' vigilance is at its lowest. Coupled with Yi Chun's remarkable control over his body, he silently drew within 5 meters of the centipede mass. He could even sense the chilling aura emanating from the centipede legs, which were thicker and taller than his own. Bending slightly, he began to gather his strength. Upon reaching a sufficient threshold, he lunged forward. Boom! The ground shattered, debris flew, and Yi Chun almost instantly arrived beside the centipede mass, his blades striking down, severing one centipede's head. The sudden assault startled the centipedes, and the one decapitated, due to its insect nature, did not perish immediately. Instead, it thrashed violently, injuring several of its kin. Dark green blood dripped onto the surrounding flora, which immediately emitted white smoke and a hissing, piercing sound. Yi Chun did not pause nor concern himself with the struggling centipede. He swiftly executed another, dispatching another head with a deft stroke, sidestepping a charging centipede to seize the opportunity for another strike. The special alloy blade clashed against the centipede's shell, creating a jarring metallic sound, causing the handle to bend and the blade to develop several nicks. The centipede, being exceptionally robust, withstood his attempt to bisect it, yet its body was cleaved in half, innards spilling forth. His movements were fluid and seamless, taking less than 5 seconds to condemn 3 centipedes to death. Li Jun and the Special Forces soldiers were taken aback. With his weapon rendered ineffective, Yi Chun evaded another centipede's assault, lowering his body to plunge the damaged blade into the mouth of a sneaky centipede, pulling back fiercely. The centipede emitted a horrific shriek as white brain matter gushed forth. Seizing the moment, another centipede charged, and Yi Chun leapt onto its head, thrusting his already battered knife down with force. The blade penetrated deep into the centipede's head, disrupting its central nervous system. Boom! The centipede collapsed heavily, its body convulsing sporadically, a peculiar reflex seen in dying insects. Yi Chun subtly twisted his neck and rolled his shoulders, then turned his gaze upon the sole remaining intact centipede. It was an enormous female, exceeding 20 meters in length. In the insect kingdom, it is common for females to outsize their male counterparts. The brutal slaughter of its mates jolted the female centipede from its previous mating state. After surveying the carnage around it, It abruptly straightened its upper body and opened its maw, emitting a furious roar. Jun's expression shifted. This is bad. It's calling for reinforcements. This was intelligence earned through bloodshed. Yet, Yichun remained unfazed. Let them come. We shall slay them all. Before his words had fully escaped, he propelled himself into action, his figure momentarily blurring as he appeared beside the female centipede. With a powerful punch, he struck its body. The female centipede, mouth agape in a furious roar, could only expel its internal fragments and a torrent of dark green blood. Yichun pressed his advantage, delivering rapid strikes to the centipede's relatively vulnerable underbelly. Though the female centipede attempted to retaliate, despite its bulk and agility, it could not match Yichun's prowess. Finally, under his relentless assault, he forcibly cleaved the female centipede into two segments, leaving it lifeless on the ground. Simultaneously, a cacophony of splintering wood echoed from the surroundings. Jun's face paled. Yichun, fall back! But it was too late. Countless male centipedes summoned by the female encircled them. Dark, jagged fangs glinted ominously in the shadows. Yichun returned to the ranks, declaring, "Do not panic. We shall fight. I know we must fight, but we cannot ascertain whether these centipedes can summon more monsters. We are merely 14. We cannot confront them head-on." Li Jun warned, eyeing the restless centipedes. "Fear not," Yichun replied, charging boldly at the centipedes at Li Jun's side, issuing a sharp command. "Prepare for battle!" Yes, a tremendous clash of battle ensued. Yichun unleashed his formidable might. Seizing one centipede by its tail, disregarding its anguished cries as he wielded it like a weapon. With his immense strength, the other centipedes crumbled upon contact. Occasionally, a fortunate centipede, its scales shattered, lay helpless on the ground, only to be crushed underfoot by the soldiers. Regrettably, the centipede he wielded was of poor quality and soon splintered into several segments. However, this was of little consequence, as the overwhelming horde of centipedes provided ample opportunity to seize another weapon. Li Jun and the Special Forces soldiers, witnessing this, discarded their knives and emulated Yichun, using centipedes as their weapons. Yichun's expression remained cold as he executed sweeping motions, and after utilizing his 20th centipede weapon, the surrounding pressure dissipated. Surveying the area, he beheld the severed limbs of centipedes scattered about. Despite their lack of intelligence, the scent of death from their kin instilled a primal fear within the remaining centipedes, prompting many to flee. Li Jun and the soldiers, drenched in sweat, cast aside their makeshift weapons, a sense of inexplicable exhilaration swelling within them. Thanks to their training in the earth-breathing technique, their endurance was remarkable. Though physically drained, they recovered rapidly. Jun exhaled deeply. "Gather the beast cores." The team promptly followed orders that Yichun discarded the remnants of the centipede in his hand, panting heavily. "We must act swiftly. Other monsters will surely be drawn here by the scent of blood. We must be mindful of our time." Li Jun nodded and then clapped Yichun on the shoulder. "Well done. I had no idea you possessed such skill." Yichun smiled. After countless battles, how could one not improve? Besides, these centipedes are not particularly formidable. One simply needs to be wary of their venom. The team collected the beast cores with remarkable speed. Report: a total of 110 beast cores collected. Excellent. Li Jun nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards Yichun, his eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. "Let's head back. The stench of blood clings to us too heavily. We cannot linger in the wild." Upon returning to the city, the group commenced the cleansing of their bodies. It is worth noting that, in the aftermath of the disaster, the water supply had encountered significant issues, primarily due to the severe damage inflicted on the pipelines. Aside from daily necessities, the martial artists who ventured outside the city to hunt monsters were only able to wash themselves briefly upon their return, while ordinary citizens were limited to bathing no more than once a week. Complete abstinence from washing was out of the question, as it could lead to various diseases. Out of the 110 beast cores, Yichun received 50, all of which he had obtained from the monsters he had slain. With a temporary surplus of beast cores, he returned to his apartment to refine his breathing techniques. Meanwhile, Li Jun went to report on Yichun's situation to the Prime Minister. "Based on his performance, even if our physical abilities are equal, In hand-to-hand combat or weaponry, I fear I would not stand a chance against him. His composure during battle is remarkable, and his combat prowess is certainly impressive. After hearing Li Jun's report, the Prime Minister couldn't help but nod, followed by a sigh. It seems young Yi is indeed exceptional. However, he quickly regained his serious demeanor and stated, "The Intelligence Department has uncovered information regarding Yi Chen's parents. You may wish to approach this delicately and gauge his reaction that why Yi Chen's background bore similarities to Li Xiyi's, as both had been abandoned by their parents during childhood. However, while Li Xiyi encountered his master just before freezing to death, Yi Chen was left at the doorstep of an orphanage during his early years. The orphanage was far from the warm haven one might envision. It could easily be described as a small underworld. Additionally, due to issues with his household registration, Yi Chen faced numerous challenges during his schooling. Various circumstances rendered his life quite frugal in summary, he did not lead a comfortable existence. Li Jun, being a straightforward soldier, promptly visited Yi Chen's home after receiving the report on his parents and placed the document on the table with a thud. "This is the situation regarding your parents. The Prime Minister asked me to inquire about your thoughts." Yi Chen, keeping his eyes closed, replied, "I have no particular views. Everything is in the past. If possible, I hope to afford them a small favor. Not much, just deduct it from my share, as a way to repay their gift of life." Li Jun was taken aback by Yi Chen's words, but eventually agreed, relaying Yi Chen's sentiments verbatim to the Prime Minister, who showed no sign of surprise. "Let us proceed," as he suggested. "This favor will entail an additional 2 beast cores each month." Currently, the monetary system on Blue Star had transitioned from a gold standard to one based on beast cores, with the latter now serving as a fundamental currency. While gold could still be utilized as a basic form of currency, 0.1 beast core was roughly equivalent to 10,000 yuan before the disaster. However, this figure was limited to Xiyi country, as prices in some foreign black markets far exceeded this amount. Thanks to the timely response of the Xiyi government, the cost of living had not changed much compared to pre-disaster conditions. Each citizen of Xiyi country could collect 1 beast core from the Martial Artists Guild each month upon presenting their identification. For powerful martial artists or awakened individuals, obtaining beast cores was not particularly challenging, and thus, they generally did not covet a single core. Initially, the Xiyi government's decision was indeed such, and it remained unchanged to this day. However, it became somewhat embarrassing for martial artists to claim them. It seemed undignified that, of course, ordinary citizens needed to complete certain tasks, such as sanitation duties, to receive their beast cores, which were not overly burdensome. This measure had significantly elevated the living standards of the general populace. Considering that the minimum income before the disaster barely reached a few yuan per month, as days turned into weeks at last, when only a handful of beast cores remained, Yi Chen opened his eyes. "What is going on? Why am I unable to absorb natural energy?" His gaze was slightly bewildered, as if he were on the brink of success, yet it felt so distant. The natural energy was right before him, yet it seemed as immovable as a sacred mountain. What had gone awry in the process? Unconsciously, he crushed a beast core, feeling a warm sensation spread through his body, snapping him back to reality. With the beast cores dwindling, he contemplated venturing outside the city once more. Descending the stairs, he spotted Li Xiyi, who had somehow procured a chair, comfortably basking in the gentle rays of the rising sun at the entrance of the apartment. "Good morning, brotherly," he greeted. Li Xiyi scrutinized Yi Chen from head to toe and casually remarked, "I haven't seen you out and about lately. Young people should get out more." Yi Chen nodded and was about to leave when Li Xiyi suddenly sighed, expressing, "Did you catch the news on TV yesterday? A man, disillusioned with work, attempted to rob a formidable martial artist but failed, only to complain about martial artists afterward. What is happening in this world?" Yi Chen turned back with a smile, just about to respond when his grin abruptly faltered. He scrutinized Li Xiyi closely and cautiously asked, "Brotherly, where did you see this news?" "Huh, didn't I just say?" "On TV." Yi Chen hesitated, then asked, "Brotherly, if you were faced with a pile of wealth that did not belong to you, seemingly within reach yet utterly unattainable, what would you do? What nonsense are you thinking in broad daylight?" "Is that wealth ownerless?" Li Xiyi casually replied. "Owner? What I mean is, what if that wealth had no owner? How could it possibly be ownerless?" Li Xiyi chuckled, pointing across the street at an ordinary individual sweeping the ground. Look at that person over there. He has 2 beast cores in his pocket, yet he is merely an ordinary citizen. For martial artists like you, it would be a simple matter to take what he possesses. However, if he were a martial artist stronger than you, would you still dare to take it? Xiyi appeared to grasp the implication. Xiyi then stood up, dusted off his pants, and retreated into the apartment. Does natural energy also have an owner? Xiyi murmured to himself. If natural energy had an owner, it was most likely the very planet beneath his feet. If that were true, then his plans to absorb natural energy would amount to nothing more than a futile endeavor. Empathizing with others, he doubted anyone would willingly part with their possessions. Perhaps I should rely on electrical energy instead. He contemplated giving up, but then realized that using electrical energy for cultivation would undoubtedly diminish his field combat capabilities. Was he to confront a beast tide while burdened with a battery taller than himself? The absurdity of this scenario made Xiyi chuckle, lifting his spirits somewhat. Very well, I shall give it another try, he resolved, returning to his room to sit cross-legged. Perhaps due to a slight relaxation of his mind, he quickly entered a meditative state, and once again, sensed the omnipresent natural energy. He attempted to visualize using his consciousness to interact with this energy. But the results were predictably fruitless. Nevertheless, he did not relent and continued to experiment. An hour, 2 hours, a whole day passed without any yield, and prolonged meditation drained him of considerable vitality, leaving him profoundly fatigued. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, his mind became hazy, and he felt as though he stood at the edge of a precipice. Not far away, a child who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old was crying. Before him lay a sheer cliff. "Come here, it's dangerous over there," Xiyi shouted. The child seemed oblivious to his words, huddling in a ball and sobbing. Xiyi, growing anxious, moved to rescue the child, yet felt as if a great weight bore down upon him, making each step laborious and breathless. What is happening? This left him in a state of perplexity. However, as he glanced at the child perilously close to the edge of the cliff, he noticed, for reasons unknown, that the child had edged even closer to the precipice, which heightened his anxiety, prompting him to act without further contemplation. Each arduous step he took felt as though he were treading upon his very heart, the weight of the situation rendering it almost unbearable. Yet he persevered at long last. He reached the child and grasped him firmly, attempting to pull him away from the cliff's edge. Yet, it was as if the child were fused to the cliff itself. Despite his unintentional exertion of every ounce of strength, he could not budge the child in the slightest. The child's wails echoed pitifully, and after a moment of contemplation, Xiyi settled down beside him. "Little one, have you encountered some trouble? Speak of it, and perhaps I can offer you some assistance," he said gently. Hearing his voice, the child looked up slightly, revealing a blurred visage. "I'm sorry," he cried out in anguish. "I can't stop them." As the cliff loomed ever closer, Yiqi's heart sank, and he summoned his strength once more, yet still found himself unable to move the child. "Who are they?" he inquired. "Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as the subsequent parts are even more thrilling." "I'm sorry." The child continued to sob. Yiqi let out a sigh, softening his expression as he glanced at the cliff now within arm's reach, and instead chose to sit beside the child. "You are but a child. Whatever troubles you face, you may share with me, and I might be able to help," he reassured. While troublesome children are indeed vexatious, Yiqi had never witnessed a child weeping so sorrowfully alone, leading him to believe that this child was likely not one of those typical brats. Given that he could not discern the child's features clearly, he began to form some conjectures about the child's identity. Perhaps his words truly held some power, or perhaps it was due to some other reason. But the child's tears began to cease. "Really? You can truly help me?" He lifted his head, his eyes filled with hope. Of course. Yiqi nodded to the Summer Nation's military headquarters. General Liu and several high-ranking military officials engaged in a heated debate. "I propose that we immediately disperse the Special Operations team members to various locations. We must ensure the safety of all regions. Regardless of how formidable the Special Forces may be, they are still mere mortals. Confronted with the beast tide, how long can one person endure? Dispersing them would significantly reduce our vulnerability to the beast wave. The local martial arts guilds are weak and lack cohesion. Thus, they do not possess the capability to confront the beast tide. We cannot afford to abandon any citizen of the Summer Nation. Currently, the number of beasts confronting the cities of Summer Nation is gradually increasing. When a number of monsters in a particular area reaches a certain threshold, they will begin to assault human cities. Just last month, 5 cities in Summer Nation fell victim to the beast tide. Thankfully, the martial artists fought valiantly to hold them back, and with the aid of new firearms, they managed to repel the tide, albeit barely. Even with the tide pushed back, the losses among the martial artists have drastically weakened the defensive capabilities of these 5 cities, making it significantly more challenging to withstand another assault. The members of the Special Operations Team are among the most powerful individuals in the military. If we scatter them across various cities, it may alleviate the situation somewhat. However, no one can ascertain whether any unusual types of monsters have emerged among the current beasts. Any casualties among the Special Operations Team would represent a substantial loss for the military. General Lu sat in silence, not participating in the ongoing debates among his colleagues, furrowing his brow as he examined the documents in his hand. These were the year-end summaries submitted by the various cities' martial arts guilds, detailing the strength of local martial artists and the myriad challenges they face. Although the martial arts guilds are a newly established semi-official organization, they currently operate under the military's command. Lu lit a cigarette, listening to the arguments of his colleagues while perusing the documents, page after page. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he halted the motion of flicking ash. Subject exhibits bloodshot eyes, extreme mental instability, and frequently engages in nonsensical rambling. DNA samples from their wounds reveal foreign DNA, suspected to belong to a new breed of humanity. Irritated, he extinguished his cigarette and placed the document on the table. These new humans are a group of beasts that enhance their power by consuming the flesh and blood of their kin. Research has shown that consuming certain monster flesh can indeed accelerate the cultivation of breathing techniques, though the quantity required is considerable. Human flesh, however, differs significantly. Studies conducted on captured new humans have indicated that, under equivalent conditions, consuming human flesh can enhance the cultivation speed of breathing techniques by approximately tenfold compared to monster flesh, the underlying principles of which remain a mystery to many. Frustrated, Lu glared at his still bickering colleagues and said irritably, "Enough. We will address the beast tide later. For now, let's discuss how to deal with these hybrids." "Kill them," came the unanimous response. For hybrids that consume their own kind, if it is a matter of survival, it can be understood, but if it is merely for self-enhancement, they hold no compassion. It is an unequivocal death sentence. It must be noted that the Summer Nation is not like foreign lands. In the months following the disaster, nearly all survivors were relocated to cities. Although conditions were harsh, no one went hungry. There was no necessity to resort to cannibalism for survival. Even outside the cities, supplies relied on beast cores, ensuring no one would starve. In such circumstances, how could anyone harm others for a modicum of power? Lu nodded, addressing the crowd. "It is settled then. At the next meeting, I expect your support, so do not waver." The assembly nodded in agreement. With a flick of his lighter, flames flickered, and Lu exhaled a puff of smoke. "Now that we have quieted down, let us discuss the foreigners and hybrids." This topic was particularly sensitive, and the crowd collectively focused intently. "Initially, when Xiyi mentioned this, you dismissed him. Do you now believe?" Lu scoffed. The breathing techniques promulgated by the Summer Nation, while accessible to foreigners, yield minimal results, with an efficiency roughly 1/10 that of Summer Nation citizens. Hybrids, on the other hand, are entirely incapable of cultivation, the reasons for which remain an enigma. With the implementation of military governance in Summer Nation, the cabinet has issued a clear directive prohibiting intermarriage. In these times, every potential resource must be fully utilized. Yet there are still some foreigners who do not grasp the situation, causing disturbances. This is largely due to the sycophants of those foreign powers. However, Lu raised this issue with the intention of addressing them. Every household has its rules, and every nation its laws. Let us settle accounts according to the data recorded in the information database. As soon as this was stated, confusion arose among the crowd. What about our international reputation? Where is this international standing now? Lu scoffed. Smaller nations, how long do you think they can endure? I estimate that fewer than 1/5 of the nations on Blue Star will remain. Let us not digress. Before the law, all are equal. You yourself proclaim this. What, do you not stand by your word? Those who had expressed doubt turned crimson, silenced by their own embarrassment, since there is no opposition. Let us proceed. Liu added, send the data to the Special Operations Team, instructing them to patrol various regions. Good. How long has our advisor Yi been asleep? Almost a year. What did the Academy say at this moment? The apartment had long been under military control, with only Yi Chun remaining. His sudden slumber had astonished the higher-ups for some time. After various examinations, they could only conclude that he was merely asleep. And in their helplessness, they had to assign guards. Today seemed to be a fortuitous day. The figure seated cross-legged on the bed suddenly exhaled a deep breath and opened his eyes. I have succeeded. He gazed joyfully at his palm. Unbeknownst to him, the warrior protecting him immediately reported his awakening to the higher-ups. 10 minutes later, Li Jun arrived at Yi Chen's residence. You are finally awake, he exclaimed. Yi Chen stretched lazily and inquired, how long have I been asleep? For 360 days. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. I am not joking, Li Jun replied sternly. The Prime Minister is currently in a meeting and cannot come. So how do you feel? Is there anything unusual with your body? After all, you have been in slumber for such an extended period. Yi Chen regained his composure and moved his limbs, stating, I feel splendid. Absolutely wonderful. That's good. Li Jun sighed in relief. By the way, what about my roommates? Yi Chen asked. Do not worry. They're doing quite well. They're now living in a grand villa. Li Jun rolled his eyes. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. His roommates lacked any martial talent and had not become awakened beings, that if they could live their lives safely, that would be the best outcome. What about that brother Li Zhong? He inquired again. Yi Jun looked puzzled. Which Li Zhong? Are there others in this apartment besides you and your roommates' families? Yi Chen was taken aback and replied nonchalantly, It's nothing. My mind is a bit muddled after sleeping for so long. Li Jun jested. Then you should rest well. Perhaps you should sleep a little longer? Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Xiyi stood beside Yi Chen, still appearing ordinary, watching the two banter, and couldn't help but smile. Perhaps it is time for me to take my leave. His voice echoed in the room. Yet neither Li Jun nor Yi Chen noticed another presence beside them, just as his name suggested. Unseen by the eye, he was called Yi. Unheard by the ear, he was named Xiyi. When the world no longer acknowledged him, he understood it was time to depart. Xiyi stood contentedly by the lakeside, a gentle breeze caressing his face and tousling his long hair. That moment, he had reverted to his previous attire, transforming from a modern farmer into the semblance of an ancient agrarian. Before departing, he thought to cast a line, but he produced a bamboo fishing rod from an unknown source and cast it gently, the hook plummeting into the water. In a short while, the bobber began to quiver slightly. Li Xiyi smiled calmly as he raised the rod and rebaited the hook. Upon Yi Chen's emergence from seclusion, he met with the Prime Minister and presented the improved breathing technique to the authorities. Theoretically, this new method had no upper limit, allowing one to continuously absorb natural energy to enhance oneself and acquire special abilities, but he was unperturbed by the prospect of being surpassed by a genius. If that were to happen, so be it. There was no cause for alarm, present. He held no significant desire for strength. He was not one of those brooding protagonists from novels that, of course, in the current world. Strength was undoubtedly advantageous. The days ahead promised simplicity. Yi Chen accompanied the Special Operations Team on a nationwide patrol, simultaneously clearing out some monster dens. Generally, with their strength, they found it somewhat challenging to eradicate ordinary monster lairs. However, after having officially mastered the newly named advanced breathing technique, their powers steadily increased, making the destruction of monster dens increasingly effortless. Furthermore, with Yi Chen's wealth of experience, the Special Operations Team tended to target the easier foes first, thus avoiding any casualty issues. Prolonged combat had fully integrated him into the Special Operations Team. Boom! With a single punch, he shattered the head of a frog-like creature towering over 10 meters, marking the successful clearing of this monster den. Yi Chen shook the blood from his arm, perched on a stone, and began to munch on a piece of jerky. This cave-like monster den had transformed into a sea of corpses, strewn with the severed limbs of beasts. The blood from the monster's body had eroded the ground into a pockmarked surface, creating a particularly pungent odor within the lair. Advisor, we have received the latest instructions from the higher-ups. A soldier saluted and produced a piece of paper from his backpack. Handing it to Yi. The satellite system on Blue Star had nearly fallen into disrepair, and communication now relied on telegraphs from decades past. The Special Operations Team, led by Yi, possessed one such telegraph machine. After swallowing a mouthful of jerky, he accepted the intel. Suspicious signs of a beast tide have appeared near Linshan City. Please lead the Special Operations Team to investigate and make autonomous decisions. Linshan City was currently approximately 100 kilometers away from them, and at their speed, they could arrive in half an hour without compromising their combat capability. Inform the team to rest in place for half an hour and recover their stamina. Understood. In a small city named Mo City in Xiyi country, within a certain drainage pipe, how many people have joined us today? One. Huh? Why so few? Well, it's just one, and it's because his son was accidentally killed by a martial artist. What happened? His son had poor martial talent, but had a penchant for petty theft. He happened to target a high-tier martial artist, who instinctively pushed him away, and his son ended up splattered against the city wall. 5 years had passed since the Great Disaster, and to facilitate planning and management, the authorities had simplified the classification of martial artists, a short-term explosive power of 10 tons classified, one as a low-level martial artist. While 50 tons marked a mid-level martial artist, high-level martial artists required a greater standard, with explosive power reaching 500 tons and the ability to achieve half the speed of sound in a short duration. Above high-level martial artists were the martial king and martial sovereign. However, the authorities had not disclosed the evaluation criteria for these two levels, nor had they revealed the number of martial artists at that level within the entire Xiyi country. High-level martial artists were already considered formidable beings. For an ordinary person to steal from a high-level martial artist could only be deemed a destined misfortune. Surely he does not expect us to help him avenge his son? Well, that's the very reason I brought him in. Are you out of your mind? How can we assist? Among the new humans here, only 3 have achieved high-level martial art status. Do you expect these distinguished individuals to risk their lives for an ungrateful fool? I never said agreeing meant we had to act. Isn't that outright deception? Well, how do you think my business acumen has fared over the years? Get lost. But speaking of which, the higher-ups have been too harsh on us. I've heard from some foreign new humans that their authorities don't care about such matters. If you have strength, you can do as you please. Indeed. What is the big deal about having a few bites of those lowly beings? Is it necessary to come down so hard on us? Enough of this. The higher-ups want us to make contact with that ogre, that, if possible, we should try to recruit him, we really have to go. What? Are you afraid? Of course, that guy used to eat people before the disaster. If you're not afraid of your boss, what do you have to fear? You have a point, Heat, at the highest council of Xiyi country. The military's statistical data indicated that there were 45,326 high-level martial artists, 626, 788 mid-level martial artists, 12, 116, 778 low-level martial artists, approximately 113,804,396 inferior martial artists, and the remainder, those with power levels below 5 tons, were classified as ordinary people. Furthermore, this data could only serve as a reference, as it was common in our nation for individuals to conceal their true abilities. Additionally, this data included those cannibalistic hybrids, making it difficult for general data statisticians to distinguish between hybrids and humans. According to our most recent census, the total population currently stands at 936,054,833, a reduction of approximately 41.36 compared to pre-disaster figures. Our current food reserves are approximately 15 billion tons. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the meeting turned towards old Zhang. What the hell are you bragging about? Do we even have that much land left? Lu Lao cast a displeased glance at his counterpart, while the chief minister furrowed his brow in concern. The head of the Grain Reserve Bureau, old Zhang, offered a wry smile. This figure is only increasing. But the vast majority consists of monster meat, which poses a significant challenge in terms of storage. Moreover, as you all know, the appetites of martial artists are ever-growing if it weren't for consultant Xiao Ye's improved breathing technique, which has considerably reduced the martial artist demand for common food. Our meager reserves would not last long. Upon hearing his explanation, the expressions of everyone present softened, it must be acknowledged that Yi Qin's contributions to the nation are indeed commendable. The chief minister inquired, based on current consumption rates, how long can this food sustain us? After a moment of hesitation, old Zhang replied candidly, for ordinary people, less than 6 months. The chief minister paused, then asked, and how long can our grain reserves sustain us under the current consumption? Old Zhang hesitated again, but spoke truthfully, less than 6 months as well. Are we, the people of Xiyi, such voracious eaters? Someone questioned in bewilderment. Old Zhang chuckled helplessly. We need not worry about the daily consumption of martial artists. They can procure their own food. They can consume monster blood and flesh daily, without issue. But ordinary folks cannot do the same. A common person eating meat as their staple diet would find themselves in dire straits within a week. He continued, the remaining rice, wheat, and other staples we have left can only sustain ordinary people for 6 months. The chief minister pondered for a moment and asked, how much arable land do we currently have? Approximately 100 million hectares, but we have paid a hefty price to guard this land. The emergence of monster layers is random, and the density of these layers across Blue Star is alarmingly high. The monsters do not differentiate whether the land is farmland. Once their numbers reach a certain threshold, they will launch indiscriminate attacks. The martial artists of Xiyi bear immense pressure to protect these farmlands. Food security is of paramount importance. Any misstep is unacceptable. The chief minister issued a command. Deploy the Special Operations Group and send a martial king to ensure the protection of these farmlands. The assembly regarded one another in surprise. The martial king is a title officially recognized as being above high-level martial artists, and while there are few such martial artists speculated in the civilian sphere, the official numbers are not as scarce as presumed, certainly not below 4 figures. The government had previously concealed their existence to conserve strength in the face of the unique breeds of monsters mentioned by Yi Qin. It is worth noting that the military's footage of the Yulong Mountain Serpent had rekindled memories of the frustrations born from inadequate firepower among those present. Thus, while the government had publicized martial artist ranks, it had never admitted to possessing martial kings or martial emperors, all in an effort to amass power in secrecy. Addressing the gazes of the assembly, the chief minister spoke with composure. Our foundation lies with the common populace. If that foundation crumbles, no amount of power can sustain us. We would merely be drifting weeds without roots. Therefore, we must safeguard this land. The room fell silent. Now, let us continue with the meeting. Recently, international relations have grown tense. As Western nations have resumed their targeting of us, someone remarked. Before the statement could be completed, Lu Lao interjected, let them target us if they wish. It concerns us not. What are we, in this current situation, doing with their antiquated tactics? Can we ascertain the martial artist reserves on their side? The martial artist reserves are elusive. Their situation can only be described as muddled. The newly appointed head of the Intelligence Bureau, Li Jun, lamented. After all, we cannot sift through a pile of mud to locate each individual stone, in contrast to the dual systems of martial artists and awakeners designated by Xiyi. The Western nations have broadly categorized their power structures into various types. Those with formidable physical prowess are labeled as fighters, warriors, knights, samurai, and other similar titles, with levels mirroring Xiyi's classification, divided into low, medium, and high grades, while the higher tiers are a dizzying array. Their emergence stemmed from the appearance of various secret realms worldwide, which harbor unique cultivation methods. Dragon Country has its own, yet none have been found to rival Yi Qin's breathing technique for efficacy. AS for awakeners. They are referred to as mages, sorcerers, meditators, and prophets in Western nations. The number of awakeners, both in Xiyi and abroad, remains exceedingly scarce, with the difficulty of cultivation being significant. Aside from their specialized effects that surpass those of martial artists, their practical combat utility is far inferior at present. The commotion generated by an awakener's skill could attract monsters for miles around, rendering stealthy and swift engagements in the wilderness nearly impossible. Hence, in calculating individual combat prowess, awakeners are temporarily excluded compared to the relatively stable social environment in Xiyi. The West, particularly the Eagle Nation, is rife with chaos, and one knows what kind of martial artists or mages may lurk in the shadows. Thus, it is indeed a challenge for Li Jun's intelligence department to ascertain the martial artist reserves. However, we have managed to uncover some official figures regarding martial artist reserves from various countries at a considerable cost. He opened the document in his hand. First, regarding Eagle Nation, the number of high-level night martial artists under official command is approximately insert number, with about 86,000 intermediate martial artists and 2,354,000 low-level martial artists, the latter being too numerous to count accurately. According to our estimates, their total martial artist count would not exceed double this figure. The situation within the Alliance is much more complex. To save time, I will summarize the overall data for the entire Alliance. There are insert number, high-level martial artists, 120,000 intermediate martial artists, and 2.4 million low-level martial artists, mirroring the situation in Eagle Nation. The Bear Nation has slightly fewer. Insert number, high-level martial artists, 64,000 intermediate martial artists, and 1.8 million low-level martial artists in the regions of the White Elephant and Equatorial State. The number of personal powers at the Martial King and Martial Emperor levels is limited due to their late start, currently totaling less than 100. Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility of hidden figures, though it is unlikely to exceed double this number. And due to the dire circumstances on the island nation, which is besieged by monsters, we are currently unable to gather any information from there. Li Jun added, the island's tectonic plates are being incessantly battered by enormous sea monsters, particularly in the area where nuclear waste was previously dumped. Half a year ago, their national mountain erupted completely, and we are unaware of the current state of the environment there. In fact, the eruption of that volcano has also impacted Xiyi to some extent, as the ash expelled has dispersed many flying monsters, some of which have found their way to Xiyi. According to the Intelligence Department's reports, in terms of martial artists, they are collectively no match for us. Why should we concern ourselves with their trivialities? Lu Lao remarked. One of the advisors chuckled and said, please, Lu Lao, remain patient. Let Zhao Lao speak first. In the Western world, led by the Eagle Nation, there is purportedly an upcoming conference on Blue Star Energy Exchange, ostensibly aimed at discussing energy-related issues. However, the underlying intent is to extract our unique breathing techniques, as articulated by Elder Zhao. Furthermore, certain Western nations have been engaged in baseless accusations, alleging that we exploit ordinary individuals as mere cattle. The presence of Yi Chun has significantly elevated personal combat capabilities on Blue Star during this period. Currently, a martial artist from the Xiyi Nation of equivalent rank can approximately contend against 3 knights, although the outcome may vary in a life-and-death scenario. Knights, regardless of their physique, strength, or agility, fall short in comparison to martial artists of the same level. Moreover, both knights and mages possess combat effects that attract monstrous adversaries, a burden that the Western nations cannot endure. Consequently, they have set their sights on the Xiyi Nation's unique breathing techniques. That it is worth noting that some Westerners have previously acquired these techniques from the Xiyi Nation, as they have long been made public in Xiyi, accessible to individuals from the elderly to the very young. Although mastery is not guaranteed, the foundational breathing techniques are certainly introductory, regrettably for the West. Without proper guidance, even if they obtain these techniques, they are unlikely to make any meaningful progress. This so-called Energy Exchange Conference is, in essence, a ploy devised by the West. Naturally, such a scheme can only be termed as such when directed at nations that can be manipulated. In light of the current situation on Blue Star, the Xiyi Nation has no obligation to engage with them. After patiently absorbing Elder Zhao's insights, the strategist smiled slightly. If they desire our breathing techniques, that is certainly feasible. However, their inability to cultivate them independently necessitates the presence of qualified instructors, does it not? As instructors, we must, of course, charge a fee. Elder Lu furrowed his brow. By providing them with our breathing techniques, are we not strengthening the enemy? The strategist chuckled. Last year, the Research Institute successfully simplified the breathing technique, naming it the Savage Breathing Method, inspired by the attributes of a saber-toothed tiger. Frankly, this technique holds little value for us. Its cultivation is inefficient, and even upon mastery, the resulting strength merely parallels that of a knight. Furthermore, it bears a resemblance to our widely disseminated breathing technique, allowing us to trade it for certain benefits. Elder Lu fell silent, acknowledging that these strategists possess an extraordinary level of cunning. What then are the effects of this so-called savage breathing method once cultivated? Someone inquired. Rest assured, its cultivation efficiency is merely 1/3 that of the foundational breathing technique. Upon successful cultivation, the strength gained is also limited to 1/3 of what the foundational technique would provide, and within the same realm, physical enhancement is only about half that of a martial artist. The strategist brushed his graying temples. In other words, by expending 9 times the effort, one would acquire strength equivalent to only half that of a martial artist. We can leverage this technique to demand a premium, exchanging it for food suitable for commoners, while also insisting on acquiring their night cultivation methods for our own research. Additionally, we can sell this technique to one nation at a time, informing each that we have only sold it to them. The assembly regarded the strategist with newfound admiration. "You are indeed cunning," Lu Jun remarked, furrowing his brow again. "What if they refuse?" "That is simple. During the conference, we could discreetly instigate conflict between our special forces and the knights they bring, ensuring the knight receives a thorough beating. I have no objections," Lu Jun replied sheepishly. "According to what strategist Zhang has proposed, what if they notice something amiss after cultivation?" Another queried. The strategist shrugged. "In the Xiyi nation, the ability to cultivate breathing techniques is also contingent upon one's aptitude. Not everyone possesses the same potential. If their aptitude is lacking, that is of no concern to us." The questioner gave the strategist a thumbs up. Refraining from further inquiries in response to the Western nation's so-called schemes, the strategist devised a counter-strategy. Martial artists surpass knights in strength, and the latter's flashy techniques encounter significant drawbacks when confronting monsters, a reality unacceptable to the West. Therefore, they are undoubtedly intent on acquiring the Xiyi nation's breathing techniques, particularly under the veil of secrecy, making it difficult for them to refuse, even if they suspect the breathing techniques might be flawed. The possibility of their authenticity lingers in their minds. They cannot turn down the offer. Strategist Zhang smiled, casting a glance at Elder Zhang. As for their claims that we treat ordinary citizens as livestock. Where can one find livestock earning a monthly salary equivalent to a beast corps? He stated calmly. The recommendations of the Strategic Advisory Group are to disregard such assertions that, of course, if they become overly aggressive, we could use this international conference to set an example, exposing the plight of ordinary citizens in one nation, strike a decisive blow to deter further assaults. The global landscape has shifted, and it is now the Xiyi nation's turn to demonstrate the resilience of its fist. The chief minister nodded in agreement, and the assembly erupted in applause. Next on the agenda, assistance to equatorial state. Upon the introduction of this topic, all faces contorted in concern. We are overwhelmed with our own affairs. How can we spare the resources to manage these? Elder Lu waved his hand dismissively. Let us move on to the next issue. The chief minister cleared his throat. Elder Lu is correct. We must first stabilize our own situation before addressing others. Next topic. Before we proceed, allow me to update everyone on our nation's Beast Corps reserves, announced the logistics chief responsible for managing said corps. Currently, we are receiving approximately 150 million cores daily. This figure, though substantial, pales in comparison to the vast number of martial artists in the Xiyi nation, seemingly meager. After all, not every monster possesses a beast core. To be candid, the ability to conserve such a quantity of beast cores amidst the turmoil has exceeded everyone's expectations. Due to the impact of the otherworldly invasion, many advanced technologies on Blue Star are no longer applicable, resulting in a significant regression in technological capabilities, thus amplifying the importance of beast cores beyond initial assumptions. While we are not currently lacking beast cores, let us not celebrate prematurely. The acquisition of these cores has come at a considerable cost. Therefore, we must thoroughly discuss the issue of compensation for martial artist casualties. According to prior regulations, should injuries occur while undertaking official missions, our policy stipulates a uniform compensation of 50 beast cores. In the event of death, this figure doubles. Presently, there have been instances in cities where individuals deliberately injure themselves to obtain beast cores in the Xiyi nation. The value of a single beast core can procure resources equivalent to that of the pre-cataclysm yuan. For an ordinary citizen of Xiyi, receiving one beast core monthly constitutes a significantly high wage. Consequently, some have resorted to unscrupulous methods to exploit martial artist compensations. The attendees exchanged troubled glances at the mention of this issue. Have any martial artists been involved? The chief minister inquired. Yes, the most prominent among them are several intermediate martial artists. Severe penalties shall be imposed. Each intermediate martial artist will be fined 500 beast cores. For low-level martial artists, the fine is 100 cores, while those of lesser standing shall incur a fine of 50 cores. Ordinary citizens shall receive a single warning for now, should further warnings prove ineffective. A fine of 53 beast cores shall be imposed for repeated offenses that at this point. The chief minister rubbed his temples in exasperation. Such matters are indeed difficult to resolve. Rest assured, once individuals have lost their most fundamental needs for survival, they will begin to pursue elements that grant them a semblance of independence from the masses. We could have them recite their confessions daily beside the Martial Artists Guild for a maximum of 3 days. Suggested a member of the advisory group. 8 times. Inducing a social death can serve as a form of punishment. Moreover, Xiyi citizens generally place great importance on their reputation. However, if they happen to possess an insatiable ego, there is little we can do. Our current policies contain numerous loopholes, and this represents the best resolution without causing undue friction. This proposal has also been approved. The next agenda item concerns the reserve of martial artists in small to medium-sized towns. Upon hearing this, the assembly expressed their helplessness. With such a vast population of humanity, there exists a plethora of eccentricities, including a fair share of obstinate individuals. The obstinacy in the Summer Kingdom is particularly notorious. In some relatively remote regions, there are always those who, for various reasons, are unwilling to relocate to urban areas, be it attachment to their homeland, inability to adapt to city life, or even paranoia stemming from persecution. Ensuring the fundamental rights and safety of these individuals comes at a significant cost to the authorities. However, to completely abandon these people would contravene our principles. It can be said that, to some extent, the authorities have been morally coerced by these individuals. With a smaller population and a larger proportion of elderly citizens, the number of beast cores they can obtain is naturally limited, leading to a deficiency in martial prowess, rendering them incapable of confronting beast tides. Thus, the issue of safety must inevitably be brought to the forefront. Such matters can only be addressed through persuasion, as we cannot compel them, remarked one of the advisors. After all, we cannot compel them. The assembly fell silent. The chief minister clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. How well has Xiyi's advanced breathing technique been disseminated? The situation is quite favorable, alleviating considerable pressure, replied old Lu. Thanks to Xiyi's advanced breathing technique, the dependency of martial artists on beast cores has significantly diminished. We have always been concerned that the emergence of beast cores might signal an invasion from another world, and the continuous reliance on beast cores for cultivation could pose certain risks. That's reassuring. The chief minister coughed lightly, surveying the room before stating, "Today's session will be adjourned for now. We shall reconvene tomorrow. Everyone may return. Oh, old Lu, please stay behind." Once the others departed, the chief minister turned to old Lu and inquired, "You must give me a clear understanding of the current number of martial kings in our ranks." Martial king is a rank above advanced martial artists, defined by the authorities as those capable of acting independently. The meaning is somewhat vague, but internally it is understood as those capable of repelling small beast tides on their own. A small beast tide refers to a wave of beasts numbering between certain thresholds. Old Lu hesitated. Chief Minister, why do you ask? We truly do not have many martial kings. The chief minister replied. You are well aware of the current situation. It is becoming increasingly dire. Cities are brimming with advanced martial artists, yet with so few martial kings, we're nearing a point where we can no longer confront the escalating crisis that we must have more martial kings to maintain order. Currently, there are a total of 3,563 registered cities or towns. That I ask you this. Can we ensure that at least one martial king is dispatched to every location? Old Lu visibly sighed in relief. That should not pose any problem. In fact, prior to this, each major city had dispatched a martial king to serve as the president of the Martial Artists Guild. The chief minister looked at old Lu in surprise that we have less than 50,000 advanced martial artists, Yet there are so many martial kings. Cough, cough. I have spoken with advisor Xiyi, and while martial kings are indeed formidable, they clearly cannot inflict harm on that serpent. Only martial sovereigns can achieve that. Consequently, our internal focus has been on cultivating stronger martial sovereigns, Old Lu explained. Allow me to clarify. The military currently has just over 10,000 martial kings, a number insufficient to contend with that serpent. The chief minister looked on in disbelief. I recall during the last report, you stated there were no fewer than 4 figures, not 5. Cough, cough. Old Lu forced a dry smile. And what are the martial sovereigns? The chief minister inquired again. The cultivation of martial sovereigns is quite challenging. Approximately 1 in every 100 martial kings can ascend to the rank of martial sovereign. Therefore, if we exclude advisor Xiyi, we currently have just over 100 martial sovereigns, Old Lu stated. The chief minister pondered for a moment and asked, what level does Xiyi currently possess? Old Lu shrugged. I do not know. It has become impossible to gauge his strength purely through machines. However, based on some of his demonstrations, he should be above the level of martial sovereign. The chief minister was not surprised by this answer. After all, the breathing technique was disseminated by Xiyi, making it unsurprising that he possesses such abilities. Speaking of Xiyi, he has been away for over a year now. Has he not? Why has he not returned? Oh, just yesterday, Li Jun received word that traces of beast hides have recently appeared near Linshan City. Coincidentally, advisor Xiyi and the special operations team are in the vicinity, so we requested his assistance. Outside Linshan City, in a section of jungle that has long reverted to primeval forest. When did the news from Li Jun arrive? Yichen asked, glancing at a pile of peculiar monster droppings on the ground. His brow furrowing. As for what makes it peculiar, does a weight of at least 60 kilograms count? The report stated it was received at 9:45 a.m. yesterday. His deputy replied that Yichen participated in the national inspection mission of the special operations team. Due to his formidable strength and unique status, he was granted the privilege to lead a squad of special operations soldiers. The special operations team, including the captain, comprises a total of 12 members, capable of handling the vast majority of scenarios that may arise on the battlefield. Each squad consists of a primary and secondary captain alongside 10 members, with the primary captain required to be at the martial sovereign level, while the secondary captain must be at least a martial king. The requirements for the team members are also to have reached the threshold of martial king, Yichen squad, due to his ability to provide occasional guidance on cultivation to his teammates. There are 5 martial sovereigns aside from himself, with the remaining 6 nearing the threshold of martial sovereign. Moreover, following the improvements made to the breathing technique, Yichen has established a significant gap between himself and others. This configuration of strength left Old Lu drooling. Returning to the matter at hand, Yichen examined the droppings on the ground and stated, the timing does not align that we currently have a solid grasp of the situation in this forest. But aside from the creatures responsible for this waste, the 2 small monster nests alone are insufficient to prompt a distress signal from Linshan City. Linshan City is classified as a major city, with a population exceeding 8 million. In such a large city, the president of the Martial Artists Guild must be a martial king or higher. Furthermore, given the vast population base of a major city, it is not inconceivable for a few martial kings or even a martial sovereign to emerge among the populace. Young master, there is still more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. With merely 2 small monster nests, it is impossible to pose a threat to a major city. You see, based on the characteristics of the droppings and the surrounding environment, it appears that this creature produced the waste approximately 14 hours ago, indicating that it likely arrived around 7 o'clock last night. The distress signal had already reached the capital before this creature's arrival, which suggests what? Deputy Captain Zhang Xiaofeng, not an ordinary person himself, furrowed his brow upon hearing Yichen's analysis. Is it possible someone deliberately lured this creature here? Yichen nodded, poking at the droppings with a twig. It is indeed a carnivorous creature. The individual who led this creature here must have believed it possessed the power to resolve the issues facing Linshan City, or even to provide support. It must be a beast king, the deputy captain remarked. Among monsters, while beast cores may be comparable, their strength is not fixed, and the combat capability of monster is closely related to its species. After all, How could a creature born from the genes of small organisms possibly rival the combat prowess of those with the genes of large carnivorous animals? How could a mere sheep contend with a ferocious tiger? Moreover, even among monsters of the same genetic type, there occasionally arise particularly powerful individuals, known as beast kings, that a single beast king can even rival some of the weaker special species. And the most powerful beast kings can even be compared to dragon species. Even the special operations team must maintain the highest level of vigilance when facing a beast king. Remain alert. Prepared for battle at all times? Yi commanded. Yes, in the depths of Linshan City, within the confines of the Warriors Guild, President Lin Yun found himself bound to a pillar by ropes crafted from the sinews of specially engineered beasts. With the most critical aspect being that at the opposite end of the pillar lay a young girl, unconscious, even though he had been force-fed a unique drug developed by the organization. All present understood that should the effects wane, this esteemed leader would not hesitate to transform into a merciless butcher, snapping the necks of those around him. It is worth noting that a significant price had been paid to ensnare the president of the Warriors Guild and compel him to ingest that peculiar substance. President Lin Yun, there is an ancient saying in your country, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Our intentions should be clear to you. Surrender the breathing techniques of your nation. Spoke a diminutive, lecherous man, appearing to be around 40 years of age. Lin Yun remained silent, his eyes closed. Watanabe, why waste words on this prisoner? Remarked a man clad in a ninja costume as he approached and grasped the face of the girl bound to the pillar. Look, Lin Yun, this child appears to be no more than a decade old. Surely, you do not wish for her to suffer harm. At this, Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes, and a flicker of hope ignited in the hearts of Watanabe and his associates. Lin Yun surveyed the room, and suddenly broke into a knowing smile. The group erupted in joy, believing Lin Yun had capitulated. How could the island nation send such fools as you? Lin Yun retorted. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the man dressed as a ninja, causing Watanabe and his companions to gasp in shock. They turned to see that the previously unconscious girl had awakened and delivered a powerful kick between the ninja's legs, performing an impromptu surgical procedure on him. You know nothing of warriors, Lin Yun declared, no longer inclined to engage in further dialogue. The girl exerted a tremendous effort, and the specially designed ropes, capable of restraining a frenzied beast, snapped as if they were mere threads. With a swift motion, she severed the bonds that held Lin Yun captive. Both freed, Lin Yun stretched his neck and advanced step by step towards Watanabe and his associates, who gazed at him in despair. In another part of Linshan City, Yi held a dossier containing information on Lin Yun, the president of the Warriors Guild, that noted his numerous injuries sustained prior to a disaster. Along with 3 second-class merits, 1 first-class merit, and accolades from special forces, his combat strength was rated as a martial king, with a record of having single-handedly slain a beast king. Impressive, the vice captain remarked. Understanding the strength of his comrade as a fellow soldier, the honors he amassed before the disaster, and his survival spoke volumes about his prowess. While many martial kings existed in the Xiyi nation, fewer than 20 had achieved the singular feat of slaying a beast king. Yet such individuals should not be so easily controlled. Yi mused that it is possible he was coerced or threatened, the vice captain suggested. After a moment's reflection, Yi instructed Zhang Xiaofeng, take half of your team and infiltrate Linshan City. Your objective is to ascertain the current situation. Once you have successfully infiltrated, make your own decisions. Understood, Zhang Xiaofeng responded, departing with his team. Yi, feeling an inexplicable unease, glanced at the monstrous excrement nearby. Let us hope it is merely a figment of my imagination. Discarding the twig he held, he followed the footprints on the ground. All units, prepare for combat. Tracking the monster's footprints proved challenging in determining whether it belonged to a beast king, but it allowed for a general classification. The paw prints formed a clover pattern, suggesting a solitary beast, likely a feline creature. Such beast kings possessed formidable combat abilities and required utmost caution. Lin Yun sat heavily in a chair, panting. He had underestimated the potency of the drugs administered by his captors. His body felt weak and drained. However, he had no choice. If he did not feign compliance and consume the drug, he could not lure these imbeciles into revealing information. Before him lay a thin sheet of paper, inscribed with crucial yet undisclosable information. Deliver this material to the imperial capital, he thought, silently channeling a higher breathing technique to restore his strength. Beside him was a comrade from his military days, who, upon hearing this instruction, picked up the documents and departed. An hour slipped by unnoticed. Although his strength had partially returned, he still felt utterly weakened. Just as he completed another round of cultivation, a knock echoed at the door. Enter. Zhang Xiaofeng stepped inside. President Lin, it is an honor to meet you. Lin Yun appraised Zhang Xiaofeng's uniformed. A brother from the Special Operations team. Please, have a seat. What name do you go by? Zhang Xiaofeng, he replied without pretense. Zhang Xiaofeng, what brings you here? Lin Yun inquired. President, was it your guild that sent out the distress signal? Distress signal. Lin Yun's brow furrowed. What distress signal? Yesterday, the Intelligence Bureau received a distress signal from Linshan City, claiming that a beast tide was suspected to be emerging in the vicinity, Zhang Xiaofeng explained. Lin Yun's expression darkened. That is impossible. I can assure you that the distress call did not originate from the Warriors Guild. You may not be aware, but the distress signals received by the Imperial Capital contain specific codes used solely by the Warriors Guild, Zhang Xiaofeng stated candidly, fixing Lin Yun with a steady gaze. Wait, Lin Yun massaged his temples, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him as the drug's effects resurfaced. Shaking his head vigorously, he retrieved his communicator. Vice President Xiyi, come to my location. When the Warriors Guild was established, considerations were made regarding the inexperience of these warriors in handling various matters. Thus, the Imperial Capital dispatched 2 individuals to assist the president. Lin Yun, being preoccupied with his training, seldom engaged in the guild's administrative affairs, typically addressing matters of beast tides himself. The guild had been managed by the 2 vice presidents in his absence. Before long, an elderly man with thick glasses entered the room. President Lin, you called for me? Vice President Xiyi, have you sent any distress signals to the Imperial Capital? Lin Yun inquired. Vice President Xiyi appeared bewildered. President, I have been in a laboratory and am unaware of any such signal. Moreover, we have not detected any imminent danger, so what will be the purpose of sending a distress signal? Lin Yun gestured toward Zhang Xiaofeng. This is Zhang Xiaofeng from the Special Operations team. Here regarding the distress signal. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded with a smile. Vice President, he scratched his head that I'm not sure about this. Perhaps we should ask Xiaoli. Lin Yun sighed in exasperation. Zhang Xiaofeng assessed the elderly man before stating. We discovered 2 undeveloped monster nests outside Linshan City, along with a creature suspected to be a beast king. The mention of undeveloped monster nests. Neither man changed expression, but the mention of a beast king immediately cast a pall over their faces. Generally, a beast king represented not only a formidable individual, but also possessed the ability to summon other monsters of its kind. A single beast king signifying the potential for a large-scale beast tide. The terror of a large-scale beast tide is a nightmare that those who have experienced it wish to forget. Not panic. I said suspected. Zhang Xiaofeng reassured them. Both men exhaled in relief, but Lin Yun abruptly rose to his feet. In that case, I will also dispatch personnel to search outside the city. We must locate that beast king. Zhang Xiaofeng hesitated before diplomatically declining. For those not yet at the martial king level, the beast king is an insurmountable challenge. President Lin should prioritize fortifying defenses. Leave the beast king to our captain. Though Linshan City is a grand metropolis, even with the addition of concealed powers, it is likely that the martial king possesses little strength. Moreover, even advanced martial artists would find themselves at a disadvantage against the beast king, rendering it unnecessary to squander the lives of warriors recklessly. Lin Yun nodded slightly, preparing to speak, when suddenly, the world around him spun violently. President Lin? Yichun gazed at the boundless expanse of the lake before him, his eyes deep with contemplation. They had been pursuing a creature suspected to be the Beast King, only to find its footprints vanish around this very lake. Is this lake marked on our map? Yichun inquired. No, replied one of the team members. Considering the time, Zhang Xiaofeng and his team should have already entered Linshan City. Contact them and inquire about the situation regarding this lake. Yichun instructed. Understood. The team members dispersed to seek elevated terrain nearby, while Ichan fixed his gaze upon the slightly darkened lake, as if he could discern hidden eyes lurking beneath its surface. At the Central Hospital of Linshan City, we have discovered a substantial quantity of controlled substances in President Lin's blood, primarily comprised of anesthetics. Additionally, President Lin's gastric fluid contains a significant amount of Kun toxin. At this point, the attending physician scratched his head in confusion. Kun toxin is a newly emerged poison from the past 6 months, and theoretically, a mere milliliter could kill 1,500 elephants. The 50 milliliters extracted from President Lin's gastric fluid is sufficient to claim the lives of 100 advanced martial artists. Such a potent toxin suggests that President Lin should be lying in a coffin made of lead and mercury. Zhang Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, contemplating the heavily comatose Lin Yun lying on the hospital bed. "Can we trace the origins of these poisons?" he asked. The attending physician adjusted his glasses. "Theoretically, it is possible that in Xiyi country, while anesthetics are classified as controlled substances, their applications are extensive, making it challenging to investigate from this angle. The Kun toxin, on the other hand, is derived from the venom of a formidable creature, and the other required materials are also difficult to assemble. Theoretically, only a select few possess the capability to manufacture Kun toxin within Linshan City. You should be more familiar with their identities than I am," Zhang Xiaofeng replied, casting a resigned glance at the physician who seemed fond of theoretical discussions. "Deputy Captain, we have received an order from the captain." A special operations team member entered, handing Zhang Xiaofeng a note. The doctor, sensing the shift in atmosphere, discreetly exited the ward. "Not marked on the map?" Zhang Xiaofeng pressed his fingers together, crushing the note into powder. "It seems the situation in Linshan City is rather intricate. In a certain opulent mansion within Linshan City, a gathering of affluent individuals was engaged in earnest discussion. Upon closer inspection, these magnates were once figures whose grandeur could only be glimpsed by ordinary people through media outlets prior to the disaster. The onset of calamity severely impacted the existing monetary system, resulting in significant depreciation of these magnates' assets. Following the restoration of basic order in Xiyi country, previous currencies were reinstated and their exchange rates with beast core stabilized. Those whose assets were rooted in tangible industries fared relatively well, as the stability of urban centers in Xiyi country facilitated a rapid recovery. Conversely, those involved in the virtual online industry faced far graver predicaments. These magnates were now smiling obsequiously at the young man seated at the head of the table. "President Li is indeed a prodigious talent. I raise a glass to you, President Li." Indeed, President Li is a paragon among men, exuding remarkable charisma. Before the statement was complete, President Li abruptly crushed the cup in his hand and adjusted his glasses. "Gentlemen, please speak candidly. There is no need for such pretenses," he remarked, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the magnates. "Then I shall speak plainly," began a portly magnate, Zhang Defa, a renowned figure in the tangible manufacturing sector of Xiyi country, whose net worth had once soared into the hundreds of billions prior to the disaster. "Please proceed, Mr. Zhang," President Li replied, still expressionless. "Presently, the management of Linshan City is roughly divided into 2 factions, one comprising the pre-existing system, and the other, the Martial Artists Guild. In fact, this division reflects the overall situation across Xiyi country. There's no need to elaborate on the original faction, but regarding the Martial Artists Guild, I am uncertain whether all such guilds operate like the one in Linshan City. Currently, it seems that President Li is the sole individual responsible for managing the guild." President Li interrupted Zhang Defa's impassioned speech, stating coolly, "Mr. Zhang, it is essential to be sincere in our titles. I am merely a vice president. If you wish to show respect, you may address me as vice president. If you find my youth unbefitting, you may simply call me by my name, which is Li Wenwu." Zhang Defa's expression faltered, and he offered an awkward smile. The surrounding magnates exhibited varied reactions, sensing that this Vice President Li was not easily swayed. Indeed, he had swiftly established authority among them. Li Wenwu, a man of military background, preferred directness and eschewed circumlocution that he stated. "If you have summoned me here, please speak plainly. There are many documents awaiting my attention within the guild." The assembly exchanged glances, ultimately leaving Zhang Defa to take the lead. Vice President Li, as you are aware, Xiyi country has gradually stabilized over the past 2 years that we believe it is time to revive our former industries for Lynch and City. Before he could finish, Li Wenwu interjected. If this pertains to commercial matters, I must regretfully express my inability to assist. Zhang Defa chuckled. Of course, we do not intend to burden you, Vice President. We simply believe that in the course of development, interactions with the Martial Artists Guild are inevitable. The authority of the Martial Artists Guild is restricted solely to matters concerning martial artists, and we can manage affairs related to them, Li Wenwu replied. This chapter has yet to conclude. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Certainly, Zhang Defa nodded. Thus, we convene to discuss this matter, as we are all individuals of significance, and it can only be beneficial to become acquainted with one another. Additionally, Zhang Defa hesitated, but another magnate quickly interjected. Moreover, Vice President Li, being so heavily occupied with duties, we wish to offer a modest contribution of supplies to the Martial Artists Guild as a token of our goodwill. As he spoke, he presented an envelope. Li Wenwu gestured dismissively. That will not be necessary. The Martial Artists Guild is currently well equipped and lacks nothing. There is no need for you to incur expenses, and he glanced at the magnate who had just spoken. Furthermore, as the year draws to a close, those of you who possess the means to donate should prioritize resolving your workers' wage issues, that he rose, stating blandly. The times have changed. In this era, where personal martial prowess has been vastly elevated, you must exercise caution and not provoke the ire of the common man. With that, he departed from the gathering. The atmosphere of the banquet instantly chilled. Damn, this wretched world, someone muttered indignantly. I have dined with the cabinet members. If this were a few years ago, would Li Wenwu have dared to speak to me in such a manner? He relies on his martial prowess, disregarding us. Indeed, this young man shows us little respect. We were, after all, prominent figures in Xiyi country and even the world before the disaster. Who among us isn't a person of standing? I fear our days ahead will be fraught with difficulty. Li Wenwu stood tall, exiting the mansion and approaching his vehicle. Just as he was about to enter, he glanced back at the mansion enveloped in nightfall, shaking his head slightly. Merchants? Humph. Off to the hospital. Yes, upon arriving at Lin Yun's designated hospital room, he was taken aback to find Zhang Xiaofeng seated in a chair, engrossed in a book. Xiaofeng? Wenwu. Zhang Xiaofeng was equally surprised, but his heart swelled with joy. I can scarcely believe it. You've become the vice president. He stepped forward and heartily patted Li Wenwu on the shoulder. Li Wenwu shook his head. If given the choice, I would rather confront the beast tide than remain in an office wrangling with these individuals. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded in deep agreement. The two engaged in casual conversation for a while, before Zhang Xiaofeng inquired, Our special operations team has discovered a substantial lake in the heart of the forest outside the city. Do you have any idea what might be the cause? Li Wenwu was taken aback and replied, I am unaware of the situation. You should direct your inquiries to the Land Bureau, as geological surveys are their responsibility. Zhang Xiaofeng was momentarily puzzled. Isn't it the duty of the warriors to explore the terrain outside? He mused. Li Wenwu shrugged. Warriors are also human and have their own responsibilities. The authority of our warrior union is merely to supervise warriors. In reality, our power is not as extensive as one might assume, and the management of warriors does not fall under our purview. Zhang Xiaofeng cursed under his breath and patted Li Wenwu on the shoulder. I must investigate further. Keep a close watch on your president, as someone may harbor ulterior motives. Li Wenwu nodded in understanding. Captain Zhang, greetings, said the courteous official from the Land Bureau, ushering Zhang Xiaofeng and his team inside. Zhang Xiaofeng briefly stated his purpose. The official slapped his forehead. As for the lake, we have yet to reach a conclusion regarding its formation. All we know is that it suddenly emerged approximately 6 months ago. Suddenly emerged, Zhang Xiaofeng frowned. Then why is there no record of this lake on the map? The significance of maps is universally acknowledged across eras. In this time of disaster, an accurate map could potentially reduce casualties among warriors. You may not be aware, Captain Zhang, but our national maps are updated annually at the beginning of the year, and it's still a few months until the next update. Furthermore, the location of that lake is deep within the forest, a place most warriors cannot and do not venture into, the official explained. Zhang Xiaofeng contemplated this for a moment. None of that is paramount. The most crucial task is to swiftly ascertain the reason behind the lake's appearance, he stated. The official smiled wryly and nodded. Zhang Xiaofeng glanced at the nameplate, feeling somewhat conflicted. Deputy, what should our next course of action be? He asked. If there are no violations of national law within Linshan City, we should refrain from intervening, Zhang Xiaofeng advised. As warriors, we are also soldiers, and our energy should not be wasted on petty rivalries. Let us rendezvous with team leader Yi and address the matters at hand. The rest can be left for him to worry about. He chuckled, his expression complex. The team members remained silent. Soon, Zhang Xiaofeng and his companions exited the city and encountered a one-armed man outside the city gates. My name is Du Jinwu, secretary to President Lin Yun, the one-armed man declared, handing over a document. President Lin Yun intended to send this document to the capital, since you are the dispatch special operations team. I believe this information may prove beneficial to you. Zhang Xiaofeng took the document, his pupils narrowing slightly as a tempest of fury brewed in his eyes. Thank you, he acknowledged, nodding to Du Jinwu. Before long, they followed the markings left by Yi Chun and his team, arriving at the lake's edge to reunite with them. After relaying the general situation in Linshan City and observing Yi Chun's stoic demeanor, he handed the document from Du Jinwu to Yi Chun. Yi Chun opened the document, and within minutes, he pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. I see you're trying to make things difficult for me. Fat tiger, he snapped at Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng immediately adopted a more reserved posture. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun said coolly, our special operations team is tasked with patrolling the nation, and we are certainly capable of addressing certain exceptional incidents. Are you colluding with the islanders to execute some insidious plan, and even daring to ambush the president of a warrior union? Quite the array of talent, I must say. His tone was icy. Each individual mentioned in this document shall be dealt with according to national law, Yi Chun declared. Zhang Xiaofeng was taken aback. Captain, wouldn't such actions have substantial repercussions? He questioned. Some individuals listed here hold significant influence. If we were to act against them all at once, the resulting fallout is incalculable. Repercussions? What repercussions? Yi Chun shook his head. I cannot predict future events, but the current state of our nation is precarious enough. We must not allow internal strife to undermine our stability. We must set an example. Xiaofeng, we are not a match for these individuals in cunning, and our energies should not be squandered in such contests. Yi Chun reassured him, placing a hand on Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder. Our primary tasks are to confront the enigmatic Beast King and, since Linshan City has not sent out any distress signals, identify who transmitted the information to Li Jun. Lastly, he gestured toward the lake. We need to uncover the origins of this lake's sudden appearance. These matters fall within our jurisdiction. Having come this far, let us resolve them all. Zhang Xiaofeng watched Yi Chun's retreating figure and muttered, I am well aware of these issues. I merely wish for you to communicate with the higher-ups, yet you chose to lecture me. What are you mumbling about? Yi Chun retorted air. Nothing that in Linshan City, Li Wenwu entered a hospital room with a stoic expression, gazing at Lin Yun, who lay pale and unconscious on the bed, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. That Du Jinwu sat in a chair, furrowing his brow, his expression growing darker as he scrutinized the document in his hand. Vice President, he was absent, as he was likely occupied in a laboratory conducting experiments. Meanwhile, officials from Linshan City, upon learning of Lin Yun's attack, had sent representatives to inquire about the situation and provided Li Wenwu with some confidential documents. Upon reviewing the materials, Li Wenwu was deeply shocked, nearly unable to contain his rage. Coupled with the information left by Zhang Xiaofeng, he found himself overwhelmed, his thoughts in turmoil. Our current objective must be to mitigate the negative repercussions of Lin Yun's assault. You must gather your resolve, Du Jinwu advised, placing a reassuring hand on Li Wenwu's shoulder. Please do not mock me, Uncle Du. My mind is in disarray, and I have no idea how to gather my thoughts. Li Wenwu lamented, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration. This situation is indeed troublesome, but you need not burden yourself excessively, Du Jinwu counseled. The primary external threat arises from the suspected Beast King. But that is the Special Operations Team's responsibility, so you need not worry for now. Your focus should be on stabilizing the situation concerning the warriors in Linshan City while awaiting Lin Yun's recovery. Everything else is beyond your concern. I Wunwu nodded absently, recognizing that while it sounded simple, the execution would prove far more complex. As for the remaining issues, consider who currently holds authority in Linshan City. Du Jinwu remarked pointedly. That would be President Lin, correct? Li Wunwu's eyes suddenly brightened. Li Zhu, the city lord. The responsibilities of the Martial Artists Guild have always been confined to the mere oversight of martial artists. Du Jinwu, with a profound understanding, remarked, in matters such as these, the gravest error lies in meddling where one ought not to. It is sufficient to focus on one's own duties without fretting over extraneous concerns. At this moment, Li Wunwu had attained complete clarity. He glanced at Du Jinwu with a smile, acknowledging, truly, you are wise, Uncle Du. Experience begets sagacity. His mind, however, was a whirlpool of thoughts. Du Jinwu remained noncommittal. Furthermore, this occasion presents us with an opportunity to compile information on high-level martial artists and those beyond within the populace. Generally, the citizens of Xiagua prefer to maintain a low profile, leading to a mere perfunctory assessment of martial artist abilities, as those with genuine strength often disdain the meager stipends offered. While this oversight might not manifest as an issue in ordinary times, it could pose significant complications for the authorities in the face of a major crisis. There is seldom a reason to gauge the strength of this segment of martial artists, yet the recent attack on the president of the Linshan City Martial Artists Guild provides an apt justification. Gaining comprehensive knowledge of this information would greatly benefit Linshan City, particularly in effectively addressing numerous latent security concerns that in the depths of the forest, beside a tranquil lake, Yichen remained fixated on the water surface. While Zhang Xiaofeng yawned, idly perusing documents in hand, the remaining special operations team members stood vigilant, surveying the surroundings. Captain, why ponder so much? Zhang Xiaofeng inquired. Strictly speaking, we are martial generals. Why overthink? Yi Chun, however, continued to contemplate the sudden appearance of a lake. It was possible that this body of water bore no connection to the inexplicable emergence of the Beast King. Nevertheless, Yi Chun asserted, as we have discovered it, we bear the responsibility to investigate. At the very least, to ascertain what creatures inhabit this lake. With this, he set down some of his weapons and removed his garments. Keep watch for me. I shall explore beneath the surface. Understood. Splash. As he plunged into the water, Yi Chun immediately sensed something amiss. The color of the water, which had appeared slightly murky from the shore, led everyone to believe it was simply deep. After all, dark water indicates depth. Yet upon submersion, the lake's waters retained a faintly dark hue. Without hesitation, Yi Chun swam downstream. Generally, for an ordinary human, diving to a depth of 10 meters without any equipment is an impressive feat. While reaching depths below 30 meters necessitates extensive training, Yi Chun's physique, however, had transcended the mundane, allowing him to operate far beyond typical human limitations. His diving speed was unmatched by ordinary individuals. 100 meters. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. Upon reaching this depth, Yi Chun found himself enveloped in complete darkness. Straining to peer downward, the lake bed resembled a void, its depth unknown. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Chun continued his descent. Time became an abstraction. Even with his extraordinary constitution, he felt his oxygen reserves dwindling. Yet the darkness persisted. This depth is affecting my abilities. Moreover, I am not yet at the point of breathlessness, he mused, feeling goosebumps rise on his arm. The instinctual unease I feel indicates that I cannot delve deeper. With determination, he propelled himself upward, his body shooting to the surface like a rocket. Splash! Emerging from the water, droplets cascaded from his form as he landed on solid ground. Inform Linshan City of my findings. Regardless of their intentions, effective immediately, this lake is off-limits to all, Yi Chun declared. Zhang Xiaofeng and the others were taken aback. What lies beneath? I cannot say, Yi Chun replied, shaking his head. I descended over 10 kilometers without sighting the bottom, but I sensed danger below, and that depth significantly impaired my strength. Hence, I ascended. If you are unable to proceed, then neither can we, Zhang Xiaofeng remarked. Let us relay the lake's conditions to the cabinet and allow them to grapple with it. Yi Chun suggested. In a narrow alley of Linshan City, a heated discussion unfolded. What transpired? How did information about the Beast King leak? Question 1. Given the formidable power of the Martial Artists Guild, it is not surprising they uncovered this matter, is it? Do you consider yourself amusing? Is that not the case? Based on the timeline, while we were luring the Beast King, the intelligence department of Xiyi had already received word of it. Does that seem normal to you? It must be information leaked by those minor players. Boss, I have long contended that those small fry cannot be trusted. Now our plans have unraveled. Silence. What failure are you referring to? This Beast King is formidable. Even with special operations reinforcements, a single squad paired with Linshan City's martial prowess may not suffice to confront it. Our plan need not be deemed a failure. Your wisdom is unparalleled, boss. Additionally, keep a close watch on Old Gua. I have a nagging suspicion he is not what he seems, boss, if he's not a good person. Does that not suit us? After all, we are not virtuous ourselves. That IT is akin to a turd falling into a cesspool. Excrement returning home. Be quiet. I'm trying to eat. What I mean is I suspect that this information leak originated from that old scoundrel. Boss, you are overthinking. Old Guasun was slain by a high-ranking martial artist from a guild. How could he harbor such hatred toward his own child to betray us? We are avenging his son. A great man once proclaimed that anything is possible. Those minor players are unaware of the Beast King affair. Only the three of us know about it. If not Old Gua, could it be you? Boss, this is a grave injustice. You know my intellect. If I could leak information right under your nose, I would have long since advanced in the ranks. In any case, keep a close eye on Old Gua. Remember, maintain vigilance. Do not trust his words. Yes, boss. In a humble eatery, an elderly man with a weathered visage ignited a cigarette with his remaining hand. Inhaling deeply as clouds of smoke enveloped him, he smoked rapidly. The cigarette dwindling to a mere stub before he produced two more, continuing his indulgence. Old Gua, you great chimney, get outside to smoke, the proprietor jested. Old Gua managed a stiff smile, dismissing the owner's words but extinguished the cigarette nonetheless. Bring me a plate of stir-fried kidney and a bowl of rice, he requested. You ought to smoke less. You are of advanced age, and it is detrimental to your health, the owner advised, returning to the kitchen to attend to his duties. Occasionally, patrons arrived, and the proprietor took their orders with ease. Soon, a plate of vibrant and aromatic stir-fried kidney accompanied by a bowl of rice was presented. Old Gua savored his meal at a leisurely pace, taking so long that he finished only after all the other customers had departed. Remarkable. In such times, ordinary folk need not fret over sustenance, Old Gua remarked as he set down his spotless utensils. The owner nodded in agreement. Following the announcement of Xiyi's cultivation methods, although the populace engaged in collective practice, many ordinary individuals lacking talent remained. While their physical conditions had drastically improved, they were ultimately not classified as martial artists. Ordinary people had once worn frowns, troubled by future uncertainties, yet the authorities did not betray their trust. Each month, every ordinary citizen could receive a beast core, which, when traded, equated to substantial currency. Such a reality was an improvement for the common folk compared to previous hardships. More importantly, their daily necessities were adequately supplied. Today, the ordinary citizens of Xiyi need not worry about food, clothing, or housing, nor must they toil their entire lives for a home. Such governance is indeed commendable. The future will be even brighter, Old Gua asserted, his tone resolute. "IT certainly will," the owner replied with a hearty laugh. I, along with all the people of Xiyi, firmly believe this. How wonderful it would be if it weren't for those wretches. A trace of sorrow flickered in the boss's eyes. Old Gua fell silent for a moment. Fear not, he managed a stiff smile. Those so-called new humans not only indulge in cannibalism, but they have also cast aside any fundamental moral integrity that defines humanity. Tyranny, cruelty, and inhumanity are their most accurate portrayals. 2 years ago, the boss had a happy family. But now, Old Gua departed, he wandered through the narrow streets of the city like a soulless being. Though they were small streets, the once palpable atmosphere of tension and indifference had vanished. Instead, Old Gua observed a glimmer of hope on most faces he encountered. Occasionally, He would see individuals holding urns, their expressions a mix of grief and pride. Old Guo understood that the ashes contained the remains of warriors who had perished outside the city. These warriors, though dead, remained honored. Their families faced no oppression or disdain, but were instead regarded as paragons. As he walked, he suddenly spotted a young man, approximately 15 years of age. The youth wielded a wooden spear, practicing an unknown form of spear technique with fervor, sweat streaming down his cheeks. Yet his determined gaze remained unyielding. Saner, Old Guo stared at the boy, seemingly catching a glimpse of someone from the past. The unconscious call made the youth pause, momentarily taken aback. "Grandfather, I am not Saner." Regaining his composure, Old Guo offered an apologetic smile. "I beg your pardon for interrupting your training." The youth sheepishly scratched his head. "It's no trouble. Really that I'm just practicing aimlessly, that I lack the talent to become a warrior, but I've heard that those new humans are quite rampant now. So I can only practice my spear technique. I too wish to protect others like a true warrior." The boy's thoughts were simple, his demeanor radiating sunshine. Old Guo patted the boy's head, smiling. "What is your name?" "I am Bai Qi." Bai Qi smiled shyly. "Wu Jun is the person my father admires most. He hopes I can become someone like Wu Jun." Old Guo inquired. "And where is your father?" Bai Qi's eyes dimmed slightly. Yet he spoke with pride. "My father is a warrior. He single-handedly lured many monsters away to protect ordinary people. The teachers at school say he is a hero. And I too wish to become a remarkable hero like him." Old Guo was momentarily stunned, a genuine smile breaking across his face, this time devoid of stiffness. "Well said. Your father is indeed an extraordinary hero. And you shall surely become one as well." He extended his one arm. "Come, hand me your spear, and I shall teach you a form of spear technique. You must practice diligently and become the Wu Jun of all Xiyi." "Thank you, grandfather. You may call me master." In the hospital. Lin Yun suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes. He rolled over and spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, his previously pale visage now tinged with a hint of color. Taking a heavy breath, he summoned all his strength to remove the four from the back of his hand. Strangely enough, after doing so, his complexion improved significantly. The needle dangled, and the medication dripped to the floor. With a hiss, a wisp of green smoke rose, and suddenly, alarms blared throughout the ward. Two men, one tall and one short, entered. "Lin Yunjun, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed the shorter man, surveying the scene with admiration. Lin Yun glanced at the short man before shifting his gaze to the taller one. "Director, I did not expect it to be you." Fan, the director, squinted his eyes like a venomous snake. "I have conducted numerous experiments, and logically, with 50 milliliters of KUN poison combined with the toxins I injected, even if you were a martial king-level warrior, you should have succumbed by now. You should be in a deep coma. Lin Huizhong, it seems you have concealed your abilities quite well." Lin Yun breathed heavily, but spoke calmly. "You are correct. Had I not fortuitously broken through recently, I would likely be in the state you described." Fan's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. "So you mean to say, Lin Huizhong, that you have now ascended to the legendary martial venerable level?" He licked his lips like a pervert. "I have grown weary of experiments at the martial king level. I have longed for a living specimen at the martial venerable level. Might Lin Huizhong be able to fulfill this wish of mine?" The short man expressed his discontent. "Director, our agreement did not stipulate this." Fan cast a disdainful glance at the short man. "Zhong Chuan, in my eyes, you are but a dog. You have no right to speak here." "You!" Zhong Chuan, in a fit of rage, suddenly erupted in green flames. He was indeed an awakener. Fan's gaze sharpened, and the air erupted with a loud crack, instantly severing Zhong Chuan's body in two, organs splattering everywhere, disposing of a man with the ease of crushing a bug. Fan displayed no concern. "Lin Huizhong, what do you think of my proposal?" he inquired. Lin Yun frowned. "Of course, I am open to it, but I still wish to ask, what is your purpose?" His response was straightforward, momentarily catching Fan off guard, before he too responded with candor. "My purpose is quite simple. Before the catastrophe, I'm certain Lin Huizhong is aware of certain unspoken rules within Xiyi that time. I cannot claim to be a prodigy, but I can assert that I possess considerable talent." Fan pulled up a chair and sat down, slicing an apple for Lin Yun. the Human Gene Enhancement Project. I wonder if Lin Huizhang has heard of it. Lin Yun's pupils contracted. Is it D or Dake Yunguang's Human Gene Engineering? How do you know? This project was proposed and refined by me. Yifan smiled. Lin Yun looked at Yifan, astonished. Not only that, but prior to this, I even developed a special cure for leukemia. Yifan gestured with 2 fingers about this big, costing no more than 5 yuan. Capable of curing the vast majority of leukemia cases, in particularly severe situations. About 4 doses are required, but will never exceed 6. Lin Yun's gaze trembled, unable to believe what he heard. Even without being an expert, he understood the weight of Yifan's words that time. Fueled by youthful fervor, I did not think much of it and handed this research achievement to my teacher, Dr. Kuyun Guang, as you refer to him. I believed I could benefit humanity, yet I waited for 6 years. Until just before the catastrophe, I never heard of this special medicine being released. Lin Yun fell silent. During the waiting period, I repeatedly hypnotized myself, believing that the special medicine was of great importance and could not simply be released, that I should learn to wait. I should trust my teacher and everyone involved. Then I focused my energy on the Human Gene Enhancement Project, the Human Gene Engineering you mentioned. Fortunately, I completed this project in just 3 years, choosing once again to trust my teacher. Lin Huizhang should have heard of the project's content, that in our modern human genes. There are, to varying degrees, certain flaws. Some are inconsequential, while others seem to limit certain human abilities. The project's original intent was to rectify these specific genes that I used myself as a living test subject. And subsequently, after testing, my brain's activity level and cognitive response speed increased by approximately 6-fold. According to previous measurement methods, my IQ should exceed 1,000. Furthermore, my cellular vitality reached several times that of an average person. A more robust physique, a greater intellect. This is what humanity ought to embody. Regrettably, I have not received any feedback from Kuyun Guang until a year prior to the catastrophe. By sheer coincidence, I learned from a fellow student, who is an Eagle Sauce admirer, that Eagle Sauce was clandestinely conducting an experiment on human gene enhancement. Even more coincidentally, the technology employed in this experiment was identical to my own philosophy. President Lin, can you imagine the fury I felt at that moment? Faced with Ivan's inquiries, Lin Yun could only remain silent. My parents are ordinary people, farmers. I'm the son of common folk, Ivan lamented. A few months before the disaster, I saw on television that Kuyun Guang had become a celebrated figure, lauded by the masses for benefiting all of humanity. President Lin, what do you think I should feel? And what are your current thoughts? He is despicable. Lin Yun stated succinctly that I know everything. I am fully aware. Ivan disregarded Lin Yun's words, rising to pace restlessly around the hospital room. From the very beginning, I should never have trusted human nature. History reveals that only fame and fortune are chronicled, indicating that humanity has perpetually pursued these pursuits. Are there any deeds worthy of enduring renown that would overshadow the bonds between teacher and disciple? If Kuyun Guang merely appropriated what I entrusted to him, I could comprehend that, but why hand it over to outsiders? A miraculous leukemia cure, costing merely a few $dozen, could eradicate a terminal illness. If disclosed, the inventor would instantly become a figure of grand historical significance. Could such temptation truly be overshadowed by filthy lucre? Must the welfare of humanity yield to capital? Ivan suddenly burst into laughter. And then it dawned on me why I remain merely a lowly office director. The esteemed Dake, he enjoys a life of superiority, with countless individuals vying to shower him with gifts and adoration. While I am indifferent to that, I later realized that my meager monthly salary of 4,000 yuan scarcely suffices to secure a home for my parents. Perhaps you are unaware that my girlfriend, who is at the stage of discussing marriage, has deemed me worthless simply because a smooth-talking foreigner has captivated her interest. She would even prefer to subsidize that foreigner, and they seem to revel in their frivolities. Why are there so many online who take pride in their foreign affiliations? I cannot fathom what has become of us, what has become of Xi'an Nation. On the day of the disaster, I sat alone in my office, contemplating for an entire day. Ivan took a seat, his expression calming. I have resolved to give Xi'an Nation a chance. I am a citizen of Xi'an Nation. The blood that courses through my veins is that of Xi'an Nation. And I take pride in this identity, that I wish to witness how Xi'an Nation responds to calamity, that if I am satisfied, I shall serve Xian nation wholeheartedly. If not, perhaps I shall assume a different role. At this juncture, Ivan's expression turned somewhat perplexed as he gazed intently at Lin Yun on the hospital bed. I cannot discern if it is merely my illusion, but upon observing Xian nation's decisions in the aftermath of the disaster, I suddenly felt that there must be individuals within Xian nation who possess foresight. Lin Yun's gaze flickered slightly. Ivan, who had been observing him, burst into laughter. Now it seems that my intuition was not mistaken. President Lin, you need not regard me with such eyes. When the official response from Xian nation exceeded my expectations, I began to harbor this suspicion. The emergence of the warrior system and the breathing techniques were the principal reasons for my conclusion. Upon arriving at this deduction, I knew that Xian nation should be untroubled. Suddenly, Ivan revealed a sinister grin. Since Xian nation appears to be on solid ground, I naturally wish to contribute to my country. I easily located several foreign spies and extracted a wealth of information from them, while also acquiring numerous intriguing living test subjects. Among them were even those so-called Western Knights, equivalent to Xian nation's martial kings. Through the study of these living specimens, I regretfully concluded that the West seems devoid of those possessing foresight. Compared to warriors, the so-called knight system is approximately 30% weaker under life-and-death combat conditions. According to the data, I gathered that if they had individuals with foresight, the gap would not be so vast. This has left me disheartened. I have lost a living test subject with foresight. Ivan clicked his tongue in disappointment. Initially, I thought that even if life continued in this manner, it would be acceptable. However, by chance, I learned from a living test subject from the small islands that there were individuals within Lin Shunsheng colluding with foreign forces. After my investigation, I must say, President Lin, you Warriors Association has quite disappointed me. Ivan shook his head at a warrior who only knows cultivation, an old man fixated solely on experiments, and a young friend who only knows how to pose coolly, without the feeble support of that old fellow Du Jianwu. The Warriors Association would have already become a sieve. Lin Yun's face flushed with embarrassment, guilt gnawing at him. Yet he retorted, as president, I must maintain absolute personal martial prowess. Otherwise, the losses in Lin Shunsheng during the Beast Tide would be magnified. Ivan paid no heed, smiling faintly. Upon learning of your circumstances, coupled with the presence of spies from various nations in the city, I began to contemplate testing your resolve. When I discovered that the islanders seemed intent on covertly seizing control of this city, I decided to play along, informing them that the Warriors Association in Lin Shunsheng was formidable and that ordinary beast tides would pose no threat unless faced with a beast king-level monster. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more thrilling. Thus, you can surely surmise what transpired thereafter. The small islanders conspired with those scoundrels, inviting a beast king or something resembling it. Lin Yun's gaze burned with fury. Do you comprehend the magnitude of threat a beast king poses to an entire city? That is a large-scale beast tide. Do not lecture me. Is the threat from a beast king to the city greater than that posed by those parasites and the foreign insects? You are well aware of this in your heart. Are you not? Ivan sneered at Lin Yun. Water that is too clear has no fish. Do not speak of such things. You are humans, not fish. This world is not merely water. Ivan scoffed. If I ascertain that you lack the capacity to protect this city, then I shall take over. Lin Yun opened his mouth, intending to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. However, it appears that fortune is on your side. Ivan chuckled. It seems that there have been traitors within the ranks of the small islanders and those scoundrels. The Intelligence Bureau received news ahead of time. What surprised me even more was the swift and formidable support that arrived. Zhang Xiaofeng's strength should surpass yours. Crucially, he does not appear to be the leader of this support force. Lin Yun glared at Ivan. Ivan smiled. Do not look at me like that. If I had not embedded some spies among you, how could I muster the confidence to take over Lin Shunsheng? He clapped his hands, and a small figure entered the room. Lin Yun's gaze sharpened, recognizing the newcomer. Allow me to introduce this young lady, named Ilalai, age 10, whom I rescued from the beast tide. Ivan patted the little girl's head. Lily possesses astonishing cultivation talent. After merely 2.5 years of training, she has attained martial king strength. Lin Yun's pupils constricted sharply. Perhaps at that moment, you were perplexed about where those islanders captured their hostages. You should understand now, correct? Lin Yun regarded the timid little girl with a complex expression. The girl offered him a sweet smile. Lin Yun then turned his gaze back to Ivan. Is all this effort truly worth it? He inquired. You may very well face repercussions. For me, if I am willing, then it is worth it. What is their question? Ivan countered, is it not worth it to remain loyal to the country of my birth? Ivan stated emphatically, I am a citizen of Xi'an nation. I am human. I am not a beast. I am merely doing what I believe is right. Are you aware that merely because you urged the islanders to summon the Beast King, I could execute you on the spot? Lin Yun fixed his gaze upon Ivan. You are incapable of doing so. Ivan shook his head, stating, you would not resort to such actions either. Lin Yun continued to stare at Ivan, who remained unfazed. Any of your live test subjects happen to be citizens of Xia? After a prolonged silence, Lin Yun suddenly inquired. Ivan revealed a chilling smile. Every nation harbors its own parasites. I merely recycle this refuse. By obtaining the bodily information of so many warriors, I can refine the breathing techniques. Moreover, I have assisted you in eliminating the parasites within the city. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Some parasites possess significant identities. Without a grave accusation, it truly is impossible to deal with them effectively. Lin Yun sighed, his brow furrowing increasingly. You have relayed all my information to the higher-ups. Haven to you. No need to overthink it, Ivan asserted. Lin Yun expressed surprise. Are you aware that I do not comprehend your confidence? If all your information is transmitted in full, your demise is all but assured. Do you believe you can contend against the entirety of Xia? How foolish of you, fixated on singular thoughts. Ivan regarded Lin Yun with a disdain reserved for lesser beings. Just proceed with your actions. The rest is beyond your simplistic understanding. Furthermore, in light of your association with Linshan City, I must caution you. The crisis in Linshan City involves not only the creature suspected to be the Beast King, but also the parasites within the city. Until the parasites are eradicated, the crisis will only escalate. Lastly, heed my advice. It is best to listen to the reinforcements and prevent anyone from approaching the lake at the center of the forest. Upon reaching this point, Ivan spoke gravely. Based on my assessment of the current warriors in Xia, that location is not manageable at this time. Do not allow anyone to perish needlessly. With that, he took the small girl, named Xiyi, by the hand and departed. By the way, Chairman Lin, do not forget that you still owe me a living specimen of the martial sovereign level. Lin Yun gazed at the blood and entrails within the ward, gritting his teeth in fury. You are the fool. May you tear the toilet paper while using the restroom. However, Lin Yun understood that he could never outsmart Ivan. From beginning to end, he had been led by the nose. Thus, he followed Ivan's instructions and, using the emergency measures of the Martial Artists Guild, informed the capital regarding the affairs of Linshan City, emphasizing the presence of the 10-year-old named Xiyi, who resided beside Ivan. Everything transpired as Ivan predicted. The capital had no intentions of executing him. This individual possesses great talent, and since the Beast King did not assault the city, what harm is there in turning some refuse into living specimens? The director of the Research Institute, upon learning of Ivan's situation, sought an audience with the Chancellor late into the night. The Chancellor nodded, although his actions were somewhat extreme. They were ultimately for the sake of Linshan City. His crimes do not warrant death. He paid no heed to Ivan's live experiments, nor to the 10-year-old Martial King. Director Zhou Kunlun of the Research Institute breathed a sigh of relief. Upon learning of Ivan's experiences, including human genetic engineering and the development of special drugs, he resolved to protect this individual, whose talents were far too formidable to be discarded so casually. Moreover, it was clear that apart from the live test subjects, he had not violated any laws. At worst, he was guilty of fraud, foreign espionage, attempted poisoning, the drug incident involving Lin Yun, and an unsuccessful attempt to attract the Beast King. However, the Chancellor furrowed his brow as he regarded Zhou Kunlun. What is the situation with Ku Yunguang? How did such a person gain entry into the Research Institute? Zhou Kunlun explained. Ku Yunguang is not someone who gained admission through connections. He indeed possesses some genuine skills and had participated in several significant projects prior to the disaster. And what can you tell me about the genetic engineering project over in the United States? The Chancellor cast a lethal glare. Prior to the disaster, the United States was undoubtedly the most powerful nation in the world. Yet genetic engineering was still a concept confined to science fiction. Although they had conducted multiple clandestine experiments, they were far from meeting the standards for sudden project initiation. Zhou Kunlun was left speechless. Xiyi is a nation that requires everyone to be extraordinary. Before the law, all are equal, the chancellor said with displeasure. Dismissing him with a cup of tea, Zhou Kunlun acknowledged and took his leave. The following day, the illustrious Dr. Yunguang was sentenced to death by the Supreme Court for violating multiple laws, including treason, obtaining research results through deception, and bribery, among numerous other charges. His assets were confiscated, and his family faced rigorous scrutiny. Yet surprisingly, his family remained entirely unaware of his actions. Even his son, who served as the president of the Xiyi Cultural Association, had quietly engaged in numerous charitable endeavors. This incident left many individuals in a state of disbelief. As dawn broke, Lin Yun dispatched personnel to invite Yi Chen's special operations team into Linshan City. "Advisor Yi, I have long admired your reputation," Lin Yun said while shaking hands with Yi Chen before introducing Ivan to him. "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." This is Ivan, who, despite being somewhat foolish, is currently a Level 2 researcher at the Xiyi Research Institute and has been nominated for the next academician. Yi Chen observed Lin Yun and noted that the latter's complexion had nearly returned to normal before shifting his attention to Ivan. "Researcher Ivan, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." Yi Chen extended his hand to shake Ivan's in his knowledge of the future. It seemed that among the strongest in Xiyi during that period, there was an individual named Ivan. Yet with his status and strength at that time, he lacked sufficient information to delve deeper. "That a pleasure to meet you." Ivan suddenly smiled knowingly. "It appears I am quite renowned in the future." Yi Chen's pupils constricted and his muscles tensed, and "Oh, need to be anxious." Ivan leaned closer to Yi Chen, whispering in his ear, "I have high hopes for you, Advisor Yi." To outsiders, the actions of these two appeared somewhat intimate, leading to peculiar expressions among the onlookers. Yi Chen composed himself, stepping back 2 paces to scrutinize Ivan carefully. His strength appeared to be at the cusp of martial sovereign, and he likely possessed a remarkably high IQ, prompting Yi Chen to formulate a rough assessment of Ivan. Cough, cough. Lin Yun cleared his throat, interrupting the awkward atmosphere. "Advisor Yi, researcher Ivan has a few questions he wishes to pose to everyone," he stated. "Please proceed. I trust that Advisor Yi and the others have a general understanding of the current situation in Linshan City." Ivan inquired with interest as he sized up Yi Chen. "I have some understanding." Yi Chen nodded. "The intricate affairs within the city should not distract you." Ivan smiled. "May I ask if you have located the creature suspected to be the Beast King?" "We have not." Yi Chen shook his head. "We tracked the creature's footprints, only to find them vanish beside that lake." Ivan's brow furrowed slightly, and after pondering, he asked, "What are your thoughts on the lake that appeared so suddenly?" "Advisor Yi, it is highly dangerous." Yi Chen did not conceal his views. "Yesterday, I descended into the lake and dived approximately 10 kilometers without reaching the bottom. My instincts warned me of the peril below, and I noticed that the water itself exhibited a faint black hue." Ivan remarked, "From a chemical perspective, if the water contains a substantial amount of iron, it could indeed appear black. In aquaculture, nutrient overload can also result in this phenomenon. Is it possible that someone has dumped a significant amount of waste into the lake?" The crowd gazed at him with blank expressions. "I was merely joking." Realizing the disapproving looks from those present, Ivan shrugged. My recommendation regarding that lake is to avoid contact for the time being, as long as it does not pose a threat to Linshan City," Yi Chen stated. Lin Yun instinctively glanced at Ivan. Ivan regarded Yi Chen with a knowing gaze. "Captain Yi, I have studied numerous test subjects, yet I remain entirely ignorant of the information concerning martial sovereign-level warriors. May I request your insights?" Yi Chen furrowed his brow, hesitating slightly. "Fear not. You need not divulge any trivial information, Captain Yi." Ivan remarked, "There is nothing that cannot be said. Our definition of a martial honor-level expert is someone capable of repelling a large-scale beast tide head-on." Yi Chen shook his head. In terms of specific physical data, the Research Institute has established certain parameters. Maximum explosive power must reach at least 10,000 tons. Speed should exceed 10 times the speed of sound. And this velocity must be sustained for a minimum of 2 hours. Additionally, the self-healing rate of wounds is approximately 1,600 times that of an ordinary person, in other words, if one is stabbed. The wound would heal in no time. Ivan appeared somewhat astonished. I have some information on the martial king, but how does it differ so greatly from that of the martial honor? He cast a questioning glance at Lin Yun. Ivan himself was a martial king, yet his maximum explosive power was only around 2,000 tons, and he could barely break the sound barrier while running, and even that speed could not be maintained for long. Lin Yun's face flushed with embarrassment. I had only just recently broken through, and my foundation is still unstable. According to the Research Institute's claims, a martial king must undergo a life transformation to ascend to the rank of martial honor. And such a vast discrepancy in data is to be expected, Yi Chun stated. Ivan chuckled. Then Chairman Lin must be the first martial honor to be transformed by the potion, right? Lin Yun interjected. Yi Chun looked at Ivan. Why is researcher E asking this? I am perplexed. Based on the data you provided, a martial honor level warrior should be able to easily confront the current situation. My estimation suggests that with merely 50 martial honors, one could effortlessly eradicate these monsters, correct? Ivan inquired. The monsters currently inside are referred to as ordinary types, possessing only formidable physical strength that as you mentioned. They can indeed be easily eliminated. However, beyond the ordinary types, there exist special types. Special types not only possess immense strength, but also various bizarre abilities. Much like in the movies, some powerful special types are beyond our current means. We can only temporarily avoid contact with them. Special types? Ivan furrowed his brow. You may understand them as monsters, Yi Chun succinctly explained. According to Captain Ye's perspective, is there a possibility that special types exist in the lake outside Linshan City? I do not know, but it is highly probable, Yi Chun did not deny. Ivan pondered for a moment, his expression shifting slightly as he suddenly asked, Captain Yi, is it possible that the Beast King you have been unable to locate has the intention of awakening the special types within the lake? The Beast King possesses a certain level of intelligence. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present changed. It is not impossible that why Yi Chun fell silent, his mind racing with thoughts about the information regarding Linshan City from his past life. Unfortunately, the region he had inhabited was quite distant from Linshan City, and news could not reach him, leaving him utterly ignorant of the post-disaster state of Linshan City. Hypothetically, what if those islanders were aware from the very beginning that a special type, far stronger than the Beast King, existed in that lake? Ivan proposed. But how would the islanders know? He murmured, realizing that this point was clearly illogical, that if their objective was this special type from the outset. Then what we need to do now is locate that Beast King and the islanders you mentioned. Yi Chun interrupted Ivan's train of thought. Since they're the source of the problem, we must resolve it with them first. Researcher, since you possess information regarding those islanders, please share it with us. Without hesitation, Ivan replied, follow me. The group followed Ivan to a laboratory located 20 meters underground. The door to the basement bore a sign reading, Cozy Garbage Utilization Room. The laboratory that the group had envisioned was clean, orderly, and brimming with advanced technology that, in stark contrast, Ivan's laboratory resembled a slaughterhouse. The place was strewn with dismembered limbs and various disfigured human remains. Several glass jars filled with an unknown liquid contained human heads that were slightly closed, and upon closer inspection, one could see the nostrils of the heads twitching as if they were breathing. Yi Chun and the others, though accustomed to the sight of life and death, felt a wave of discomfort wash over them at this gruesome scene. They proceeded to an area reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, where pig carcasses were once hung. Several islanders, transformed into human puppets, were impaled by iron hooks through their collarbones, dangling like pieces of pork. Beside them, several bottles of nutrient solution sustained their lives upon seeing Ivan's arrival. The few remaining islanders opened their eyes wide in terror, tears streaming down their faces. Ivan recoiled in disgust from an islander who spewed forth an unidentified liquid, with a swift motion of his sharp scalpel. He severed the flesh beneath the islander's groin. The islander screamed in agony, mouth agape as his lips tore, producing a sound that echoed the depths of despair. merely for raising his voice a fraction too much. Ivan sliced off 2 more pieces of flesh from his body. The unbearable pain tormented the nerves of the island spy, as Ivan had injected them with a special drug, rendering fainting impossible. And death by pain was equally out of the question. One of the eyes popped out, due to the strain of his widened gaze. Ivan deftly wielded his knife, severing the nerve tissue connecting the eyeball, then delivered 2 resounding slaps to the island spy. Apologies, the subject is being uncooperative. I hope I haven't caused you any embarrassment. Ivan turned to the others with a smile. Lin Yun twitched at the corner of his mouth. This place is far from cozy. Ivan dismissively replied. This is merely the last bit of dignity I afford these pieces of trash. He casually awarded each of the 4 spies on the rack a significant slice. Where did you obtain your information? He inquired. That we do not know. The spies replied weakly. You ought to ask a more reasonable question. If you don't tell us, how would we know what information you are referring to? With a flash of a knife, each spy lost a little weight, precisely 2 tails. They wished to scream, but the glint of Ivan's petite scalpel forced the sound back down their throats. Why patience is limited. Ivan declared that while Yi-chun and the others watched Ivan interrogate the spies with furrowed brows, yet they said little. One must have compassion for humanity, yet for refuse, no such sentiment is necessary. One spy gasped for breath, laboriously scanning Ivan and the others behind him, suddenly breaking into a strange smile. You will never understand. You will never comprehend what you are about to face. As he spoke, he attempted to bite off his tongue in a fit of desperation. Previously, Ivan had placed something at their gum line to prevent them from doing so. While biting off one's tongue would not lead to immediate death, continuous bleeding would eventually prove fatal, and Ivan did not have the luxury of time to monitor these wretches. But now, it was unclear where this particular spy found the strength, as he bit down fiercely, causing his gums to rupture, and his teeth fell into his tongue. A bloody piece of tongue fell to the ground. Ivan chuckled. Not bad, but you overestimate yourself. I specialize in human biological research. Although it may be a bit troublesome, I can reattach your tongue. Dying is not so simple. The bleeding spy's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at the approaching demon. In the presence of Yi-chun and the others, Ivan spent 10 minutes reattaching the spy's tongue, thickening the padding in his mouth, and then hung him back in position. Speak up, and I can grant him a swift end. Ivan stated. The spies, as if lifeless, drooped their heads in silence. Ivan shrugged and turned to Yi-chun and the others. Is it typical for islanders to have such resilient bones? They have never been this difficult to interrogate before. Zhang Xiaofeng, who had been quiet until now, replied. When we captured spies before, we never employed such elaborate methods. Generally, we would first give them a beating, then let them stew for a while before administering a truth serum. Regardless of the secret, they would spill it like pouring beans. That why Yi-chan cast a surprised glance at Zhang Xiaofeng. That is my perspective. The truth serum is far too merciful to be applied to refuse. Ivan smiled and nodded at Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng smiled back in acknowledgement. Ivan, it seems you have yet to ask them anything. One of the others interjected. Lin Yun uttered a remark. Ivan shook his head. That scoundrel was just observing Captain Yi and the others, seemingly confirming something before displaying such behavior. So he undoubtedly knows what I intend to inquire about, a SA prodigy in the realm of human biological research. His studies on microexpressions are equally profound. The crowd remained indifferent. Yi-chan furrowed his brow, stepped forward, and grasped the face of a spy, prying open the eyelids to examine the individual's eyes. He should be a hybrid, he stated. The crowd paused momentarily, with Ivan gazing at Yi-chun in astonishment. I found no traces of hybridization on him, he remarked. This hybrid is rather peculiar. It likely consumes the flesh of his direct relatives, Yi-chun elucidated. Such hybrids appear almost indistinguishable from normal individuals. But during examination, one must pry open the eyelids. That if there are black veins on the eyeballs, it's unmistakable. Ivan, with an excited expression, pulled out a small notebook, diligently jotting down Yi-chun's words, then reached out to extract an eyeball for inspection. Upon closer examination, he immediately identified the dark veins adorning the eyeball. Amidst the spy's agonized groans, he returned the eyeball to its rightful place. It seems they are all new breeds of hybrids, he said, Shaking the blood from his hands, Xiyi examined the napes of these spies and discovered an inconspicuous pattern at the back of their heads. If one were not specifically knowledgeable, it could easily be mistaken for a mere birthmark. It was an eye composed of various tentacles. His gaze sharpened. This is Ivan and the others gathered around. This pattern represents an organization of hybrids known as the Omniscient Society. Judging by the appearance of this symbol, this spy has likely been brainwashed and is unaware of the organization's true intentions. Yi Chen explained, the Omniscient Society was quite infamous in Yi Chen's previous life, its origins shrouded in mystery, seemingly tracing back to before the catastrophe. That it suffice to know that the organization was comprised entirely of hybrids, and numerous inhumane acts were linked to them. For instance, they would intentionally provoke powerful special species, luring them into human-populated cities and engaging in countless abhorrent deeds, such as devouring the living. Speculation suggested that their headquarters resided in equatorial Africa, where food shortages were most severe following the calamity, compelling the impoverished to resort to cannibalism for survival. In such a societal context, the Omniscient Society could easily take root. Yi Chen had previously eliminated several hybrids belonging to this organization. Their brainwashing techniques were remarkably sophisticated, far surpassing those of the fanatics of medieval Western Europe, reminiscent of thought branding from fictional narratives. Yi Chen briefly introduced the situation of this organization to the group. So, does this mean we are currently unable to obtain any information and can only face the situation passively? Lin Yun inquired with a frown. In response, Yi Chen could only remain silent. If I were to clone this spy, could he extract information for us? Ivan looked towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head. That is impossible. The pattern on the back of his head signifies his lowly status within the Omniscient Society, even beneath that of a mere minion, merely cannon fodder, incapable of possessing any significant information. The other spies seemed to have succumbed to despair, laughing maniacally as they shouted, "What are you saying? What are you saying? Ha ha ha! Are you afraid?" Ivan frowned, seemingly contemplating some course of action. Yi Chen shook his head. "Do you know where those colluding with these spies are?" Ivan replied, "They are all in a laboratory." He added, "Among them, a few lacked resolve. Although I was gentle in my methods, a few still went mad." He then led the group into a room. The chamber was approximately 20 square meters, with a thick layer of blood staining the floor. The acrid scent of blood assaulting the senses. From the ceiling hung 7 individuals, each pierced with tubes. These are the only ones who haven't gone mad. They colluded with outsiders before the disaster, specifically luring people from Xiyi to undergo organ harvesting. So I took their organs as retribution. Ivan stated. Yi Chen approached to examine each one. They are not hybrids, he declared, nor are they members of the Omniscient Society. How could they possibly be entangled with those spies from the island nations? Ivan shrugged. Perhaps you're unaware, but there has always been a high demand for organ transplants in the island nations. These individuals represent merely a small fraction within Xiyi. The profits from organ transplants are substantial, and wherever there is profit, people will flock like moths to a flame. It seemed they too had no useful information. Yi Chen observed with disgust, casting a disdainful glance at these wretches. Lin Yun and the others shared his expression of revulsion. The abhorrent industry of luring individuals abroad for organ harvesting, although heavily suppressed by Longhua, remained incessantly persistent. These scoundrels truly deserve to be subjected to 1,000 tortures. Finding no valuable information, the group exited the refuse processing chamber. "Captain Yi, what are your plans next?" Ivan inquired as he locked the door. "First, we need to communicate the situation to the higher-ups." Yi Chen replied, "But if there is truly no other option, we will have to remain here, as we cannot allow you to confront an unknown special species." "Responding passively is not my style," Ivan chuckled. Yi Chen glanced over. "Linshan City is a metropolis with a population of millions." Ivan remarked with a knowing look. "The larger the base, the more refuse it produces." Lin Yun hastily interjected, "You mustn't act recklessly. We are still unclear about the current situation and cannot afford to take impulsive actions. You're just afraid of this and that. No wonder you become a martial sovereign yet can still be overturned by drugs." Ivan rolled his eyes. Lin Yun's face flushed crimson. "Can we please refrain from discussing drugs?" "Impossible." Meanwhile, in the capital, Elder Lu, having received Yi Chen's information, wore an expression of exasperation. Why has another special species emerged all of a sudden? Elder Lu irritably lit a cigarette. Call back Consultant Xiyi. We cannot allow him to encounter any real danger. The information regarding the omniscient society had reached the upper echelons of Xiyi. But above all, he was more concerned about Yi Chen's safety. Why Yi Chen's position in Xiyi was rather unique. Without the intelligence and the breathing techniques he provided, Xiyi might not be as at ease as it currently is. From this perspective, he could be regarded as a monument of the new era, a benchmark, and the authorities were inclined to support him as a model for all martial artists in Xiyi. A colleague remarked, "What we should prioritize now is deploying support forces." Consultant Xiyi is an absolutely indispensable asset in confronting special species that in the entirety of Xiyi Kingdom. It has become apparent that only Yi Chen has transcended the status of a martial sovereign. The astounding impact that the unique species of serpentine dragons from Yulong Mountain has had on Xiyi Kingdom is indeed monumental. Currently, the military's general staff unanimously believes that in order to contend with this serpentine dragon, a martial artist who exceeds the martial sovereign level must be deployed to restrain it, while hundreds of martial sovereigns assist from the sidelines, seizing the opportunity to deliver a high-yield nuclear warhead directly into the dragon's maw. The crux of the matter lies in the dragon's colossal size. No one can ascertain whether a martial artist surpassing the martial sovereign level can withstand the creature's onslaught. Should they falter, all efforts would be rendered futile. This scenario illustrates the immense pressure that the unique species exerts on Xiyi Kingdom. Were it not for the absence of a martial sovereign, Elder Lu had even proposed that he personally deliver the nuclear warhead to the dragon's mouth. The mere fact that Elder Lu entertained such thoughts speaks volumes about Xiyi Kingdom's stance. If the situation were akin to that in the West, Elder Lu would not be tirelessly cultivating martial sovereigns in secrecy. In contrast, the West, which prides itself on its advanced civilization, often regards certain unique species as divine beings. Following the demonstration of their powers, the already limited resistance among many dwindles to nothingness. Those who still harbor any defiance are primarily seasoned soldiers accustomed to the specter of death. Regrettably, they represent the entirety of the resistance. The pressure exerted by the serpentine dragon of Yulong Mountain on Xiyi Kingdom is unparalleled throughout history. The rarity of these unique species renders it impossible for Xiyi Kingdom to accurately assess the strength of each one, leading the higher echelons to treat every unique species as if it were the serpentine dragon itself. In combating the dragon, martial sovereign-level warriors are deemed the principal force. Moreover, the Xiyi Kingdom does not hold a favorable view of the threat posed by martial sovereigns to the dragon. Can one truly fathom the might of a giant python exceeding 20 kilometers in length? In the environment of Blue Star, no one can ascertain the extent of its physical prowess, while martial sovereign's explosive power surpasses 10,000 tons. The dragon may exert far more than that merely by flicking its tongue. The significance of Advisor Xiyi is self-evident. Elder Lu flicked the ash from a cigarette. He is the pioneer of martial artists in Xiyi Kingdom and serves as a banner for the higher-tier warriors. We cannot ascertain the strength of the unique species lurking beneath that lake. For safety's sake, we should call him back. The colleagues nearby exchanged glances, some appearing troubled. After all, Advisor Xiyi is no ordinary individual. And at present, he is our sole martial saint. The combat data concerning martial saints against unique species is what we currently lack. Martial saint is the official designation by Xiyi Kingdom for warriors above the martial sovereign level. Yet there is only Yi Chen in the entirety of the kingdom. The physical data of martial saints is also a deficiency for Xiyi Kingdom. Unfortunately, due to material constraints, we are currently unable to create instruments capable of measuring the physical data of a martial saint. It is undeniable that while the personal combat power of martial artists is paramount in confronting monsters, the power of technology also plays an essential role, even though many weapons are currently inoperable. Possessing data on the monsters would allow for the development of specialized weaponry against them. For instance, single-unit fusion strikes and various high-powered individual combat weapons. Humanity's innate talent for destruction far surpasses that of protection. Listening to his colleagues, Elder Lu remained silent for a considerable time before extinguishing his cigarette. How many martial sovereigns do we have idling at present? The situation across various regions is not as optimistic as we might wish. An elder remarked, as long as the issue of the monster nests remains unresolved, we can only continue dispatching martial sovereign-level warriors to clear the nests, for we cannot ascertain when the monsters emerging from these nests may evolve into a large-scale beast tide. Therefore, there are currently no idle martial sovereigns. Aside from those who must remain stationed in the imperial capital, all others are deployed externally. This pertains solely to the official martial sovereigns. The official body cannot fully account for those in the civilian sector. The creators of the monster nests may belong to a civilization from another world. Regrettably, even though Xiyi Kingdom possesses formidable strength, it remains oblivious to the details of this potentially existing otherworldly civilization. Thus far, the only move they have made is to release the monster nests, leaving Xiyi Kingdom struggling to cope. Elder Lu clicked his tongue, appearing rather helpless. So, are we left with nothing to do? We cannot even recall advisor Xiyi, the elder replied. Theoretically, yes. In practice, we truly have no means, as that lake is situated perilously close to Linshan City. Elder Lu lit another cigarette for himself, descending into contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he declared, "We shall dispatch a team composed of martial kings to deliver a newly developed nuclear warhead to advisor Xiyi. This is the greatest assistance we can offer." Martial kings are regarded as unparalleled powerhouses in the eyes of ordinary people. However, they are far from the extraordinary might that many assume. They too remain vulnerable to large-scale beast tides, for they are, after all, human. The elder's expression was troubled. Our martial kings, aside from the guards at hand, are no longer available. Then let us send the guards. Elder Lu lifted his eyelids. They have hands and feet. As long as they can wield weapons and are not too aged to move, why should they require the protection of others? The elder smiled wryly. Old Lu, such sentiments will offend many. Let them be offended. Elder Lu replied solemnly. As long as we can navigate through this crisis, what does it matter if I am thrown into a pot of oil? Having enjoyed such privileges, I must naturally shoulder the responsibilities that accompany them. Very well. However, you must be prepared for the possibility of impeachment at the next central meeting. The elder cautioned, I shall remain ever ready. Xiyi stood atop the world's highest peak, casting one last glance at this world before smiling faintly. In the blink of an eye, he had left the atmosphere of Blue Star. In the next moment, his speed of flight surged to an inconceivable realm, propelling him toward the boundaries of the universe. This universe, by and large, belongs to the realm of technology. Everything must adhere to the laws of science. Science serves as the foundational operating principle of this universe. Thus, he cannot tear the fabric of space unless he wishes to induce the collapse of this universe into a singularity. However, he can opt to open a wormhole to slightly accelerate his journey. Though this would preclude him from enjoying the scenic vistas along the way, he is not in a hurry, so why rush? Yet, after flying for some time, an astonishing occurrence unfolded before his eyes. A yellow star emerged in his line of sight. Most crucially, among the planets revolving around this star, he detected a slightly bluish celestial body. Feeling a tinge of annoyance, he paused outside the atmosphere of the blue planet. It seemed as though his consciousness was gently caressed by an unseen force. A dreamlike environment materialized before Xiyi. Here, mountains and waters coexisted, teeming with all manner of animals, a beauty that seemed unreal. Not far from him stood a small wooden cottage, where a child sat with their back to him, weeping inconsolably. Little one, why are you crying? Xiyi approached and gently ruffled the child's hair. I am so sorry, truly sorry. I just can't fight against them, the child replied, their tear-filled eyes lifting to meet Xiyi's. The child clung to Xiyi's leg. Xiyi glimpsed the child's face. His pupils constricted sharply upon recognizing the child's features. How could it be you? He was taken aback. The child paid no heed to Xiyi's words, continuing to cling to his leg and unleashing a sonic wave attack. Xiyi was naturally aware of the child's identity. It was only after sensing their presence that he had suggested modifications to Yi Qin's breathing techniques. Yet he had never anticipated that the child's appearance would be so intriguing. He regarded the child before him with a stoic expression, lost in thought. The child wailed loudly, their snot and tears staining Xiyi's pants. After a considerable time, the child sobbed, saying, Please, you must save me. Xiyi maintained his impassive demeanor, lost in contemplation that I cannot die. If I do, what will become of them? Please, you must save me, the child cried out again, breaking into fresh tears. After a prolonged silence, Xiyi spoke with an unyielding expression. You are not yet in a position to forge a karmic bond with me. Child, Xiyi remarked with an air of indifference, the weight of your humanity is far too burdensome, and this is not a boon for either you or them. The little one, sniffling and wiping away tears, stammered, Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to resemble the forsaken creature, akin to a small animal cast aside, or a young child tormented by classmates, timid, helpless, and utterly insignificant. Xiyi regarded him with a detached gaze for an extended moment. His eyes then wandered to the surroundings, revealing a flicker of helplessness. I cannot offer you any assistance. This is a reality that you, along with them, must confront. As he spoke, he retrieved two somewhat worn books from within his robes. This one contains the Tao Te Ching, a gift from my master. Though I am rather dull-witted, each time I transcribe or read it, I glean some wisdom that I shall present this handwritten copy to you. Perhaps it may prove beneficial, he continued. The other book contains my musings gathered throughout my travels, penned in idle moments. Though it is but a fragment, it may provide some solace in your solitude. He placed the two volumes into the child's hands and gently ruffled the boy's hair. I hope to see you again in the future. Xiyi observed the weary and blood-stained procession before him, a gentle warmth welling in his heart. This what old Lu has sent. He marveled, gazing at the imposing weapon that stretched over 20 meters in length. This is the Long Yin, developed by the Research Institute. And due to significant breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion technology, its explosive yield theoretically equates to that of 75 million tons. Use it judiciously, instructed the soldier in charge with utmost seriousness. Xiyi nodded in understanding. Given the lake's proximity to Linshan City, it must be employed with care. Otherwise, with such immense power, a careless mistake could obliterate Linshan City and its inhabitants. Surviving beneath the martial king was nearly impossible. This gesture from above clearly conveyed their unwavering trust in Xiyi. Thank you for your efforts, he expressed. The leading soldier saluted sharply. Advisor Yi, we wish you good fortune. Xiyi returned the gesture. Withdraw. Concealing the formidable weapon, Xiyi made his way back to the Martial Artists Guild. President Lin Yun, members of Xiyi's squad, and Special Advisor Ivan from Linshan City gathered in one place. Xiyi briefly recounted the details of the weapon, leaving everyone astounded. I never imagined that they would place such trust in Captain Yi. Lin Yun exclaimed. This is indeed a relief for Linshan City. Zhang Xiaofeng and the others felt a sense of pride in Xiyi's trust, while Ivan doused the enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Let's not celebrate too soon, he cautioned. The fact that they have sent such a formidable weapon indicates that they are genuinely concerned about us. This may not prove useful. Lin Yun was taken aback. Xiyi nodded in agreement. The provisions sent to us are merely tools for self-preservation, not an invitation to provoke that peculiar entity. It appears that this special breed is far more formidable than I had envisioned. Ivan remarked with a smile. Xiyi remained silent, seated in a chair, and began devouring the processed monster meat. Ivan, unfazed, smiled at Xiyi. Captain Yi, I possess considerable knowledge regarding martial king-level warriors and have gleaned some data about martial sovereigns from you. I personally believe that you have surpassed the martial sovereign level. Could you perhaps share some insights on the data pertaining to warriors beyond that rank? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng and the others wore expressions of stoicism, while Lin Yun gazed at Xiyi in astonishment. The official designation for warriors beyond the martial sovereign is martial saint, but specific data remains elusive. With the current resources, we cannot produce instruments capable of testing martial saint data. Xiyi replied between bites. Ivan was not surprised. Instead, he inquired, under normal circumstances, the gap between a martial king and a martial sovereign is immense. How significant do you believe the difference is between a martial sovereign and a martial saint? Having undergone gene enhancement prior to practicing the breathing technique, Ivan was stronger than typical warriors, with a power level approximately 1.5 times that of ordinary fighters. However, his maximum explosive strength was about 2,000 tons. While an average martial king would not exceed 1,500 tons, Even the weakest martial sovereign would possess explosive strength exceeding that figure. These numbers merely scratch the surface of a warrior's true power, serving only as a minimum standard for classification. After all, this is not akin to transcending a cultivation bottleneck. Point 1 must exceed a ton of explosive force to be deemed a martial sovereign. It is not that martial sovereigns can only muster a ton of power. Ivan was particularly eager to obtain precise data, perhaps a symptom of a researcher's obsession. There is no comparison between a martial sovereign and a martial saint. A martial sovereign before me is indistinguishable from an ordinary warrior. Yi shook his head, harboring a sense of this disparity, yet uncertain of its magnitude. Years after the calamity, the authorities had only just completed the dissemination of the breathing technique. And due to the delay, the nation had devolved into a fragmented state of warlords. A mere martial king, even with a modicum of fame, would hardly possess the qualifications to discuss martial sovereigns or even martial saints. His awareness of his own ascension to martial saint status stemmed from the profound sensation that accompanied the elevation of one's life essence, an inner joy that was distinctly felt, in contrast to the transition from martial king to martial sovereign. The leap from martial sovereign to martial saint could be more accurately described as a transcendence of one's life level, for the chasm between the two is indeed vast. Upon receiving Yi's vague response, Ivan pondered for a moment, his playful demeanor subdued. Captain Yi, even if the martial saint's power is formidable, can it withstand a special breed? He inquired, his gaze piercing. The strength of monsters lacks a definitive measure. Special breeds are merely one category of monsters. The weaker among them may resemble mere light bulbs, emitting a glow, while the powerful can cleave mountains and boil seas, with potentially even stronger special breeds yet to be discovered. Our current knowledge is limited, preventing us from providing a definitive answer, Yi replied, taking a sip of water. After a moment of reflection, he added, I have ventured into the lake outside the city and sensed a lurking danger. Thus, the entity beneath may indeed surpass my capabilities. You cannot place all your hopes on me. When you invest every ounce of faith in a single individual, you have already set yourself up for failure. We require valuable information. Ivan stared intently at Yi. Captain Yi, if I assist you in enhancing your genes, your strength should improve as well. Would you be willing to venture into the lake once more? Yi shook his head. The path of cultivation for martial artists is inherently about continuously refining one's genes. Upon reaching the martial sovereign level, all useful genes are already perfected, but a martial saint can be viewed as a martial sovereign who has achieved a leap in life essence. Thus, I appreciate your kind offer, but it is unnecessary. Outside Linshan City, by the lake nestled deep within the forest, a robust figure patted a massive steel cylinder beside him. That wasn't it said that the island nation lacks nuclear weapons. What then is this? Upon closer inspection, the rusted steel cylinder emanated a chilling aura, revealing itself to be a missile, an enhanced one at that. Trust in little Xiyi's words. Boss, you might as well believe they can shoulder their responsibilities. A man of similar stature stood beside him, holding a human leg and wearing a goofy grin. Little bro, you truly are a talent. The boss laughed heartily. The younger one took a bite of the leg, chewed thoughtfully, and hesitated before asking, Boss, are we really going to detonate this? Not quite, the boss shook his head. No matter how inhumane I may seem, I was raised on this land. Then boss, I've never played with a nuclear bomb in my life. I sent this a perfect opportunity to have some fun with little Xiyi, the boss declared. Shall we head over to little Xiyi's place for a bit of amusement? The youngest, tentatively, spoke. Smack. The eldest swiftly slapped the back of the youngest's head, exclaiming, Where do you think you're going? Off to the sea to feed the fish. Are you oblivious to the dangers lurking in the ocean? The youngest rubbed the back of his head and replied, When I sought this object, I hadn't considered the implications. Yet, it is rather peculiar that it could be delivered here from that place. The eldest stroked his chin thoughtfully, judging by the appearance of this nuclear device. It seems that they have been preparing for a long time. The youngest remained silent, gnawing on a piece of meat. Cerebral tasks were beyond his capacity, given his lack of intellect. By the way, how goes your surveillance of Old Gua? Has he exhibited any unusual reactions? The eldest snapped back to attention and inquired. The youngest shook his head. Nothing out of the ordinary, and it seems Old Gua has taken on an apprentice. Even teaching him marksmanship. An apprentice. The eldest paused, then scoffed. What a fool! He has already tasted human flesh, and yet aspires to be a mentor. Shaking his head, he continued, Forget about him for now. Have you prepared what I requested? It is ready. The youngest produced an object resembling a television remote control from his pocket and handed it to the eldest. The eldest inspected it and suddenly let out a cold laugh. Little Days hasn't given up on me yet that I cannot refuse the orders from above, but I can certainly cause some inconvenience for Little Days. Pressing a button, the eldest commanded, Take this with you. And when the opportunity arises, deliver it to Little Days. Eldest, this thing is rather large. How am I supposed to carry it? Carry it on your back. All right, eldest, what about Olgwa? What of him, since he wishes to take on students? Let him and his apprentice perish together. The road to the underworld won't be so lonely after all. Am I not merciful? The eldest chuckled heartily. Yes, oh, merciful. Indeed. The laughter gradually diminished after the two departed. In a deep and unknown part of the lake, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the dark waters, causing them to boil violently. Meanwhile, at the Martial Artists Guild, Yi Chun, who had been conversing with Ivan, suddenly furrowed his brow and stood up abruptly. Captain, what is happening? Asked Zhang Xiaofeng. Prepare for battle. Yi Chun replied gravely, turning to Lin Yun. President Lin, how is the mobilization of the martial artists in Lin Deep City? Lin Yun's expression was equally serious. They are ready to engage at any moment. Good. Yi Chun nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a dragon or tiger, echoed throughout Lin Deep City. Roar! In the southwest of Xiyi country, at Yulong Mountain, the once languid serpent suddenly awakened, its enormous pale golden eyes opening wide as it raised itself, gazing towards Lin Deep City, a hint of sorrow flashing through its human-like expression. It lowered its body, flicking its tongue and licking a few eggs nearby, which resembled small mountains at Inyan Valley. A pair of enormous pure white eyes, each over 100 meters in diameter, opened in a corner. A flicker of hesitation appeared in those eyes, which soon turned to indifference. The eyes shut, and shortly thereafter, the winds within Yin Valley intensified. As the tremendous roar spread across Xiyi country, subtle changes seemed to manifest in desolate areas. No one could discern whether these changes were for better or worse. The power carried by the roar sent tremors through Lin Deep City, causing a sense of panic. Fortunately, the Martial Artists Guild had been prepared, dispatching martial artists to maintain order, preventing any chaos. President Lin, have you received any information regarding the beast tide? Yi Chun inquired. Not why Yi Chun hesitated. At this point, words are futile. We must rely on our fists. Let us move. Ivan glanced at Yi Chun, his eyes filled with uncertainty, but soon this hesitation transformed into resolve as he followed in Yi Chun's wake. Now, over 5 years had passed since the catastrophe, and cities had established sniper zones on all sides. After all, they could not allow the monsters to approach the cities unchallenged. Defending the city was merely a last resort. At this moment, the entire forest seemed to come alive, the ground trembling and the soil shifting. The once towering trees, capable of blocking sunlight, now resembled fragile weeds swaying in the breeze, while Yi Chun stood atop a watchtower, his expression grave, beads of sweat forming in his palms. In both this life and the last, he had never faced any special species, leaving him uncertain of their strength and thus somewhat anxious. The members of the Special Operations Team and Lin Yun stood behind him, their gazes fixed tensely on the undulating forest. They were the strongest individuals in Lin Deep City at this moment, and retreat was not an option. Arg! The earlier strange roar resounded once more, shaking the land. Suddenly, a section of the forest began to sink, rapidly forming a hole with a diameter of about 1 kilometer. Yi Chun's eyes locked onto the pit, his muscles tensing in anticipation. Dust erupted from the hole, obscuring the sky and exacerbating air pollution. Boom! The earth surrounding the pit suddenly bucked upward, and a tentacle, seemingly capable of reaching the heavens, shot out from the depths, slamming violently against the ground. Boom! A deafening crash reverberated, causing the ground within a 10-kilometer radius to shake violently. The shockwave swept through the sniper zone where Yi Chun and the others stood, raising dust that obscured their vision. Yi Chun disregarded the dust that did not hinder him. Leaping from the watchtower towards the tentacle, Zhang Xiaofeng clapped his palms together, unleashing a powerful force that cleared the surrounding dust, revealing the scene before them. The sight made their eyelids tremble in disbelief. Half the forest had vanished, the ground resembling that which had been diligently plowed by a hard-working ox. Don't drag me into your bragging. Most crucially, as the tentacle writhed, they discerned its true form. It was a tentacle resembling an octopus, predominantly blue in color. The length was difficult to gauge as part of it remained underground, but the portion exposed was already over 5 kilometers long. As it writhed, numerous eyes of various sizes opened and closed along its length, creating an utterly bizarre and grotesque spectacle. Especially for Zhang Xiaofeng, the strongest among them, he felt as though merely gazing into those eyes altered his very consciousness. "Not good! Don't look at those eyes!" Zhang Xiaofeng exclaimed in alarm, quickly warning the others. They were roused from their stupor, hastily shifting their gazes, and the eerie sensation within them subsided considerably. This special species is likely extraordinary. Unlike any we've encountered before. Lin Yun, during the coming battle, you need not participate, but you must document the events and ensure the information reaches the imperial capital's cabinet, Zhang Xiaofeng stated solemnly. Having fought alongside Yi Chan across the nation, he had garnered some knowledge, but the tentacle instilled a chilling sense of dread within him. Regardless, he steeled himself for the possibility of dying on the battlefield. Lin Yun paused. "I am a martial sovereign and a soldier. What kind of soldier stands by while others fight? This intelligence is crucial." Zhang Xiaofeng fixed his gaze on Lin Yun, "that we will gather as much information as possible." "Lin Yun, your task is not insignificant," he insisted. Lin Yun remained silent for a moment, then patted Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder, solemnly regarding each member of the Special Operations team. "Xiaofeng and all my brothers, you must return alive." He saluted earnestly. The Special Operations members returned the salute. Zhang Xiaofeng led the charge as they leaped from the watchtower, rushing towards the tentacle. Yi Chun soon found himself 1 kilometer away from the tentacle. "Halt!" he commanded succinctly. The tentacle paid no heed, perhaps not understanding or simply indifferent, increasing its writhing speed instead. "Halt!" Yi Chun raised his brows slightly. The tentacle hesitated for a moment, and Yi Chun's eyelids fluttered violently. In the next instant, the colossal tentacle descended upon him. The entire sky darkened. His pupils constricted slightly, and with a fierce roar, his blood surged at an astonishing pace, causing his body temperature to soar and his muscles to swell. He crossed his arms defensively in front of him, striving to minimize his body's surface area to reduce the impact. The next moment, the tentacle crashed into the ground. The earth shook as if a cataclysmic earthquake of magnitude 10 had just occurred, sending tremors throughout the surrounding 100 miles. This tremor reached Lin Shun City, causing the entire metropolis to sway. Ordinary citizens, lacking the prowess of warriors, huddled silently in shelters, facing this calamity with trepidation. The warriors, tasked with protecting the city, stood outside, bracing themselves against the onslaught, their weapons plunged into the ground for stability. The Special Operations team, rushing forward, stumbled momentarily but quickly regained their footing, continuing their advance. They had never encountered such a gigantic creature and were at a loss for how to combat it. Yet they charged forth without hesitation. Yi Chan was struck deep into the ground, landing hundreds of meters below, embedded onto the floor of a cavern. Gasping, he spat out a mouthful of blood, then rose, wiping the corner of his mouth as he crawled upward through the tunnel. However, before he could reach halfway, an even more intense tremor surged through, an unparalleled pressure from the surrounding earth, and stones bore down upon him. Yi Chun maintained a calm demeanor, clenched his fists tightly, and then threw a punch. The encroaching soil was forced aside, and he struck again to carve his way through the earth and rock, finally returning to the surface. The tentacle loomed large, pressing down upon the ground that had hardened countless times. Over a massive black eye, over 30 meters in diameter, opened at some point, fixating its gaze directly on Yi Chun. In the next instant, a thick beam of destructive black light shot from the eye towards Yi Chun. He inhaled deeply, a thin layer of crimson swirling around his fist, and with a swift motion, he swung his arm. The collision between the light and his fist sent shockwaves through the ground, creating a fissure that sent Zhang Xiaofeng and the others who had ventured close, hurtling nearly 10 kilometers away, crashing heavily against the city wall, which crumbled under the impact. Damn it! The crowd roared in unison, pounding the ground before charging forward again. However, those few who had not reached the rank of martial sovereign spat blood, momentarily deprived of the strength to rise. Lin Yun, who had been stationed at the watchtower, soared into the sky, leaping over the city wall and crashing into several buildings before finally coming to a halt. He stood up with a grim expression, ready to utter a curse, but instead coughed up a mouthful of blood. A searing pain radiated from his chest, where his broken ribs had pierced his organs. After all, he was merely a newly ascended martial sovereign, incomparable to veterans like Zhang Xiaofeng, and he had suffered far worse. Wei Yichun was not faring any better. Once again, he was smashed into the ground by the tentacle. This time, the black light propelling him into the molten rock beneath. Emerging from the magma, Yichun's expression was grave. Compared to others, his direct confrontation with the tentacle allowed him to grasp its formidable power. Strong, far stronger than I am. He slammed the ground with his foot, propelling himself upward like a missile. But it mattered little. The tunnel suddenly brightened, and an overwhelming pressure forced Yichun to halt. Then began to pull him downward. As he lifted his head, his expression turned serious. The thick tentacle was forcing its way through the surrounding earth and stone, jabbing viciously towards him, suspended in midair. He found no leverage to escape. Yet he was the first and currently the only martial saint of Xiyi country. With a powerful stomp against the air, a sound akin to a cannon blast erupted. Harnessing this momentary force, his entire arm turned a blood-red hue as he slightly leaned back. At the moment the tentacle's tip approached, he swung his fist with all his might. Boom! The ground seemed to be uprooted as the point of impact became the epicenter, creating a massive pit over 10 kilometers in diameter and hundreds of meters deep. The upheaval of earth and stones formed a colossal mushroom cloud that spread outward. Zhang Xiaofeng and his companions, having just surged forward, witnessed the overwhelming aftermath, cursing in unison before digging a large pit to take cover. Wei Yichun's eyes brightened as the surrounding earth and stones were cleared, bringing him back to what could be considered the surface. Molten rock erupted forth, while the waters from the Black Lake surged into the newly formed pit. Wei Yichun stood naked in the magma, his right hand, which had clashed with the tentacle, now bent at a peculiar angle. Evidently broken, he coughed up blood, his breathing technique functioning passively, and his arm began to mend. At this rate, it would take about a minute to return to normal. The tentacle, however, fared much better, even though it had been lifted high by Yichun's force. Not a single drop of blood was shed. If momentarily dazed by Yichun's strike, the tentacle paused in midair, a monumental will emanating from it. I acknowledge you, young warrior. I am known as the First, the lower monarch beneath the realm of Hefik. You may refer to me as the monarch of the First. What is your name? Yichun gazed at the looming tentacle, his face grave. I am Yichun. A sense of unease crept over him. This special creature was exceedingly powerful. Why have you come to our world? A grand will seem to chuckle softly. The weak are unworthy of knowing the truth. Young being, your strength has yet to earn my acknowledgement. Barely had the words left its mouth when a massive tentacle swept toward Yichun. From his perspective, it resembled a mountain-like wall crashing down upon him. He ceased his words, thrusting his foot forward with great force. Boom! The ground erupted in a spray of earth and stone. The sound of his heartbeat resonating like a drum, a faint crimson aura enveloped him as he unleashed a relentless assault with his fists. Before the collision, the countless eyes on the tentacle, large and small, opened wide, and a terrifying will surged towards Yichun. An indescribable sense of dread washed over him, momentarily halting his movement. Boom! The sky trembled. The earth fractured, and in that instant, Yichun was transformed into a gory figure, hot blood gushing forth, tracing a long crimson line through the air as he was flung away. Advisory! Zhang Xiaofeng bellowed in anguish, his eyes wide with fury, as his blood ignited in an instant. In that moment, his spirit, energy, and essence unified, undergoing a remarkable transformation. He ignited into a conflagration of blood, slamming into the tentacle with all his might. Boom! The tentacle remained unmoved, yet Zhang Xiaofeng did not retreat an inch, his fists striking like meteors against the eyes of the tentacle. The impact of fists against eyes tore the air apart, echoing with muffled sounds. Yet the tentacle was far too powerful. Even as its eyes were deformed from the blows, not a drop of blood emerged. Such formidable will! The immense will expressed admiration before shifting its tone. Alas, still too weak. The countless eyes on the tentacle suddenly ignited with black light, illuminating Zhang Xiaofeng's determined visage. In the next moment, an overwhelming beam of light erupted from the tentacle, engulfing Zhang Xiaofeng's form. Instantly, it also consumed the nearby Special Operations Team soldiers. As the light burst forth, the sky transformed into darkness, plunging the world into night. Meanwhile, high-ranking officials in the imperial capital frowned, their expressions betraying their concerns. Countries such as the Bear Nation and Eagle Sauce heightened their defenses, probing into this mysterious celestial phenomenon. The black light dominated the sun's radiance above. Within one of the beams, a faint red flame could be discerned, appearing as if it might extinguish at any moment. Yet it stubbornly thrived against the odds. A terrifying will loomed large. The resounding voice could not help but express admiration once more to in the next moment. A colossal sonic boom cloud erupted in the dark sky as a figure sliced through the air, shattering a beam of light, descending from above to strike fiercely upon the tentacle. An unprecedented force caused the tentacle to falter abruptly. In the blink of an eye, the myriad beams of light shattered, and the tentacle crashed heavily against the earth. The vast will seemed to express a moment of confusion. Why Yi Chun, drenched in blood, stood atop the tentacle, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. In the distance, Zhang Xiaofeng was engulfed in a blaze of blood flames, seemingly unscathed, considering that the time from the eruption of the light beam to Yi Chun's interruption of the incantation was merely 2 seconds. Yi Chun was well acquainted with Zhang Xiaofeng's current state, a distinctive hallmark of having become a martial saint. The blood flames engulfing him, which Yi Chun referred to as the power of vitality, surged and boiled within him after attaining the martial saint rank, combined with the techniques of breath control that summoned the body's strength, creating a power that could be projected outward, its potency reliant on the individual. However, the remaining members of the Special Operations Team caught Yi Chun's attention. As his gaze shifted, he observed them. Each one was charred black, their faces contorted in fury, fists clenched tightly, and within their hollow eye sockets, one could sense the embers of rage still burning. Despite the dire circumstances, Yi Chun could perceive the faint life force emanating from several teammates. Ultimately, it was due to Yi Chun's timely interruption of the tentacle's dark beam that spared the team. For had they not been martial venerates, their fate would have likely been grim. Witnessing the tragic state of his comrades, Yi Chun's expression grew colder. The weak possessed no qualifications, including the right to survive. The vast will spoke again, seemingly infused with a hint of instructive wisdom. Would you utter such words in the presence of a being more powerful than yourself? Yi Chun twisted his neck, his muscles rippling as the congealed blood dripped to the ground, revealing his bare body. This was not due to any peculiar predilection on his part, but rather because his clothing had been reduced to tatters amidst the relentless clashes. If such a being truly possessed that will, I too would have no choice but to bow my head and await death. The Vast will replied calmly. Yi Chun fell silent for a moment, then turned his gaze to Zhang Xiaofeng. Old Zhang, take the team back, he commanded. Zhang Xiaofeng hesitated. Captain, This is an order, Yi Chun stated flatly. Zhang Xiaofeng glanced at the teammates lying on the ground, then looked up at the overshadowing tentacle, gritting his teeth. Understood. The Vast will chuckled softly, offering no objection. Zhang Xiaofeng and the others departed. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to continue reading the next page for further excitement. Interesting young being, are you prepared? Come. The sky darkened once more. Zhang Xiaofeng, completely naked and accompanied by 4 severely injured teammates, returned to the already ravaged Linshan city, where he encountered Lin Yun, who had been mummified. Beside Lin Yun stood several high-ranking officials from Linshan city, whom he had only seen on television. What is the situation outside? Lin Yun offered Zhang Xiaofeng some clothing, then coughed lightly. He had sustained severe injuries. Having nearly succumbed to the edge of oblivion, Zhang Xiaofeng donned the clothing and, with a heavy expression, urged, "Hurry and organize the personnel to evacuate. Advisor Yi is buying us time." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others varied. The city lord of Linshan City furrowed his brow and said helplessly, "Team Zhang, our city has a population of several million. We can't just relocate on a whim. There are numerous complexities involved." Observing Zhang Xiaofeng's increasingly agitated demeanor, he quickly added, "I will only ask you one thing, Team Zhang. How will we address the food supply for the populace if we leave? We can take the city's grain reserves with us. Given everyone's physical condition, carrying some clothing should pose no issue," Zhang Xiaofeng replied impatiently. "City Lord Feng, what other concerns are there?" City Lord Feng responded with resignation. "Team Zhang, have you considered how much food is required to relocate millions of people? What about safety on the journey? The martial artist reserves in Linshan City number only a few thousand. How can they protect such a vast population?" Zhang Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. "We cannot adopt the Western approach of the survival of the fittest. Every person in Linshan City is a citizen of the Xian nation," City Lord Feng asserted solemnly. The others nodded in agreement. Ivan suddenly inquired, "Team Zhang, you haven't yet informed us of the situation outside." Lin Yan added, "Yes, old Zhang, please share the details so we can brainstorm together." The shelters in Linshan City numbered over 100 and were established several dozen meters underground. Treated with special scents to evade detection by monsters, this distance was meant to prevent the creatures from tracking them by scent. However, no shelter had ever anticipated facing monsters that could measure several kilometers in length. Such creatures could not be contained by any current human architecture. Zhang Xiaofeng led the group cautiously to a concealed position, observing the earth-shattering battle over 10 kilometers away. Occasionally, a fierce gust would sweep through, causing the already battered boulder before them to sway perilously. Lin Yun and Ivan maintained grave expressions, while several officials appeared visibly pale. In this situation, we can neither retreat nor remain. We are truly at an impasse." City Lord Feng spoke in a hushed tone. Ivan pondered briefly, scrutinizing Zhang Xiaofeng. "Team Zhang, your condition upon return hardly resembles that of a martial venerate." He had witnessed the grim fates of several martial venerates. "In the recent battle, my essence, spirit, and vitality fused as one, resulting in a transcendental leap in my life level that I was fortunate to break through and become a martial saint," Zhang Xiaofeng admitted without reservation. As the group observed the distant battle, they could not discern much, relying instead on the aftermath of the conflict to surmise its scale. While listening to snippets of conversation, weren't the two martial saints merely facing that singular special entity? Ivan inquired, frowning. Zhang Xiaofeng recounted the situation he had witnessed, describing the encounter with the tentacle. Ivan furrowed his brow, stroking his chin, lost in thought. Zhang Xiaofeng fell silent, clenching his fists tightly as he fixated on the unfolding battle. "Chief Minister, according to our calculations, the tremors originating from Linshan City have affected an area spanning several thousand kilometers. Even the northernmost cities are experiencing minor seismic activity," stated a middle-aged man with graying temples. He was the former chief of the advisory group, named He Zhongxing. The peak of an individual's cognitive vigor typically occurs between the ages of 35 and 45. Beyond this period, most people enter a decline, accumulating experience instead. Thus, the advisory group of the Xian nation is not static. If we cannot swiftly halt these tremors, the entire ecosystem of the Xian nation will face significant repercussions within mere hours. Straining our logistics beyond capacity, He Zhongxing warned. The chief minister gazed wearily at the vast map of the Xian nation on the wall, his tired eyes fixated on Linshan City. Although no news had yet arrived, it was presumed that Xiyi and his team were engaged in battle against that special entity. The chief minister wearily pointed to Linshan City on the map. He Zhongxing contemplated the map, remaining silent for a moment before suggesting, "Given their considerable intelligence, can we negotiate with the special entities?" The chief minister shook his head. "I trust Xiaoye's judgment." He Zhongxing remained quiet for a moment, seemingly calculating something. "Chief Minister, can we contact Advisor Yi and suggest moving the battlefield towards the seaside?" The chief minister pondered, understanding He Zhongxing's intent, but ultimately shook his head. Linshan City is over 1,000 kilometers away. We can distinctly sense the battle from here. If we rashly relocate the battlefield, what will become of the other cities? Furthermore, we cannot guarantee that other unforeseen circumstances won't arise that not forget, the Xiyi nation is not home to a single special entity. If others join the fray, it would undoubtedly amplify the pressure on Xiyi and his team. Moreover, considering the size of the special entities, what if their movements during the battle impact other cities? The battle had raged on for so long without conclusion. Surely Xiyi was fighting desperately. The chief minister muttered to himself. Fighting desperately? No, Yichun is fighting with all his might in previous encounters. He found himself at an absolute disadvantage. But it seemed that after Zhang Xiaofeng and the others left the battlefield, the tentacles finally unleashed their true power. The enormous appendages appeared to tear through space. Elusive and unpredictable, their strength amplifying beyond measure. A mere brush against Yichun sent him hurtling backwards. Most critically, the countless eyes on the tentacles would intermittently emit beams of pure darkness, bombarding him relentlessly. Yichun exerted every ounce of his strength, yet he could only barely withstand the onslaught. How formidable is a martial artist? Quite formidable, apart from lacking the ability to control energy for ranged attacks. In close combat, they are a hexagonal powerhouse. With an extraordinarily robust physique, martial artists possess immense strength, agility, endurance, and defense, and upon achieving the realm of a martial sage, they undergo an unbelievable transformation, their stamina and healing abilities becoming astonishingly potent. Thus, Yichun is akin to an assassin clad in 18 ultimate divine armors. However, despite his strength, the tentacles are even stronger, boasting not only superior physical attributes, but also formidable energy attacks, much like a battle-hardened warrior proficient in all forms of combat. Equipped with at least dozens of divine armaments, red steam billowed from his body, a consequence of the intense battle causing his temperature to rise dramatically. Vaporizing the blood within, he gasped sharply, employing a specialized advanced breathing technique that swiftly mitigated all negative states. Yet the tentacles offered him no respite. The countless eyes blazed with light, unleashing a deluge of beams that Yichun lunged forward, his body shimmering crimson, as he rapidly shattered beams with his fists. However, the tentacles struck him with tremendous force. The earth groaned under the unbearable weight, and Yichun was once again driven beneath the surface. Endless magma enveloped him, rendering him momentarily immobile. This blow from the tentacles had fractured his spine, leaving him temporarily disabled. The energy of the tentacles seemed inexhaustible, evaporating the magma as it crashed into the incapacitated Yichun, driving him deeper into the earth, denying him even a moment to breathe. The tentacles writhed and swiftly closed in on him, their tips stabbing mercilessly into his form. A jarring shock reverberated through Yichun's mind, plunging him into a void of consciousness. His organs screamed under the unbearable strain, and his heart succumbed to the immense pressure with a faint explosion, several major blood vessels rupturing, causing his skull to warp and white matter to spill forth. Even as a martial sage, such injuries could easily claim his life. His heart ceased to beat, his internal organs reduced to a pulpy mass. It is over, the Grand Will proclaimed, sensing the vanishing life force of this tenacious being. Not yet. Amidst the tremors of the earth, a grotesquely disfigured body erupted from the ground, delivering a punch to the unsuspecting tentacles from the severed arm. Bone spurs protruded, piercing into the eye of the tentacle, causing one eye to burst forth with blue blood that streamed across the earth. The Grand Will regarded the entity with confusion. The now grotesque Yichun, resembling a beast, lay on the ground, his contorted form riddled with bone fragments, shattered eye sockets fixed intently on the tentacles. You are already dead, the Grand Will declared. If I am dead, then what is there to fear? Yichun replied. The Grand Will expressed its bewilderment for the first time. Why? As long as the heart does not perish, what is there to fear from the demise of the body? Yichun, resembling a zombie, crawled frantically upon the ground, bone shards lunging towards the tentacles. Alas, as merely a corpse, he no longer possessed the cataclysmic strength he once had, for he could not even rise to fight. His injuries, irreparable, had diminished his physical prowess by several tiers. Small tendrils sprouted from the tentacles, easily binding him. In the face of Yi Chen's frantic struggles, the Grand Will reiterated its confusion. You are already dead. How can you still fight against me? Is it not possible to battle after death? Yi Chen retorted. With your limbs incapacitated, how can you fight? The Grand Will inquired. I still have my teeth, Yi Chen said, biting down on a small tentacle. Blue blood sprang forth. I do not wish to be your enemy. Your existence poses a threat to this world. Is it worth it for those insignificant ants? It is worth it, even if it means dying and losing my soul. Even if it means dying and losing my soul. The Grand Will fell silent for an extended period. I have never encountered an existence like yours. Such existences are commonplace in my realm and hardly worth mentioning, Yi Chen responded. The Grand Will fell silent entirely. Such existences are commonplace in my realm and hardly worth mentioning, in response to Yi Chen's words. The Grand Will remained utterly silent. The eyes upon the tentacles gazed at Yi Chen, seemingly filled with incomprehensible emotion. After a lengthy pause, the bound Yi Chen fell completely still. Remarkable being, the Grand Will acknowledged. Perhaps I should not have come to this world. Remarkable creature, your will has moved me. Roar. With the concluding words, a roar akin to that of a dragon or elephant erupted, the colossal tentacles retracting into the ground, then following the underground passage back into the inky lake, stirring up towering waves. Before long, the waters of the lake began to clear. The battlefield, sprawling over 100 kilometers, lay in ruins. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's grotesquely contorted corpse was left behind by the tentacles. As the wind blew, the temperature seemed to plummet, an ineffable desolation enveloping the scene. Confirming the cessation of battle, Zhang Xiaofeng, Lin Yun, and Ivan, unable to contain themselves any longer, surged forward. The city lord, exhausted from handling administrative affairs, had diminished his energy significantly and was now merely an intermediate martial artist. Hence, he could not keep pace. He silently surveyed the surrounding desolation, feeling an inexplicable sting in the corners of his eyes. Zhang Xiaofeng abruptly halted, staring at the twisted corpse with disbelief, rubbing his eyes in a daze. His voice trembling uncontrollably. Yi advisor. He rushed forward abruptly, intent on helping Yi Chen to his feet. Yet, inexplicably, the strength that could once move mountains and fill seas seemed to have vanished without a trace. Staggering, he fell onto the ground, his head spinning and vision blurred. After a moment, Lin Yun and Ivan arrived, casting their eyes upon the lifeless body on the ground, as well as Zhang Xiaofeng, who sat silently. Tears streaming down his face, and oppressive silence enveloped them both. After a while, Zhang Xiaofeng appeared to recall something, hastily stripping off his tattered clothing to cover Yi Chen's body. Advisor Yi, let us return home, he declared, lifting the corpse and aimlessly making his way towards the ruins of Linshan City. Old Ivan seized Lin Yun, who was about to speak, shaking his head in disapproval. Lin Yun fell into a contemplative silence. Having been a soldier himself, he empathized with the plight of his fallen comrades. The battle concluded. Linshan City lay in ruins, yet miraculously, there were no recorded deaths among the millions. Only a few unfortunate souls in the shelters had sustained injuries from the aftermath of the combat. Having collided with the walls, the members of Yi Chen's Special Operations Team departed without bidding farewell to anyone. Zhang Xiaofeng carried Yi Chen's lifeless form, while the others bore their 4 blind comrades, hastening towards the capital. Initially, there had been 12 of them. Now, their leader Yi Chen lay slain, for members of the Wuzun team were blind and grievously injured, and although Vice Captain Zhang Xiaofeng had fortuitously ascended to become the second Wu Sheng of the Xia Kingdom amidst the chaos, he too bore wounds. Only 6 members of the Wu Wang team remained unscathed, consumed by feelings of anger and shame for their own inadequacies, lamenting their inability to fight alongside their captain. For a soldier, hiding behind others on the battlefield is a profound disgrace. In the capital, the earth had finally settled into tranquility. The Prime Minister, having gone a long time without rest, seized the rare opportunity to enjoy a full night's sleep. The following day, during a central meeting, discussions arose regarding the Western Invitation Conference and whether delegates had been chosen. Requests for assistance from the Demon City were reviewed, as well as supplies from the Northwest. The meeting unfolded in an orderly fashion when suddenly, Secretary Liu pressed his earpiece and whispered something into the ear of old Liu. "What did you say?" Old Liu's booming voice nearly shattered the ceiling of the conference room. The other ministers turned their astonished gazes towards him, while the Prime Minister also regarded old Liu with concern. Old Liu ripped the earpiece from the secretary and bellowed, "Bring the details of this incident to the conference room." As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Witnessing old Liu's demeanor, the Prime Minister felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew palpably tense. Within 5 minutes, a document was delivered. Old Liu, trembling, picked up the thin A4 sheet before him, yet his gaze dared not rest upon it. This man, known for his iron will, was suddenly engulfed by an unfamiliar dread. "Old Liu," the Prime Minister inquired, looking at him. Old Liu struggled to lift his gaze that on September 24, advisor Yi Chun engaged in battle with a mysterious special species outside Linshan City, after 4 hours and 23 minutes of combat. It has been confirmed that advisor Yi Chun is deceased. Vice Captain Zhang Xiaofeng has become the second Wu Sheng of the Xia Kingdom, and 4 members of Yi Chun's team have sustained serious injuries and are currently en route back to the capital. The mysterious special species has vanished. Old Liu's gaze froze on the words, "Yi Chun is deceased," his hand trembling. "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" he roared, slamming the document onto the table, rising to seize the secretary by the collar. "This is a lie, right? It must be false. Speak. Tell me." His eyes reddened. Resembling a wounded beast, the fury within him seemed poised to incinerate everything in its path. The secretary remained silent. The Prime Minister quickly stood, snatching the document from the table and scanning it hastily. Boom! His head spun, dizziness overtaking him. In disbelief, he read it once more. The document slipped from his grasp, unnoticed, as confusion clouded his usually resolute eyes. Yi Chun, in the present context of the Xia Kingdom, was no longer as significant as he once had been. Yet, everyone present regarded him with utmost reverence. Without Yi Chun, the losses suffered at the onset of the calamity would have been exponentially greater. Most crucially, the breathing techniques Yi Chun had introduced enabled the Xia Kingdom to effectively combat the beast tide, a contribution of immense value. Furthermore, Yi Chun was known for his courteous demeanor, always wearing a smile, never having quarreled with anyone. His unique status had fostered amicable relations with the ministers. Both old Liu and the Prime Minister had long regarded this typically reticent young man as a beloved grandson. Many within the Xia Kingdom's cabinet viewed Yi Chun as their junior. Old Liu's grandson had perished on the battlefield years ago, and the Prime Minister had also lost both his son and grandson in similar circumstances. The news of Yi Chun's demise struck these 2 elderly men, well beyond the age of impetuousness, with an unbearable blow. After a moment of hesitation, old Liu's secretary spoke up. "According to reports from Linshan City, this incident appears to be linked to the island nation, but we will require Zhang Xiaofeng's return to the capital for further details. I will level that place," old Liu declared, his eyes ablaze with fury. The Prime Minister, seemingly transformed into an ordinary old man, gritted his teeth and picked up the document from the floor, reading it once more. "What about the Beast King mentioned in the initial reports?" he inquired indifferently. "We have yet to locate it," the secretary replied hastily. The Prime Minister fell silent for a moment before passing the document to the minister sitting nearest. "Examine it thoroughly. Then share your thoughts on how we might ensure that wretched place feels the full weight of our wrath." His voice, thick with anger at the end, seemed as though it could ignite the very heavens. "Send the order down. Starting today, nationwide flags shall be flown at half-mast for 7 days in mourning for Yi Chun. Furthermore, we will pursue the islanders within Xia territory with all our might. All actions will be dealt with severely. No mercy will be shown. And those bastards, I want them exterminated from our Xia Kingdom." That night, in the Prime Minister's residence, he sat alone in the empty living room, clutching 3 beast cores in his left hand, while a simple suitcase containing Yi Chun's belongings rested beside him. The secretary stood nearby, worry etched upon his face. To outsiders, Yi Chun, as the Xia Kingdom's strongest, seemed immensely wealthy, capable of amassing a fortune by hunting monsters beyond the city walls. Yet in truth he had little free time to venture out. The majority of his days were spent in solitary cultivation at home. The 3 beast cores in the prime minister's hand were the only possessions found in Yi home, discovered by the secretary and special personnel from military. Aside from 2 sets of combat uniforms issued by the military, there was nothing else. Unconsciously, the prime minister's aged hands tightened around the beast cores, veins standing out, as his gaze fixated on a pale yellow envelope resting on the table before him. This was a letter discovered among Yi Chen's belongings, dated 3 years prior, and no one knew why he had penned this letter at that time, or what mindset he had been in. Time slipped away, and after a long while, the prime minister opened the envelope. Inside was a single thin sheet of paper. I do not know who has received this letter, but I should be dead by now. I am an ordinary person from the future, returned to the past, that I end my time. The world was shrouded in darkness, and it is better left unspoken. Whether it is reincarnation, time travel, or merely a fleeting dream, it matters not. If this letter brings even the slightest change to the Xiyi kingdom, that alone is sufficient. The nation belongs to all its people. Likewise, its development should rely on the collective strength of the populace rather than on a select few individuals. Although I have contributed certain elements to the Xiyi kingdom, I should not be regarded as one of those extraordinary individuals. I am not as formidable as you might envision. Prior to my rebirth, I completed my education in my early 20s and entered society, only to be met with calamity. I squandered half my life and ultimately became a mere minor figure, a mere Wuong with a modest reputation in my city. I met my end amidst a tide of beasts, which can be seen as a noble sacrifice for my homeland. Fortuitously, I have been granted the chance to live again, although I have yet to significantly aid my country. I believe I have done what is within my capacity. In martial cultivation, perseverance is essential, but talent is equally crucial. Regrettably, my martial aptitude is rather poor, while I possess some foreknowledge of future events, which granted me a slight advantage in the years leading up to disaster. It will not be long before I am surpassed by the martial artists of Xiyi. Despite this, I have unexpectedly found favor within the cabinet and have become a benchmark for Xiyi's warriors, a fact that fills me with a sense of unworthiness. Return to the main point before my rebirth. The prevailing belief in Xiyi regarding the origins of the monsters was that they stemmed from an invasion of an alternate world, rooted in a powerful extraterrestrial civilization that utilized the genetic samples of blue star life forms as vanguards for their incursion. However, even prior to my rebirth, this assertion remained unverified in this lifetime. I have yet to engage with any extraterrestrial civilizations. Thus I refrain from making baseless conjectures. The vastness of the universe is replete with wonders, and indeed, there are instances of intelligent civilizations invading from other realms. Approximately 5 years hence, a spacefaring civilization known as Nalweir will serve as a precursor to our world. Their technology is formidable and may offer us some assistance, yet regardless of who receives this letter, they must not entertain notions of establishing relations with this civilization. They are far from benevolent. The dynamics of civilizations within the cosmos can aptly be described as a survival of the fittest. The protracted journey through the universe has led Nalweir to evolve into a civilization reminiscent of cosmic pirates, bringing with them an inexhaustible tide of war. Moreover, their biological technology is not advanced, and they lack the resources to manufacture monsters. Thus, I do not believe they will emerge as the hidden antagonists behind our invasion. Numerous intelligent civilizations exist within the cosmos, and many will undoubtedly arrive on this world in the future. Regarding this matter, I cannot provide any substantial advice, but I trust that the Xiyi government will not disappoint its citizens. Additionally, I have placed all I know about the trajectory of the future on the back of this letter. In truth, my knowledge is limited, and I have already conveyed most of it to the authorities. However, after some reflection, I decided it prudent to leave this account as a precaution than on a final note. I must say, the meals prepared by Old Sun from the logistics department are truly dreadful. I hope to have the chance to partake of them again. May the Xiyi kingdom weather this storm, and may it endure eternally. Each and the prime minister stared blankly at the letter. The writing was utterly atrocious. Such prose, in times past, would have condemned one to a lifetime of menial labor. This lad must not have taken the books. I gifted him seriously. How else could he possess such a lack of literary prowess? The Prime Minister chuckled while his eyes glistened with unshed tears. After a moment's hesitation, the Secretary spoke. Prime Minister, according to the Intelligence Department and our database, Advisor Yi Chun, during his lifetime, funded a charitable foundation aimed at assisting impoverished children, which received numerous donations from various sectors. As per our findings, a significant portion of the beast cores acquired by Advisor Yi Chun was donated to this foundation. However, investigations reveal that there are substantial discrepancies in the foundation's accounts. The Prime Minister carefully placed the letter aside, his gaze meticulously traversing Yi Chun's garments. Is such a matter something I need to instruct you on? The Secretary hesitated again. The Prime Minister then turned his attention back to the Secretary. Is there anything else? The founder of this charitable foundation is the grandson of Elder Ma Fu, the Secretary replied. Elder Ma. The Prime Minister sighed deeply. Has a son, Ma Fu, been involved in this? Not at all, the Secretary shook his head. Ma Fu sustained a spinal injury during a massive beast tide 3 years ago and is currently confined to a wheelchair. Since then, the foundation has been managed by his wife. Compile a report and send it to Elder Ma. The Prime Minister remarked, granting Elder Ma the dignity of handling the situation personally. Lu Lao also spent the night in restless solitude, much like the Prime Minister, as he was the sole occupant of his home. His son perished young on the battlefield, leaving no descendants. His spouse, grieving for decades, passed away before the calamity, leaving him alone in this world. The news of Yi Chun's demise struck him with immense force. His aged yet robust frame sat in the cold, dark living room, remaining motionless throughout the night. As dawn broke, his hair, once darkened by his ascension to Wuwang, turned entirely white overnight. As one ages, they often become more sentimental. He solemnly donned his military uniform, gazing at the sky, which had begun to dance with snowflakes, and sighed before departing his home, Elder Ma's residence. The elderly patriarch sighed repeatedly as he examined the documents personally delivered by the Prime Minister's secretary. Ah Fu, take a look, he said, extending the materials to his son, who was seated in a wheelchair. A Fu, a man of pure military disposition, scanned the documents and replied with a stern countenance. Proceed with the utmost rigor according to the law. Whether it be execution or punishment, I hold no objections. Elder Ma stared blankly at his son, tears streaming down his face. Heaven has forsaken my son. Heaven has forsaken my son. Send Xiujin and Ma Hongjin to court. He barked at the guard stationed outside that on September 26th, a wave of indignation enveloped the Xia kingdom to protect Lin Shan City. Advisor Yi Chun valiantly fought against a special breed of monsters, sacrificing himself in the process. His remains were being transported back to the imperial capital. Yi Chun, age 21, was the founder of the Xia Kingdom's martial arts breathing techniques and played a pivotal role in the post-disaster reconstruction efforts. Investigations revealed that the Lin Shan City incident was linked to collusion between foreign outlaw forces and cannibalistic factions, officially referred to as such by the government. With the disclosure of Yi Chun's information and the Lin Shan City incident, a wave of fury swept across the Xia Kingdom. Many clamored for retribution against the foreign outlaw forces. However, there were also those with ulterior motives engaged in clandestine dealings. Spies and traitors embedded within Xia found themselves in dire straits. Some high-ranking spies from the foreign nation, who had not yet reveled in the opportunity to eliminate Yi Chun, were swiftly met with the wrath of the Xia populace. Ordinary citizens from the foreign nation, who had settled in Xia prior to the disaster, also bore the brunt of this unforeseen calamity. Those foreign nationals who had not managed to return home before the disaster faced a precarious existence under the pervasive ire of the Xia citizens. Fortunately, most were relatively rational and refrained from engaging in illegal activities. Driven by a certain force, the Xia Kingdom commenced a thorough purge of spies and traitors. On September 27th, Yi Chun's team, including Zhang Xiaofeng and others, returned with Yi Chun's remains. The body was discreetly transported to the highest standard funeral home, receiving the utmost honors. Regrettably, the sheer strength of Yi Chun's physique rendered it impossible for the mortician to restore his appearance to that of his living self. In the eyes of many cabinet members who were red-eyed with grief, Yi Chun's mangled body was laid to rest in its battle-worn state. He was only 21, Lu Lao exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he addressed several resolute military personnel before him. They stood in a secret research facility, gazing at an object measuring a mere 5 meters in length. In this era of satellite system collapse, delivering a package would rely solely on the most primitive means of human effort. The Prime Minister furrowed his brow and said, "Old Lu, I understand your anger. We are all enraged. But have you considered that even if these soldiers manage to deliver this object, how will they return? As the Supreme Commander, you must be responsible for the lives of every soldier." The Prime Minister concurred with Old Lu's sentiments, yet vehemently opposed his methods that not forget, had Yi Chun still been alive. He would certainly not have endorsed your course of action. Old Lu fell silent for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. If Yi Chun were still among us, he might very well not have sought to impede me. Yi Chun had always presented a taciturn demeanor in their presence. However, Old Lu was acutely aware that Yi Chun was not the type to seek revenge at the expense of others' lives. I acted impulsively. He shook his head, stating, "Henceforth, our military will devote itself to cultivating warriors capable of countering the special species." This statement carried dual meanings for Old Lu. Firstly, Yi Chun had perhaps sacrificed his life to repel, or perhaps not, the special species, leaving behind a battlefield that allowed them to roughly gauge the strength of their foes. In such combat, only the martial saints exhibited a modicum of resistance. By nurturing more martial saints, they might gain some confidence when confronting the special species, thus avoiding the need for a single individual to fight desperately. Secondly, since life could not be exchanged for vengeance on Yi Chun, let a legion of invincible martial saints charge forth in the future and slay those who deserve it. After returning Yi Chun's remains, Zhang Xiaofeng sought out a towering mountain, over 1,000 meters high. Each day, he could sense the earth trembling nearby. The sight of Yi Chun's demise had profoundly impacted him, igniting a fervent desire to enhance his own strength. The members of the Special Forces team, too, were galvanized, aspiring to avenge Yi Chun one day. Upon receiving the news of Yi Chun's death, Li Jun from the Intelligence Department locked himself in his room for an entire day, leaving no one privy to the events transpiring within. Yet, when he emerged the following day, he had ascended to the level of a martial saint, the third martial saint of the Dragon Nation. The death of Yi Chun resembled a whale fall. In the brief period following his passing, the Dragon Nation witnessed the emergence of multiple martial saints, a phenomenon both joyous and lamentable that on October 20th. The so-called Blue Star Energy Exchange Conference was to take place in the West. The Western nations insidiously chose a location over 10,000 miles away from the Dragon Nation, John Bull. Although reluctant, Bull could not refuse. The elders of the Dragon Nation, deviating from their usual demeanor, irritably dispatched Li Jun, fully aware that he was ill-suited for diplomatic endeavors, a fact that was abundantly clear. Accompanying him were Zhang Xiaofeng, Li Linshen, Lei Ming, Niu Dalong, Zhang Daoxian, Zhang Huairan, Wang Rui, Dong Fengming, Master Han Yuan, and Lu Qi. The first four were recently elevated to martial saints within the military, attired in muted colors, as the Summer Nation still mourned Yi Chun's departure. The two Zhangs and Wang hailed from the Daoist sect of the Summer Nation, while Dong Fengming belonged to the civilian martial community, now integrated into the official ranks. Master Han Yuan was a Buddhist, and all of them were martial saints. Lu Qi's situation was somewhat unique. He was not merely a martial artist, but an awakened with formidable healing abilities, although his powers held little utility for martial saints who possessed sufficient self-regenerative capabilities. It was prudent to be prepared. Moreover, Lu Qi's own strength was not to be underestimated. He was a prodigy in his own right, currently recognized as a martial honored, a figure of considerable stature in the Western world. The Summer Nation had adopted the breathing techniques introduced by Yi Chun, subsequently promoting his improved advanced methods nationwide. In contrast, the Western training methods relied on elusive realms that could only be accessed through arduous quests. By comparison, the Summer Nation had a clear advantage of at least 5 iterations. The group departed the imperial capital in silence. In Linshan City, Old Gyur gently patted his disciple Bai Qi's head. "There is no banquet that does not come to an end, Bai Qi. I must take my leave." He turned to depart, moving with an unexpected lightness in his step. Bai Qi, resolute in demeanor, gripped his spear tightly. On October 27th, in the capital of Bull Nation, Li Jun and his entourage entered the city hosting the conference. Having experienced calamity, this ancient city seemed to have reverted to a medieval Western state, filthy and chaotic. Some individuals exhibited an inexplicable pride, while in the eyes of others, a long-lost numbness could be seen. The Western nations had never anticipated that the Summer Nation would truly send representatives to this conference, thus neglecting to send anyone to greet them. After all, the dangers on the ground were far more pressing. Although Eagle Sauce was also distanced from Bull Nation, the maritime routes were mostly in frigid territories, and the sea monsters proved less numerous than anticipated. Thus, the representatives from Eagle Sauce arrived in Bull Nation with relative ease amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Li Jun's party, mismatched in attire with the conference setting, trudged in, appearing weary and travel-worn, but a representative from a neighboring nation, squeezed to the side, glared angrily but dared not voice his displeasure, recognizing the formidable presence of this group. "What are you staring at? Let us commence the meeting." Master Han Yuan slammed his palm on the table, bellowing. This monk, known for his fierce disdain for evil, had learned of Yi Chen's fate and, undeterred by the temple's opposition, joined this party at over 100 years of age. From a young age, he harbored no fondness for those clad in suits, appearing all too polished. The representatives from other nations murmured, "The Summer Nation possesses no manners." A man sporting a pair of small mustaches remarked. This man, known as Kuang Shi Sanlang, was a representative from the island nation, and one knew what the island nation had endured in recent years, having once been in desperate need of aid, yet now managing to dispatch a representative across such great distances. While his name might seem peculiar, it was merely a reflection of the eccentricity of the islanders. As words resonated, the gazes from other nations grew even more quizzical. Master Han Yuan, with a temper to match his stature, found his disdain for the islander reaching new heights. Upon hearing this unusual interjection, he overturned the table, his figure instantly materializing beside Kuang Shi Sanlang, his palm akin to a fan, gripping the man's head. What reason is there to reason with a beast? He held the head aloft, poised to peel back the man's eyelid. "Ha!" Kuang Shi, momentarily taken aback, roared in defiance, but it proved futile. "Ah, indeed a beast." As expected, black blood welled from the man's eyes, prompting Master Han Yuan to laugh maniacally, pressing Kuang Shi's face into the table. Crash! The table, unable to bear the strain, shattered, the sound of bone meeting stone echoing as Kuang Shi Sanlang's face made intimate contact with the granite floor. Granite. Truly, what bad luck. Master Hong Yuan's actions rendered the conference hall utterly silent. Li Jun remained composed, inwardly hoping Master Han Yuan would exert a bit more force, ending that little rascal's life. Observing the expressions of the Western representatives, he smirked internally. "Do not presume we are unaware of the misdeeds you have committed in our nation. This is a moment for you to comprehend the wrath of the Summer Nation, one you cannot bear." He mused to himself. In recent years, the Western nations had consistently employed various strategies to undermine the Summer Nation, and Li Jun had endured their provocations for far too long. And one could have predicted that, at such a solemn assembly, someone would dare to strike another nation's representative. The assailant was none other than a monk. Kuang Shi Sanlang's head was being crushed, and he struggled fervently. Yet the withered hand upon him was as immovable as a mountain, just as it seemed Master Han Yuan might crush Kuang Shi Sanlang to death. The representative from Eagle Sauce could no longer contain himself. "Esteemed representatives from the Summer Nation, are you here to convene a meeting or to engage in violence?" Master Han Yuan glared at him, his voice booming. "Speak plainly, little one." As a centenarian, he hardly possessed command of the other language, relying instead on interpreting expressions. The representative from Eagle Sauce responded with confusion. The representative of Eagle Sauce was evidently furious, and the consequences were dire. He turned his head to gaze at Li Jun, who was unmistakably the representative from the Summer Nation, observing his calm demeanor and feeling a surge of irritation. "This representative from the Summer Nation, I implore you to have your people cease their actions." His eyes were filled with malice. Li Jun tilted his head slightly. "Are you really going to stand up for this little brat?" The Eagle Sauce representative retorted, "Have you taken leave of your senses? Why are you speaking so aggressively?" Li Jun ignored him, instead striking the table and stating, "Master Han Yuan, let's put a stop to this." We shall address this little matter after the meeting concludes. Master Hunyuan glanced at the nearly breathless Quan Shilang in his grasp and snorted, "Since it is little Li who has spoken, I shall grant you this favor." With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the bloodied Quan Shilang beside the Eagle Sauce representative, splattering blood across him. The Eagle Sauce representative exclaimed, "You? Are you looking for trouble?" The other representatives observed the Eagle Sauce representative, noting his impotent fury, their gazes subtly shifting. Jun cleared his throat, raising his voice. The true purpose of this meeting was known to all present. It was merely a discussion on energy distribution, was it not? This should be simple enough. The world has changed. Individual martial prowess reigns supreme. Thus, let us hold a global fighting tournament, where the victor dictates terms, regardless of life or death. How does that sound? I object. The Eagle Sauce representative was the first to voice his dissent, not for any particular reason, but simply to oppose for the sake of it. After all, how could a subordinate heed the words of a superior? Bang! The recently seated master Hong Yuan slammed his palm on the table. I instructed you to speak plainly. Do you not comprehend? As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to strike. The Eagle Sauce representative's expression darkened. He suddenly realized that the individuals dispatched by the Summer Nation were here to create discord. Do you not understand basic etiquette? He spat in the summer tongue, glaring at Master Hong Yuan with a sinister glare. The other representatives adopted a detached demeanor, inwardly relishing the spectacle of conflict. The representative from the Bear Nation observed with an inscrutable expression. Casting a knowing glance at the relaxed Li Jun, "I am a monk. How could I be ignorant of manners? Should you consent to the arena, I shall treat you with politeness. Do you agree to compete?" Master Hong Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him. Come, sign your death warrant. Once in the arena, fate is sealed." With that, he produced a scroll from his sleeve and placed it before the Eagle Sauce representative. "Sign here." The Eagle Sauce representative was infuriated. "You old bald donkey, what is your meaning? I was merely inquiring if you understood politeness, and you resort to violence. My wife is more reasonable than you." With a huff, he turned away, refusing to look at Master Hong Yuan, the delegate at this meeting. He had not been provided with any information regarding Master Hong Yuan, nor did he possess much knowledge about the other representatives from the Summer Nation. Aside from some details on Li Jun, even if he were a knight of renown, he had no desire to take the risk of confronting a brute like Master Hong Yuan in the arena. "Come now, do not be shy." Master Hong Yuan's imposing figure squeezed in beside the Eagle Sauce representative, kicking aside the still gasping Quan Shilang, and then sat down next to him, as if cradling a chick. "When I was your age, I feared nothing. I dared to toss cockroaches into the abbot's bowl. Youth should be filled with vigor. What is there to fear in a mere contest? It is but a fight. What are you afraid of? It is but death." He attempted to incite the Eagle Sauce representative to join him in the arena. The Eagle Sauce representative struggled mightily, to no avail, feeling a mix of horror and indignation. His current posture and expression reminded him of a young girl he had recently encountered, rendering him akin to her in demeanor. The other representatives looked on at the furious Eagle Sauce representative, their faces impassive, yet their hearts were filled with amusement as they anticipated the unfolding drama. What should have been a global conference had turned into a bizarre affair thanks to Master Hong Yuan's antics. Li Jun remained silent, observing the display with an air of calm. To be frank, anyone with a modicum of understanding of the current global situation would recognize this meeting as a farce. What era are we in? Still discussing resource allocation. What are the ravenous beasts lurking beyond? Not to mention the precious oil that had become scarce in the face of calamity, which served primarily to be refined into various fuels. And now, no matter how daring one might be, no one would choose to drive in the wild. Even transporting goods outside the cities of the Summer Nation relies on human effort, for fear that the sound of machinery may attract monsters, leading to a potential beast tide. Currently, oil is of greatest utility only within laboratories and factories inside the cities. As for driving, since we are now martial artists, who would bother with vehicles? Running to train and enhance one's strength is far more beneficial. The so-called black gold oil has depreciated rapidly since the disasters. For the Summer Nation, the most critical resource at present is high-ranking martial artists. Other resources can be set aside for now. Moreover, even prior to the calamity, there was no such concept as resource distribution. and those in the know understand the reasons well. What is this meeting on resource allocation? It is merely an attempt to humiliate the Summer Nation due to its distant location. Otherwise, why were the smaller nations surrounding the Summer Nation not invited? Master Han Yuan continued to try and persuade the Eagle Sauce representative with his formidable biceps as the atmosphere in the conference room began to grow tense. The representative from the host nation, Nyo, started to look displeased at Mr. Li. Could you please have your elder cease his actions? They had some information about Li Jun. After all, he had already distinguished himself as a military figure even before the calamity. Li Jun shrugged. Master Han Yuan and the Eagle Sauce representative seemed to be getting along splendidly. Let them continue their interaction. The Nyo representative replied, the Eagle Sauce representative is beginning to froth at the mouth. Is this what you call harmonious interaction? He sighed. Say, Mr. Li, please have this elder stopped. If you have grievances, articulate them, and we can resolve them together. He sensed that the Summer Nation delegation's attitude was amiss. Although he was unaware of the reasons, he still wished to act as a mediator. If this continued, the Eagle Sauce representative would become a laughingstock, and he, as the host, would also lose face. Seeing the sincerity in the Nyo representative's expression, Li Jun's demeanor grew more serious. Last month, the island nation instigated an unprecedented disaster in our territory. They attempted to lure a special species, as mentioned in your classified documents, the divine beast, to attack our cities, causing us significant losses that we are uncertain if you had a hand in this. But you must demand an explanation from the island nation. In truth, they had yet to ascertain the facts surrounding the battle that occurred in Linshan City. The battlefield was vast, and the terrain had been utterly devastated. However, many matters do not require knowledge of the process. Understanding the cause and effect suffices that why Ichan cannot have died in vain, and the losses endured by the Summer Nation cannot simply be overlooked. His gaze shifted to the edge of the conference room, where a group of dark-skinned representatives from the equatorial states gathered. You must be aware of the all-knowing society, that sinister cult, right? They played a role in inciting the special species to attack our city. I implore the representatives from the equatorial states to surrender those responsible. Since the disaster in the Summer Nation was instigated by the island nation, it was only right that they provide an explanation to the esteemed Nyo nation. The Nyo representative initially expressed agreement, merely lip service, which they would later deny, before asking with some confusion, all-knowing society. To my knowledge, this is a benevolent organization. They even distribute food, clothing, and other necessities in various cities. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. The all-knowing society is a cult comprised of cannibals. Li Jun fixed his gaze on the group of representatives clad in black. Enunciating each word, they consume human flesh. The Nyo representative's expression turned peculiar. When you say consume humans, do you mean? Literally, Li Jun replied succinctly, they eat human flesh. The Nyo representative reacted with an air of incredulity. Perhaps your nation has misjudged the situation. Based on the current global average moral standards, I doubt anyone would resort to cannibalism. Such statements were utterly absurd. Even before the calamity, such depravity existed, let alone after the disasters when many nations faced food shortages, making cannibalism far from uncommon. Even the Western nations, such occurrences were reported. Yet, they would never acknowledge these events, nor would they allow the nations of the equatorial states to admit to them. This poses a significant blow to their own prestige. For within the upper echelons of Western nations, there are indeed individuals hailing from equatorial regions. Thus, in order to preserve their ludicrous dignity, they can only resolutely deny it. After all, no one would resort to cannibalism, at least not in Western societies. I'm not addressing you, Li Jun gazed at the representatives from the equatorial region with an expression devoid of emotion. Perhaps you are unaware that in this era, anyone who has consumed human flesh will display bloodshot eyes and unstable mental states, while those who have feasted upon the flesh of their own kin show none of these signs, save for the emergence of dark veins in their eyes. Observing the representatives from the equatorial region, whose expressions had begun to betray their panic, Li Jun declared emphatically, I shall say this one last time. Surrender the upper echelons of the omniscient society. Otherwise, one of the representatives, visibly agitated, interjected, Mr. Li, we genuinely have no knowledge of this omniscient society. You will come to know. Li Jun replied heavily, his gaze fixated on them like a predatory tiger. Under the weight of his stare, the representative from the equatorial region began to tremble. In truth, once one reaches the martial sage level, unless one deliberately restrains themselves, there exists an inherent pressure exerted upon those beneath this tier. It stems from the hierarchy of life itself. You cannot do this. Hasn't Xiyi country always been genteel? You cannot coerce us. Other representatives from the equatorial region exclaimed. Li Jun remained silent, directing his gaze toward the tall elder beside him. Zhang Daoxian, the celestial master of the Taoist sect of Xiyi country. His eyes were as warm as jade, and despite his elder appearance, he emanated a vibrant vitality. The old master also refrained from speech. Rising to his full stature, he swiftly appeared before the representatives from the equatorial region. Like a farmer catching a chick, he seized one representative, pulling back their eyelid. Indeed, a hybrid, he remarked nonchalantly, before repeating the action on the others. After scrutinizing the representatives thoroughly, he stated, Shaoli, they have all consumed human flesh. Thank you for your trouble. Master, Li Jun expressed courteously. Not at all. Not at all, the old master replied with equal courtesy. Casually discarding the representative he had held, the old master returned to his seat, closing his eyes to meditate. Li Jun did not glance at the representatives from the equatorial region, now collapsed on the floor, but turned his attention to the representative from Yonyo Nation. I shall take them with me. Mr. Johnson, you shall not impede me, will you? After a moment of silence, Johnson shook his head. Mr. Li, why must you pursue this path? What benefit does Xiyi country derive from it? The actions of the Xiyi country delegation have merely torn aside a veil that should not have been lifted, and from this point onward, the relationship between the two parties is bound to deteriorate drastically. We merely seek an explanation. Li Jun replied with an air of profundity. The inquiries yielded little useful information. Zhang Xiaofeng remarked as he closed the door, shaking the blood from his hands. The origins of the Omniscient Society are shrouded in mystery, although it is deeply entrenched in the equatorial region and has some collaboration with their officials. Even these individuals are unaware of the identities of the upper echelons of the Omniscient Society, and they have been secretly investigating. His expression was cold. Li Jun's face bore no sign of surprise. It appears the Omniscient Society is even more formidable than we had anticipated. The Western nations should be aware. We must inquire of them, Zhang Xiaofeng suggested. There is little to be gained from such inquiries. Li Jun shook his head. How could they possibly admit to having ties with a cannibalistic organization? They will only assert that the Omniscient Society they know has been providing resources selflessly and is not the same as the cannibalistic Omniscient Society we speak of. Zhang Xiaofeng refrained from further comment. Li Jun rubbed his temples. What are your thoughts on the exchange of cultivation methods proposed by the representatives of the Western nations? Indeed, although this meeting was ostensibly titled the Resource Distribution Conference, it is essentially an expression of envy from the Western nations towards Xiyi country's breathing techniques. They have proposed to exchange their cultivation methods for Xiyi country's breathing techniques. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Although decisions had already been made in the Central Council of Xiyi country to exploit a rather ineffective breathing technique devised by the Research Institute to deceive the West, the incident involving Lin Shancheng has significantly altered the high-ranking officials' attitude towards the island nation and the Western nations colluding with the Omniscient Society. Li Jun is now disinclined to engage in any exchanges. Let them dream of a trade instead. Zhang Xiaofeng offered his response. If they desire it, they must adhere to our rules. Very well. Li Jun nodded. What is the status of the martial arts tournament? Did they agree? Zhang Xiaofeng inquired. Every time he closed his eyes at night, he would envision the grotesquely disfigured corpse of Yichun. He could hardly fathom the immense willpower it must have taken for Yichun to endure to such an extent. What is more, Yichun was merely 21 years old. He was still young. Surely he must have many regrets. Zhang Xiaofeng now only wished to take vengeance upon a few titled knights or holy knights, martial sages, to avenge Yichun. Were it not for that island nation and that damned Omniscient Society, how could Yichun have met his demise? They did not agree. Li Jun shook his head. Here, The status of high-ranking martial artists is far greater than we had anticipated. Though they did not voice it explicitly, I sense they are no longer able to command those high-ranking martial artists that we could employ their own methods against them. I could bring over a few special species. Force them to divulge information about the omniscient society. Zhang Xiaofeng's expression turned grim. Consider the numb, ordinary people we saw upon entering the city. These individuals are not at fault. Li Jun countered. They are beasts. We are not. I can become that beast. Zhang Xiaofeng did not hesitate. You are a soldier. A soldier should charge toward the strong, not wield a blade against the weak. Li Jun patted Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder. Ever since Yi Chen's death, he had sensed that Zhang Xiaofeng's psyche had been somewhat troubled. Harboring such thoughts was natural, yet he could not permit Zhang Xiaofeng to act upon them. Zhang Xiaofeng said nothing further, touching the badge on his shoulder before turning to leave. Where are you going? To slay a few beasts for some relief. Zhang Xiaofeng quickly returned, his attire soaked in the scent of blood. There are too many. I do not know whom to kill, he stated. Li Jun, with a sense of resignation, patted his shoulder and then sat down. The representatives from Xiyi country were also present. This meeting, the so-called resource distribution, is merely a facade, Li Jun asserted. Other nations' cultivation systems yield only about one-third the strength of Xiyi country's martial artists at the same level upon successful cultivation. Furthermore, their cultivation systems are ill-suited for combat against monsters in the wild. Thus, their ultimate goal is our breathing techniques. The think tank's suggestion is to trade breathing techniques for some essential resources. No sooner had he spoken than the hot-tempered master Hong Yuan slammed his palm on the table. Absolutely not. Even the usually calm Taoist masters frowned. The old master Zhang Daoxian declared, the breathing techniques are an invaluable legacy left by Advisor Yi. They represent the hope of Xiyi country and should not be relinquished. Li Jun nodded. There is no need for concern. The breathing techniques we initially intended to trade are those concocted by the Research Institute, which bear little difference in strength from those of other nations' existing systems, and are labor-intensive and time-consuming, of no use to us. He shifted his tone. However, following the incident with Advisor Yi, the higher-ups' attitude towards the West has shifted somewhat. Thus, this original plan has been scrapped. Yet since they have made the first move, we are free to respond in kind. That I plan to have these nations exchange substantial resources for the opportunity to participate in the martial arts tournament. In short, to deceive them. Zhang Xiaofeng and the others remained silent. The old master gave a slight nod, choosing not to speak further. Master Hong Yuan rubbed his head. After the exchange, how do we transport those resources back? Everyone present was a martial sage, with Lu Qi being slightly weaker, merely a martial honor, yet still immensely powerful. However, the resources beneficial to the entire Xiyi country would undoubtedly be vast in quantity, making it impractical for just a few of them to transport them back. Li Jun chuckled. Isn't their plan to hold a martial arts tournament domestically? The purpose of this tournament extends beyond establishing authority. It also serves to provide some measure of retribution for Yi Chen. Now that they seek our assistance, we shall host a martial arts tournament in Xiyi country and conveniently have them deliver the resources as well. There was no dissent among the crowd. The following day, at the International Assembly, Li Jun put forth this proposal. I am aware of your intentions. It is nothing less than the art of breath control. Is it not? I have every confidence that those present are familiar with our Xiyi nation's breath control techniques, and some of you may have even begun practicing them. He cast a meaningful glance at the more powerful nations. Yet, without a capable teacher, mastering the art of breath control is exceedingly arduous. Thus, our Xiyi nation has resolved to host a martial arts competition, where the top 10 nations will receive our meticulous guidance. Of course, the breath control techniques we impart will only be the foundational skills. Should you desire more advanced practices, a small price must be paid. At this point, Li Jun smiled knowingly. As the saying goes, it is not scarcity that troubles us, but inequality. Among the nations present, few maintain a favorable relationship with Xiyi. On the surface, we shall teach breath control solely to the top 10 nations, but behind closed doors, the decision of who truly receives our instruction will rest with Xiyi. Furthermore, in a martial arts competition, it is inevitable that some casualties may arise. Should our competitors suffer injuries, it remains uncertain whether these nations will continue to unite. divide and conquer, to create obstacles for them. What joy could that not bring? As for the notion of sharing more advanced techniques, only a fool would believe such claims. Mr. Lee. The art of breath control is a treasure of the human world and should rightfully be shared with all of humanity. The representative from Eagle Sauce interjected slyly. Upon hearing this, representatives from nations with strained relations with Xiyi cast dubious glances toward them. In times of impending disaster, they had often exploited this excuse to embarrass Xiyi on the international stage. Was it not the same now? Sharing is possible. Come, if you defeat me, I shall speak a good word on your behalf. The monk Han Yuan, seated nearby, reached out and pulled the Eagle Sauce representative into an embrace, applying considerable force, as if the sound of bones cracking echoed in the air. The representative's face went pale, and for a fleeting moment, he envisioned his long-deceased mother. "Oh dear, I am becoming sauce," he lamented. Li Jun, with a smile that held a deeper meaning, remarked, "Master Han Yuan is correct. If you wish for us to share the art of breath control, it is quite simple. Sign a liability waiver and engage in a life-and-death battle with us. Once on the platform, it will be a fight to the finish." This proclamation instantly diminished the hostile gazes directed at him. However, a few representatives continued to regard Li Jun with scornful smiles. The representative from Kangaroo Nation scoffed, "You won't expect us to take responsibility if your people are killed, will you? We do not accept diplomatic extortion." He laughed exaggeratedly. Other representatives joined in laughter, and the atmosphere seemed to revert to the time before the calamity struck. The representative from Bear Country furrowed his brow, recalling the words of their great leader. He downed the remaining contents of his bottle and smashed it against the ground. "Kangaroo, are you looking for a fight? Come, I shall challenge you one-on-one. If you have the guts, don't run after the meeting concludes." The Kangaroo representative's expression shifted dramatically. "Are you drunk? Who would dare to challenge you? That would be uncouth." "My dear, this chapter still has much more to unfold. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, for the excitement is yet to come." Uncouth, indeed. The atmosphere became increasingly peculiar following the Bear representative's outburst. Li Jun addressed the Kangaroo representative, saying, "My Xian nation has never been known to go back on our word. Even in the face of adversity, we have never breached a contract. You think you can extort us? Who do you think you are?" If this were before the disaster, such brazen words would have been unthinkable. The Kangaroo representative turned pale, unable to articulate a response as he pointed at Li Jun. "If you wish to pry into our affairs, be prepared to pay a price that you cannot fathom. If you have the capability, return to your old ways and rob us like a bandit." Li Jun stood abruptly, advancing toward the Kangaroo representative and gazing down upon him. "But should you lack the ability, it would be wise for you to remain a mere fence-sitter. Yet do not discount the possibility that we might easily uproot such a fence." He reached out, patronizingly ruffling the Kangaroo representative's hair, akin to petting a dog. The assembly erupted in astonishment. None had anticipated that the typically mild-mannered Xian nation would send such a diplomat to the meeting. Such a resolute stance had not been seen from Xiyi in many years. Was this diplomat unaware that his every action represented Xiyi in this assembly, or was there a greater purpose at play? The Kangaroo representative's face reddened as he prepared to retort, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Li Jun, sweeping across the entire venue. The once boisterous assembly fell silent, as representatives from various nations regarded Li Jun with a mix of fear and astonishment. Once again, it must be reiterated, there exist individuals in this world willing to confront those more powerful than themselves. Yet they are certainly not the so-called leaders of the Western nations. Though they possess strength that surpasses that of the majority of their citizens, they have never dared to stand up for their people and shield them from impending disasters. Their abilities confined to times of peace. The aura Li Jun exuded at that moment transcended their comprehension. The representative from Bear Country's expression shifted, the effects of alcohol evaporating, as he gazed at Li Jun with uncertainty. At that moment, Li Jun inspired a sense of dread within him. "Great leader, are your decisions truly sound?" The Eagle Sauce representative, nestled against the monk Han Yuan, murmured, "You lack the respect that true strength warrants." Li Jun scanned the assembly, leaving them with a final remark. "In 3 days, our delegation will return to Xiyi. If there are any words you wish to share, do so swiftly. Time waits for no one. Yi Chun felt as though he were but a fragile leaf adrift upon the vast ocean. Invisible, inaudible, and unscented, he could only drift with the current. After an indeterminate period, he suddenly felt himself pulled from the depths of this ocean by a great hand. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a paradise filled with the songs of birds and fragrant blossoms. The child was bound and suspended from a tree like a rice dumpling. Beneath the tree stood a table, behind which sat a face that astonished him. Brotherly? Xiyi set down the book he had been reading, raised his eyelids, and gestured toward the chair before the table. Sit, with a heart full of questions. Yi Chun complied. Brotherly, what is this? He glanced around the surroundings before looking at the child dangling from the tree. Teach him a lesson. At such a tender age, he learns nothing but moral coercion. Xiyi shook his head, surveying Yi Chun from head to toe. That moment, Yi Chun donned the distinctive uniform of the Special Operations Team, showing no signs of injury. After a long pause, Xiyi finally remarked, What a disgrace! Yi Chun, bewildered, retorted, I couldn't even defeat a single tentacle. How? Is that not a disgrace? Xiyi replied coolly, And you dare call yourself a martial saint? Ha! His mood seemed less than favorable. Yi Chun, realizing the implications, was taken aback and stared at Xiyi in shock that a tentacle. So I exerted all my strength and could not even overcome a single tentacle. Tell me, what is the purpose of your training? Xiyi interrupted him. Why? Yi Chun hesitated, instinctively replying, Of course, it is to. His words faltered. What is the purpose of my training? A look of confusion washed over his face. Speak grandly. One might say, it is to protect the home and the nation. To speak modestly, it is to safeguard those dear to him. But is that really the purpose of my training? Protecting the home and the nation is a collective responsibility shared by all people of Xiyi. He alone cannot shoulder that burden. Safeguarding those he cares for. Does he even have anyone left in this world? His biological parents had abandoned him. While he now knew their whereabouts, he remained uncertain of how to confront them. The comrades and classmates with whom he had fostered a good relationship required no protection from him. What is the true purpose of his training? He had never contemplated that one day someone would pose this question to him. Look, he is even oblivious to his own aspirations, yet he dares to speak of martial saints. Which martial saint possesses such bewilderment as you? Xiyi shook his head. Only those with flesh and blood can be deemed human. To live is to have one's own objectives. Without goals, how does one differ from a mere walking corpse? Xiyi remarked. Even ants strive to survive. For them, existence is their pursuit. And what about you? What is your pursuit? To live a second life only to die in confusion, unable to identify one's own goals. Has your life been a solitary endeavor? Yi Chun stared in astonishment at Xiyi. How did he know that he had lived again? He should not have known. Everyone who arrives in this world ought to have their own aspirations. You should too. Reflect deeply on this, ye martial saint. Once you have come to a realization, Xiyi smiled knowingly. In a blink, Yi Chun found that Xiyi had vanished without a trace, leaving only the swaying child in the tree, dancing in the breeze. After a moment of silence, he rose to his feet and suddenly noticed a book that had appeared on the table unbeknownst to him. The cover bore but a few words, Advanced Breathing Technique Revised. Yi Chun silently recited it. He understood that this was left behind by the enigmatic Brother Li. What is my pursuit? He pondered, caressing the book. This question, it seemed, could only be answered by himself. After a brief contemplation, he shook his head, setting aside the distractions in his mind, and turned his gaze to the child in the tree. Though a considerable time had passed, he still recognized this child. During his improvement of the breathing technique, in a fleeting moment, his spirit had entered a mysterious realm and encountered a wailing child. So much time has elapsed, and he had speculated about this child's identity, yet he had never anticipated that Brother Li could suspend the child in the tree. Moreover, it seemed the child dared not resist. Noticing Yi Chun's unwavering gaze, the child playfully blinked, his mouth muffled by a cloth, rendering him speechless. For reasons unknown, Yi Chun felt a sudden urge to laugh. Li Jun and his companions returned to their temporary lodging, trailed by what appeared to be a drunken representative from the Bear Nation. Mr. Li, the Xiyi Nation intends to report on this martial arts competition. And we, of course, are fully supportive, the Bear representative declared, thumping his chest with a hearty enthusiasm. To be candid, our Bear Emperor is immensely grateful for the breathing technique you provided. It has been a tremendous aid. I, too, have practiced that technique and encountered some challenges. Might Li assist me? Li Jun shook his head. Apologies, I am but a humble martial artist. How could I possibly help others with their cultivation dilemmas? Perhaps you should participate in our martial arts competition. Should you emerge victorious, assistance will naturally be offered. The bear representative was taken aback, regarding Li Jun with incredulity. You can cultivate but cannot instruct? Although my inquiry carries ulterior motives, do you truly think me a fool? Surely, even the representatives of the countries you just startled wouldn't believe such nonsense. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling, he added, clearing his throat awkwardly. I shall certainly participate. Li Jun nodded. Not only the bear representative, but the representatives from other nations, after reporting Li Jun's conduct at the venue to their superiors, found themselves resigned to the realization that his assertiveness was indeed justified. Li Jun's martial prowess had evidently reached a level that eluded their comprehension, and the members of the Xiyi delegation appeared formidable as well. The representative from the Eagle Nation, suffering from severe psychological trauma, remained withdrawn. It is noteworthy that he is a knight of renown, Martial King. Coupled with the information relayed from the Xiyi Nation, the various countries mournfully acknowledged that the prowess of the Xiyi martial artist had seemingly surpassed all their expectations. Hundreds of millions of martial artists. How could they possibly contend against the Xiyi Nation? Furthermore, they were confronted with those inexplicable monsters. It had been previously stated that the martial systems outside of the Xiyi Nation were overly flamboyant in combat. A single energy slash from a high-level knight could attract monsters for miles around, let alone a knight of renown. Would you dare to engage in open combat as the Xiyi martial artists do? That would surely invite disaster. Moreover, such ostentatious combat styles would inevitably impose greater defensive pressures upon them than those faced by the Xiyi martial artists. In contrast to the martial artists of the Xiyi Nation, their knights and mages could be likened to over-the-top special effects, exemplifying superficial damage. Not to mention, they were hardly united among themselves. After much deliberation, they sorrowfully concluded that the era in which they could dominate the Xiyi Nation was over. It was now the Xiyi Nation's turn to assert its dominance over them. They possessed the foundational breathing techniques of the Xiyi Nation. Yet the difficulties of cultivation were insurmountable without guidance. Thus, they were left with no choice but to participate in the martial arts competition hosted by the Xiyi Nation, even though they were acutely aware that they would be at a disadvantage. They had no alternative. They could either allow the Xiyi Nation to subdue them and struggle in this new reality, or continue to cultivate their own system and risk being engulfed in the tide of beasts in this new era. Names possess an extraordinary power. When one reflects upon their life, they may discover that their name encapsulates the essence of their existence. Xiyi set aside the book in his hand, feeling unsatisfied. Yichen had not yet found his pursuit. How could he have? His master had guided him along the path, and he merely followed his heart, doing what he felt was right. Yet, in questioning Yichen, he had also posed the same inquiry to himself. What is my pursuit, or what is my path? As he traversed the myriad universes, none among those he encountered could provide him with an answer. Perhaps only his master could. However, the path of cultivation is one that only he could tread. Xiyi murmured his own name. Though you were born into this world, unloved by your father and scorned by your mother, unknown to others, our meeting signifies a bond of fate. Therefore, you shall be named Xiyi. His master's words echoed in his mind. What does Xiyi truly signify? He questioned his heart. Is it indeed that which cannot be seen, heard, or perceived? The wind gently blew, leaving only its sound in the vastness of the cosmos. Yichen sat in his chair, gently closing the advanced breathing technique, revised, in his hands. Within this book, Xiyi had refined the advanced breathing technique he had created, incorporating some of his own insights, illuminating Yichen in several aspects. Brother Li, who exactly are you? He muttered to himself that my pursuit. As night deepened, Zhang Xiaofeng suddenly awoke from a dream. Having once again envisioned the fierce battle in the depths of Lin City, he saw Yichen standing before him, drenched in blood, wearing a peculiar smile. Wiping the sweat from his brow, He clenched his fists, releasing a frustrated growl. Zhang Xiaofeng, you are utterly useless. You wretched fool. In the adjacent room, the esteemed elder Zhang Daoxian, who had been meditating, opened his eyes. After a long pause, he let out a gentle sigh. Yichen. In his own room, Li Jun heard Zhang Xiaofeng's low growl and remained silent for a moment. Crack! A flame ignited as he lit a cigarette. The swirling smoke obscured his face. Xiaofeng, why do you torment yourself so? In the chamber of Master Hong Yuan, the sound of scripture recitation filled the air. Unlike some masters in the secular world, he was a forthright individual, always speaking his mind. The plight of Yichun deeply saddened him, prompting him to recite scriptures and pray for Yichun each night. This was the only means by which he could assist Yichun. Li Xiyi sat upon a cliff, lost in contemplation. After a considerable time, he sighed, to no avail. Just as he prepared to rise, a thought struck him. O wind, do you know what she truly is? A gentle breeze caressed the air. Da-da, you are indeed she. A playful little sprite seemed to whisper joyfully in his ear. Xiyi chuckled heartily. What a mischievous spirit! The wind appeared to dance even more merrily. He leaped gracefully to the ground, prostrating himself upon the earth. O earth, do you know what she is? Indeed, you are she. A deep voice resonated in his ears. Xiyi gently patted the ground. Thank you. He wandered to the side of a brook. Oh, brook, do you know what she is? Indeed, you are she. The crystalline voice rang out, imbued with a sense of joy. Xiyi scooped a handful of water and took a so sweet. Thank you. He continued on his way, and eventually found himself before a small hill ablaze with fire. He reached out his palm and tenderly caressed the flickering flames. Oh, fire, do you know what she is? Indeed, you are she. This time, the response was more tempestuous. A broad smile spread across Li Xiyi's face as he laughed heartily and gazed up at the sky. May I inquire, heaven, what is she? Silence enveloped him. Undeterred, Li Xiyi asked again. Still, no sound met his ears. Ignoring the lack of response, he posed the question for a third time. Last, a reply emerged. A figure, strikingly similar to him, appeared before him, seemingly from nowhere. The truest she, the kindest she, the sincerest she, the greatest she. The most profound she, the she of heaven and earth. Li Xiyi laughed heartily and performed a solemn bow to his counterpart, who returned the gesture with a smile. Xiyi opened his eyes, revealing a genuine smile from the depths of his heart. With that smile, it seemed as though the entire universe rejoiced alongside him. Congratulations, congratulations, a familiar voice echoed in his ears that he smiled and nodded in response. He returned to that idyllic paradise, filled with the songs of birds and fragrant blossoms. Casting a glance at the child he had suspended from a tree, he noticed that the child no longer seemed so irksome. Initially, he had intended to leave, but this little rascal had ensnared him with a moral dilemma. You are so powerful. You can help Yichun. Why not help me too? A person like you wouldn't be hypocritical, would you? This little chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. If you don't help me, I will die in front of you. The words irritated Li Xiyi to no end. He had intended to retort, if you want to die, then die quickly, but suddenly realized that the cause and effect of this world had inexplicably entwined with his own existence, despite his efforts to avoid entanglement. His earlier words in the imperial capital had inadvertently inspired Yichun, leading to the premature emergence of advanced breathing techniques by at least 5 years. Consequently, the power of the Xia nation had vastly surpassed its originally destined level, directly resulting in Yichun's enhanced strength and his early encounter with that tentacle, which led to the protagonist of this world being brutally slain once that, in other words, he had altered the fate of this world and this universe. Should this little creature truly take its own life, he would bear some responsibility. Reluctantly, he decided to stay and rescue Yichun from an unspecified peril. Otherwise, this peculiar little being would cling to him indefinitely. However, having found his own path in this world, his spirits were high, and he resolved to let the little creature off the hook. He gently set the child down. Will you still engage in moral coercion? He asked with a smile, stroking the child's head. Of course. It's such an effective tactic, the child replied without hesitation to Xiyi. His expression darkened, and he raised his hand to hoist the child back up again. Sitting back in his chair, he glanced at Yi-chun, who was engrossed in his studies, and irritably asked, "Haven't you figured it out yet?" "Huh." Yi-chun looked up bewildered. "What do you mean, huh?" "With your skills, if you were to butcher a pig, you would end up killing it." Xiyi shot a sidelong glance at Yi-chun. "Are you venting your frustrations on me?" Yi-chun retorted. Xiyi waved his hand impatiently. Get lost. Just seeing you bothers me." Yi-chun felt as though the world was spinning around him. That night, at the martyrs' cemetery of the Xian nation, as the soil was disturbed, a figure emerged. Cough, cough, spit. He spat out a mouthful of earth-laden saliva, dusted himself off, and, after discerning the direction, set off toward home. Zhang Biao was a martial artist who had returned from the front lines, having lost an arm in the battle against the beast tide, significantly diminishing his combat prowess. Upon returning, the military assigned him to the apartment where Yi-chun resided, serving as a guard of course. Compared to the security personnel prior to the calamity, his treatment was considerably improved. Due to Yi-chun's unique circumstances, after his death, the authorities had sealed his residence, forbidding anyone from entering. Just as he was about to take a bathroom break, Zhang Biao suddenly noticed lights illuminating the room that once belonged to Yi-chun. Taken aback by this discovery, a flicker of rage flashed in Zhang Biao's eyes. "I must see who dares to defy death." In the brief time since Yi-chun's demise, the Prime Minister had aged considerably. Yet he disregarded his own health, tirelessly working until the late hours of the night. The door to his office swung open, and the Prime Minister looked up from his paperwork, displeased. "What is it? What has happened?" The one who entered was old Liu, his face alight with excitement. "Prime Minister, look who it is." He stepped aside to reveal Yi-chun standing beside him. "Old Liu, you've come?" "Yi-chun." The Prime Minister removed his glasses, his face a mixture of surprise and joy as he gazed at Yi-chun. "You're back. It's wonderful that you're back." In the span of a single night, the entire imperial capital seemed to undergo a profound transformation, with the most significant changes occurring within the cabinet. Numerous ministers gazed upon Yi-chun, who sat at the end of the table, with smiles in their eyes. The sentiment remained unchanged, even though Yi-chun no longer held the same importance to the Xian nation as before. As long as he was alive, everyone felt a sense of reassurance. "Little Yi, we are planning to hold a martial art competition in the imperial capital on the 20th of next month. What do you think?" The Prime Minister inquired warmly. "What about security?" Yi-chun asked. The Prime Minister had already addressed this issue with him the previous night. "The practitioners from Western nations have no sense of decorum like our martial artists." "I want to hear your thoughts." The Prime Minister smiled. Why? Yi-chun pondered for a moment before responding. "Can we determine the strength of the participants from the competing nations?" Old Liu laughed heartily. "Among their martial sovereigns, we estimate that none would dare to come. Thus, the main force will likely be martial kings." "What about martial saints?" Yi-chun asked, puzzled. Old Liu shook his head with a smile. "Perhaps a few from major financial conglomerates, but they wouldn't dare send such high-level figures to in the West. Whether knights or mages, they are weaker than our martial artists at the same level. Sending martial kings is already a considerable risk. How could they possibly send martial saints? If one were to come and perish, that would be an unbearable loss." Why? Yi-chun remained silent for a moment. "Then let me handle the security." Upon hearing this, the ministers exchanged puzzled glances. "Little Yi, won't you participate?" the Prime Minister asked. "Battles between martial kings or martial sovereigns hold no benefit for me," Yi-chun replied, shaking his head. "You," the Prime Minister chuckled helplessly. "Then the security will be your responsibility. It won't be a bother in the Nyonyo nation. Mr. Li, we would like to inquire about the requirements for participating in your country's arena competition," asked the representative of the host nation. "Johnson, it's quite simple." Li Jun pulled out a document from his clothing and handed it over. Johnson took the document and, upon glancing at it, exclaimed in shock, "This is impossible. Mr. Li, your conditions are utterly outrageous." The representative of Eagle Sauce claimed to have seized documents, a staggering 50,000 tons of rice from the nation, 50,000 tons of meat, and assorted vegetables. The subsequent conditions need not be considered. The preceding claims are already outrageous enough. It is essential to recognize that in this day and age, grain is more valuable than gold. To produce such a vast quantity of food at once is within the capability of most nations present. Yet should the news leak, the domestic populace would surely revolt. Why do you not seize it? The representative of Eagle Sauce exclaimed with indignation that Li Jun shrugged. Are we not in the process of seizing it? Is this not akin to what you once did? You. Several representatives glared at Li Jun in fury. Participate or not? Without participation, the Tuna method will cease to exist. Li Jun lit a cigarette for himself and departed from the assembly, leaving behind a multitude of furious representatives. What exactly do they intend to accomplish? The representative of Eagle Sauce growled. In his view, Li Jun appeared less like a diplomat and more like an instigator. Ever since Li Jun's arrival, his unexpectedly assertive demeanor had left them both enraged and, inexplicably, fearful. What about the representatives from Equatorial State? Johnson inquired. That we do not know, after they were taken away that day. We have not seen them since. The representative of Gallus shrugged. I noticed that the expressions of those summer countrymen did not seem favorable. Johnson hesitated, glancing at the representative of the Bear, who was seated prominently on the platform. What is your take? The Bear representative, slightly inebriated, belched. My take is simply my take. If you inquire about my take, then what does your take signify? The chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. Representatives? Do not mind him. The representative of Eagle Sauce snorted. What? You wish to govern me? As the Bear representative appeared ready to roll up his sleeves to strike, Johnson hurriedly intervened to play the peacemaker. After much effort, he managed to pacify the seemingly enraged Bear representative, leaving Johnson feeling a wave of exhaustion. It seems that the times have indeed changed. What shall our Nyo nation do? He furtively cast a glance at the representative of Eagle Sauce. Night fell. The Bear representative arrived at the Summer Nation's outpost with 2 bottles of life-giving water. What are your thoughts? He poured a glass for Li Jun and inquired candidly. We merely seek an explanation. Li Jun drained his glass without a change in expression. Our investigation reveals that the island nation colluded with the all-knowing society, drawing a special breed near a large city in the Summer Nation with a population exceeding 8 million, resulting in immense losses for us. The casualties number in the millions. Even some of our martial artists above the martial honor level perished in the battle against this special breed. How do you think I feel? Li Jun boasted without batting an eye. The Bear representative's pupils constricted. Several martial artists above the martial honor level have died. What rank is that? How come I have not heard of it? As the first nation to receive the Tuna method following the disaster, the Bear Nation was naturally aware of the Summer Nation's martial artist ranking system. Then you should hold the island nation and the all-knowing society accountable. Rather than confronting Nyo and the others head-on, he bluntly shifted the topic. Should I then comply with their wishes and present the Tuna method on a silver platter? Li Jun refilled the Bear representative's glass. Oh, my friend, you should know that is not my intent. The Bear representative grimaced as he looked at Li Jun and downed the drink in one go. This truly is life-giving water. He silently cursed and then closed his eyes to gulp it down. With a glass of life-giving water consumed, the Bear representative's face flushed and his head swayed slightly. Li Jun remained unfazed, pouring another glass. Our intention is merely to maintain a safe distance. What about you? What does your Bear Emperor think? Burp. The Bear representative shook his head. I'm not entirely certain, but before my departure, the Emperor advised me to foster good relations with you. This is not a matter that cannot be discussed. The Bear Nation's diplomacy has always been quite straightforward. We maintain a relatively friendly rapport. Li Jun patted the Bear representative's shoulder. Tomorrow we shall return. As a friend, I must caution you to remain vigilant of the all-knowing society. They are filled with wretches who find joy in devouring others. The Bear representative was taken aback and then nodded in agreement. Regarding Yi Chen's return, the cabinet did not disclose this news. In this era, the passing of a hero might serve to invigorate the spirit of the Summer Nation's people, motivating them to strive for greater cultivation. This was also Yi Chen's own request. Consequently, the higher-ups arranged for him to change residences. Initially, they intended to assign him a grand villa, but Yi Chen declined. I have never considered myself to be particularly remarkable, so there is no need to bestow such treatment upon me. Let these houses be reserved for those true heroes. That he smiled as he established a modest tile-roofed house in the suburbs. The accompanying Lu Lao could not help but sigh. You are the true hero. I am merely doing what I ought to do. With great power comes great responsibility. He poured Lu Lao a cup of tea. Ordinary Manianchiti leaves. You have always been quite busy, Yichen remarked. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? He felt immense gratitude toward Lu Lao, especially upon hearing that after his demise, Lu Lao even planned to send a significant gift to the island nation, which deeply touched him. Lu Lao did not disdain Yichen's Manianchiti. Lifting the teacup to take a sip, nodding. Indeed, I do have matters to discuss. The cabinet plans to establish a martial artist school in the imperial capital initially, and depending on its effectiveness, decide whether to implement it nationwide. You know, although the times have changed, education must not be neglected. The Prime Minister asked me to inquire about your opinion that IT is an excellent idea, but you may have sought the wrong person. Yichen replied helplessly. If you want me to charge in a battle, I have no issues. However, asking me for suggestions on such matters is quite burdensome. Was the summer nation of the previous life not? Lu Lao tentatively asked. He was one of those who had read Yichen's farewell letter, thus aware of Yichen's uniqueness. Why Yichen shook his head, chuckling bitterly. The summer nation of the previous life, the city I resided in, was quite poor, and commoners found it exceedingly difficult to rise above. The martial artist schools of that time were solely meant for the offspring of powerful martial artists. Lu Lao fell silent for a moment, unsure of how to respond. That day, Yichen had effectively stumped him. Why Yichen did not mind. If you must have me provide suggestions, then I hope our current martial artist schools ensure equality. Regardless of whether one is the child of a martial artist or a commoner, all should have the opportunity to study there, that we cannot forsake a portion of our compatriots for any reason. Yichen deeply resonated with this notion as he took a sip of tea. Lu Lao smiled. Rest assured, the previous life was indeed our responsibility, but this time it shall not be so. Yichen nodded. After a moment's hesitation, he asked a question. Lu Lao, do you know Li Zheng? Lu Lao was taken aback. Li Zheng? Who is that? Yichen smiled helplessly. The Li de Ge from the previous apartment. He briefly described Li Xiyi's general appearance. Lu Lao furrowed his brow in thought. You might want to ask the Prime Minister about this matter. I certainly do not know. Very well. In the evening, Yichen arrived at the Prime Minister's residence. It must be said that the Prime Minister is a truly great individual. At his doorstep stood merely a disabled veteran as a guard. Upon seeing Yichen, the veteran did not impede him. Instead, he respectfully saluted Yichen. After returning the gesture, Yichen entered the house and eventually met the Prime Minister in his study. Upon seeing Yichen, the Prime Minister appeared slightly surprised, then smiled, setting down the documents in hand. Little Yi, what brings you here today? Yichen replied with a smile. I came to inquire about the elder brother Li Zheng. Li Zheng? The Prime Minister paused momentarily, thoughtfully recalling, then suddenly enlightened. You mean Li Xiyi, do you not? Li Xiyi? Yichen was also taken aback. Come, sit down. The Chancellor led Yichen to the living room and settled him on the sofa. In truth, Mr. Li has been known to the government of the Xiyi kingdom since his discovery, which has now spanned several centuries. The Chancellor remarked. Why Yichen fell silent. He had long harbored suspicions about this matter after encountering Li Xiyi in the mysterious realm. Doubting whether Li Xiyi was even human, that we remain in the dark regarding his origins and intentions. To us, he has always been an enigma. The Chancellor sighed, then, somewhat perplexed, added, Weren't you all living together until now? Why do you ask about this? I must confess that I indeed died once. Yichen did not withhold the truth and recounted some events from the mysterious space. Upon hearing this, the Chancellor was slightly astonished, but responded. As far as we can tell, this MRL has been rather amicable towards us. Thus there is no need for excessive vigilance. Why Yichen nodded in agreement. That is precisely my thought. Having reservations is of little use. This is a book that Li Zheng, Li Xiyi, and brotherly improved upon within my advanced breathing technique. It should be beneficial for the Xiyi kingdom. He produced a book from his bosom, which was indeed the very one Li Xiyi had gifted him in the mysterious realm. The Chancellor was momentarily taken aback. Then he patted Yichen's shoulder with a sense of admiration and accepted the book. Meanwhile, Li Jun and his companions found themselves in grave trouble. On their way back, they passed by the infamous Bald Sea and encountered a large-scale beast tide in a local city. Out of humanitarian concern, they had intended to assist the city, thinking to resolve the situation smoothly since they were already there. Yet, unbeknownst to them, some overly enthusiastic individual charged into the beast tide, clutching a missile. With the eruption of a mushroom cloud, the beast tide temporarily retreated. However, the earth-shattering commotion roused a slumbering giant from the depths of the Bald Sea. This creature, referred to by the local nation as the North Sea Kraken, was an enormous octopus. Its countless tentacles, extending over 1,000 meters, emanated an overwhelming aura and an intimidating sense of oppression, unmistakably marking it as a true extraordinary species in the parlance of Western nations. A divine beast, yet whether it truly was divine remained debatable. However, one individual within the Xiyi kingdom delegation was seething with rage that I am now a martial saint. He was enveloped in a surge of blood energy, roaring as he charged toward the grotesque giant octopus. I am indeed a martial saint. If one were to inquire what Zhang Xiaofeng despised most, it was undoubtedly the octopus. After Yi Qin's death, it had become the very embodiment of his animosity. He had often fantasized that had he been the one to remain and fight, perhaps Yi Qin would not have perished. Now, encountering an extraordinary species, coincidentally an octopus, was a cruel twist of fate. Look at those elongated tentacles, that colossal form. In a daze, Zhang Xiaofeng felt as though he had returned to the battlefield of Linshan City. The chaotic earth, the twisted corpses, with bloodshot eyes, he charged forth. His speed was so swift that the venerable Zhang Daoxian did not have time to restrain him. It should be noted that the cabinet had long been aware of Zhang Xiaofeng's unstable mental state and had specifically called upon the venerable master to be ready to contain him at critical moments. Preventing him from harming himself, growing old and losing efficacy, the venerable master Zhang Daoxian sighed and followed suit. His junior brother, Zhang Huairan, without a second thought and with a stern expression, also charged forward. Wang Rui, a companion from their generation, helplessly joined in as well. Jun looked on, speechless. Turning around, he saw the monk Han Yuan rubbing his bald head, muttering, "If I don't join in, I lose face." He too proceeded to join them. Jun cast a sidelong glance at the bewildered Lu Qi. "Aren't you joining?" "Huh. Should I join as well?" Lu Qi was taken aback and dashed forward. Jun quickly grasped his shoulder. "Join what? You, a martial honored, are just going to throw your life away." Lu Qi sheepishly scratched his head. Jun, observing Zhang Xiaofeng, who was nearly upon the Kraken's tentacles, patted Lu Qi's shoulder. "You should retreat. We'll be right back. Brothers, follow me." With a commanding shout, several military martial saints charged alongside Li Jun towards the Kraken. Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes blazed red as he recalled Yi Qin's demise, letting out a furious roar. His body engulfed in a crimson haze, his fists bloodied as he struck the Kraken's tentacle teeth of the Kraken. The assault of a mere insect was hardly a concern, though it had been slumbering at the seabed of the Bald Sea. As an extraordinary species of octopus, its intelligence was exceptionally high. Having gauged the military strength and destructive capabilities of nearby human nations, it dismissed the notion that these insignificant insects could pose any threat to it. Were it not for the disturbance of its slumber caused by the recent explosion, it would have been disinclined to emerge and chastise these insects. In response to Zhang Xiaofeng's attack, it raised one of its tentacles and swung it forcefully, aiming to deliver an unforgettable lesson to this audacious insect that dared to strike at a deity. The tentacle, extending over 1,000 meters, descended like a mountain upon Zhang Xiaofeng. The Kraken mused. "Back then, I had my hands in my pockets." Zhang Xiaofeng, grinning malevolently, retorted, Come. Today, either you perish or I do." As the blood flame surged, he launched himself on the ground like a nail shooting into the sky. In the next instant, boom, upon their collision, an unparalleled force erupted, generating a massive shockwave that obliterated human structures several kilometers away. Countless terrified humans were sent soaring into the in an instant. The losses to humanity were catastrophic. In a certain corner of the city, two shadowy figures stood together, their presence ominous. If they did not speak, it would be as if they were specters. "Damn it, why is Zhang Xiaofeng everywhere?" One figure exclaimed in frustration. "Boss, don't be angry. Look, I found a nice, firm leg," the other figure innocently remarked. "Get lost. the boss bellowed, his gaze landing on a human leg in the younger one's hand, his expression shifting as if recalling some unspeakable past. He slapped the younger one's head. What the hell? Can't you find a leg with less hair? Anyone would think you're carrying a monkey's leg. The younger one looked aggrieved. The boss rubbed his forehead and sighed. Forget it. If you want to eat, just eat quickly. Coming to his senses, he gazed toward the distant battlefield. Damn it, Zhang Xiaofeng. Do you have a grudge against me? Each time I set off fireworks, you show up. Are you my shadow? These two, of course, were the ones responsible for the chaos in Linshan City, though the people of the Western nations could be somewhat ridiculous at times. They were quite discerning when it came to matters of life and death. Their original combat style was already flamboyant enough. They would not resort to detonating a missile capable of producing a mushroom cloud unless the city was truly on the brink of destruction. It is worth noting that they usually fought with caution so as not to attract other monsters. The noise from conventional weapons was far greater than that produced by their combat theatrics. Thus, there could only be one conclusion. The decision to detonate the missile was not made by the people within the city, but rather by these two individuals that in the Xia kingdom. The regulation against cannibalism was exceedingly strict, even more so than the pre-disaster prohibitions. Those caught were typically executed on the spot. Therefore, the time spent by the two in the Xia kingdom was quite arduous, with their opportunities to indulge being painfully scarce, often enduring hunger. After the Linshan City incident, the two left the Xia kingdom for the west, where they discovered it was akin to paradise, setting aside the fact that the locals were rather hairy. They thrived in this environment, able to eat whatever they desired. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Firstly, due to the issues within the power hierarchy. Acquiring beast cores and sustenance here proves to be significantly more challenging than in the Xia kingdom. Thus, they require merely a handful of beast cores, combined with a modicum of human food that holds no value for them. To continually elevate the prestige of the all-knowing society, covertly brainwashing some expendable pawns for their purposes is an effortless endeavor. Furthermore, owing to the disparities in the power structure, they have discovered that they can challenge foes beyond their rank. Both individuals possess the strength of martial kings, yet they can engage in combat with formidable holy knights of a rank equivalent to martial sovereigns. This has rendered them quite active within the city. Damn it, I hope that great octopus lends some strength. Otherwise, my mission is doomed, the leader exclaimed with palpable frustration. The younger one, seemingly indifferent, was busy grooming a human leg while indulging in a feast. Mumbled, the peculiar breeds here might not be as formidable due to environmental factors. Boss, I reckon your mission is lost. Ha ha. Shut it, the leader roared. The younger one recoiled slightly. If my mission fails, you won't have it easy either. The leader threatened ominously. The younger one muttered, well, it's not like we have it easy. The leader retorted, damn that old Gua. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have encountered Zhang Xiaofeng here. When I return, he'll pay. Boss, that old Gua has already climbed to the upper echelons. You have to heed his words. Silence. Suddenly, the kraken emitted a mournful wail. One of its tentacles erupted in a cascade of crimson. As a blood-red figure pierced through, charging toward its massive head with a sinister grin. Die. Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes glowed crimson as he hurtled toward the kraken's head. Momentarily stunned, the kraken disregarded the pain from its tentacle, retracting several to shield its head in a futile attempt. In the next instant, Zhang Xiaofeng, like a meteor, pierced through its tentacles and collided violently with its forehead. The kraken let out a mournful cry as its colossal bulk was toppled, revealing its fearsome maw hidden among the tentacles. Before it could catch its breath, four resplendent golden figures descended from above, crashing down upon its head. As the ground shattered, the immense creature sank deep into the earth. In a daze, it seemed to glimpse a vision of paradise, but the ordeal was far from over in the blink of an eye, for towering figures, enshrouded in blood energy, appeared before it, their fists crashing down like meteors upon its enormous eye, reducing it to a torrential downpour of blood. This was unbearable agony. The kraken's immense body convulsed violently, and as its tentacles retracted, it sought to retreat into the depths of the bald sea. I can't fight back, damn it. What filth is this? It could barely withstand Zhang Xiaofeng alone, and now faced with such a multitude, it felt overwhelmed. "You won't escape." In a flash, Zhang Xiaofeng delivered a powerful punch to the Kraken's tentacle, attempting to thwart its escape. The Kraken, however, resolutely severed its own tentacle, leaving behind a river of blood before diving back into the bald sea. "You can't get away," before it could catch its breath. A titanic wave erupted from the bald sea. Zhang Xiaofeng roared as he broke through the water's surface, transformed into a blood figure, and charged toward the Kraken. The Kraken's remaining eye nearly bulged from its socket, and with a heavy heart, it dared not retaliate. Swimming deeper into the abyss, four blood-soaked figures followed closely behind, each gripping one of the Kraken's tentacles, intent on dragging it upward. Zhang Xiaofeng joined their efforts. Unfortunately, the Kraken, now thoroughly terrified, promptly severed its own tentacle, leaving behind a pool of inky darkness before vanishing without a trace. It gravely underestimated Zhang Xiaofeng and his companions, as well as the formidable old Taoist masters on the shore. Three golden figures, their golden radiance transforming into thick ropes, surged into the sea at an astonishing speed, catching up to the Kraken and ensnaring it. "I can't believe this," exclaimed Mage Han Yuan, scratching his head. His golden aura served merely as a protective barrier and could not transform like that of the old Taoist masters. Indeed, following the widespread adoption of Yi Qin's advanced breathing technique, certain individuals from the Taoist and Buddhist sects had developed a new system based on this technique, which rivaled the combat prowess of pure martial artists. Zhang Daoxian, Zhang Huairan, and Wang Rue, representing the Taoist sect, were naturally practitioners of the Golden Light spell among the 8 great divine spells, while Mage Han Yuan utilized the Buddhist diamond body technique. Typically, during battles against beast tides, they refrained from employing such tactics due to their overwhelming effects, which could easily lead to unnecessary destruction. However, facing a unique creature like the Kraken, they cast caution aside. Just as Zhang Xiaofeng, Li Jun, and their companions were about to intercept the Kraken as it attempted to burrow into the seabed, they finally caught up with it. Without hesitation, each seized a tentacle, and in coordination with the old Taoist masters, they dragged the Kraken out of the bald sea. Now, this great octopus could no longer flee. The creature, known in Western realms as the North Sea giant Kraken, lay motionless upon the ground, as if lifeless. That moment, all present were taken aback, the atmosphere tinged with an eerie quality. "Are we certain this creature is truly a unique species?" Mage Han Yuan, dispelling his golden aura, asked incredulously. Silence enveloped the group. The ease with which they had triumphed in battle was astonishing. It was worth noting that when Advisor Yi fought against a unique creature, the surrounding area had been reduced to ruin for hundreds of miles. How could they manage to capture a unique species so effortlessly? It was so simple that they could hardly believe it. Most importantly, the environmental damage caused by this battle paled in comparison to that of Linshan City. Zhang Xiaofeng, his eyes now less bloodshot, remarked, "This thing is far too weak. It pales in comparison to the unique creature we battled alongside Captain Yi. You all should remember that the fight in Linshan City affected the entire Blue Star." The sky turned into a shroud of darkness. He then kicked the now pale Kraken, stating that tentacle was far larger, capable of unleashing immensely powerful beams and even influencing human will. "When I was still a martial sovereign, I nearly succumbed to its effects. Yet this creature seems devoid of such abilities, merely boasting a large size. Most importantly, it appears to lack any will to resist." As the only martial saint present who had faced that unknown entity in Linshan City, he was justified in making such statements. The others came to a sudden realization. "Kraken, I sincerely thank you." Li Jun and several military personnel exchanged glances. "How should we deal with this creature?" Li Jun inquired. "Eliminate it," Zhang Xiaofeng replied without hesitation. "We can't possibly bring such a massive creature back. It would be far too troublesome." Upon hearing this, Li Jun noticed the Kraken seemed to turn even paler. "Oh, can this creature actually comprehend human speech?" he quipped. "Certain species of octopus turn white when frightened. Captain Yi once stated that any special species possesses remarkable intelligence, so it is not surprising that they can understand human language." Zhang Xiaofeng commented casually. Suddenly, the venerable master Zhang Daoxian spoke up. "Since this creature is capable of comprehending human speech, we might attempt to ride this special species back to the Xiyi kingdom. A representative from the Research Institute had informed me that if we have a special species as a sample, they might be able to develop weapons specifically designed for such beings. The crowd exchanged glances, finding this to be a plausible strategy. Upon hearing that it seemed he would not be meeting his demise for the time being, the Kraken gradually regained its original coloration. Li Jun and his companions departed aboard the Kraken, leaving behind a city in ruins. Following this news, the high-ranking officials of the Western nations convened over 20 emergency meetings, ultimately concluding, "Oh, our friend from the Xiyi kingdom are indeed formidable. With such allies, we feel secure." The Kraken's perceived weakness was relative. Li Jun and his companions considered it weak due to the comparison with the Battle of Linshan City. However, for the Western nations, the Kraken represented a natural disaster, even their hidden elite being surpassing the Holy Knight level, which is equivalent to a martial sage, could not withstand the Kraken. Yet this very Kraken had been captured alive by a few individuals from the Xiyi kingdom, seemingly tamed in a remarkably short time. This left them restless. Humans are inherently this way. I can accept that you are weaker than I am, and even if you are slightly stronger, it matters little. For we all possess formidable weapons that it is impressive that I can drag you down with me into oblivion. But if you can crush me, then it is either surrender or a fierce struggle. Clearly, the current Western high-ranking officials lacked the courage for the latter. The next day, a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed individuals clad in medieval armor arrived in the city by the bald sea, gazing at the ravaged city. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes expressed his frustration. "With such immense power, why could we not preserve our city?" "Mind your words, Lance," the leader replied coolly. "Regardless of the circumstances, they have ultimately assisted us. The Knights Order is an organization formed collaboratively by the nations of Europa, akin to the Martial Artists Guild in the Xiyi Kingdom. However, compared to the Martial Artists Guild, the entry requirements for this organization are significantly higher. Firstly, one's strength must not be below that of a titled knight, and secondly, one's background is scrutinized to ensure they are of pure European descent and possess a suitable family status. If one fails to meet these standards, then regardless of being a holy knight, entry is denied. Thus, this organization can be understood as an alternative official club for the affluent. For these reasons, the membership is limited to merely a few hundred individuals. Among these, the 12 strongest from various nations constitute the highest authority, known as the Round Table Knights. That it is said that the leader has already surpassed the Holy Knight level. The Round Table Knights answer only to the true masters of Europa. The hidden tycoons behind the scenes. Typically, they do not appear unless significant matters arise. The reason for their dispatch this time is due to the considerable commotion caused by Zhang Xiaofeng and his companions, whose achievements have been difficult for these individuals to fathom. The leader could only intervene to halt Lance's complaints. "Lance, you must understand that this world has always revered the strong. Their power vastly exceeds ours. Thus we must maintain our respect for them." Upon hearing this, Lance could only begrudgingly fall silent. Another member of the Knights observed the surroundings, his expression growing somber. Noticing this, the leader quickly inquired, "Hermes, have you discovered something?" Hermes pointed to his own head and said, "Alan, you know my ability allows me to reconstruct the battlefield and approximate the combat scenarios. I can only say this battle was utterly unbelievable. If I were to speak of it, I might be deemed insane." His emotions ran high, prompting Alan to quickly soothe him, helping him regain his composure. In my reconstruction, throughout the entire battle, the Kraken had no capacity for retaliation. Hermes indicated towards the severed tentacles and the river of Kraken blood. It suffered inhuman assaults as its tentacles were ruthlessly torn away. He then gestured to the blood-red waters of the Bald Sea. They even submerged to dismember the Kraken. "Oh my, this is truly horrific. Poor Kraken," he lamented, burying his head in Alan's embrace. Sobbing softly to Alan's, I twitched, suppressing the urge to engage in a fierce duel, and helplessly comforted him, after dismissing some feelings of disgust. A heaviness settled in his heart that Hermes' analysis, while not absolute, has proven to be remarkably accurate based on prior experiences. The fact that the Xiyi Kingdom delegation defeated the Kraken is now evident. What is astonishing is that even when the Kraken plunged into the sea, it could not escape. What is the Kraken's title? It is the Leviathan of the North Sea. The Western nations may sometimes exaggerate, but when it comes to naming special species, such decisions are made after careful deliberation. The combat capabilities of the Kraken on land and at sea are entirely on different levels. The Knights Order dispatched their members with a sense of unwarranted hope. If the Xiyi Kingdom delegation had defeated the Kraken on land, it would be somewhat acceptable. However, if they had done so in the sea, they could hardly fathom just how powerful the Xiyi Kingdom delegation truly was. This realization brought forth despair. How can we contend with such a formidable Xiyi Kingdom? Lost in thought for a moment, Alan regained his focus. Lance, Hermes, let us investigate the city and conduct further inquiries. Meanwhile, the members of the Xiyi Kingdom delegation stood atop the Kraken, which resembled a mountain, advancing swiftly. Even in its weakened state, with only 6 tentacles remaining, the Kraken was still a special species, and thanks to its aura, the delegation encountered no beast tides along the way. However, as they approached the border of a nation, they encountered another special species that was a colossal python exceeding 3 kilometers in length, boasting 5 heads adorned with strange appendages. Upon spotting the Kraken, the gigantic serpent emitted an excited hiss and swiftly approached with a flick of its tail. Li Jun, head of the intelligence department, tightened his expression. That is a Naga, another special species, known for its aggressive and combative nature, having previously destroyed 3 major cities of the White Elephant. Zhang Xiaofeng and the others grew vigilant. While Lucci muttered, "Aren't we in that whatever stand? How could the White Elephant special species come here? Special species possess their own intelligence and do not have fixed territories," Li Jun replied casually, tensing every muscle in his body. Even though the Kraken had significantly diminished the prestige of special species, they would never underestimate any of them. Zhang Xiaofeng stamped his foot, commanding the Kraken beneath him. "Charge forward. Engage in direct combat." Reluctant as it was, the Kraken could only shake its pale body and advance. Just as the 2 entities were a mere few thousand meters apart, a resounding cry reverberated across the land. Accompanying it was a shadow that blotted out the sun. Young Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The previously exhilarated Naga now cowered in fear like a grandchild before a grandparent. Curling into a ball, the Kraken desperately burrowed into the ground. Li Jun, Zhang Xiaofeng, and the others atop it now felt as if they were facing an impending threat, anxiously watching this uninvited guest. It was a colossal avian creature, roughly estimated to have a wingspan exceeding 7 kilometers. The Peng. Li Jun gritted his teeth and shouted out the name. The creature resembled a majestic eagle, its entire body of vivid crimson, with claws that seemed forged from divine iron. In a single leap, the once mighty Naga was snatched into the sky, emitting a mournful cry. The tremendous gust of wind created a fierce storm, ruthlessly ravaging the land. The old master and his companions were tense, gazing gravely at the retreating Dapeng. If the Kraken had struck them as unremarkable, and the Naga had posed a threat, then this unique species known as Dapeng instilled a sense of suffocation within them. Only after a considerable time did they finally exhale in relief. Zhang Xiaofeng clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the horizon, his eyes brimming with unwillingness. The martial saint was still insufficient. He kicked the Kraken, which was almost entirely buried in the mud, and bellowed, "Hurry up," and set off. The Kraken, now pale as a ghost, trembled violently, writhing its tentacles as it swiftly distanced itself from this ominous place. Perhaps sensing the threat to its life, the Kraken's speed more than doubled, and on the 3rd day of their encounter with Dapeng, they returned to the borders of Xiyi country. Li Jun retrieved a delicate instrument from his pocket. This was one of the Research Institute's achievements, akin to a super-enhanced walkie-talkie, with a communication range sufficient for use within Xiyi country. Given the ranks of Li Jun and his companions, returning to Xiyi country shouldn't have been so complicated. However, with the Kraken in tow, a series of notifications was imperative. Such a large entity, if uncommunicated, would only incite panic among the populace. After receiving a response from the cabinet, Li Jun and his companions brought the Kraken to a desolate area, awaiting the arrival of personnel dispatched by the cabinet. Occasionally, they could observe new monster nests descending from the sky, where creatures emerged after landing on the ground. thanks to the establishment of special operations teams. Every region in Xiyi country now had a varying number of these teams, conducting sporadic cleanups in the wilderness to control the monster population. The current wilderness of Xiyi country was relatively safe, with large-scale beast tides being quite rare. Furthermore, a single martial king leading the charge could easily manage medium to small beast tides without facing significant danger. Additionally, aside from a few dissidents, the living standards of Xiyi country's populace were unparalleled across the Blue Star. At least, incidents of theft and robbery had become virtually non-existent. Warriors would not resort to thievery, and even ordinary people, should they commit unlawful acts, could not evade consequences. Moreover, every ordinary citizen received a monthly subsidy of a beast core. Unless one had a particularly peculiar hobby, there was little incentive to break the law. Of course, regarding the claims that high-ranking warriors enjoyed privileges, this was an unavoidable reality. Reasonable privileges were acceptable, and the authorities could only strive to ensure that oppression of ordinary people did not occur. The cabinet did not keep them waiting long. Merely an hour later, a man dressed in standard combat attire appeared before them. Advisor Yi? Captain? The several military experts gazed incredulously at the man before them. With Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes moistening, Yi Chan smiled. Patting his shoulder, I didn't die after all. Zhang Xiaofeng snapped back to reality, wiped away his tears, and was overwhelmed with joy. As long as you're alive, that's all that matters. He exclaimed, his excitement rendering him incoherent. Yi Chan then shifted his gaze toward the old master and his companions. Esteemed gentlemen, I have long admired your names, he said with a nod and a smile. While he engaged in pleasantries with the military personnel, the old master and his companions were also observing him. His aura was subdued, making it difficult to discern his true strength. The thought that this advisor Yi was indeed remarkable flickered through the minds of the Taoist trio, who then smiled in acknowledgement. In honor to meet you, Advisor Yi. The straightforward master Hong Yuan boomed. So you are the little advisor Yi? I have admired you for a long time. I heard you fought valiantly in Linshan City. Indeed a true man. It was merely my duty, Yi Chan humbly replied. He then patted Lu Qi's shoulder, saying, You've worked hard. Lu Qi, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, Oh, I haven't done much, just went out for a while without really helping. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yi Chen's gaze fell upon the large white octopus, trying its best to minimize its presence. Unfortunately, its considerable size made concealment impossible. Is this the kraken? He inquired. I recall octopuses have 8 tentacles. Why does it only have 6 left? And what of this color? Li Jun shook his head, speechless. This fellow was so scared it literally twisted off 2 of its tentacles in an attempt to escape during our battle. Later, it was captured, and on the way back, it encountered a few unique species, which terrified it to the point of turning pale. Such a coward? Yi Chen remarked, somewhat incredulously. In his previous life, he had never traveled abroad, so he was not well acquainted with foreign unique species. All right, since we're back, let us return to the capital, he stated. And what of this creature? Li Jun glanced at the kraken. Yi Chan waved his hand dismissively. Let's take it along. Don't look at me like that. This is a decision made by the cabinet. To be honest, Yi Chen himself was perplexed and opposed to the decision to bring the kraken back to the capital. Regardless of its capabilities, it was still a unique species, and should it go berserk in the capital, the consequences would be incalculable. He planned to return and earnestly persuade the elders in the cabinet. Soon, they arrived outside the capital, which at that moment was teeming with people. Warriors and ordinary citizens alike crowded the city walls, creating a bottleneck. The authorities had announced the capture of a unique species, and everyone had come out to witness the spectacle. They gazed upon the kraken, which resembled a small mountain. An uproar erupted. Why goodness, such a large octopus. Imagine how many octopus balls that could make. Get out of here. This is a unique species. It's said to be the legendary sea monster from European mythology. Well, now that you mention it, I'm even more inclined to try it. Shouldn't we be considering how powerful our government must be to bring back such a massive octopus? Who cares how powerful it is? The stronger, the better. I just want to eat some seafood right now. The flesh and blood of monsters are considered a great supplement for warriors. Just one bite of the unique species flesh could make one a martial king. With that little frame of yours, can you handle it? Come to my place tonight. Remember to wear women's clothing and stockings, and put on a wig that I'll show you just how well I can handle it. The Kraken, understanding human speech, trembled in fear at their banter, and before long, it would likely become a whitewashed octopus that Xiyi paid no mind to the now pale Kraken, seeking out Lu Lao, who had come to welcome them. As the first unique species captured by Xiyi country, the cabinet had taken the matter quite seriously. Lu Lao, as the foremost military figure, led 5 special operations teams to maintain order. These teams were quite formidable, and Xiyi noted that several captains exuded a dragon-like aura, all evidently martial saint-level warriors, and no one knew just how many high-ranking warriors Lu Lao had concealed. Regardless, what Lu Lao said was, "Ahem, Lu Lao, I still maintain my suggestion. We cannot allow the Kraken within the city," Xiyi stated. Lu Lao chuckled, patting Xiyi on the shoulder. "You rascal, we all know what you're worried about. Rest assured, it won't be allowed into the city." At this point, he glanced at the throngs of people surrounding them and spoke softly. "We've excavated an underground laboratory on the other side of West Mountain. This big fellow is to be sent there." West Mountain was a small hill located over 50 kilometers from the capital, and since the Kraken was a water-dwelling creature, even if it went berserk, its demonstrated combat capabilities would not pose a threat to the capital from such a distance. Only then did Xiyi feel at ease. Meanwhile, in another location, Commander Old Deng received information transmitted from Europe. The battle lasted no more than 15 minutes, and a legendary sea monster Kraken was suspected to have been subdued. Smack. Old Deng slammed his palm down on the table. "Mike, is the Xiyi country delegation really that formidable?" He turned his head to look at his bodyguard, a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, clad in a black suit and wearing sunglasses. Mike, with an expression devoid of emotion, stated, "Your Excellency, I must remind you that I am unaware of the formidable nature of the Xiyi nation's delegation, as I lack experience in combat with their martial artists. The Beihai giant was vanquished with ease by them." "Mike, can you achieve the same?" Old Deng paid little heed to Mike's tone. "According to this document's description of the Kraken, I am no match for it." Mike shook his head, "But Your Excellency need not worry. If there were 10 of me, defeating the Kraken should pose no challenge. Point 10. Biden expressed a hint of dissatisfaction. "With our national strength, we have only managed to cultivate 5 demigods. Why does the Xiyi nation possess so many?" "Your Excellency, do not forget that Xiyi's martial artists are superior to us at the same level," Mike coldly interjected. "Damn it!" Old Deng erupted in frustration, then gasped for breath as he sank back into his chair. Before long, he drifted into a sweet slumber. Mike hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at the documents on the table. A riot had occurred in D-State, suspected to involve Chuan Zhangwo. Regarding Comrade Chuan Zhangwo. Cough, cough. It should not be of great significance, he mused, yet he chose not to disturb the peacefully sleeping Old Deng. After all, Old Deng had worked so hard. Why trouble him? After arranging all affairs, Xiyi arrived at the mysterious realm. Ever since his near-death experience, he had developed a deeper connection with this space. Xiyi turned his head, glancing at Xiyi with impatience, and retorted, "What is it this time?" Xiyi quickly glanced at the child spinning in circles suspended from a tree, and hurriedly said, "I seek guidance on the path following the martial sage." Sensing that Li Dage's temper was growing increasingly foul, he opted for brevity to avoid sharing the child's fate. "The path must be walked by oneself. Do you truly require someone else to teach you how to walk?" Xiyi lifted his sleeve, his gaze menacing. "Have you resolved that previous question?" Merely for speaking a few words, he found himself temporarily unable to depart this world. If he were to engage in further conversation with this fated child, that suspended child would undoubtedly kneel and cling to his leg, calling him foster father. Xiyi silently took a step back. "That cannot be. I merely wish to consult you," he said sheepishly. "Consultation is simple. Since you wish to learn to walk, come. I shall teach you." Xiyi smiled and stepped forward, delivering a punch through the air. 10 minutes later, Xiyi nodded in satisfaction. "How was it? Have you learned?" Xiyi lay on the ground, bruised and battered, struggling to open his nearly swollen shut eyes. "Yes, oh wasteful. A child is indeed teachable." Xiyi nodded approvingly, waving his hand to dismiss Xiyi. For Xiyi, the moral coercion from that little creature in the tree was a debt to be settled with Xiyi, the protagonist of this world. Upon returning to reality, Yi Chun gasped, nearly creating a vacuum in the surrounding area. Why does it hurt so much? He touched his swollen eye and pinched the blood flowing from his nose. Such brutality! Sitting on the ground, he attempted to recover from his injuries 10 minutes later. Whether it was his imagination or not, he felt increasingly bloated. The martial sage's extraordinary recovery ability proves futile against what appears to be a simple injury. Where does all this resentment stem from? He muttered to himself. Assessing his physical state, he realized he could only stand and sleep that night. The following morning, Li Jun arrived. Upon seeing Yi Chen's injuries, he paused in disbelief. "Did you get gored by a wild boar?" Li Jun instinctively remarked. Whether it was a mere illusion, he felt a chill run down his spine as the words left his mouth. That why Yi Chen cleared his throat. "I'm fine. I encountered a minor mishap while cultivating last night. Nothing serious. Cough, cough. Do you have business here?" He awkwardly shifted the topic that Li Jun, not pondering further, simply replied, "We captured a group of extraterrestrials last night." Yi Chen was taken aback. The timing did not align. "How did you manage that?" "Over by Yulong Mountain." Li Jun recalled something, chuckling in disbelief. These extraterrestrials, perhaps emboldened by some courage, attacked the Jiaosha with their spacecraft and were subsequently shot down. That why Yi Chen found himself at a loss for words. Where are those extraterrestrials now? In the Research Institute. Today's Research Institute buzzed with activity, as nearly all the prominent figures congregated in a spacious laboratory. Notably, Ivan was among them. Everyone was keenly observing the peculiar humanoid beings in the isolation chamber. With small eyes, no noses, and tiny mouths, their horizontal diameter was estimated to be no more than 2 centimeters. Their heads were shaped like horizontal ovals, and their robust bodies almost resembled squares. Their limbs were slender, with only 4 fingers on each hand, and their feet were spherical. Their skin displayed a charming pink hue, and at a height of less than 1.3 meters, they appeared akin to children's block constructions. Is this what the legendary extraterrestrials look like? They differ greatly from my expectations. Has their bodily structure been examined? Not yet. We should first observe whether they harbor any viruses. Are they carbon-based life forms, or... No X organs have been detected so far. Perhaps their X organs differ from our understanding. How do they reproduce? No excretory organs have been found either. It's a pity we didn't retrieve the wreckage of their spacecraft. The experts engaged in animated discussions. Director Zhou Kunlun turned to Ivan. "Ivan, what are your thoughts?" After some time together, everyone acknowledged Ivan's research capabilities, particularly in biology. Not to mention, in terms of paper data, Ivan's intellect was the highest in the Institute. A cursory observation cannot yield useful information. Dissection would be necessary. Cough, cough. Zhou Kunlun hastily interrupted. "You must not act recklessly. We have only found these 5. These little creature spacecraft was directly obliterated by the Jiaosha. It's a mystery how they survived." Ivan clicked his tongue in regret. What a shame. However, as far as I know, they possess the ability to navigate spacecraft for interstellar travel, indicating they are a technologically advanced civilization. In that case, why not attempt communication with them? Young master, there is still more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more exciting. Zhou Kunlun sighed. "We have attempted communication, but they have disregarded our efforts. Their survival habits and common knowledge seem to bear no resemblance to ours. No matter what we do, they remain silent. And given a limited time, Ivan appeared contemplative. Just then, Yi Chen and Li Jun arrived. After exchanging greetings, Yi Chen gazed at the extraterrestrials in the isolation chamber. A mere glance prompted him to shake his head. I do not recognize them. In his previous life's memories, he had never encountered such unique extraterrestrials. Let us try to communicate, he suggested, stepping forward to tap on the glass enclosure. Hello, the extraterrestrials, sitting together with their heads bowed, lifted their gazes. Their small eyes blinked, seemingly acknowledging him before returning to their previous posture. That Yi Chen furrowed his brow, striving to recall the alien languages he had heard in his past life. Uka, kaka, gweda. The extraterrestrials remained motionless. Wu kuin. Emo sha. Goo goo goo. Aliens. Zhou Kunlun. Ivan. and Li Jun gazed at Yi Chan with peculiar expressions, as if silently questioning his intentions, and why Yi Chan felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his face. Let me ponder this a bit more. Ivan coughed lightly, suggesting we should first isolate them for a while. Once we ensure there are no issues, we can examine their physiological structure. Perhaps we can replicate their vocalization mechanisms, and then communication might not pose a problem. Zhou Kunlun nodded in resignation. It seems we have no other option. Despite their odd appearances, we must remember that these beings can pilot spacecraft and traverse the cosmos, in other words, given their level of technology. Had they initiated an invasion of Blue Star before a catastrophe, we might not have been able to withstand it. Thus, the knowledge residing within these little creatures is indeed a valuable treasure, one that could potentially advance the technological prowess of our nation. Yi Chan spent several hours in the research institute, yet despite exhausting all his efforts, the extraterrestrials in the isolation chamber paid him no heed. As time slipped away, he bid farewell to the others and returned to his lodgings. Initially contemplating seeking counsel from Xiyi in the mysterious space, he wisely dismissed the thought upon touching his still swollen eye socket. Nowadays, there are numerous martial saints in Xiyi country. Perhaps I should consider engaging with them. This thought flashed through Yi Chen's mind, prompting him to devise a plan. Early the next morning, Yi Chen found Zhang Xiaofeng, who was undergoing training at Special Operations Team Base. Following the Linshan City incident, the cabinet recognized Zhang Xiaofeng's deteriorating condition and temporarily halted his duties, rendering him somewhat idle. The two exchanged greetings and settled into the lounge. "Old Zhang, how do you feel since becoming a martial saint?" Yi Chen inquired. Zhang Xiaofeng shook his head. "I feel like I could take on 100 versions of my former self." "Is that all?" Yi Chen pressed. "Yes, nothing more," Zhang Xiaofeng replied. Yi Chen pondered for a moment before cautiously asking, "What is the purpose of your training?" This was a question posed to him by Xiyi when he first awakened in the mysterious space. "To courageously defend my homeland," Zhang Xiaofeng answered without hesitation. Yi Chen fell silent, seemingly grasping something profound. After a brief moment, he patted Zhang Xiaofeng on the shoulder. "Keep up the good work," as Yi Chen departed the base. He felt a sense of confusion, momentarily abandoning his quest to seek out other martial saints. "What am I training for?" he mused. Having lived through the apocalypse in his previous life, he had long lost certain aspects of himself in that survival environment. Wandering through the bustling streets and alleys of the capital, he observed the city brimming with warmth and humanity. Lost in thought, some households were burdened with worries, while others radiated happiness, filled with laughter. A wave of loneliness washed over him, as though he had never truly belonged to this world. He wished to articulate something, yet words lodged in his throat. Thus, the sky darkened. He arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated library, where no one was present. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. The library appeared aged, and indeed it was, yet the rows of books were devoid of dust, suggesting a diligent caretaker. He casually picked up a book titled Introduction to Basic Mathematics. After putting it down, he wandered around and paused before a shelf labeled Philosophy. The first book he encountered was titled Zhuangzi. He found a corner and delved into its pages, completely unaware of anyone else entering the library. Simultaneously, in the East Sea of Xiyi country, the enormous rock that Zhang Xiaofeng and others had encountered on their return journey emerged upon the ocean. Its giant claws, forged like divine iron, clutched the half-eaten carcass of a naga. With a piercing cry, it discarded the naga's remains into the depths. The massive creature generated towering waves as its colossal form surged through the water. In the next moment, an ethereal sound resonated as a shadow, far exceeding the rock's size, ascended from the depths. Opening its maw wide to devour the naga's body, as the scene widened, it revealed a creature reminiscent of a blue whale, its vast bulk submerged in the ocean, its true size incalculable. However, even the portion visible above the surface surpassed the wingspan of the rock in flight. With a fierce cry, the rock flapped its enormous wings, swiftly ascending and vanishing into the clouds. The gigantic creature beneath the water also disappeared without a trace. This spectacle went unnoticed by anyone on Blue Star. Suddenly, a dusty broom struck Yi Chen on the head, stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped him. Taken by surprise, Yi Chen turned around with a bewildered expression that he had been so engrossed in his reading that he failed to notice someone approaching from behind. "Who are you? How did you get in here? Did you register your information?" The cleaning lady glared at him with wide eyes, her sturdy arm pointing accusingly. "I've called out to you several times. Didn't you hear me? I thought you were trying to steal books." Yi Chen brushed the dust from his head, regaining his composure as he offered a rueful smile. "My apologies, ma'am, that I was so absorbed in my reading that I didn't notice." "So you're not here to steal books?" The cleaning lady regarded him skeptically. Why Yi Chen spent considerable time explaining his innocence before she finally set aside her broom. "You know, it's commendable that you're reading. But you must register first," she admonished playfully. "I didn't hurt you, did I?" Yi Chen shook his head, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Who would have thought that an unassuming cleaning lady in a forgotten library could be a martial king? She retrieved a thick notebook from the counter and, with Yi Chen's cooperation, recorded his information. "Young man, it's getting late, and I see you haven't eaten yet," she said, feeling a pang of guilt for startling him earlier. She insisted on preparing a meal for him. "Thank you, ma'am." Yi Chen expressed his gratitude. "Oh, just eat up." She waved her hand dismissively. Yi Chen enjoyed his meal, which consisted of meat and vegetables, beef from wild beasts and homegrown greens. He noticed the cleaning lady watching him with a smile. "Young man, it wouldn't hurt to let me hit you with the broom a little more. You're a martial artist too, right?" Yi Chen mumbled, "Ah, yes, I'm also a martial artist." "Then you should eat more." Although the world has changed, our lives seem to be improving day by day. "The government is doing quite well," that I used to, she lamented. "It's a pity my spouse passed away too soon." The cleaning lady continued her ramblings. But Yi Chen noticed she never mentioned her descendants. "What about your children?" he ventured to ask. She paused for a moment. "I have a son. He died 5 years ago during a massive beast tide." Yi Chen was taken aback, quickly apologizing. "I'm sorry." She waved her hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. "Ah, that's all in the past. Besides, my son died saving others. The authorities even commended him. As a mother, I can't let him down. I take pride in him." Though words may convey a sense of understanding, Yi Chen could distinctly perceive the glistening tears cascading down her reddened eyes. Is there a mother in this world who does not feel anguish for her own children? Even if her offspring sacrifice themselves for a noble cause, becoming heroes etched in the annals of history, they remain her children nonetheless. For reasons unknown, a weight settled heavily upon Yi Chen's heart. He opened his mouth, wishing to utter something, yet found himself at a loss for words. The fragrant dishes before him seemed to have lost their flavor. After hastily swallowing a couple of bites, he nearly fled the scene. As night fell, Yi Chen did not return home. Wandering aimlessly, he eventually found himself outside the city. What should I do? He lifted his gaze to the star-studded sky. Amidst the twinkling stars, it seemed as if they were responding to his unspoken queries that in a mysterious realm. Xiyi observed Yi Chen, noting the turmoil within the young man. "Your life revolves around choices," he chuckled softly. "What have you chosen? And what have you forsaken? Are you merely human or something exalted? Each individual walks their own path. The manner in which you traverse yours is entirely up to you." He muttered to himself. He waved his hand, urging the child suspended from the tree to spin faster. "Be more mindful in the future. Do not make me intervene." The child, perhaps overwhelmed by an array of emotions he could not comprehend. Yi Chen gained nothing from that night. At dawn, he returned to the city, his body adorned with mourning daw. As the sun rose, people emerged from their homes. Embarking on a new day, he approached a humble breakfast stall. The vendor, an elderly gentleman with a serious demeanor and graying hair, appeared to be in his 70s. "Sir, may I have a bowl of rice noodles?" The old man acknowledged him, scrutinizing him briefly. With nimble hands, he soon presented a steaming bowl of rice noodles. Upon seeing the generous portion of meat, Yi Chen was taken aback. "Sir, have you added too much meat?" By his estimation, there must be at least 2 taels. The old man waved his hand dismissively and sat down before Yi Chen. "Young man, you seem troubled. Have you encountered any difficulties?" Yi Chen hesitated. Noticing his hesitation, the old man smiled. "If it is inconvenient to share, then let it be. You are still young. Judging by your attire, you must be a martial artist, correct?" Though stern, his smile exuded warmth. is not that I cannot speak of it. Xiyi nodded, pondering for a moment. Sir, what do you believe is the purpose of our cultivation? The old man burst into laughter, teasing. Have you lost your way on the journey of life? Yiqian's face flushed with embarrassment. Before answering that, allow me to ask you, what are you? The old man inquired. Me. Yiqian blinked in surprise. I am a human. You are human. Then, what should humans do? The old man replied with a knowing smile. Humans come into this world to survive. You see, our government promotes the breathing technique to enhance our people's strength, but that is merely to ensure we, the people of Xiyi, possess the ability to protect ourselves when confronted with monsters and beast tides. We all practice the breathing technique, setting aside the distant future. As a human, your foremost duty is to survive, to endure amidst the beast tides. Once you have survived, surely one must have aspirations, right? No matter who you are, striving to live a better life is not a crime, is it? The purpose of cultivation is to enhance one's quality of life, is it not? The old man patted Yiqian on the shoulder. Hurry and eat. It will be unappetizing if it cools down. He returned to his stall, busily attending to his tasks. Yiqian contemplated as he ate from the generously filled bowl of rice noodles. After a short while, he wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth. Sir, how much do I owe you? The old man, without turning around, replied. Given that you are able to ask such a question, you must also be a martial artist. Correct? Forget the payment. If possible, please help me slay a few more monsters. Yiqian stared blankly at the old man's busy figure, feeling a surge of emotions. Thank you. After he departed, the old man finally set aside his work. Lifting his gaze to the direction Yiqian had vanished, so young, yet so lost. Shaking his head, he placed the prepared noodles before another customer. Sir, why is there so little meat in your dish? The customer, glancing at the meager 2 slices of meat atop his noodles, asked weakly. What? Are you also lost on the journey of life? The old man glared. If you want more, you'll have to pay extra. The customer fell silent, choosing not to argue, for a 10-yuan bowl of noodles was rather rare in the capital. The astonishment of the esteemed ministers. Yiqian, who typically shunned meetings, had unexpectedly chosen to attend today. The Prime Minister was slightly taken aback, but did not dwell on it. The next agenda item concerned the planning of the beast core market. The minister responsible for finance stated, as previously discussed, the issue regarding beast cores in the trading market remains. Beast cores expedite a martial artist cultivation. Thus, the problem of unscrupulous price inflation has arisen, and we must establish regulations promptly. Ordinary individuals find it challenging to obtain beast cores. They typically only receive one from our monthly subsidies that if they begin practicing the breathing technique as well, a single beast core will be insufficient, necessitating purchases from the trading market, where prices have been artificially inflated by certain individuals. In the long run, this complicates the ability of ordinary people to enhance their personal combat prowess, effectively undermining our reserve forces. Although Yiqian's advanced breathing technique has been widely disseminated, beast cores remain indispensable for lower-tier martial artists and ordinary people alike. Before the esteemed ministers could voice their opinions, Yiqian, perplexed, remarked, as long as we can secure a dominant position in the beast core sales market, it should be manageable, right? Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Upon hearing this, the ministers exchanged helpless glances. The Prime Minister cleared his throat. Young Yi, you usually do not involve yourself in such matters, so you may not fully grasp the situation. Currently, our government's main source of beast cores is still from the Martial Artists Guild. The beast cores we procure from unofficial martial artists amount to 1 yuan each. However, the number of independent martial artists who refuse to join the guild far surpasses those within it, meaning the quantity of beast cores they possess is significantly greater than ours. The Martial Artists Guild has stringent regulations, which can feel constraining, causing some individuals to shun it. High-ranking martial artists are preoccupied with their cultivation. Thus, the acquisition of beast cores still relies on mid to low-tier martial artists at this stage. A mid to low-tier martial artist can average 1 to 2 beast cores daily. As for high-ranking officials, they must maintain their energy while clearing out monster nests nationwide to acquire beast cores, all while guarding against special species. Their responsibilities are considerable. Yiqian suddenly understood, feeling a bit embarrassed. He hadn't anticipated that his initial comment would lead to such an oversight. The elder from the logistics department smiled kindly. Everyone knew Yi-chan was not adept at such matters, so they did not take offense. Can we ascertain the main suppliers of beast cores in the current market? The Prime Minister inquired. Are there any organizations deliberately hoarding beast cores? Most transactions are spontaneous and informal, with the exchange rate hovering around 1 yuan per beast core, replied the logistics elder. While we distribute beast cores to ordinary people, we must also meet the military's training needs, which adds considerable pressure. Even if we intervene in the market, our impact will be minimal. However, if we do not act quickly, these numbers will escalate rapidly. Therefore, we must introduce regulations as soon as possible. Lu Lao waved his hand dismissively. What is so difficult about this? I sense our martial arts competition about to commence. We can certainly be audacious and drain the lifeblood of those nations. Upon hearing this, the esteemed ministers exchanged speechless glances. Old Lu, we have just signed an agreement with them, having already extracted a significant amount. If we press further, they may rebel, one minister remarked, caught between laughter and tears. Let them rebel if they wish. I have recently ascended to the rank of martial sovereign. It is high time I put this old body of mine to some use, Old Lu retorted, pinching his nose. Ever since Yi-chan had died and returned, Old Lu had increasingly disregarded his own image that moment. The think tank also offered a suggestion. The issue of beast cores fundamentally pertains to supply and demand. Currently, demand far exceeds supply, resulting in soaring prices that we could consider breeding less aggressive creatures, thus facilitating our collection of beast cores. Furthermore, the Research Institute could explore ways to enhance the yield of beast cores from our domesticated creatures. Not every creature produces beast cores. It is largely a matter of luck. However, if we can successfully breed these creatures, the difficulty in obtaining beast cores will indeed diminish, although the quantity of creatures raised requires careful consideration. This approach is rather time-consuming and represents a long-term investment. What about the common folk in the meantime? A minister from the finance department inquired. One advisor chuckled. We have also contemplated this. The market for beast cores is vast, and there are certainly illicit activities occurring. We could impose strict penalties and confiscate illegally obtained beast cores, such as those hoarded maliciously. Additionally, we likely have some unscrupulous officials among us. Seizing a few should suffice. The assembly remarked, indeed, those who play mind games possess truly devious hearts. Nonetheless, this plan could sustain us for a while. Given the sensitive nature of the topic, they chose to refrain from further discussion. The official ratio of beast cores to currency must be maintained at the current baseline of 1. 1.4 martial artists. Beast cores serve merely as resources for cultivation, but for ordinary people, they are a matter of survival. Many rely on the monthly distribution of beast cores to sustain themselves, so any appreciation or depreciation of beast cores is absolutely intolerable. Such fluctuations would only bring suffering to the common populace. The advisor's words punctuated the discussion, and future actions would determine the course ahead. The meeting continued, with various challenges swiftly addressed through the efforts of the senior officials, leaving Yi-chan in awe. Lacking political acumen, he gained insight into alternative solutions to certain issues through the wisdom displayed by the ministers. After the meeting, Yi-chan dined with the esteemed officials. In truth, there were not many formalities. The ministers were not strict about the etiquette of silence during meals and spoke freely. Why hasn't Li Jun arrived? Yi-chan inquired of old Lu, who was heartily devouring a large piece of meat. He has a heavy workload and cannot attend unless it is absolutely necessary. Old Lu replied, casually. Yi-chan took a couple of bites. He suddenly sensed something amiss with the flavor. Old Lu, who prepared this meal this morning? Old son, what's the matter? Old Lu responded, I can't quite place it. Among the many seasoned chefs in the logistics department, he is the only one whose cooking I cannot tolerate. Yi-chan remarked, wait, that doesn't sound right. Old son's dishes aren't typically so peculiar. He snatched a piece of meat from old Lu's plate, tasted it, and his complexion turned green as he scrutinized his own plate. Why is mine moldy? Old Lu burst into laughter. Who told you to criticize old son behind his back? But do not waste food. Eat up. Yi-chan had indeed vented his frustrations about old son's cooking in his farewell letter, labeling it as unpalatable. The ministers stifled their laughter as they watched Yi-chan, his face ashen, finish the contents of his plate. I hear old son has a little grandson in kindergarten, right? Just wait. I shall snatch his lollipop. Yichen wiped his mouth, fuming. After becoming a martial artist, consuming a bit of spoiled food was no issue, but it was undeniably distasteful. Once lunch concluded, everyone departed, and Yichen returned home to commence his training. Each had their own affairs to attend to, as the vendor of rice noodles aptly stated. People strive to improve their lives, and Yichen felt less lost in his thoughts. Time flew by. A week before the martial arts competition, delegations from various nations, after enduring numerous hardships, finally arrived in the imperial capital with a substantial array of supplies. Within the borders of the Summer Kingdom, cities had conducted selection competitions to choose representatives for the grand event. Surprisingly, even the island nation sent participants in. One knew their true intentions, yet it seemed their objectives were doomed to fail. For the reception of the foreign delegations was overseen by Zhang Xiaofeng. In the reception hall, Zhang Xiaofeng sat, registering the competition information of each country. Eagle Sauce, 3 participants, 2 night class and 1 holy night class. Nyo Nation, 3 participants, 2 from the Gallus Gallus. Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed slightly, casting a menacing glare at the obsequious representative from the island nation. The Summer Kingdom does not welcome you. Leave! An intimidating aura emanated from him, causing the island representative to tremble and barely maintain his composure. Mr. Zhang, it's all a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. The island representative, named Yusuji Ryo, bent deeply, nearly bowing to the floor. We express our profound sympathy for the disasters that befell your nation, but this matter truly has no bearing on us. Zhang Xiaofeng looked at him coldly. I give you one last chance. Take your competitors and leave the Summer Kingdom. He then cast a chilling gaze at the 3 frightened island participants, ominously declaring, if you do not depart, you shall become mere fertilizer. Yusuji Ryo trembled violently, rushing to the Eagle Sauce representative, gripping his thigh desperately. Mr. Klus, please help us. You must assist us, Island Nation. Klus was about to speak when confronted with Zhang Xiaofeng's icy stare. You intend to stand up for him? Klus shuddered. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, Mr. Zhang. I absolutely did not mean that. As he spoke, he kicked vigorously, attempting to dislodge Yusuji Ryo, who clung on like a stubborn piece of taffy, refusing to let go. Get off! Get off! Faced with Zhang Xiaofeng's increasingly terrifying presence, Klus was on the verge of tears. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would never have believed that such a person could exist, whose mere aura could plunge him into despair. Mom, I want to go home. In a moment of desperation, he unsheathed a specially crafted longsword from his back. Flame cross slash. Flames engulfed the blade, radiating brilliantly as it transformed into a cross-shaped strike aimed at the terrified Yusuji Ryo. Yusuji Ryo screamed, rolling to evade the attack, but in Klus's desperate gaze, the strike veered toward Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng extended a finger, effortlessly shattering the strike. You dare challenge me? He asked, his voice devoid of emotion. Klus's face paled. Misunderstanding. This is completely. Zhang Xiaofeng, observing Klus's trembling legs, chose not to elaborate further and simply noted in the registration book. Eagle Sauce Delegation. For participants, Leader Klus requests to challenge the Dragon Kingdom's Special Operations Team. Zhang Xiaofeng. After completing the entry, Zhang Xiaofeng strode towards the quaking Yusuji Ryo. I shall grant you no dignity. In the face of Yusuji Ryo's terrified gaze, he raised his fist. I shall grant you no dignity. With that proclamation, Zhang Xiaofeng's fist, enveloped in a faint aura of blood, descended like a mountain of divine wrath. Yusuji Li, in a state of despair, closed his eyes tightly, cursing the high-ranking officials of the island nation vehemently in his heart. Just as his fist was about to strike Yusuji Li's face, a tremendous gust of wind distorted his features. I could see that moment. A hand gently interposed itself. Boom! A violent storm erupted in the reception hall, devastating the various decorations within. The delegations from various nations swayed precariously in the tempest, resembling fragile weeds, their faces filled with terror as they gazed at Zhang Xiaofeng. Old Zhang, temper your fury, Yichen said, releasing his grip and patting Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder. Zhang Xiaofeng paused, but Captain, they cause you harm back then. Yichen waved his hand dismissively. A minor inconvenience, merely a blade of chives. Cutting it down isn't too wasteful. Is it? He turned his gaze to Xiyi, sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, his pants in disarray, and then to the quivering delegation from the island nation. Zhang Xiaofeng clenched his teeth in frustration. That would be far too lenient on them. With national matters at stake, personal interests must be set aside. Yi shook his head. We cannot act out of emotion. We must exhaust every means available. After all, the pressure on the cabinet officials is immense. Question: what is the fastest way to develop? Answer: by consuming chives, utilizing chives, and ultimately harvesting them. For the summer nation to thrive, relying solely on itself is insufficient. That would place an undue burden on the ordinary citizens. Thus, the optimal strategy is to cultivate a batch of chives for periodic harvesting. Did not the Eagle Nation operate in this manner? Given the right conditions, everyone aspires to become like the Eagle Nation. Observing the trembling delegations, Yichun wore a smile. The recent altercation between this island representative and our staff has been resolved. Let us proceed. Delegates. Next, Zhang Xiaofeng resumed his seat, his expression impassive. White Elephant Nation. Number of participants? Gazing at the timid white elephant representative, Zhang Xiaofeng frowned. Please expedite. You have many nations behind you waiting to register. The white elephant representative shut his eyes. The total is 354 individuals. 1 at the Saint Knight level, 15 at the Knight level, 30 at the Advanced Knight level, 104 at the Intermediate Knight level, and 204 at the Basic Knight level. After speaking, he timidly inquired, "Is that acceptable?" Zhang Xiaofeng. Yichun, delegates from various nations. Is it any wonder that wherever the white elephant is present, merriment abounds? Other nations' participants only included a few knights and saint knights. But here, the white elephant brought a comprehensive array. One might mistakenly believe they had come to feast. With a silent sigh, Zhang Xiaofeng recorded the white elephant's information and stated, "Next." After several hours, the registration was finally completed. Zhang Xiaofeng closed the registration form, surveying the individuals from around the world before him. This competition saw participation from a total of 67 nations, with 15 martial lords, 203 martial kings, 30 advanced warriors, 104 intermediate warriors, and 204 basic warriors. As he continued, he glanced at the white elephant representative, who was shrinking within the crowd. The rules for this grand tournament were few. 1. The competition will commence 7 days hence. Once on the stage, life and death hang in the balance. 2. Once an opponent surrenders, no killing blows may be delivered. Failure to comply will result in immediate execution. 3. This competition will offer the opportunity for the 10 nations with the best results, excluding the Summer Nation, to receive guidance on the Summer Nation's breathing techniques. 4. The top 3 competitors will be awarded advanced breathing techniques, the system developed by the Research Institute. 5. All registered delegations must proceed to the Martial Artists Guild in the imperial capital to pay the registration fee. Upon reaching this point, Zhang Xiaofeng scanned the assembly with a stern expression. If there are any objections, please voice them. I shall provide clarification. Though he said this, his tone was unmistakably a warning that any dissent would not be tolerated. The delegations exchanged glances, and the representatives from Europa collectively shot meaningful looks at the Eagle Nation representative. The Eagle Nation representative, fully aware of Zhang Xiaofeng's implications, recognized that as a former leader, he could not afford to lose face before his former subordinates. Clearing his throat, he earnestly stated, "Mr. Zhang, the representative from Xiyi Nation mentioned there are aspects he does not fully understand." The representative from Xiyi Nation, "You are the Eagle Nation, not the Dog Nation." Feeling the oppressive gaze of Zhang Xiaofeng, the Xiyi representative sensed his legs tremble. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "I haven't provoked you. I refuse to believe you can do anything more to me." With this mindset, he asked, "Mr. Zhang, may I inquire whether the competition poses excessive danger if life and death are not restricted?" "Danger?" Zhang Xiaofeng shot him a cold glare. "Did you consider danger when you charged tolls? The purpose of the competition is to cultivate warriors' abilities to combat monsters, not to play house. If you feel it is too perilous, the Xiyi Nation is welcome to abstain." Upon hearing this, the inherent contrarian nature of the Xiyi representative surged forth, leading him to retort, "What kind of question is that? Our warriors from Xiyi Nation would never cower in fear." Indeed, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to come, Zhang Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly, then asked, "Are there any further inquiries?" The Eagle Nation subtly gestured to their representative from Nambang. The Nambang representative felt a dry throat. He knew he should heed his grandfather's words, yet he feared Zhang Xiaofeng's wrath even more. With a forced laugh, he cautiously inquired, "Mr. Zhang, what arrangements does your nation have for our food? Clothing and shelter? Self-funded?" Zhang Xiaofeng replied impatiently. "All questions have been addressed. Now, proceed to pay the registration fee." The various delegations could only watch helplessly as Yi Chun and Zhang Xiaofeng departed, too intimidated to speak. Truly, they fear authority without regard for virtue. Did you see how they behaved just now? Zhang Xiaofeng couldn't help but express his disdain as they walked. Yi Chun chuckled. Did our ancestors not say this long ago? Recalling the representative's quail-like demeanor, Zhang Xiaofeng couldn't suppress a laugh. You know, had I not needed your assistance, would you have slain those islanders? Yi Chun remarked helplessly. Let them perish during the Lin Shun Chung incident. They still owe us an explanation, Zhang Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly. An explanation was indeed provided. Yi Chun shook his head. When the islanders arrived, they had already communicated with the cabinet. What explanation could there be? Zhang Xiaofeng inquired. 100 million beast cores, 100,000 tons of meat, and a unique cultivation method from the island nation. Yi Chun shrugged. The cabinet has yet to concede. The think tank is evaluating the value of these offerings for the island nation. The island nation is quite generous, Zhang Xiaofeng scoffed. The island nation's cultivation methods hold little value for the summer nation, yet the preceding resources remain significantly valuable. Enough, the cabinet has its own judgments. We must focus on our duties. Yi Chun patted Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder. Come with me to the research institute. It is said that those extraterrestrial beings we captured last time have begun to speak. Oh, 10 beast cores for one night's stay. In a double room? Cruss, the Eagle Nation representative, felt his head spinning that he longed to ask, is this hotel made of gold? Do you have any idea how much a single beast core is worth? How dare you make such demands? Moreover, what audacity does this 3-story inn have to proclaim itself a 5-star hotel? The inn's receptionist, a sweet-looking young lady, spoke with a hint of impatience. Are you going to stay or not? If not, please leave. Do not disrupt my business. The Eagle Nation delegation. Cruss was infuriated. How dare she behave so unprofessionally? It was one thing to be pressured by Zhang Xiaofeng, but how could a mere innkeeper dare to exert authority over him? As anger surged within him, his knightly aura instinctively erupted, illuminating the area in a brilliant red, blinding all who beheld it. The young lady's eyes brightened. So, you wish to fight? She clenched her tiny fist, unleashing an aura far surpassing Cruss's, the Saint Knight. A chill coursed through Cruz's heart as the special effects surrounding him abruptly ceased, prompting him to nimbly retreat behind the most formidable member of his team. This individual was the true paladin of the Eagle Sauce delegation. Don't run away. We merely wish to spar a little, exclaimed the young lady, her fists raised in excitement. In truth, she did not possess the status of a paladin equivalent to that of a martial master. She was merely a robust martial king. What a stroke of bad luck, Cruz lamented internally, quietly inquiring, Morgan, do you have confidence in subduing her? Morgan, his expression grave, cast a wary glance at the seemingly harmless hostess and replied, I believe you should take a look around. Instinctively, Cruz turned his head, only to discover a group of brawny men with gleaming eyes had inexplicably squeezed in at the entrance, seemingly urging him to take action. What are you staring at? If you're going to fight, then fight already. Enough with the prattling, one of the burly men grumbled, clearly displeased. Misunderstanding, Cruz chuckled awkwardly. I merely found this young lady too adorable and wished to tease her a bit. What? You intend to flirt with her? No. Cruz shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. It is a misunderstanding. Truly it is. We shall take our leave. Morgan, let us go. The group hastily departed from the shady establishment. Cruz, why do the people of Xiyi country harbor such animosity towards us now? Morgan, the paladin, queried, perplexed. I recall the inhabitants here were once quite amiable. Cruz managed a bitter smile. Morgan, as the Xiyi people say. The tides of fortune shift. In the past, We too held considerable enmity towards them. Morgan fell silent. Cruz forced a smile. Let us find a place to stay. I hope the prices aren't too exorbitant. Or we may have to rely on Xiyi's willingness to permit us to hunt those monsters. This was a matter rooted in historical grievances, and given Morgan's distinguished status, he could not elucidate it plainly. They entered another inn. Here to check in. The receptionist was a bespectacled gentleman exuding an air of cultured sophistication. Single rooms are 1 beast core per day, and double rooms are 5,000 Xiyi yuan. The gentleman appeared quite amiable. Although this pricing was steep, it nonetheless relieved Cruz and his companions. Please provide me with 4 rooms. Before he could finish, a youth bearing a dark, long spear entered from outside. Sir, I'd like to check in. The gentleman scrutinized the youth, his demeanor becoming warm. Are you here for the competition as well? The youth shyly nodded. Splendid. I have 6 rooms available. Choose whichever you prefer. Don't be shy, the gentleman said, handing the youth a set of keys. Cruz and his companions could only watch in disbelief. The youth scratched his head in embarrassment. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Nonsense, the gentleman insisted, thrusting the keys into the youth's hands. What do you mean inappropriate? You're a participant. Take them. The gentleman had his own conditions. If the youth encountered any foreigners during the competition, he hoped he might give them a good thrashing. With that, the gentleman swiftly shifted his attention to Cruz and his group, performing an impressive display of rapid mood change. Gentlemen, I apologize, but I have no rooms left. Cruz and his companions were left in a state of despair as they walked down the street, their spirits quite forlorn. Meanwhile, other national delegations faced similar predicaments. Bull Nation? Need a place to stay? Sure, 1 beast core per day. White Elephant S? Not an option. What? You didn't bring any lizards. No lizards, no stay. Oh, Bear Country, I want to overcharge you. 450 a night or 700 for the whole day. What? Island Nation? Brothers, let us take them down. The delegation from the Island Nation fled in disarray. Except for a few countries with favorable relations with Dragon Country, the rest of the delegations learned a harsh lesson about the shifting tides of fortune. Some fence-sitters were quite literally shown the door, while the Island Nation's delegation was pursued down several streets. As night fell, a dozen delegations, famished and desperate, arrived at the headquarters of the Martial Artists Association in the imperial capital seeking assistance. We are here to participate in the competition. You cannot treat us this way. We demand fairness. They were met by a martial master named Ma Fu, infamous for his family's misappropriation of charitable funds. Although he was unaware of the details and his family had received their due punishment, he still voluntarily transferred to the Martial Artists Association to work from the ground up, thanks to his elevation to martial master. His disability had also been healed. Please state your demands. Ma Fu said, his expression devoid of emotion, that we require lodging and food. Otherwise, we shall protest, exclaimed the representative from White Elephant. Fu tilted his head. Protest? Ha! Ultimately, these delegations were detained by the Martial Artists Association under the pretext of attempting to incite a riot, and considering their failure to do so, the police merely held them for 7 days as a form of punishment. Word of this quickly spread among the other delegations, extinguishing any rebellious thoughts they harbored. The cabinet had no response to the situation. Meanwhile, at the Research Institute, Director Zhou, how is the situation? Yi Chan inquired as he observed Zhou, Kunlun, and Ivan busily attending to their tasks outside the isolation chamber. You can listen for yourself, Director Zhou said, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he handed Yi Chan the headphones. Confused, Yi Chan donned the headphones. Yoshio. The voice sounded innocent, akin to that of a 4 or 5-year-old child. Yi Chan shot a questioning look. Ivan remarked, this seems to be their language, though it remains undeciphered. It sounds like they might be cursing. Yi Chan noted with a strange expression. Zhang Xiaofeng, intrigued, put on the headphones only to quickly remove them. Equally perplexed, Ivan continued tinkering with the components at hand. Whether they're cursing or not, we'll find out once I finish this brainwave analyzer. Everyone pinned their hopes of communicating with the extraterrestrials on the brainwave analyzer. Ivan worked swiftly, and after assembling the device, he instructed Yi Chan and Zhang Xiaofeng to enter the isolation chamber with a metal plate studded with numerous contact points, placing it atop one of the aliens' heads. Who are you? Ivan inquired. Chao Shio. What is your purpose in coming to our planet? Chao. After a series of nonsensical exchanges, Ivan connected one of the brainwave analyzer's interfaces to the computer. The screen instantly filled with a dense array of code. After scrutinizing it for a while, Ivan said, "Director Zhou, may I borrow the quantum computer?" The sheer volume of code was overwhelming. Deciphering it manually would take far too long. Zhou Kunlun did not refuse. "Let us go. Follow me to the machine room." With the quantum computer's assistance, the code was rapidly decoded. "Who are you?" "We come from Juxing." "What is your purpose in coming to our planet?" "To seek resources." "Is this your first visit to our planet?" "Yes." The dialogue between Ivan and the extraterrestrial was translated by the quantum computer, but it consisted solely of tedious questions, leaving Yi Chun and Zhang Xiaofeng feeling mentally exhausted. After bidding farewell to Director Zhou, the two left the research institute. Your purpose in finding me was just to have me stick a metal plate on you." Zhang Xiaofeng rolled his eyes. Yi Chun chuckled. After all, the folks at the research institute lack any formidable personal strength. Having us here is simply for safety's sake. Indeed, Zhang Xiaofeng chuckled lightly, then with a hint of curiosity, gazed at Yi Chun and inquired, "Captain, if I recall correctly, you are responsible for public security, are you not? Why do you seem to be rather idle?" Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. "It's not idleness. The research institute has summoned me as well." Zhang Xiaofeng jested. It appears that Director Zhou wields considerable influence to have summoned you." "Captain," Yi Chun replied. "Oh, but he has also requested your presence, has he not?" Just as the two were exchanging banter. In the intelligence department, Li Jun, who was grappling with a mountain of documents that was causing him a splitting headache, received a piece of unusual intelligence. The all-knowing society planned to shatter the Jiao snake eggs atop Yulong Mountain on the 20th of this month, coinciding with the commencement of the martial arts competition in Xiyi country, provoking the ire of the Jiao snake. "Have you traced the source of this intelligence?" Li Jun rubbed his temples. "No, the method used to convey the information was quite peculiar. Reminiscent of tactics employed by Special Operations Team in our country decades ago," his assistant replied with a hint of helplessness. "Which Special Operations Team?" Li Jun inquired. "The Falcon Special Operations Team. Investigate the whereabouts of personnel from the Falcon Special Operations Team since its inception," Li Jun declared, scrutinizing the intelligence on the table. "That I suspect that the group that relayed information regarding the Linshan City incident last time was none other than this lot." "Understood." The Falcon Special Operations Team was, prior to the catastrophe, one of the numerous elite forces in Xiyi country, boasting a full complement of 420 personnel, well-equipped with members whose combat awareness and skills were undoubtedly among the best in the world. Such a unit would have comprehensive knowledge of the national team's members. However, following the onset of the disaster, these elite forces were incorporated into the existing Special Operations Team structure. Moments later, an assistant entered with a document. "After ruling out normal retirements and casualties, we have found no anomalies." That Li Jun furrowed his brow. "Have you examined the whereabouts of these retired personnel?" The assistant smiled wryly. "Minister, if this were before the disaster, it would be a simple matter, but now, investigating this is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two. There are far too many freelancers now. Martial artists frequently venture outside the city to hunt monsters, which is a common occurrence. Coupled with the vast number of cities and environmental issues, tracking these individuals is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." Li Jun felt an intense headache. Handling documents was not his forte, and now he had this additional complication. Send the documents to the cabinet. Let the elders deal with it. Perhaps the military would be more suited for this task. He silently mused. The cabinet, upon receiving the documents from the intelligence department, reacted swiftly. Mobilized 5 special operations teams to Yulong Mountain to ensure the protection of those Jiao snake eggs. Regardless of the veracity of this information, we cannot allow the all-knowing society to succeed. Speaking of the Jiao snake, all the elders wore expressions of distress. We must eliminate it. However, setting aside whether we can achieve that, the potential environmental impact of such a conflict makes Xiyi country hesitant to act. If we choose not to eliminate it, that enormous serpent looms atop Yulong Mountain, posing a significant threat to the southwestern region and surrounding cities. The real concern is that it not only occupies that space, but has also laid several eggs. Years have passed, and despite the passage of time, no sign of hatching has emerged. Everyone knows that once these snake eggs hatch, Xiyi country will face several new special species, yet no one dares to act. Not to mention the formidable combat power that the massive serpent could unleash. The last individual who attempted to take action is still confined in isolation. Given the potential hazards, should the eggs be shattered and the serpent go berserk, the cabinet can only begrudgingly assume the role of caretakers. However, this matter cannot be overlooked. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Let the think tank assign 2 advisors to assist the intelligence department. We must ascertain who has been consistently relaying intelligence to us. We cannot remain passive any longer. Furthermore, the all-knowing society has been quite active lately. Hasn't it? The chief minister smiled faintly. Old Liu dispatched 2 more special operations teams to conduct a global crackdown on the all-knowing society. Regardless of the truth behind the intelligence, the all-knowing society is hardly a benevolent entity. Eradicating them would be ideal. Liu pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, will 2 teams suffice? Perhaps we should add 3 to make a total of 5 dumb. The elders looked at Liu in surprise. It should be noted that the minimum requirement for current special operations teams is to have at least 1 martial saint and 2 martial venerables leading. Not to mention, do we have that many martial saints available? Even accounting for special operations teams currently deployed nationwide, including these 10, there are at least 30 known martial saints in Xiyi country. You old rascal, have you been hiding this from us all along? One elder feigned indignation. Liu waved his hand dismissively. Oh, what have I hidden? I have truly laid everything bare this time. The elders exchanged looks of skepticism. The chief minister chuckled helplessly. Very well, we shall proceed as old Liu suggests. Dispatch 5 special operations teams to guard the Jiao snake eggs, while sending another 5 teams worldwide to eliminate the all-knowing society. Additionally, such organizations as the all-knowing society are the common enemies of all countries and peoples worldwide. Dealing with them should not solely fall on our shoulders. Let the foreign ministry reach out to other nations to elicit their cooperation. In the ensuing days, a calm settled over the land. With no significant events transpiring, Xiyi Chun, responsible for public security, found himself quite at ease. Until the 20th arrived, the day the martial arts competition, anticipated and anxiety-ridden by representatives of various nations, commenced, with judges of martial venerable caliber presiding. Aside from a few foreign competitors who were unable to surrender in time and consequently met their demise, nothing out of the ordinary occurred, in the face of vast disparities in strength. The top-ranking competitors were all from Xiyi country. Soon, the competition progressed to the championship match. Now, let us welcome Bai Qi from Linshan City to the stage. The youth, bearing a long spear, ascended the arena slowly. The once shy boy had now emerged as a formidable contender for the title of strongest martial king. His opponent was a young man from Dechuan City. After exchanging respectful gestures, the match officially commenced. In the Inferno Valley, a forbidden zone for humanity, a colossal beam of light, exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter, suddenly shot skyward. Accompanying this spectacle was an enraged roar. The sound reverberated. A massive golden Qilin materialized in the center of Inferno Valley, emerging alongside the beam of light. You seek death, it articulated, extending a claw to crush a swarm of insects between its twin horns. A terrifying mass of clouds swirled ominously, seemingly poised to unleash some dreadful assault. Qilin, hold on. A group of figures raced through the air, landing before the Qilin. Xiyi Chun, accompanied by 4 martial saints, appeared, their expressions grave as they regarded the Qilin, which loomed like a divine mountain. At you? The Qilin paused slightly upon seeing Yi Chun and his companions, its form swiftly diminishing until it stood only as tall as a person. It descended from the clouds, confronting Yi Chun and the others. I ask you, have I ever harmed you? Even in its shrunken state, the Qilin retained its formidable presence. The churning clouds between its horns made Yi Chun and his companions feel quite uncomfortable. Among the recorded special species in Xiyi country, the Qilin of Inferno Valley was undoubtedly the most extraordinary. Not only could it speak, but it had also reached a certain agreement with Xiyi country several years ago, providing substantial assistance in documenting special species information. Facing the Qilin's inquiry, Yi Chun hurriedly clasped his fists and bowed. We have not. Then why do you harm my descendants? The Qilin roared furiously. Yi Chen paused for a moment and said, I implore you to temporarily quell your anger. This matter is not of our doing. Indeed, the intelligence previously relayed to the cabinet bore little fruit. The all-knowing society's target is not the Jiao serpent, but rather the Qilin residing in the Yan Valley. To be precise, it is the offspring of this Qilin, potentially the last remaining juvenile Qilin. This was an unexpected turn of events for everyone. Yi Chen recounted the information from the all-knowing society, and a plume of hot breath escaped the Qilin's nostrils. Whether it was mere illusion or not, Yi Chen sensed that the Qilin seemed somewhat less enraged. It is your duty to protect the Xia kingdom. Allowing the enemy to infiltrate without clarity is a dereliction of your responsibilities. The Qilin's authoritative voice resonated, causing Yi Chen and his companions to feel a twinge of shame. I must test whether you truly possess the qualifications to bear this responsibility. As the Qilin's words fell, it opened its immense jaws, and a thunderous crack split the sky, striking the unprepared Yi Chen. The marshal's sage-level physique, bolstered by qi and blood, could not withstand this attack. Even for a fleeting moment, Yi Chen fell silent and promptly lost consciousness. Several military martial sages shouted in anger. What are you doing? They hurriedly shielded Yi Chen. The Qilin snorted disdainfully, uninterested in responding. Advisor, Yi is unharmed, one of them said while checking Yi Chen's pulse. Yet, everyone remained on high alert, eyeing the Qilin warily. Just then, with a youthful roar, a fluffy little head emerged from the Qilin's thick mane. Ahem. The Qilin coughed awkwardly, its mane swirling as it pushed the little head back down, then locked eyes with the group. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. A month later, upon returning from the Yan Valley, Yi Chen stroked the furry little beast in his embrace, his emotions complex in a mysterious space. Xiyi observed all of this, a look of contentment gracing his features. He gently lowered the dizzy child who had been hanging from a tree. Yi Chen, I am departing, he murmured to himself, his figure vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, on the journey, Yi Chen, sensing something, turned back. Until we meet again. Brotherly, the ties of fate had been severed, and Xiyi's silhouette glided swiftly through the cosmos, in life. The result is paramount, yet the scenery along the journey holds equal significance. He did not tear through space to leave this universe directly. Instead, he chose to fly in a specific direction, savoring the beauty of the cosmos. Years passed, and he arrived before the cosmic barrier. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Are you not coming out to greet me? The universe remained shrouded in solitude. After a while, Xiyi chuckled and shook his head. Such a timid heart. How could you ever muster the courage to scheme against me? I shall mark this down. With that, he dove into the cosmic barrier, disappearing from sight. After a considerable time, a sneaky, radiant sphere emerged from some hidden space. After flickering erratically for a moment, a mechanical voice emanated from within. Confirmation of departure. Confirmation of departure. Initiate plan, deployment. Years later, Xiyi reappeared in the grand expanse. The scenery here remains quite pleasant, he remarked with a smile, then cast his gaze around, spotting a shadowy universe lurking behind others. Stealthily observing him, a large, adorable eye peered out from the exposed corner, scrutinizingly seeing. She couldn't help but chuckle. Brother, what are you doing here? Just seeking amusement. Xiyi shook his head helplessly. Your remaining lifespan is dwindling. It would be wise not to wander about. Shall I accompany you? Xiyi replied with resignation. Brother, it is not that I refuse to take you along. Rather, your very existence poses a threat to other universes. Azathoth is a universe on the brink of extinction, perpetually radiating chaotic and distorted energy that can contaminate other realms. Hence, no normal universe would welcome it. However, one should not pity this entity's isolation. In Xiyi's eyes, it was merely a creature seeking amusement. Your antics are of no use. Xiyi envisioned an array of indescribable tendrils attempting to charm him, a chill racing down his spine as he hastily departed. With an eerie yet inexplicably cheerful aura, the Azathoth universe followed suit. However, its speed paled in comparison to Xiyi's current pace, so it soon fell behind, leaving the entire universe seemingly frozen in place. Having intentionally suppressed the concept of his existence, Xiyi resumed his journey. Wherever his heart wandered, he appeared. Each universe bore vibrant and diverse landscapes, yet he chose not to linger this time, resolutely moving in a singular direction. Time slipped by, and he came upon a lifeless river. This river did not exist in the material or spiritual realms. Its presence seemed merely a concept. In this river, Xiyi witnessed countless beings and universes sinking within, ultimately drifting away with the current, their fates unknown. Wangchuan, he murmured, uttering the name of this river. This is the ultimate destination of all. When Yichen perished, Xiyi exerted great effort to locate him within Wangchuan, ultimately retrieving him at a significant cost. After quietly observing the scenery of Wangchuan for a while, Xiyi attempted to soar above it. However, to his surprise, upon reaching the river's surface, an indescribable weight suddenly bore down upon him. The entirety of Wangchuan seemed to roil, countless obsessions coalescing into innumerable hands that grasped at Xiyi. We have suffered throughout our lives. What right do you have to stand above us? You are but a mere mortal, fortunate enough to catch the eye of fate. The heavens are unjust. The heavens are unjust. Why are you free to roam the cosmos while we are condemned to languish in Wangchuan? I refuse to accept this. Why are you able to do as you please? Why are you able to live in ease and comfort? Why? The obsessions within Wangchuan transformed into countless hands, dragging Xiyi into their depths, seeking to ensnare him for eternity. Why? Xiyi emerged from Wangchuan, speaking softly to himself that, I know not why. I know I am merely a mortal. I also understand that I possess no extraordinary qualities. Had it not been for my master's kindness, I would have perished in the snow long ago. I am not owed anything. Suddenly, the winds and waves in Wangchuan surged, monstrous waves crashing down upon Xiyi, submerging him beneath the water. An avalanche of obsessions surged toward his 7 orifices, forcing a groan from him. Struggling to break free from the confines of the obsessions, his head broke the surface. Gasping for air like a drowning man, I am but a mortal. What I possess today is merely a stroke of luck, he stammered. Huh. Then let all you be returned to the heavens. The obsessions roared with manic laughter. Xiyi coughed once and began to chuckle. Take it all. Take everything. He ceased to resist, allowing the obsessions to consume his cultivation entirely. Your flesh and blood are a gift from the heavens. One of the obsessions declared that my body, my very being, is bestowed upon me by my parents. I cannot give it to you. Xiyi struggled, pushing forward through the water. All things are born of the earth. How can you refuse? The obsessions raged, consuming Xiyi's cultivation before attempting to devour his flesh. Yet even without any cultivation, Xiyi's will remain steadfast, his path unwavering. The suffering you endure, I have not experienced. So I cannot empathize, but you may seize my body. Perhaps I can aid you in finding liberation. He breathed heavily, yet his gaze was unwaveringly resolute. Lies, deceit, the river of oblivion stretches infinitely. How dare you, a mere mortal, utter such grandiloquent words? The myriad of obsessions roared, transforming into colossal waves, intent on submerging Xiyi to the depths of the river of oblivion, ensuring his eternal entrapment. Yet, the strength of Xiyi's was terrifyingly steadfast. Even when battered repeatedly to the abyss, even when utterly exhausted, he always managed to resurface. My words are the truth, he declared firmly, continuing to swim forward. Ha! Then we shall not be polite. The obsessions coalesced into an immeasurable mountain, pressing down fiercely on Xiyi, forcing him deeper into the river of oblivion. However, from an unknown source, his body erupted with incredible strength, lifting the divine mountain with sheer will. Time passed, and he still saw no end to the river of oblivion. Give up, you cannot cross. The river is boundless. What you say is mere hypocrisy. Mortal, you deceive only yourself. The obsessions crowded around him, some tugging at his hands, some at his legs, some whispering softly in his ears, while others transformed into sharp blades, piercing his flesh. Xiyi, burdened by the divine mountain, spoke with unwavering resolve. If the river of oblivion is boundless, then I shall swim on forever. My words still hold true. Your body is already sinking into the river. Before long, you shall become a skeleton, joining us in companionship. Even as a skeleton, I shall continue to swim." The obsessions ceased their words, surrounding Xiyi tightly, attempting to thwart his progress. Time passed, and Xiyi transformed into a skeleton. Yet even as a mere skeleton, he could not be deterred. "Douc. You have become a skeleton. What do you still cling to?" "I cling to nothing. I am merely walking my path." The bones clattered, producing a harsh sound. "Stop, stop. Your oil lamp has run dry. Cease and join us." The skeleton did not halt, its hands moving steadily through the waters of oblivion, propelling its body onward. "If this continues, your bones and spirit shall dissolve into the waters of oblivion. The river is endless. You will never escape. How can one know without trying?" The skeleton of Xiyi seemed to emit a sound of laughter. Time passed again, and his bones and spirit fully merged into the river of oblivion, leaving behind a shadow that seemed on the verge of vanishing, burdened by the mountain of obsessions, struggling within the waters. This was his true essence, the very concept of his existence in this world. Should the river of oblivion extinguish this essence, no one would ever remember Xiyi again. From that moment forth, he would vanish completely. "Stop! You are nearing death. I am merely walking my path. How could I perish? You truly are on the brink of death. To hear the Tao at dawn, to die by dusk. What more could one desire?" With each stroke, Xiyi's true essence grew increasingly tenuous. Countless obsessions clung to him, forming an interminable procession. The mountain he bore became ever more formidable. The path was arduous and long, stretching so far that Xiyi could not see its end. At every moment, infinite realms and worlds sank into the river of oblivion, and the multitude trailing behind Xiyi only grew larger. Eventually, one day, his true essence became nearly invisible. Yet, the river of oblivion remained boundless. He felt neither despair nor complaint, but continued to swim with fervor. "You really are nearing death." The infinite obsessions finally revealed their true fangs, savagely tearing at the remnants of Xiyi's true essence. They were, after all, obsessions and malicious thoughts submerged in the river, manifestations of all that is vile in the world. Now that they had the chance to emerge, how could they let it slip away? Alas, no matter how they gnawed, Xiyi's flickering true essence remained unmoved. "What is mine is mine. How could you possibly take it away?" The true essence chuckled that if we cannot take it, then you should relinquish yours. The obsessions cackled maliciously, surging into Xiyi's true essence, attempting to assimilate him. Yet it was all in vain. They had no means to seize this essence on the verge of dissipating. Take without asking is thievery. To ask and take is the act of a petty person. The true essence smiled. "You ultimately desire something, do you not? You are nothing but thieves, petty people. Yet I thank you for accompanying me thus far." Having spoken, he ignored the obsessions and continued on his journey. Cursed, I am Xiyi, the one of ultimate truth, the one of ultimate goodness, the one of ultimate sincerity, the one of ultimate greatness, the one of ultimate Tao, the one of ultimate existence. The true essence laughed heartily, radiant points of light erupting from his being. "All beings suffer. I am but a mortal." Entering the Tao from the humble, now sinking into the river of oblivion, is only natural. He laughed uproariously, waving his hands. Behold the vistas of various worlds. My life is not in vain. My life is not in vain. Xiyi, without regrets, the obsessions cackled maliciously. Sinking. Eternal sinking. Note, the river of oblivion in Chinese mythology is the boundary river of the underworld, filled with souls unable to reincarnate. In this narrative, the river of oblivion is a convergence of all the world's evils, boundless and infinite. It is important to note that the term world here does not refer to a single universe. Just as Xiyi's true essence was on the verge of vanishing, a bright red flower suddenly appeared amidst the vastness of the river of oblivion. The flower seemed fragile, swaying precariously in the face of the colossal waves formed by countless obsessions, the flower of the other shore. The true essence murmured, as the words left his lips. The seemingly delicate flower suddenly burst forth with a pure radiance, illuminating the entirety of the river of oblivion. The other shore, under this brilliance. The ceaseless obsessions retracted their viciousness, The light shone upon Xiyi's true essence, first revealing his spirit, then gradually manifesting his physical form, and finally restoring his cultivation and path. Having accomplished this, the originally divine flower appeared to lose its power, transforming into an ordinary red flower, drifting into the river of oblivion. The petals flowed with the current, their destination unknown. When Xiyi regained his senses, he found himself unwittingly having left the river of oblivion. Standing upon a pitch-black land, turning back, he beheld the previously fearsome river of oblivion, now resembling an ordinary stream, trickling gently. Everything that had transpired felt like a fleeting dream. After a long contemplation, Xiyi shook his head, casting aside the recent events, and focused his gaze upon this new world. Indeed, regardless of the truth of what had come before, he had now departed from the vast expanse, entering a new realm. The only sensation this world imparted was one of enormity, vastness beyond comprehension, so immense that Xiyi could not discern the edges of this world. Even a single mountain far surpassed the scale of an ordinary universe. This left him uncertain of which direction to take. However, such a world could not simply be an ordinary one. Just as Xiyi stood in confusion, a cloud drifted down from the sky, transforming into a streak of light that fell before him. To his astonishment, it was a beautifully crafted young Taoist. "Mr. Li, my master requests your presence." Xiyi was taken aback, but without further thought, he replied, "Thank you." The young acolyte chuckled cheerfully, shaking his head and waving his small hands to summon a cloud, upon which the two ascended. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the cloud descended before an ancient and stately palace. Upon closer inspection, Xiyi discerned 3 robust and vigorous characters inscribed upon the edifice. "Do Shui Palace." The acolyte, still smiling, remarked, "My esteemed master resides in the realm of the 33 heavens, and this palace serves as his alchemical sanctuary." Xiyi's emotions grew somewhat tumultuous. However, the acolyte paid no heed to Xiyi's thoughts. Instead, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Please, Mr. Li, await a moment while I convey your presence to my master." No sooner had he spoken than a voice, tinged with age, echoed from within the palace, "And no need for that, my child. Please invite him or Li inside." "Yes," the acolyte responded, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes as he regarded Xiyi. For it was rare for someone in this primordial world to receive such esteemed treatment from his master.